Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Primordial World, the innate Gourd vine. In the vastness of the primordial world, beneath the obscured peaks of Mount Buzhou, Lin Yang gradually awakened in a secluded valley concealed by an innate grand formation. My goodness, this is quite the joke. I have actually traversed into the primordial world, and moreover, I have become one of the 10 great spiritual roots, the innate Gourd vine. Lin Yang felt utterly speechless, his emotions a tumultuous blend. While being reborn in the primordial world and possessing an innate spiritual root was indeed fortuitous, the fate that awaited the innate Gourd vine was far from promising. Not only were the 7 gourds at board destined to be seized by others, but the vine itself would also wither away, reduced to mere mud. Such was the fate of being utilized to its fullest extent. I wonder what time it is now. If it is before Hong Jun attained sanctification, then I might still have a chance. As Lin Yang pondered, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly reverberated through the air. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully traversing the primordial world. The divine selection system is now officially activated. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed in ecstasy shortly thereafter. A golden opportunity had arrived. The divine selection system continued to prompt. Please make your initial selection. Option 1. The host may continue to accumulate essence and sequentially produce 7 gourds. When the gourds mature, they will transform into 7 supreme innate treasures. Option 2. The host may prematurely take form during the Dragon Han Cataclysm and receive a reward, a unique innate gourd formed by the fusion of the 7 gourds. Note, this gourd gathers the essence of the original 7 gourds, is also an innate treasure, and contains the powers of the original 7 gourds within. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang could no longer maintain his composure. One option promised the acquisition of 7 innate treasures, while the other, though offering only a single innate treasure, amalgamated the powers of all 7 gourds. How was he to choose? Without hesitation, Lin Yang declared to the system, I choose option 2. Only a fool would select option 1. While 7 gourds and 7 innate treasures were undeniably tempting, the wait would be interminable. By the time the 7 gourds matured, the opportunity would have long since passed. If Hong Jun were to attain sanctification and discover his anomaly, it would matter not if he possessed 7 innate treasures, or even 10. It was likely that he would meet his demise. Thus, it was prudent to seize the moment. 1 innate treasure was more than sufficient for Lin Yang. With his choice made, the system urged him to swiftly take form and complete the task at hand. Is it truly still the era of the Dragon Han Cataclysm, where the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans vie for supremacy? Meanwhile, Hong Jun and Luo, who lurk in the shadows, waiting for their opportunity. Lin Yang analyzed the current state of affairs, concluding that this was indeed the optimal moment for every transmigrator to alter their destiny. Otherwise, once Hong Jun eliminated all obstacles and achieved sanctification, becoming the Tao ancestor of the primordial world, the tide of fate would be exceedingly difficult to reverse. However, even now, the heavenly Tao itself remained incomplete, granting Lin Yang a rare opportunity. Thus, he chose to take form at this juncture. Though the Dragon Han Cataclysm was indeed a calamity, it also harbored immense opportunities. Should he seize such opportunities, not only would he stand unafraid of Hong Jun, but he might even have the capacity to eliminate him. Consequently, Lin Yang focused his mind, and a torrent of information surged into him. He instinctively learned how to condense his primordial spirit and the methods of cultivation and transformation. In but a single primordial cycle, Lin Yang successfully condensed his primordial spirit, taking on a youthful visage reminiscent of his former self, radiating an aura of boundless vitality. It is worth noting that by utilizing the innate Gourd vine as his foundation, he cultivated his primordial spirit and thus comprehended the Tao of creation. After condensing his primordial spirit, Lin Yang continued to cultivate, and after an indeterminate number of primordial cycles, he finally sensed that the moment for transformation had arrived. On that day, within the valley, a tempest of spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into a colossal vortex that enveloped the towering Gourd vine. After an unknown duration, brilliant light erupted, and the Gourd vine vanished without a trace. In its place stood a youthful figure. Lin Yang had finally taken form. Moreover, at that moment, 7 diminutive gourds, still appearing quite tender, descended from the vine. These 7 gourds, the very ones that had yet to mature, now fell to the ground as Lin Yang transformed. Simultaneously, the gourds began to swell, as if filled with air, rapidly expanding in size. Each gourd exhibited a distinct hue: purple gold, purple-earth, purple blue, purple white, purple black, purple yellow, and purple green. In an instant, all 7 gourds matured, transforming into 7 exquisite innate spiritual treasures. These were the very gourds that, during the Wu Yao cataclysm, had been obtained by the 3 pure ones and their ilk. Among them were the purple gold gourd, the 99 soul dispersing gourd, the spirit summoning gourd, the immortal slaying gourd, the chaos gourd, the water fire gourd, and others. The 7 gourds radiated their unique auras, yet seemed to resonate as if born from the same origin, drawn together in a mysterious attraction. They whirled around one another, pulsating with brilliant light, spinning ever faster. Suddenly, the 7 gourds collided with a resounding crash, unleashing an unprecedented brilliance. Boom! With a thunderous noise, the 7 gourds amalgamated into one. This singular gourd emanated an aura more astonishing than the combined might of the previous 7. It was indeed an innate treasure of the highest caliber. Under the influence of the system, the 7 gourds fused into this unique gourd. Lin Yang gazed upon the gourd, extending his hand to beckon it, and it promptly fell into his grasp. This gourd, embodying the powers of the 7 gourds, was named the Chaos Gourd. As an innate treasure, Lin Yang felt a surge of joy as he sensed its formidable power. In his previous life, he had yearned for the powers of the various innate gourds depicted in primordial novels. Now, he had finally fulfilled that dream. Being a reward from the system, Lin Yang did not need to refine the gourd, he could wield it directly. With a surge of magical energy, he activated the Chaos Gourd. Instantaneously, radiant crimson clouds billowed forth from within the gourd. Upon closer inspection, these clouds were not clouds at all, but rather countless grains of sand, which through friction and collision sparked terrifying bolts of lightning and fire. This ability was originally possessed by the 99 soul dispersing gourd, the prized artifact of the benevolent Hongyan. However, as the Chaos Gourd was an innate treasure, its capabilities were far more formidable than before. While Hongyan's gourd had gathered star sand from the 9 heavens, the Chaos Gourd summoned chaos divine sand, which was exponentially more powerful. The function of the chaos divine sand was similar. Enveloping an enemy within this divine sand would unleash an inexhaustible force, capable of crushing their body and soul, rendering it exceedingly ruthless. It was curious that the originally kind-hearted Hongyun wielded such a merciless artifact. Of course, it wouldn't be entirely accurate to label it as ruthless after all. When it came to life and death struggles, obliterating one's physical form or annihilating their divine soul, even extinguishing their true spirit, was merely a matter of course. Chapter 2. Mount Buzhou, the Sea Calming Pearl. Lin Yang continued to familiarize himself with the various functions of the Chaos Gourd, feeling satisfied as he stowed this innate treasure within his consciousness, nurturing it with his primordial spirit. At last, I have taken form. This sensation is truly delightful. After securing the Chaos Gourd, Lin Yang took a moment to assess his current strength, reveling in the sheer exhilaration it brought. Although he had arrived prematurely, his cultivation was remarkably profound. As one of the 10 great spiritual roots, the Gourd vine, he emerged with the cultivation level of a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal, radiating an immense wave of magical energy. Observing the valley of his birth, one would expect a being of such immense power to transform their birthplace into a sanctified ground. However, as a transmigrator, Lin Yang felt no particular attachment to this birthplace. Subconsciously, he sensed that Mount Buzhou might one day collapse as it had in the past. Hence, he harbored no intentions of establishing a sanctuary here. After all, the primordial world was vast, brimming with opportunities for the creation of sanctified grounds. Moreover, the valley was nestled within Mount Buzhou, which was perpetually shrouded in overwhelming pressure, rendering it an inconvenient location for cultivating a sanctuary. Thus, it was only natural that Lin Yang, after retrieving the 9 heavens resting soil he had initially taken root upon, departed from the valley. Stepping beyond the veil of the innate grand formation that had enveloped the valley, he was immediately met by the boundless pressure of Pangu. This Panga pressure had existed since the dawn of creation, seemingly destined to persist for eternity, as long as Mount Buzhou remained standing. It represented the will of the great Pangu, enduring through the ages. And it was precisely due to this Panga pressure that Mount Buzhou had become a place rarely visited by living beings. Even for a Deluo golden immortal like Lin Yang, scaling the peak of Mount Buzhou was an unthinkable feat. Lin Yang harbored no intention or stubbornness to ascend to the summit of the Buzhou mountain. Rather, he pondered that amidst the vastness of this mountain, beyond his own innate gourd vine, lay numerous other opportunities waiting to be seized. After all, it was right at his doorstep. How could he possibly turn a blind eye to it? It was only reasonable to search for treasures. Thus, Lin Yang braved the oppressive aura of Pangu and began his quest for treasures upon Buzhou Mountain. Remarkably, he stumbled upon a grand formation akin to his birthplace, an innate great array. Although Lin Yang sensed that this array was somewhat weaker than his own, he adhered to the principle of better safe than sorry. Consequently, he forcefully shattered the formation, and within its confines, he discovered an innate spiritual root. As anticipated, this spiritual root was not one of the 10 renowned roots like his own. Yet was far from ordinary, it was an innate banana tree. He observed that this banana tree bore a pair of leaves, one representing yin and the other yang. The leaf associated with the yin attribute had been acquired by the ancestor of the river of the underworld, while the yang leaf had been taken by Laozi. Considering the banana tree's nature, despite its classification as a tree, it was fundamentally a herbaceous plant. This suggested that, much like his own essence, the banana tree might have withered after its leaves were plucked by Laozi and the ancestor of the river of the underworld. In that moment, Lin Yang felt a profound sense of empathy. He refrained from plucking the leaves and instead excavated the innate banana tree along with the soil in which it thrived. Furthermore, as he had yet to establish a sacred ground, he could only carry the innate banana tree with him. Lin Yang temporarily stored it within his chaotic gourd, even going so far as to portion some of the 9 heaven soil for its better growth. After completing these tasks, Lin Yang intended to depart. However, just as he turned to leave, he was unexpectedly met with a dazzling array of multicolored lights erupting from the pit left by the uprooted banana tree. What is this? Lin Yang gazed in astonishment at the radiant orbs emitting a splendid spectrum of colors. If his intuition served him well, these luminous spheres were none other than the legendary sea-calming pearls. Yet, he pondered, why were there only 12 of them? He quickly recalled that originally there had been 24 sea-calming pearls, which Zhao Gongming had used to confound the Chan sect during the great calamity of the investiture of the gods. However, the lamplighting Taoist had claimed to have seen these pearls in the Xian Du Taiching heaven. This implied that the 24 sea-calming pearls Zhao Gongming possessed were indeed bestowed by the master of Tongtian. Yet, aside from those, there were these 12 sea-calming pearls before him, which had evidently been acquired by Laozi. Strangely, Laozi had chosen to conceal these 12 pearls instead of revealing them to Tongtian. Otherwise, the original count of the sea-calming pearls would not merely have been 24, but 36. Legend held that the 24 sea-calming pearls, when united, wielded power comparable to that of supreme, innate spiritual treasures. What, then, will be the might of 36 sea-calming pearls? Lin Yang surmised it could be extraordinary. If I can obtain the remaining 24 sea-calming pearls in the future, it would indeed be an opportunity to ascertain their true capabilities. But for now, as Lin Yang contemplated the 12 sea-calming pearls that had seemingly presented themselves to him, his gaze flickered with intrigue. He recalled how the lamplighting Taoist had, after seizing Zhao Gongming's 24 sea-calming pearls, utilized them to forge the 24 heavens, significantly enhancing his own cultivation. Now, with these 12 sea-calming pearls in his possession, Lin Yang pondered whether he could replicate a similar feat. However, at this moment, the lamplighting Taoist had yet to manifest, and the whereabouts of Lingzhou Mountain remained unknown. Thus, Lin Yang did not intend to emulate the lamplighting Taoist's methods entirely. If the lamplighting Taoist had utilized 24 sea-calming pearls to create the 24 heavens, perhaps he could forge a 12 heavens using a similar approach. Alternatively, he might merge the 12 sea-calming pearls into a singular entity, akin to his 7 gourds, transforming the 12 heavens into a singular heaven, potentially yielding even greater power and surprises. Lin Yang then infused the 12 sea-calming pearls into his sea of consciousness. These 12 pearls differed from the chaotic gourd since they were his own acquisition. He would have to painstakingly cultivate and refine them one by one. Nevertheless, while the 12 sea-calming pearls formed a formidable set, individually, they remained merely 12 pieces of superior innate spiritual treasures, posing little challenge for Lin Yang to refine. Chapter 3. Encountering the Kirin, Journeying to the Starry Sky. Having acquired the yin-yang banana tree and the 12 sea-calming pearls, Lin Yang seemed to have exhausted his fortune. Subsequently, he found no further treasures within Buzhou Mountain. Of course, the term treasure here referred to objects that could capture Lin Yang's discerning eye. He did collect some heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which were still rather common in this era, and temporarily stored them within his chaotic gourd. Thus, after wandering through Buzhou Mountain for an indeterminate duration, Lin Yang began to feel a sense of ennui. Perhaps it is time to depart, but where should I go after leaving Buzhou Mountain? Lin Yang now faced a pressing dilemma. Where should his journey lead him next? In the present era of the Primordial Age, aside from the formidable beings such as Hong Jun and Luo Wu who lurk in the shadows, The dominion is held by the three great clans: the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Qilin Clan. The Dragon Clan, revered as the sovereign of scales and armor, reigns over the four seas. The Phoenix Clan, the sovereign of avian creatures, has its ancestral land in the southern region, particularly around the immortal volcano, thus asserting its control over the southern expanse of the primordial continent. As for the Qilin Clan, the king of terrestrial beasts, it occupies the northern half of this primordial realm. In this manner, the land, sea, and sky are governed by these three clans. Suddenly, Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with realization. While the primordial land and the four seas are under the sway of the three clans, the vast expanse of the starry sky remains unclaimed. Perhaps he could venture into the starry heavens. Even if he did not acquire any fortuitous encounters, he would surely reap some benefits. With this resolution, Lin Yang prepared to depart from Mount Buzhou. Although Mount Buzhou serves as the cosmic pillar connecting heaven and earth, the overwhelming pressure from Pangu rendered it impossible for him to ascend directly to the starry sky. He could only leave Mount Buzhou first. Regrettably, he had not discovered the 24th grade primal chaos green lotus, nor the birthplace of Fuxi and Yuhua. And as for the 12 ancestor witches, they were buried deep underground, a place he could not penetrate. Lin Yang shook his head. Although he was a transmigrator with considerable foresight, the knowledge he possessed did not guarantee that he could effectively harness it. As Lin Yang exited Mount Buzhou, he was suddenly confronted by a streak of fleeing light. As the light approached, an instinctive sense of danger surged within him. Who could it be? Enveloped within the luminous escape, a vague silhouette emerged, eluding clarity. Yet, Lin Yang could discern that this individual possessed extraordinary strength, likely surpassing his own. Moreover, it was not only Lin Yang who noticed the radiant escape. At that very moment, the entity within the light seemed to sense something as well, catching sight of Lin Yang emerging from the depths of Mount Buzhou. The luminous figure halted in the distance, revealing a robust and commanding silhouette, a middle-aged man who gazed intently at Lin Yang. Ding! The system detected that the primordial Qilin had taken note of the host. The host is presented with the following choices. Choice 1. To provoke the primordial Qilin and engage in combat, thereby earning the reward of the celestial cultivation method, which allows the 12 sea calming pearls to be refined into celestials akin to the 24 heavens. Choice 2. To ally with the primordial Qilin, joining the Qilin clan as an elder, which grants the reward of the body forging technique, the sacred body of the earth, a formidable method capable of refining the physical form to the level of an innate treasure. Choice 3. To avoid unnecessary entanglements with the Qilin clan and depart swiftly, which rewards the method of dividing the primordial spirit, allowing the spirit to be split into two without harming its essence. The divided spirits will have a hierarchy, with the secondary spirit utterly obedient to the primary spirit. As Lin Yang listened to the system's prompt echoing in his mind, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Is that truly the primordial Qilin? System, I choose option 3. At the same time, Lin Yang had made his decision. What of the primordial Qilin? In his current state, he could indeed be regarded as a formidable being within the primordial realm. Moreover, his lineage is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the primordial gourd vine. It is only a matter of time before he cultivates to achieve greatness akin to that of the primordial Qilin. Thus, Lin Yang, without a moment's hesitation, transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the distance. Just as the primordial Qilin was about to speak, he witnessed Lin Yang soaring away, causing a slight furrow of his brow, though he remained silent, harboring a flicker of displeasure within. Initially, he had perceived Lin Yang's apparent strength and felt a desire to recruit him. However, to his astonishment, Lin Yang departed without so much as a farewell. Had it not been for pressing matters, he would have made it abundantly clear to Lin Yang what it meant to be the king of beasts. The primordial Qilin also turned and entered the depths of Mount Buzhou. At this moment, it was announced that Lin Yang had departed from Mount Buzhou, and the system also notified him of the completion of his task. A reward was bestowed upon him. A spell capable of differentiating the primordial spirit materialized in Lin Yang's mind. Although this method of primordial spirit differentiation may not be considered exceedingly profound, it proved to be remarkably practical. Moreover, this method does not harm the root. The differentiated primordial spirit is an absolute submission to oneself, which is indeed quite commendable. In the future, if the opportunity arises, utilizing this method to create some avatars would be advantageous. After all, although having multiple avatars may not guarantee absolute security if their numbers reach a certain threshold, even a mediocre approach could prove to be exceedingly formidable. Consider the ancient ancestor of the Nether River, who refined the Sea of Blood, giving rise to an infinite array of blood god avatars. Although the Nether River ultimately did not attain sainthood, even a sage would find it exceedingly challenging to extinguish him, partly due to the sheer number of his avatars. As long as the Sea of Blood remains, and as long as there is a single drop of blood left, he remains immortal. Coupled with the unique properties of the Sea of Blood, the Nether River has become one of the most formidable beings in the entirety of the primordial realm in terms of survival capability. Lin Yang did not intend to invest excessive effort into mastering the avatar technique as the Nether River did. However, having a few more avatars would still prove useful. Regrettably, he had not acquired the method of ritualistically refining the heavens. Lin Yang felt a tinge of regret, but remained unperturbed. He understood that, compared to the primordial Qilin, he still faced a considerable gap in strength. Should he dare to provoke the primordial Qilin, even with an innate treasure, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, even when the method of ritualistically refining the heavens lay before him, Lin Yang restrained himself, choosing to endure for a moment of tranquility, believing that retreating a step would lead to broader horizons. Without overthinking, Lin Yang quickly composed himself and altered his course, soaring towards the vast expanse of the primordial starry sky. Chapter 4. The Sun Star, the ancient poison dragon. As Lin Yang ascended towards the primordial starry sky, he was swept upwards, experiencing the relentless onslaught of countless gales. Above him, the stars grew larger and more magnificent. Eventually, even the resounding noise of stars grinding and whirling through the void became distinctly audible. From the perspective of the primordial earth, these stars appeared merely as tiny points of light, seemingly eternal and motionless. Yet, only upon approaching them in the high heavens does one realize that these countless stars are in perpetual motion. Moreover, each star is immensely vast, with the singular distinction that life is exceedingly rare upon them. Even when it does exist, it is often of a rather rudimentary intellect. Unlike the primordial lands, where a multitude of races and civilizations have flourished, these celestial bodies remain barren, a condition attributable to the harsh environment of the primordial cosmos. In this expanse of stars, the spiritual essence is sparse, and the gravitational fluctuations between the celestial bodies render the evolution of life nearly impossible. However, Lin Yang paid little heed to these matters, resolutely heading towards the Sun Star. From a distance, it appeared as a colossal fireball, and as he drew closer, the heat intensified, transforming his vision into an endless realm of flames. Lin Yang, possessing profound cultivation and being in the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, was unfazed by the perils of the primordial world. Thus, despite the Sun Star's exceedingly hostile environment, where the surface flames could incinerate even golden immortals, for Lin Yang, it merely served to warm him. Nonetheless, perhaps due to his true form being that of a gourd vine, he found the flames somewhat uncomfortable. With a slight furrow of his brow, Lin Yang descended upon the Sun Star and surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay an expanse of fire, boundless and intensely scorching. While he dismissed the flames on the surface, the true fire within the depths of the Sun Star warranted his utmost caution. With such natural defenses, Dijun and Tai could thrive within this star without concern. Lin Yang mused internally. Then he produced a gourd, the Chaos Gourd, which was imbued with the profound essence of the 7 primordial gourds. Among them was a gourd, known as the Waterfire Gourd, which originally belonged to the Celestial Master of the Heavens. The Celestial Master refined it into a treasure, imbued with the essence of water and fire. When summoned, it could transform into a 2-headed Qilin, one of water and the other of fire, to be used in combat and magical duels. At present, this ability has been enhanced by the Chaotic Gourd, rendering the dual-headed Qilin significantly more powerful than before. However, Lin Yang's journey has a singular purpose: to absorb the true fire of the Sun Star to bolster the fire source within. Consequently, he summoned the Chaotic Gourd, and upon activation it emanated a potent force of absorption, drawing swirling masses of solar true fire into its depths. The Chaotic Gourd resembled an abyss, continuously consuming the solar true fire without ever reaching capacity. Lin Yang felt a sense of dissatisfaction, for the true fire on the surface of the Sun Star was rather feeble. The quantity absorbed was insufficient to substantially enhance the Gourd's fire source, and to gather a greater amount would demand an inordinate amount of time. Just then, a sudden explosion reverberated, followed by a cacophony of dragon roars that startled Lin Yang, leading him to believe the dragon clan had arrived. Upon investigation, he discovered a colossal bubble had burst, releasing a tremendous cloud of toxic gas. This gas was the poison of the solar true fire. Although the sun star is a sanctuary for cultivating fire-based powers, the presence of poison within the fire poses a considerable challenge if accumulated during the cultivation process. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential to Lin Yang, who was not engaged in cultivating fire-based powers. He merely sought to absorb the solar true fire with the chaotic gourd to enhance its fire source and augment his magical artifact. The notion of fire poison held no relevance for him. What did concern him was that as the bubble erupted, along with the toxic gas, countless beings surged forth. These creatures were dragons, yet they were not the dragons of the primordial seas. Rather, they were the ancient poison dragons, a species native to the sun star, embodying the essence of fire and innately wielding formidable fire powers capable of unleashing solar, true fire to incinerate all. However, the ancient poison dragons lived fleeting lives devoid of intelligence. As the bubble burst, many of these dragons perished in the explosion, while the remaining dragons, undeterred by fear, roared and spewed flames as they continued to seek out new bubbles to play with. They darted among the vast bubbles, exhibiting a unique vibrancy of life, albeit one devoid of wisdom. Lin Yang observed the ancient poisonous dragons, a spark of ambition igniting within him. While the vast majority of these creatures lacked any semblance of intelligence, it is a known truth that within any species, given an ample population, anomalies are bound to arise. Thus, it is not beyond reason to consider that on this sunlit planet, there may exist ancient poisonous dragons that have awakened their consciousness and cultivated formidable powers. Should he succeed in subjugating a few, they could serve not only as allies but also as a splendid facade. Moreover, these ancient poisonous dragons possess another potential utility. Lin Yang could eliminate them and harness their essence to enhance the elemental fire within his chaos gourd. After all, these dragons embody the quintessence of fire, having consumed the sun's true flames throughout their growth, refining them to an exquisite purity. Slaying them would allow him to reclaim their elemental essence, thereby significantly accelerating the enhancement of his chaos gourd. However, as Lin Yang had only recently been reborn into this world, his heart had yet to harden into that of a ruthless killer. Consequently, he refrained from indiscriminate slaughter and allowed the group of ancient poisonous dragons to disperse. He activated the chaos gourd, positioning it above his head. It enveloped him in a protective embrace while simultaneously continuing to absorb the solar flames along his path. Indeed, as Lin Yang had anticipated, the deeper he ventured, the more ferocious the true sun fire became, and the ancient poisonous dragons he encountered grew increasingly formidable. However, the number of these ancient dragons gradually diminished. Eventually, the intensity of the true sun fire reached such a level that, had Lin Yang withdrawn the protection of the chaos gourd, his physical form would have succumbed, charred on the outside, yet tender within. At this juncture, Lin Yang could no longer perceive the presence of any ancient poisonous dragons. The surroundings were awash in a vivid crimson, resembling a world of magma beneath the earth. Such an environment is truly unimaginable, yet it is remarkable that life could still flourish within it. Nevertheless, in a world as elevated as the primordial era, such phenomena are not unusual. After all, the beings nurtured within it, such as Dijuan and Tai, are akin to his own origins, both being innate deities, endowed with the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal from birth. It is merely due to his unique circumstances, aided by the system, that he emerged an era ahead of the two. Lin Yang was also endeavoring to seek out these two, without delving into notions of fate or destiny. From the moment of their birth, they were treasures in their own right. Dijuan possessed the Hichu and Luoshu, while Tai wielded the Chaos Bell. Each of these three supreme artifacts was something Lin Yang coveted. Chapter 5. The Sun God Pearl faces an assault. The Hichu and Luoshu are unparalleled treasures of divination, not only concealing the grand formations of the primordial river and Luo, but later also utilized by Fuxi to deduce the innate 8 trigrams. The Chaos Bell is indeed a true treasure, an innate artifact. In the primordial world, the number of such innate treasures is limited, and the Chaos Bell stands out for its dual capability of both offense and defense. With the aid of this Chaos Bell, Tai has ascended to become the foremost powerhouse beneath the so-called sages. This underscores the formidable nature of the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell, first and foremost, is a transformation of the axe handle wielded by the great deity Pangu. Furthermore, it is a treasure imbued with the attributes of time and space. Additionally, following the creation of the heavens, it was employed to suppress the myriad stars in the sky. Thus, this bell, akin to the river diagram and the Luo book, harbors within it a grand formation. This formation is significantly more potent than the Hongyuanhe Luo formation, serving as the protective array of the demon clan. Aptly named the Zhou Tian Xing Do formation. As the name suggests, the Zhou Tian Xing Do formation harnesses the power of the celestial bodies. Initially, this formation was not particularly formidable, for the chaos spell, being a supreme treasure, had not been fully refined by Tai Yi, thereby failing to unleash its complete potential. Consequently, should Tai Yi employ the chaos spell to establish the Zhou Tian Xing Do formation, the celestial power he could invoke would indeed be limited, rendering it not particularly terrifying. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Emperor Jun and Tai Yi united countless elite members of the demon clan to re-examine and enhance the formation originating from the chaos spell, ultimately elevating it to an astonishing level. In its prime, the Zhou Tian Xing Do formation not only harnessed the power of the heavens, but also involved countless demon gods, unleashing a force formidable enough to contend with the saints. With the might of the Zhou Tian Xing Do formation, the demon clan flourished for an entire cosmic cycle before the curtain fell on their struggle against the witch clan. In light of this inquiry, how could Lin Yang possibly refrain from yearning for such a formidable treasure? After all, irrespective of the immense power of the celestial star formation, the chaos spell alone possesses immeasurable value. However, treasures are rightfully claimed by those destined to possess them. For Lin Yang, the aspiration to acquire the chaos spell, now likely to be an innate treasure of Tai Yi, proves exceedingly challenging. He harbors little hope, merely seeking it as a matter of chance. The outcome, naturally, was that the two individuals remained unfound. Had it been so effortless to locate them, they would have been discovered long ago and would not have survived until now. However, despite the inability to find the two, Lin Yang stumbled upon another treasure. Amidst the raging inferno, he picked up a bead that felt remarkably heavy in his hand. This bead was a rare gem formed from the convergence of endless solar true fire, known as the Sun God Pearl. Lin Yang could sense the astonishing energy contained within the Sun God Pearl. If this bead were to be unleashed, it could potentially yield an unimaginable amount of solar true fire, and the terrifying power generated in that instant would also be beyond comprehension. Truly, it was a case of searching high and low only to find it effortlessly. Lin Yang could not help but exclaim. At this juncture, the solar true fire had intensified significantly, to the extent that Lin Yang could hardly withstand it without channeling his magical energy. The chaotic gourd voraciously absorbed the solar true fire, and Lin Yang could distinctly feel the essence of the fire within the gourd growing stronger. Nonetheless, this pace was still insufficient. At this rate of consumption, it would take an indeterminate number of eras to achieve saturation. Consequently, the arrival of a Sun God Pearl was fortuitous. With this Sun God Pearl, Lin Yang could save a considerable amount of time and directly achieve his goal. He even entertained the notion that this Sun God Pearl might transform into a small sun within the chaotic gourd, simulating a solar star and thereby providing a continuous supply. In this way, the enhancement of the chaotic gourd would surpass mere consumption of solar true fire by a substantial margin. As he contemplated this, Lin Yang prepared to deposit the Sun God Pearl into the chaotic gourd to evolve it into a small sun. Yet, at that moment, a sudden wave of danger surged within him. Almost instinctively, Lin Yang swiftly covered himself with the chaotic gourd, enveloping his entire being within it. In the immediate aftermath, a series of fiery eruptions surged forth, all striking the very location where Lin Yang had previously stood. The magnitude of their power was utterly terrifying, causing the entire solar star to tremble. These consecutive bursts of flame triggered colossal explosions, culminating in the swift emergence of a dreadfully formidable solar tempest. It was only at this moment that the terrifying roar resounded in waves. Roar, roar, roar. Following this, the resonant cries of dragons echoed consecutively, and soon 8 colossal silhouettes emerged. These were none other than the 8 immensely formidable ancient venomous dragons. Previously, Lin Yang had speculated that on this solar star, there existed exceedingly powerful ancient venomous dragons. Moreover, possessing wisdom and strength that rival beings of innate divinity, such as myself. Indeed, the ancient venomous dragons have made their appearance. Caught off guard by their sudden assault, Lin Yang narrowly escaped death. The peril was tremendous. Concealed within the gourd, Lin Yang observed everything unfold before him. A flicker of alarm flashing through his mind. Fortunately, he had not allowed himself to become entirely complacent. Rather, he had maintained a constant vigilance. It was this preparedness that allowed him to take refuge within the gourd at such a critical moment. Had he failed to evade that deadly strike, he would likely have faced severe injury, if not death. Even as a traveler from another realm, he was not invulnerable. This episode served as a poignant reminder, urging him to remain humble and cautious in the future. The Gourd, a formidable artifact of primordial origin, provided ample protection. Lin Yang had fully refined it. Even in its unclaimed state, those ancient venomous dragons would find it impossible to breach. Thus, while he remained unscathed inside the Gourd, it was nevertheless sent flying. The ancient dragons, sensing the disturbance, were desperately seeking the Gourd's whereabouts, convinced that Lin Yang had perished under their onslaught. Even if he had survived, they believed he would be gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of death. Their goal was to uncover the Gourd and retrieve the solar divine pearl that Lin Yang had collected. Unbeknownst to these ancient dragons, they failed to recognize the Gourd as a treasure of primordial essence. Instead, they mistook the solar divine pearl for a precious gem. Simultaneously, Lin Yang could not have anticipated that this sudden attack stemmed from the seemingly innocuous solar divine pearl. Had it not been for the protective Gourd, he might well have met his demise. Such is the reality. These ancient venomous dragons roamed within the sun star, voraciously searching for the scattered solar divine pearls to consume and augment their own power. By a remarkable twist of fate, they encountered Lin Yang, who had just discovered a sun god pearl. Thus, these cunning ancient poison dragons chose not to reveal themselves. Instead, they concealed their presence within the sun's true fire and launched a surprise attack on Lin Yang. The combined assault of these 8 ancient poison dragons was so formidable that even a great Luo golden immortal would find themselves powerless, facing immediate annihilation. Evidently, this was not the first time the ancient poison dragons had engaged in such tactics. They had long regarded any being entering the sun star as an invader. The weaker creatures were easily dispatched, while those stronger, like Lin Yang, were often targeted for ambush. Chapter 6. Would you dare to respond to my call? The 8 ancient poison dragons were all of great Luo golden immortal caliber, having survived on the sun star for an extended period, feasting on an immeasurable amount of true solar fire. Their foundational essence was profound, and their magical prowess was exceptionally potent. In a direct confrontation, I might not stand a chance. Inside the Chaos Gourd, Lin Yang scrutinized the 8 ancient poison dragons outside, contemplating strategies for combat. Just then, a sudden chime echoed in his mind, heralding the system's notification. Ding. The system detects that the host is currently under attack by 8 ancient poison dragons. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. Forcefully retaliate against the 8 ancient poison dragons, returning their bodies to the source to enhance the Chaos Gourd, earning the reward of their fire-based divine abilities. Choice 2. Defeat and subjugate the 8 ancient poison dragons, enslaving them to gain the totality of their magical power as a reward. Choice 3. Enslave a total of 9 ancient poison dragons, earning the complete comprehension of the Fire Tao principles from all 9 dragons as a reward. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. 9 dragons? There's another one. He was filled with astonishment and hastily searched for the elusive 9th ancient poison dragon. The thought alone was terrifying. While the 8 dragons of equal rank posed a significant threat, Lin Yang assured himself he would not falter. After all, there existed a distinction even among great Luo golden immortals. Although these 8 ancient poison dragons possessed intelligence, it was rather limited. Their previous ambush merely showcased a semblance of cleverness. Consequently, their actual mastery of the Tao was not particularly high. They merely boasted robust magical power and formidable abilities. It was plausible that Lin Yang could have been overwhelmed during an unguarded moment. However, now that they had revealed themselves, their threat diminished considerably. Even if Lin Yang were to struggle in direct combat, he could effortlessly retreat unscathed. Yet now, a troubling question arose. Where was the 9th ancient poison dragon lurking in the shadows? Unbeknownst to Lin Yang, this suggests that the 9th ancient venomous dragon may indeed be more formidable. However, regardless of Lin Yang's probing efforts, he remains incapable of discerning the whereabouts of this elusive 9th dragon. At that moment, one of the ancient venomous dragons uttered a remark that elicited a mixture of exasperation and amusement from Lin Yang, allowing him to exhale in relief. The ancient dragon called out to its brethren, saying, "Brothers, our leader is in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough, and requires the sun god pearl as sustenance. If any of you happen upon it, do not dare to indulge." It became evident that the 9th ancient venomous dragon was, in fact, the leader of these 8 dragons and was not present with them, but rather in its lair, engaged in a critical period of cultivation. With this revelation, Lin Yang's anxiety dissipated. Although it was clear from the dragon's words that the leader possessed unparalleled strength, The knowledge that it was not lurking nearby to ambush him alleviated his concerns. He resolved to deal with these 8 ancient dragons first before embarking on a quest to locate the leader. Upon hearing the words of the ancient venomous dragon, the 7 dragons responded with low growls, searching the surroundings. Witnessing this, Lin Yang could not help but conceive a plan. He silently communicated with the system, declaring, "System, I choose 3. The 3 options presented were the fire-based divine abilities of 8 ancient venomous dragons, the total magical power of those 8 dragons, and the profound understanding of the great Tao possessed by 9 ancient venomous dragons." After careful consideration, Lin Yang naturally gravitated towards the last option, the comprehension of the fire's great Tao by the 9 dragons. While divine abilities and magical power are indeed precious, they can be cultivated over time. However, the understanding of the great Tao is a rare treasure, reliant solely on one's innate insight. If one can attain such comprehension, it is a boon. If not, it remains an elusive dream, rendering any amount of time or effort futile. Given the opportunity to choose, it was only natural to select this option. Moreover, these ancient venomous dragons indeed captivated Lin Yang's heart. He yearned to subjugate them and utilize them as a fade, harnessing their might for transportation. Thus, faced with 3 options, Lin Yang decisively chose the final one. Upon completing his selection, Lin Yang swiftly emerged from the chaos gourd. "Oh dear, you brutish fools. Your strikes are truly excruciating. Had I not cultivated the indestructible body of eternal tribulations, I might have fallen prey to your schemes." Lin Yang feigned agony, exclaiming loudly. The sudden sound startled the 8 ancient venomous dragons, who were searching frantically in all directions. Their expressions shifted dramatically as their immense dragon eyes scanned the surroundings. "Where is it? Who is speaking?" The colossal dragons grew agitated, their massive bodies thrashing wildly in the void, causing the surrounding flames to boil with intensity. Observing this, Lin Yang found himself at a loss for words. These ancient venomous dragons were so enormous that they had completely overlooked his presence. With no other choice, Lin Yang enlarged his form. Though he still paled in comparison to these titanic creatures, he was no longer insignificant. It was perplexing how these ancient dragons had previously detected him, yet now they seemed blind to his existence. "I am here," Lin Yang shouted once more, successfully capturing the attention of the 8 ancient venomous dragons. "Found it. This fellow is hiding here," one of the ancient dragons exclaimed. Without waiting for the words to finish, the ancient poisonous dragon exclaimed, "Be cautious. This fellow possesses considerable skill. His previous attack did not manage to vanquish him. Did he evade it? Surely not. Our combined strike should be capable of defeating any adversary. Do you not remember that eons ago, there was one individual we could not overpower even with a surprise attack? Our leader was even captured but fortunately returned. Yet, he does not seem as formidable as that previous foe." The 8 ancient poisonous dragons chattered among themselves. Lin Yang, upon hearing this, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He raised his voice and declared, "Hey, did you not hear what I just said?" "What did he say? What was said?" "We did not catch that," they responded, confused. Lin Yang was compelled to repeat himself. "I inquired why you ambushed me. Were it not for my cultivation of the indestructible body, would you not have succeeded?" The 8 ancient poisonous dragons exchanged glances. "Indestructible body? What is that? We are unfamiliar. However, is it not customary for us to ambush? That is how we have always operated." Listening to their incessant chatter, Lin Yang finally comprehended that these creatures were indeed rather dim-witted. Therefore, he decided against further trivialities and straightforwardly asked, "I am called Emperor June. Would you be so bold as to reveal your names?" "Emperor June?" responded the leading ancient poisonous dragon with a laugh. "What is there to fear? I am called Man Air, a name bestowed upon us by our leader. Our leader is Man E, and we have other siblings named Man San, Man Si, Man Wu, Man Lu, Man Chi, Man Ba, and Man Jiao. What of it? What of it?" The 8 ancient poisonous dragons roared in unison, their voices thunderous. "What of it?" Lin Yang chuckled, producing a gourd from his possession. Addressing the dragons, he said, "Man Air, Man San, Man Si, Man Wu, Man Lu, Man Chi, Man Ba, Man Jiao. I call upon you. Do you dare to respond?" As soon as the ancient poisonous dragon named Man Air opened its mouth, an arcane force enveloped it, causing its massive form to involuntarily shrink until it was drawn into the gourd held by Lin Yang. Chapter 7. The purple gold gourd enters the dragon's nest. At that very moment, witnessing the ancient poison dragon, Manner, being captured and drawn into the chaotic gourd. The remaining 8 ancient poison dragons could not help but express their alarm with frantic cries. Often, as soon as their words escaped their lips, they were immediately ensnared by an enigmatic force that enveloped their bodies. Regardless of their formidable powers or exceptional abilities, it proved futile without the proper method. They were diminished in size and drawn into the chaotic gourd. Lin Yang's strategy could be described as brilliantly unconventional. His chaotic gourd harnessed the powers of 7 distinct gourds, among which the purple gold gourd possessed such a remarkable effect. Simply uttering its name would summon its response, resulting in the individual being confined within. This phenomenon is, in essence, the profound principle of causality, a treasure of unparalleled significance among the shadowy beings. Moreover, the chaotic gourd surpassed the purple gold gourd in strength, yet it was not entirely invincible. In terms of magical power, Lin Yang could only capture opponents whose strength did not exceed tenfold of his own, even when combined. The 8 ancient venomous dragons possess powers that pale in comparison to Lin Yang's. Therefore, his decision to confine them was exceedingly prudent. These 8 ancient venomous dragons could stir no tempest. Ignoring their chaotic roars within the gourd, Lin Yang commenced his efforts to subdue them. His methods were notably forceful and direct, aiming to implant restrictions within the consciousness of these ancient dragons, effectively enslaving them. However, just as Lin Yang was about to dominate these ancient venomous dragons, he suddenly realized, upon infiltrating their consciousness, that they were already bound by restrictions. This revelation implied that these ancient dragons had previously belonged to another master. Yet, it seemed that the swiftness with which these dragons fell under control, combined with the power of the primordial gourd, played a crucial role in this encounter. The entity that imposed restrictions upon the ancient venomous dragons appears to be indifferent, allowing them to roam freely. Remarkably, at this juncture, the master of these restrictions remains oblivious to the events transpiring on the solar star. However, Lin Yang refrains from advancing any further, for should he breach these 8 restrictions, it would inevitably alert the master of their presence. Moreover, setting aside other matters, the fates of the 8 ancient venomous dragons, as well as that of the barbaric one, the 9-headed ancient venomous dragon, will ultimately hinge upon the whims of the master of the restraints. Lin Yang certainly does not wish for his efforts to be in vain. Moreover, Lin Yang sensed that the master of the restriction was likely an individual of formidable strength, far surpassing his own. Nonetheless, given the circumstances, even if he were to release the 8 ancient poisonous dragons now, he would undoubtedly offend that person. Yet, Lin Yang was undeterred. His thoughts revolved around the 9 ancient poisonous dragons. He could not afford to lose a single one, as he had fortuitously encountered such fitting steeds. Regardless of the strength of that individual, he was no weakling himself. Furthermore, since he was already in conflict, it mattered little whether he had initially avoided it. That person would likely enslave the 9 ancient poisonous dragons and rear them on the Sunstar, suggesting that he was engaged in some clandestine scheme. Once that individual learned of Lin Yang's discovery of his secret, he would not let Lin Yang escape unscathed. Therefore, since the line had already been crossed, Lin Yang resolved to seize the 9 ancient poisonous dragons for himself. With this determination, Lin Yang withdrew his consciousness while simultaneously intensifying his suppression over the 8 ancient poisonous dragons. He needed to locate the remaining ancient poisonous dragon swiftly and secure it within his gourd, allowing him to execute a covert takeover before the other could react, thus usurping the role of the new master of these ancient creatures. Lin Yang murmured to himself, reaching out to grasp a wisp of the ancient poisonous dragon's essence from the void. Utilizing his supernatural abilities, he felt a peculiar connection guiding him toward the location of the last ancient poisonous dragon, the one belonging to Man-E. Let us proceed. Lin Yang's figure shifted as he swiftly soared toward that position. It lay deeper within the Sunstar, where the surrounding solar flames intensified as he ventured further. At this moment, Lin Yang's physical form could scarcely endure the scorching inferno. However, with his magical protection in place, he remained unharmed. The only challenge was how to confront that ancient poisonous dragon. Suddenly, an idea sparked within Lin Yang. He activated the principles of transformation, and in that instant, his form underwent a remarkable change. With a resounding roar, Lin Yang transformed into an ancient poisonous dragon, gracefully soaring amidst the flames. The solar fire, at that moment, seemed to embrace his body, being drawn into him and then erupting from his every pore. Lin Yang opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of fierce toxic fire. Through the path of transformation, he had become indistinguishable from a true ancient poisonous dragon. Moreover, not only that, At this moment, Lin Yang continuously adjusted his own aura, gradually aligning it more and more closely with that of the second of the 8 ancient venomous dragons, until it became nearly indistinguishable. Lin Yang wielded the formidable body of this ancient venomous dragon and proceeded deeper into the sun star. After a considerable flight, he finally reached his destination, where the solar flames burned with an intensity that radiated a resplendent golden hue. Unlike the flames on the surface of the sun star, which, while possessing gold, were predominantly red, the sun's true fire has transformed into a genuine golden hue, signifying that the flames here have intensified to a truly terrifying degree. Even the void itself could be melted by this inferno. In essence, the concept of void no longer exists in this realm. Lin Yang could scarcely perceive the presence of spiritual energy, for any trace of it that ventures here would be consumed by the sun's true fire. This is a realm where fire reigns supreme. At this moment, Lin Yang beheld a colossal dragon nest ahead, wherein resided the 9-headed ancient poison dragon. Of course, he had already captured 8 of the heads, leaving only one within. Lin Yang sensed an extraordinarily potent aura emanating from the dragon nest. Judging from this energy, the leader of the ancient poison dragons, Man-Yi, possesses formidable strength. His magical prowess is likely on par with, if not surpassing, Lin Yang's own. And he appears to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Should he succeed, his realm would undoubtedly ascend as well. Lin Yang silently calculated. The 8 ancient poison dragons contained within the chaotic gourd are all at the mid-level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Each one's magical power is scarcely inferior to his own, truly formidable indeed. The ancient poisonous dragon now stands even more formidable, having reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, poised for a further breakthrough to ascend to the late stage. These ancient poisonous dragons are distinct breeds among their kind, existing as sovereign entities. Though they are enslaved, their profound depth is beyond imagination. Even if their intellect is slightly lacking, each breakthrough in their realm yields a monumental enhancement in their strength. Such a mighty, ancient, poisonous dragon commands the utmost caution, even from Lin Yang. Without hesitation, Lin Yang made a swift judgment and delved into the dragon's lair. "Boss, I have returned." As he entered the dragon's nest, Lin Yang's expansive consciousness resonated deeper within, reaching out to a much larger ancient poisonous dragon that lay in wait. "Second brother, is that you?" The ancient poisonous dragon, known as Man-Yi, stirred upon hearing Lin Yang's voice. Yet, as soon as he uttered a sound, he was immediately ensnared by an arcane force, akin to the previous 8 ancient poisonous dragons. His body involuntarily shrank, propelled towards the chaotic gourd that Lin Yang had secretly grasped. At that moment, even with a sluggish mind, the ancient dragon discerned that something was amiss with his second brother. He roared in fury and struggled fiercely against the pull. His magical power was indeed terrifying, managing to withstand the chaotic gourd's force momentarily, resisting being drawn inside immediately. However, despite his formidable prowess, he ultimately could not succeed in his defiance. In an instant, he was rendered powerless, letting out a mournful and indignant roar as he was engulfed by the gourd. Like the previous 8 ancient poisonous dragons, he too was confined within the gourd, utterly immobilized. Lin Yang, witnessing the capture of this elder dragon, could not help but feel a surge of luck. Fortunately, these ancient poisonous dragons were rather dim-witted, focusing solely on cultivating their magical powers, lacking a deeper understanding of the great principles, especially the path of causality. This was quite normal, as the path of causality is one of the most profound among the 3,000 great principles. In the entire primordial realm, few are adept at it, even Lin Yang. At this moment, was merely utilizing the chaotic gourd to manifest its effects. In truth, Lin Yang himself was also a novice regarding the path of causality. Nevertheless, such matters were inconsequential now. Having successfully captured Man-Yi within the chaotic gourd, Lin Yang moved his form and entered the gourd. Inside, the chaotic gourd was vast and boundless, resembling an immense and infinite cosmos. Various scenes could shift according to Lin Yang's thoughts. At this moment, the colossal primordial venomous dragon, with its 9 heads, was ensnared within this gourd, utterly immobilized, akin to a fly trapped in amber. This exemplifies the formidable power of a congenital treasure. Tai, although not yet sanctified, achieved invincibility beneath the realm of saints through the utilization of an incompletely refined primordial treasure. However, Lin Yang had not attained sainthood. In terms of strength, he was leagues away from his prime, even further than 100,000 miles from Tai. Yet, he had completely refined and mastered this chaos gourd. an innate treasure of unparalleled magnitude. The potency of an innate treasure that has been fully refined is utterly distinct from one that has not. In this very moment, Lin Yang, wielding this innate treasure, could effortlessly subdue the nine-headed ancient poison dragon, whose strength was hardly inferior to his own, rendering it utterly immobile. They were incapable of invoking the prohibitory seals within their consciousness, preventing their hidden master from grasping the situation at hand. Thus, they were left to be at Lin Yang's mercy. Upon entering the Chaos Gourd, there was no longer a need to maintain the form of the ancient poison dragon. He reverted to his innate Tao body, which was far more effortless. Lin Yang gazed upon the nine-headed ancient poison dragon, relaxing as he smiled and remarked, "It is time to fulfill my task, and I am quite curious about the identity of your master who orchestrated such a covert scheme on this solar star. Nurturing 9 ancient poison dragons. What is their intent?" As Lin Yang pondered the underlying schemes, he surmised that those most likely behind this machination were the formidable beings of the primordial era, such as the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, the first Qilin, or even the likes of Hongjun and Luahu. However, the most probable culprits remain the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the first Qilin. After all, they were engaged in a struggle for supremacy, and it was not surprising for them to set such hidden traps. Yet, despite the prowess of the nine-headed ancient poison dragon, they lacked intelligence. Their masters may have left this pawn languishing on the solar star, perhaps awaiting the day when they could unleash a surprise attack to enhance their chances of victory. Lin Yang was not well versed in such intricate plots, so he chose not to dwell on them. What mattered most at present was to subjugate the nine-headed ancient poison dragon to avoid any potential complications. Thus, Lin Yang manipulated the Chaos Gourd, positioning the nine-headed ancient poison dragon to form a nine-palace formation. He seated himself at the center of this formation. What he was about to employ was a method of deception, intending to dismantle the consciousness seals of all 9 ancient poison dragons in one fell swoop. Otherwise, the failure to achieve even one would alert the mastermind behind them. At that point, regardless of which ancient poison dragon perished, the mere thought of an unfinished task would cause Lin Yang considerable anguish. As Lin Yang settled in the center of the formation and closed his eyes, a moment later, a radiant light emanated from his brow, and his primordial spirit manifested. It was indeed Lin Yang's primordial spirit. Yet it did not take the form of his innate Tao body. Instead, it appeared as an immense vine, resembling his true form, the innate gourd vine. A colossal vine, stretching billions of lengths, emerged within the gourd. Moreover, the gourd vine quivered incessantly, and suddenly, it sprouted 9 tendrils that swiftly darted towards the 9 ancient venomous dragons. These tendrils ensnared the dragons tightly, rendering them akin to 9 colossal zombi. Lin Yang was not one to lack adaptability. He had previously acquired the method of spiritual division, a technique designed to split the primordial spirit and create avatars. At this moment, Lin Yang had no intention of transforming the 9-headed giant dragon into his own avatar. However, he ingeniously adapted the method of spiritual differentiation, enabling his own spirit to simultaneously confront the 9-headed dragon. The application of this spell was truly remarkable. Lin Yang summoned his spirit, and suddenly, a dazzling emerald light illuminated the interior of the chaotic gourd, casting a verdant glow. After flickering 9 times in succession, the ancient poisonous dragon, bound like 9 dumplings, suddenly trembled. Immediately, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth, as Lin Yang's spiritual tendrils swiftly retracted. Subsequently, his spirit soared, flickered, transformed into a radiant beam, and then shrank, ultimately returning to the sea of consciousness within Lin Yang's brow. Meanwhile, the 9-headed giant dragon had ascended, its roars reverberating as it coiled and spiraled around Lin Yang, continuously spewing forth torrents of flames. Remarkably, Lin Yang had successfully executed a celestial exchange, breaking the restrictions within the dragon sea of consciousness and re-establishing them as his own. In essence, the master of the 9-headed dragon had now become Lin Yang. However, Lin Yang's expression bore no great joy. He opened his eyes, offering a faint wry smile, and remarked, "Indeed, I have accurately guessed." It turned out that at the moment Lin Yang shattered the restrictions within the 9-headed dragon's sea of consciousness, he had, across the infinite distances of time and space, effectively met with the master behind the 9-headed dragon. Indeed, as Lin Yang had anticipated, the master behind the 9 ancient venomous dragons was none other than the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon had subdued these 9 most ancient and formidable venomous dragons on the solar star, instructing them to lie in wait as a strategic maneuver for future use. Little did he expect that after such an extensive passage of time without incident, Lin Yang's arrival on the solar star would completely dismantle his carefully laid plans. Chapter 9. The Ancestral Dragon Strikes. The flying blade of a mortal slaying the 9 ancient venomous dragons that he had painstakingly nurtured over many years were all seized by Lin Yang. It is easy to imagine the depth of the ancestral dragon's fury. Although Lin Yang, armed with the Chaos Gourd, could shield himself from all sensing abilities, rendering even the heavenly mechanisms incapable of discerning his whereabouts, the ancestral dragon could not swallow this indignity. A mere fleeting glimpse revealed Lin Yang's aura, unmistakably that of a minor great Luo golden immortal who had thwarted his ambitions. The ancestral dragon needed to preside over the Eastern Sea, overseeing the grand design, and thus could not remove himself from his post. However, dealing with a mere great Luo golden immortal like Lin Yang did not necessitate his true form. The ancestral dragon manifested a projection. While it may not match his true self in the realm of primordial golden immortals, it possessed formidable late-stage great Luo golden immortal strength. This avatar promptly set forth from the Eastern Sea, heading directly toward the solar star. Nevertheless, the journey from the Eastern Sea to the solar star was extensive. Even with the ancestral dragon's capabilities, it would require some time. In the interim, should Lin Yang choose to flee, tracking him would prove exceedingly difficult. Conversely, if Lin Yang remained, the ancestral dragon would undoubtedly ensure that he understood the grave consequences of provoking someone like himself in this primordial realm. Within the Chaos Gourd, Lin Yang remained unfazed by the ancestral dragon, feeling a sense of triumph after having enslaved the 9 ancient venomous dragons. As Lin Yang contemplated the rewards for completing the selection task and the insights he had gained regarding the laws of fire from the 9-headed ancient poison dragon, an unexpected notification from the system reverberated in his mind. Ding! The ancestral dragon has dispatched its avatar, which is en route to the solar star. The host may make the following choices. Choice 1. The host may attempt to slay the ancestral dragon's avatar, obliterating it entirely, for the reward of the innate treasure, the creation cauldron. Note: this option is exceedingly difficult. The avatar of the ancestral dragon possesses immense strength, ranking among the most formidable beings below the quasi-saint level. The host is advised to proceed with caution. Choice 2. The host may conceal himself within the Chaos Gourd until the ancestral dragon's avatar departs from the solar star, yielding the reward of the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the solar bow. Harnessing the power of the sun, it delivers a ferocious strike, impervious and all-consuming. Choice 3. The host may immediately erase all traces of his presence on the solar star and flee, evading the ancestral dragon's avatar's pursuit. For the reward of the Yin Yang body refinement method, this technique allows one to cultivate the body of the Yin Yang Tao, fostering an intimate connection with the principles of Yin and Yang. Upon hearing the options echoing in his mind, Lin Yang found himself in a state of hesitation. Among the 3 choices, he promptly dismissed the second option. While it was not unfeasible to hide within the Chaos Gourd, after all, even the ancestral dragon in its true form would be unable to locate him. Lin Yang was reluctant to adopt a cowardly stance, finding it stifling. Furthermore, the allure of the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the solar bow, held little appeal for him. Though the bow was undoubtedly formidable, as indicated by the system's description, his accustomed reliance on the Chaos Gourd, an innate treasure, had rendered his standards rather elevated. Although he desired the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, his yearning was not particularly fervent, especially when compared to the reward of the creation cauldron offered by the first choice, an innate treasure in its own right. When presented with an innate treasure before him, who would still opt for an exquisite innate spiritual treasure? Surely, even a fool would not make such a choice, and Lin Yang was no exception. However, while he dismissed the second option, the first and third choices left him in a quandary. Undoubtedly, high risks entailed high rewards, and the first choice offered an astounding reward, an innate treasure. Moreover, this innate treasure is none other than the primordial cauldron. What is the primordial cauldron? In the era of primordial chaos, there exists an innate treasure known as the Qian Kuan cauldron, which is the companion artifact of the ancestor of heaven and earth. This Qian Kuan cauldron is transformed from the seed pod of the chaotic blue lotus, containing the essence of creation, capable of reversing the acquired into the innate. In the midst of chaos, the creation cauldron emerged, a supreme treasure born from the essence of a deity adept in the path of creation, known as the creation demon. Upon the demise of this powerful being, the essence transformed into the creation cauldron. Its capabilities mirror those of the Qian Kuan cauldron, both embodying the principles of creation. Legends whisper that should one acquire both cauldrons, they may unite them, transcending the limitations of innate treasures and evolving into an even mightier artifact. It is undeniable that the creation cauldron, an innate treasure, resonates profoundly with Lin Yang's own path. The advantages of obtaining such a treasure for Lin Yang are self-evident. Yet, the risks involved in pursuing such a reward are indeed formidable. To confront the avatar of the ancestral dragon, what a formidable opponent. A principal character of this calamity, embodying the cultivation of a primordial golden immortal and ruling over a vast race revered by all beings of scale and armor. To challenge such a being, even if merely an avatar, is daunting, as the system describes it as an invincible entity beneath the level of a primordial golden immortal. Is there a chance of victory? Yes, there must be. If there were none, the system would not present this option. The hope of triumphing over the ancestral dragon's avatar still exists. Although one's strength is comprehensively suppressed, there remains a glimmer of hope. That hope lies within the Chaos Gourd, which amalgamates the functionalities of the 7 great gourds. Among the 7 fabled gourds, there exists one that is deemed exceedingly malevolent, in comparison to the water and fire gourds. As well as the purple gold gourd and the 99 Scattersoul gourd, this particular gourd is far more fearsome. It is renowned from the time of the investiture of the gods, holding a prestigious reputation, and is known as the Gourd of Slaying Immortals. The Gourd of Slaying Immortals was originally a purple and white gourd plucked from the primordial gourd vine by the Eastern Emperor Tai. Later, the great archer Ho-I, having slain the 9 offspring of the demon emperor Dijuan, was left with but one, named Luya. Enraged, Dijuan executed Ho-I, and the Eastern Emperor Tai sealed Ho-Yi's essence within the gourd. He also destroyed the divine bow and arrows used by Ho-I to shoot down the golden crows, forging them with the fires of separation, extracting the essence of the sun and moon, seizing the creations of heaven and earth, and reversing the balance of yin and yang and the 5 elements, ultimately forming a flying dagger. This dagger, akin to yellow sprouts and white snow, resembles a slender ray of light concealed within the gourd, nurtured by the essence of the great sorcerer. It was not until the great calamity of the Wu and Yao erupted in its entirety that Dijuan and Tai failed to survive the cataclysm, perishing alongside the ancestral sorcerers of the Wu clan. The gourd became a legacy, passed into the hands of Luya, who wielded it with remarkable prowess during the calamity of the deification, showcasing its power with great flair. This gourd of slaying immortals conceals flying daggers within. When the need arises, one merely has to utter the words, treasure, turn around, to summon forth the daggers for lethal strikes. These daggers are nearly unstoppable, capable of slicing through both the primordial spirit and the corporeal body. Lin Yang believed he could counterattack the avatar of the ancestor dragon precisely because of the capabilities of this gourd and its flying daggers. Originally, the gourd and its daggers were formidable enough, but now, upgraded to the status of a primordial treasure, the chaotic gourd possesses even greater power. Of course, this is also due to the fact that the ancestor dragon had only dispatched an avatar. Had the true form appeared, Lin Yang would have certainly chosen differently. Even if a great Luo golden immortal is invincible, they remain merely a great Luo golden immortal, whereas the true form of the ancestor dragon is a primordial golden immortal. The disparity in realms is truly daunting. Even with the innate treasure-level flying daggers, Lin Yang harbored no illusions about his ability to slay the ancestor dragon. However, since this was merely an avatar, he was inclined to take the risk. After all, if he failed to counterattack, he could always retreat. System, I choose option 1. After careful consideration, Lin Yang no longer hesitated and spoke to the system. As for the third option, Lin Yang could only regretfully abandon it. Much like the sunbow, the reward of the yin-yang body refinement method from this third choice would undoubtedly benefit Lin Yang, allowing him to cultivate the yin-yang Dao body. This would significantly enhance his aptitude and talent in the realm of yin-yang, drawing the Dao of yin and yang closer to him. In Chapter 10, The Laws of Fire. During the late stage of Deluo, it is revealed that the sun star, alongside the moon star, serves as an excellent venue for the cultivation of the yin-yang techniques. However, Lin Yang opted for the first choice, which, despite its considerable risks, promised the greatest rewards as he prepared to confront the avatar of the ancestral dragon. Leaving the other option unmentioned, once Lin Yang made his choice, he ceased to dither and ponder over various concerns. His singular focus now was to vanquish the avatar of the ancestral dragon and acquire the creation cauldron. Naturally, Lin Yang was determined to exert every effort to enhance his own strength. System, Bestow upon me my rewards. Lin Yang commenced the extraction of the rewards from his previous missions. Instantly, the diverse insights regarding the law of fire, derived from the nine-headed ancient poison dragon, surged into Lin Yang's mind, akin to a sudden enlightenment. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had transformed into the nine-headed ancient poison dragon, each head experiencing a unique understanding of the law of fire. Subsequently, he meticulously organized and synthesized these 9 distinct insights, melding them into a singular comprehension of the law of fire that truly resonated with him. In an instant, it was as if Lin Yang had engaged in an extraordinarily protracted period of solitary cultivation of the law of fire, achieving a profound level of understanding. The collective insights of the nine-headed ancient poison dragon regarding the law of fire were so formidable that they could rival Lin Yang's own comprehension of the law of creation. Now, apart from his own laws of transformation, Lin Yang has also embraced the law of the fire path. This effectively doubles his comprehension of the Tao, resulting in a significant enhancement of his prowess. Boom! Lin Yang's body trembled as a formidable aura emanated from him, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, akin to the awakening of a mighty emperor of fire. In this moment, Lin Yang found himself impervious to the searing flames of the sun, even without the protection of magical defenses. With a swift motion, he emerged from the chaotic gourd, finding himself seated within the dragon's nest. Fiery torrents surged from all directions, coalescing around him. The dense flames of true solar fire flowed like rivers, continuously pouring into Lin Yang's being, akin to 100 rivers converging into the sea. These flames were seamlessly transformed into his own magical energy, resulting in a remarkable amplification of both his Tao comprehension and magical prowess. With the intensity of the increase becoming ever more profound, the endless solar fire swirled towards him, creating a colossal vortex. Lin Yang appeared akin to an abyss, ceaselessly absorbing the essence of the sun's true fire. His aura grew increasingly formidable. From a distance, he resembled a resplendent sun, utterly captivating. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the influx of the sun's true fire came to an abrupt halt, though the duration of this phenomenon remained a mystery. A powerful and seemingly pent-up aura emanated from Lin Yang, bursting forth in a magnificent display. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yang achieved a breakthrough, ascending from the mid-stage of Deluo Jin Xian to the late stage. To his astonishment, given his innate foundation, the transformation of the innate gourd vine into form was merely a matter of time. However, he had not anticipated such a rapid advancement. The insight granted by the system's rewards, particularly the understanding of the great Tao, had provided him with an additional profound law beyond the law of creation. With the enhancement of the fire Tao, he found himself elevated directly to the late stage of Deluo Jin Xian. The speed of this cultivation breakthrough was truly astounding. Perhaps, this was the exhilarating sensation of having an advantage. Possessing 2 significant laws within a single body, the sense of empowerment left Lin Yang somewhat exhilarated. After all, he was about to confront the avatar of the ancestral dragon, an entity deemed nearly invincible beneath the level of Hunyuan Jin Xian according to the system's assessment. Previously, he had only a slim chance of defeating the avatar with the flying sword of the immortal slayer. Yet now, with the mastery of the fire Tao, his odds had considerably improved. He was currently situated on the Sun Star, where the fire Tao's combat enhancement was undeniably formidable. My chances of victory have increased significantly. Now, summon forth the 9 ancient poison dragons. With a single thought, Lin Yang called forth the 9 ancient poison dragons from the chaotic gourd. Although their intelligence was lacking, they proved to be excellent combatants, especially on the Sun Star. As Lin Yang prepared to face the avatar of the ancestral dragon, he knew these allies were indispensable. The 9 ancient poison dragons roared as they reappeared on the Sun Star. Their loyalty to Lin Yang was absolute. They would obey his every command, much like they once did under the ancestral dragon's authority while lurking on this very star. In preparation for the impending battle, Lin Yang instructed the ancient poison dragons to practice a formation known as the 9 Palaces Array, enabling their strengths to synergize and connect. While they could not achieve a 9-fold enhancement in power, their collective combat capabilities would exceed their individual efforts, allowing them to share pressure and damage. When the time came, as long as they assisted him in restraining the avatar of the ancestral dragon, Lin Yang could seek an opportunity to unleash the chaotic gourd and strike with the flying sword of the immortal slayer, significantly increasing his chances of victory. The days spent awaiting the transformation of the ancestral dragon are not excessively lengthy. For masters of such caliber, like the ancestral dragon, The journey from the eastern sea to the sun star does not necessitate countless eons. Were it truly so, the flowers would have withered long ago, rendering any hope of ruling over the vast primordial realm utterly futile. In the hierarchy of cultivation within the primordial realm, ascending from the celestial level, one encounters the earth immortal, heavenly immortal, true immortal, mystic immortal, golden immortal, supreme golden immortal, great luo golden immortal, primordial golden immortal, and ultimately, the primordial great luo golden immortal. With each successive tier, the chasm between levels widens significantly, particularly from the great luo golden immortal stage onward. One begins to grasp the laws of heaven and earth. The divine abilities and doctrines manifested through these celestial laws are often beyond comprehension. Naturally, those masters who have attained this level do not merely travel by flying. Rather, it embodies the profound principles of the great Tao. A formidable individual who comprehends the law of the wind can traverse the air. One who understands the law of the earth can burrow into the soil. And a master of the law of fire can envelop themselves in flames. Those who grasp the law of wood can meld into the essence of nature, while those who attain mastery over all 5 elemental laws can execute the ultimate art of elemental evasion. Additionally, the art of light evasion is among the most common. In the primordial realm, nearly every powerful being possesses a technique of light evasion. This accounts for the frequent references to various great beings harnessing the light of evasion. Such evasion is indeed a form of light manipulation. Notable among these techniques is the Golden Crow's art of transforming into a rainbow, a distinguished method of light evasion. Beyond this, there exist myriad forms of evasion techniques, including yin yang evasion, thunder evasion, and spatial evasion, among countless others. The diversity of evasion methods is as vast as the myriad principles of the great Tao itself. Those who squander time on the mundane paths are destined to remain weak. After all, upon reaching the level of the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, akin to the strength of a sage, one can, with a mere thought, extend their consciousness to encompass the entirety of the primordial realm. In but a single step, one can arrive at any corner of the primordial world. This is the essence of true divine prowess. The Hunyuan Golden Immortal and the De Luo Golden Immortal, although still distant from the Hunyuan De Luo Golden Immortal, possess extraordinary divine abilities. The ancestral dragon incarnation, regarded as an unparalleled entity beneath the Hunyuan Golden Immortal and invincible among the De Luo Golden Immortals, effortlessly traversed from the eastern sea to the sun star in no time at all. Chapter 11. The Taoist of Creation. The great battle approaches on this day. Lin Yang found himself deep within the sun star, simultaneously invoking the chaotic Gourd to absorb the true fire of the sun while drawing upon it to refine his magical powers. Suddenly, a profound sense stirred within him, prompting him to open his eyes and gaze beyond the confines of the sun star. Lin Yang felt an overwhelming and terrifying force advancing upon the sun star. An inexorable presence, the ancestral dragon incarnation, had finally arrived. As the ancestral dragon incarnation descended upon the sun star, an immense aura of authority radiated from its being. The countless fire spirits inhabiting the sun star could not help but bow in submission. Boom! A primeval poisonous dragon launched a surprise attack, emerging from the void to unleash a torrent of venomous flames towards the ancestral dragon incarnation. Simultaneously, the 8 other ancient venomous dragons emerged from all directions. Converging upon the avatar of the ancestral dragon, they unleashed a barrage of attacks directed at him. Yet, the ancestral dragon remained unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this onslaught. In an explosive moment, the avatar transformed. Initially manifesting as a middle-aged sovereign with an innate celestial physique, he suddenly morphed into a colossal azure dragon. With a thunderous roar, the great dragon disregarded the streams of venomous fire erupting from the shadows, allowing them to strike his form. His body merely trembled slightly before he surged forth like a serpentine mountain, creating a resounding tumult. The combat style of this ancestral dragon avatar was unexpectedly ferocious and savage. In the blink of an eye, he withstood the assaults of the 9 ancient venomous dragons and swiftly approached one of them. With a swift extension of his razor-sharp claws, he violently tore into the ancient venomous dragon, sending it howling in anguish, bloodied and hurled through the air. Moreover, in addition to that, he moved with astonishing swiftness, confronting the other ancient venomous dragons with an extraordinarily ferocious demeanor. Tumultuous and tumultuous, the immense dragon bodies collided repeatedly upon this solar sphere, their roars echoing incessantly. In but a brief span of time, all 9 ancient venomous dragons were vanquished, retreating to huddle together. Following Lin Yang's teachings, they formed a grand array of 9 palaces. The 9 dragons, battered and bloodied, now faced the colossal azure dragon, an incarnation of the ancestral dragon, and were nearly reduced to a state of quivering fear, akin to that of quails. Had it not been for their unwavering loyalty to Lin Yang, having acknowledged him as their master, they would have long since fled in panic. This grand battle of dragons erupted swiftly, yet concluded even more rapidly. The avatar of the ancestor dragon truly embodies the invincible essence of the great Luo golden immortal, exuding an aura of unparalleled terror. Deep within the heart of the sun star, Lin Yang had long since stowed away his chaos gourd. Upon witnessing this scene, his eyes narrowed in astonishment, and he remarked, "Brother Ancestor Dragon, you are indeed formidable. A mere avatar radiates such immense power." In an instant, the azure dragon form of the ancestor dragon transformed into that of a middle-aged man, his gaze sweeping over the 9-headed ancient venomous dragon with a cold smirk. His eyes then turned towards the depths of the sunstar, meeting Lin Yang's gaze across an expanse of raging flames. "You are quite audacious, having seized that which belongs to me, and yet you dare linger here, awaiting your demise." The voice of the ancestor dragon's avatar was laced with a cruel undertone as he declared, "I am the first avatar of the ancestor dragon, known as the War Dragon Emperor. To challenge the ancestor dragon and show him disrespect is to court death. Yet, you dare to remain here? Do you truly believe that these 9 heads of the ancient venomous dragon are formidable adversaries? I alone could vanquish them all. I now offer you a chance. Kneel and submit. Perhaps I might spare your life." With a flourish, the avatar known as the War Dragon Emperor summoned a colossal halberd into his grasp. This halberd, though not an innate spiritual treasure, was forged from the postnatal realm, nevertheless. Its might was extraordinary, classified as a supreme postnatal spiritual treasure, named the War Dragon Halberd. The halberd glinted with a chilling light, brimming with murderous intent, and the blade emanated an aura of frost, seemingly still stained with the remnants of dried blood. This War Dragon Halberd had been his weapon through countless battles in the primordial chaos, having witnessed innumerable acts of slaughter. Deep within the heart of the sun star, as Lin Yang listened to the words of the Dragon Emperor, a shiver coursed through him, yet his visage betrayed no hint of fear or trepidation. With measured steps, he advanced outward, the boundless flames coalescing from all directions around him, seemingly embracing him, as if he were their sovereign, radiating an air of majesty. He faced the might of the Dragon Emperor with remarkable composure, each step appearing slow, yet in reality, he traversed the distance with the swiftness of a thought, swiftly reaching the surface of the sun star. There, he stood in opposition to the Dragon Emperor, the 2 adversaries locked in a tense standoff. To kneel and submit? Perhaps those words should be uttered by you instead. Lin Yang remarked coolly. "Ancestral dragon, you are but a mere skeleton in a grave. Do you truly think you are worthy of my submission? I remain unchanged in name and lineage. I am Hong Jun, and today I shall witness your prowess." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang anticipated the Dragon Emperor's wrath. Instead, he was met with a look of astonishment, swiftly followed by laughter. "Hong Jun? You dare claim to be Hong Jun?" The Dragon Emperor shook his head repeatedly, a look of derision etched upon his face. "You, my friend, could have at least chosen a name I've never encountered. That fellow Hong Jun resides on Jade Capital Mountain, a genial soul I have met more than once. To impersonate him and attempt to deceive me is utterly laughable." Realizing that the person he sought to frame, Hong Jun, was actually an old acquaintance of the Dragon Emperor, Lin Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, his demeanor remained unflappable. He chuckled lightly. "Ancestral dragon, it seems you are indeed well acquainted with many. I cannot deceive you. In that case, I shall reveal my true name. I am known as Lin Yang." The Dragon Emperor, his expression inscrutable, waved his dragon spear dismissively. "I am aware of Lin Yang. My acquaintance, Jin Kuan, also knows him. Therefore, I must be 5 elements." The Dragon Emperor fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yang, clearly recognizing the ancestor of the 5 elements. Lin Yang contemplated revealing that he was also Luo Ho, but seeing the Dragon Emperor's demeanor, he lost interest in further provocation. After a moment's thought, he decided to abandon his disguise. "Very well. As I traverse the vast wilderness, I must adopt a moniker. You may henceforth refer to me as Creation." "Creation?" Upon hearing this, The Dragon Emperor scrutinized Lin Yang anew. This time, he merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. Clearly, whether Lin Yang spoke the truth or not was beyond deception in the eyes of the Dragon Emperor. From that moment forth, Lin Yang acquired his own title in this primordial realm, the Tao of Creation or the Taoist of Creation. Perhaps, after many years, he could even be referred to as the ancestor of creation. Lin Yang is merely a name from later generations, whereas the title of creation resonates more profoundly with his identity in the primordial world. After all, he is born of the innate Gourd vine and possesses an intrinsic mastery over the laws of creation. To be called the Taoist of creation is hardly an exaggeration. However, now Lin Yang faces his true first battle since his transcendence. Previously, when he subdued the nine-headed ancient poison dragon, he relied on cunning tactics and the chaotic Gourds ambush. Thus it did not truly count as direct engagement. This time, however, the stakes are different. He must confront the battle Dragon Emperor, the incarnation of the ancestral dragon, head-on. An epic clash looms on the horizon. Boom. At that moment, the atmosphere began to shift, a palpable aura of murderous intent and battle fervor spreading in all directions. Even the surrounding sunfire seemed to fall into a tranquil stillness. Chapter 12. The Great Battle begins. Whoosh. Without warning, the battle Dragon Emperor sprang into action. Swinging his great halberd, a flash of cold light flickered before Lin Yang, seemingly defying the distance of space, compressing it as if it were mere fabric. Lin Yang felt an overwhelming certainty that no matter where he stood or how far he was from the battle Dragon Emperor, evading the lethal strike of that halberd was utterly impossible. At the same time, from this maneuver of the battle Dragon Emperor, Lin Yang profoundly realized that the Emperor wielded an extraordinarily profound cosmic law. This cosmic law belonged to the esteemed ranks of the 3,000 great laws, specifically the law of space. Moreover, the War Dragon Emperor, or perhaps more accurately, the primordial dragon ancestor, possesses an exceedingly profound mastery over the laws of the spatial. So much so that with a mere thrust of his spear, he can harness the formidable power of these spatial principles. The rapid defeat of the nine-headed primordial poison dragon can be largely attributed to this factor. It can be asserted that if one comprehends the principles of the Tao of space to an exceptionally profound degree, then that individual is virtually positioned in a state of invincibility. Moreover, the initiative in battle lies almost entirely in one's own hands. One can both attack and defend, while the enemy is unable to approach even slightly, despite both being at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This is precisely why the nine-headed ancient poison dragon has endured for countless ages, yet remains merely at the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. While an incarnation of the ancestral dragon possesses an almost invincible strength akin to that of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In terms of mastery over the Tao, the nine-headed ancient poison dragon falls vastly short in comparison. Moreover, one must not forget that the ancestral dragon is the leader of a lineage, wielding dominion over the vast expanse of primordial seas, endowed with boundless resources to facilitate his cultivation. The nine-headed ancient poison dragon can only scavenge for celestial treasures, such as the sun god pearls on the sun star, to sustain its existence. It is evident that there exists a chasm of difference between the two. However, this is merely a shortcoming of the nine-headed ancient poison dragon, while Lin Yang stands apart. Although his strength may not rival that of the ancestral dragon, nor even the War Dragon Emperor, this is solely due to his late emergence into the world. Given time, as his accumulation of power grows, he too could attain the realms of the War Dragon Emperor, and perhaps even the ancestral dragon, or even reach a level of terror beyond comprehension. Even now, his prowess is formidable, having mastered two profound laws of the universe. At this moment, the War Dragon Emperor struck with his spear, leaving Lin Yang with no avenue for escape. As the colossal spear descended, it exerted a pressure upon the surrounding space, compressing it around Lin Yang like an inescapable cage, rendering him utterly defenseless. Yet, Lin Yang remained undaunted. What a magnificent War Dragon Emperor! What an embodiment of the ancestral dragon, capable of wielding the enigmatic law of space. However, it will not be so easy for you to extinguish my life. Allow me to demonstrate the profundity of my creation law. Lin Yang bellowed suddenly. The creation law governs all methods. The true fire of the sun incinerates all existence. With a sweeping motion of his palm, he unleashed a strike, confronting the War Dragon Emperor's spear head-on with his own body. As this palm struck forth, it harnessed the essence of two laws, summoning boundless true solar fire that coalesced into a colossal hand, hurtling towards the War Dragon spear. Bang! The two forces collided instantaneously, Lin Yang felt as though his palm had met the sharpest of blades, his skin sliced open, hot blood cascading forth. Simultaneously, an overwhelming and terrifying force of the law of space invaded his body, akin to countless blades viciously assaulting him, as if seeking to rend him limb from limb, annihilating his very soul. This was the power of the space law. However, having cultivated the creation path, Lin Yang had fortified his body to an extraordinary degree. Otherwise, confronting the war dragon spear would have resulted in far worse than mere skin cuts. It is essential to understand that the war dragon spear is a top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure, wielding immense destructive power. Thus, although the force of the space law penetrated his body, it was swiftly thwarted and absorbed by Lin Yang's formidable physique. In that moment, Lin Yang even entertained the notion of converting this spatial law force for storage, waiting for the opportune moment to blossom like the innate gourd vine and bear a space gourd. Yet, amidst the battle, Lin Yang directly absorbed this force of the space law, integrating it into his own magical essence, and, as his power surged, he retaliated. Boom! An infinite torrent of true solar fire erupted from Lin Yang's palm, exploding with ferocity akin to a volcanic eruption, yet resembling the cataclysmic detonation of a miniature sun. The blinding radiance was unbearable to behold, and the thunderous roar reverberated, deafening all in proximity, rendering the scene akin to a silent film where only the motion remained visible. Devoid of sound, Lin Yang counterattacked, unleashing the terrifying true solar fire, relentlessly assaulting the war dragon emperor. Incinerate the heavens and obliterate the earth. The dragon emperor felt himself entirely enveloped in flames. Even the great halberd in his grasp became exceedingly heated, akin to a steel rod glowing red from the inferno. Yet, this temperature was infinitely more terrifying. The true sunfire unleashed by Lin Yang was capable of scorching even the finest postnatal spiritual treasures, such as the dragon halberd, to an unbearable heat. True to his reputation as an invincible being of the great Luo golden immortal realm, the dragon emperor suddenly unleashed unparalleled combat prowess. He commanded the principles of spatial laws, causing the very heavens and earth to seem to revolve around him, simultaneously conjuring countless spatial barriers to thwart the searing flames of the true sunfire. It was as though he stood amidst an infinite expanse of space, maintaining a certain distance from Lin Yang's formidable assaults, which could not reach him. Moreover, under the overwhelming surge of his power, Lin Yang found himself unable to grasp the war dragon great halberd any longer. Otherwise, his hand would inevitably be severed. The two engaged in a fierce battle, colliding in an instant with a multitude of divine techniques and various laws of the Tao clashing together. With each passing moment in combat, Lin Yang increasingly sensed the formidable prowess of the war dragon emperor. Clearly, as the incarnation of the ancestral dragon, the war dragon emperor possessed mastery over not only the laws of space, but also a myriad of other profound principles, including those of the five elements, yin and yang, sound and beyond. Moreover, these more than 10 profound principles of the great Tao seemed to subtly converge, hinting at the emergence of an even more formidable path. Generally speaking, upon reaching the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, one comprehends the myriad principles of heaven and earth, thoroughly grasping the various laws of the Tao. Yet, this is by no means the culmination of one's cultivation. As one's realm deepens, each adept will endeavor to discover the path most suited to their own essence. This profound path often embodies a synthesis of various celestial and earthly principles, culminating in a novel and unprecedented avenue. The emergence of this new path signifies the true commencement of the journey toward enlightenment. To attain enlightenment is not merely to validate the grand principles of the universe, but rather to affirm one's own intrinsic path. It is evident that the war dragon emperor is perilously close to this pinnacle. Alternatively, one might surmise that he has long since discovered his own path, a path that belongs to the ancestral dragon, to his true self. This can be referred to as the ancestral dragon's great way or the path of the dragon emperor, a doctrine that seeks to dominate the heavens and earth, proclaiming one's supremacy. However, although the ancestral dragon has forged his own path, the war dragon emperor, as a mere incarnation, finds himself unable to wield this complete and perfect great way due to his insufficient realm. Consequently, the war dragon emperor can at most manifest only fragments of the ancestral dragon's great way, employing scattered elements of various paths. Chapter 13. Determining Victory and Defeat. Dividing life and death. The war dragon emperor's assaults are grand and sweeping, as if he conjures the various great ways at will, effortlessly wielding the formidable might of the war dragon halberd. Gradually, Lin Yang finds himself unwittingly at a disadvantage. Yet, despite this, the war dragon emperor remains undeterred, pouring forth his full strength with every strike, truly living up to his title as the war dragon emperor, a being seasoned by countless battles. Among the 9 incarnations of the ancestral dragon, he is the most adept in combat. Unable to withstand the onslaught alone, Lin Yang calls upon the 9 ancient poisonous dragons to join the fray. The 9 ancient poisonous dragons converge to form a grand formation, merging into the chaos of battle. As the formation reaches its zenith, the figures of the 9 ancient poisonous dragons become obscured, leaving only terrifying streams of poisonous flames, encircling in a ring that resembles a dark red halo from afar. This formation envelopes the war dragon emperor, attempting to subdue him. Yet, in such circumstances, the war dragon emperor's fighting spirit intensifies. He roars with an earth-shattering voice. In fact, he discards the war dragon halberd, which transforms into a blue dragon. Although its form does not rival the magnitude of the war dragon emperor's true self, it is still impressively large. The blue dragon, born from the war dragon halberd, joins the assault, swaying its head and tail in unison with the war dragon emperor. At this moment, the battle dragon sovereign transformed into another form, a dragon-headed humanoid, with its upper body resembling that of a dragon, seemingly liberating its battle prowess entirely. Apart from its head morphing into that of a dragon, its arms had also transformed into massive dragon claws. The battle dragon sovereign fiercely engaged in combat, its claws slashing through the air, emitting streaks of azure light that illuminated the surroundings, showcasing an unparalleled terrifying power. The 9-headed ancient poison dragon could not conceal its form any longer after just a brief skirmish, re-emerging from the grand formation. Each massive dragon was already severely injured, and it was evident that if this continued, defeat at the hands of the battle dragon sovereign was inevitable. Were it not for the sovereign's intention to recapture the 9-headed ancient poison dragons, it would have long since unleashed its most ruthless methods to eliminate each one. Sometimes, the disparity in strength is painfully apparent. Although both were at the level of great Luo golden immortals, the battle dragon sovereign could easily dispatch these ancient poison dragons. Lin Yang recognized that this situation could not persist. Suddenly, he summoned his primordial spirit once more, and a colossal vine appeared above his head. With a thunderous sound, Lin Yang's primordial spirit grew immensely in size, and the gigantic innate gourd vine unleashed countless tendrils, swirling in all directions, ensnaring the battle dragon halberd, which had transformed into the form of a green dragon. The halberd reverted to its original state, still thrashing about. However, in that moment, Lin Yang exerted all his strength to suppress it firmly. Simultaneously, more tendrils surged toward the battle dragon sovereign, attempting to bind him as well. Yet, the sovereign was not so easily restrained. As he defended against the incoming tendrils, a look of surprise and understanding crossed his face. Ah, so that is it. You call yourself creation because you are the manifestation of the innate gourd vine. The battle dragon sovereign finally comprehended Lin Yang's origins, and a fervent glimmer appeared in his eyes. The innate gourd vine was one of the top 10 spiritual roots of the primordial world. This meant that there were only 10 such spiritual roots like Lin Yang's throughout the entire primordial realm. Even the ancestor dragon had never possessed any of these top 10 spiritual roots. It was only at this moment that he truly encountered one. The innate gourd vine was indeed the essence of this creation Taoist. The battle dragon sovereign could not contain his ecstasy and laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Once I revert you to your original form and erase your sentience, I shall finally possess one of the top 10 spiritual roots. The sovereign's divine powers intensified in ferocity, even forcing Lin Yang's primordial spirit to retreat continuously, with the tendrils unable to approach at all. This was the most perilous moment, for at this juncture, Lin Yang had even summoned his primordial spirit, signifying a desperate struggle. Consequently, the 9-headed ancient poison dragon swooped down, launching a fierce attack against the battle dragon sovereign. Enraged, the sovereign bellowed, "Do you all wish for death?" With a formidable strike, the dragon emperor unleashed his full might upon an ancient venomous dragon. In that moment, he refrained from tempering his power and unleashed a devastating blow. Instantly, the ancient venomous dragon was sent hurtling through the air, its bones shattered and sinews torn. As it spewed forth blood, its body writhing in agonizing torment. Clearly, it had sustained grievous injuries from his fierce assault. Moreover, the dragon emperor unleashed a relentless barrage, inflicting severe injuries upon one ancient venomous dragon after another, rendering them nearly devoid of combat capability. However, as the Dragon Emperor succeeded in hurling 6 ancient venomous dragons aside, these creatures finally procured an opportunity for Lin Yang. Vines slithered in from all directions, some even emerging from beneath the earth. Countless tendrils ultimately ensnared the Dragon Emperor, lifting his form into the air. Bound tightly by these vines, he found himself utterly immobilized. The tendrils intensified their grip, piercing into his flesh. Blood flowed forth. Yet it did not drip down. Instead, it was directly absorbed by the vines. The innate Gourd vine was indeed siphoning the Dragon Emperor's blood. Furthermore, it was not solely his blood, but also his magical essence and cultivation that were being incessantly extracted. A single misstep had led to a rapid decline. With each passing second, the Dragon Emperor felt himself growing weaker. If this continued, it would not be long before he was completely drained. Just as the Dragon Emperor appeared to be entirely restrained and incapable of struggle, he suddenly vanished. The path of space. In this dire moment, the Dragon Emperor remarkably invoked the path of space, executing a spatial shift and emerging from the grip of the innate Gourd vine. In the next instant, when the Dragon Emperor reappeared, he was directly before Lin Yang. At such a close range, given the disparity in strength between Lin Yang and the Dragon Emperor, Lin Yang stood no chance against him, even with the Dragon Emperor unarmed. For Lin Yang had invested all his power into the innate Gourd vine, and now, having made a critical error, the tide of battle had once again turned, leaving Lin Yang facing a life-and-death predicament. At this very moment, the Dragon Emperor finally relaxed. Given the proximity, even if Lin Yang were to summon his primordial spirit to mount an attack or shield himself, it would require time, a fleeting moment, yet undeniably insufficient. During this interval, he could easily eliminate Lin Yang time and again. Thus, one could say that he had already secured victory. Lin Yang's life and death lay entirely within his grasp. The Tao of creation, all has come to an end. The Dragon Emperor remarked nonchalantly. However, at that instant, a peculiar and triumphant expression emerged on Lin Yang's face. Is that so? Lin Yang appeared utterly unfazed by the impending threat to his life. Rather, he mirrored the Dragon Emperor's demeanor, exuding confidence in his apparent triumph. It is indeed the conclusion, but it is you who shall face the end. Without affording the Dragon Emperor a moment to react, Lin Yang suddenly exclaimed, "Please, my dear, turn around." Boom. A brilliant white light surged forth, within which appeared a vaguely defined entity with brows, wings, a head, and eyes, its gaze blazing white light that immobilized the Dragon Emperor. Chapter 14. Please, my dear, turn around. At last, in this moment of utmost vulnerability for the Dragon Emperor, Lin Yang unveiled the Chaos Gourd. Simultaneously, the celestial slaying flying dagger was unleashed. Swoosh. The celestial slaying flying dagger, renowned for its swiftness in delivering death, proved unstoppable at such close range, regardless of the Dragon Emperor's formidable cultivation. In an instant, the Dragon Emperor found his primordial spirit ensnared by the dagger, rendered utterly motionless. Soon after, 2 radiant beams of white light erupted from the luminous orb. At that moment, if one were to gaze down from the heavens above the sun star, they would witness 2 dazzling beams of white light piercing through the boundless flames, cleaving through the void. The fabric of the void was even severed, creating a vast rift that remained unhealed for an extended period. A sudden roar erupted from the solar star, only to be abruptly silenced, returning everything to tranquility. Within the solar star, Lin Yang beheld the headless body collapsed amidst the flames, along with the massive dragon head nearby, and he could not help but exhale in relief. At last, victory was his. The celestial slashing flying dagger proved to be exceedingly formidable, capable of slaying even the invincible war dragon emperor. A being of the great Luo golden immortal realm, who was caught off guard and met his demise on the spot. However, through this battle, Lin Yang gained a clear understanding of the terrifying might of a being such as the ancestral dragon. Fortunately, he had faced only an avatar of the war dragon emperor. Had the true ancestral dragon been present, even if the celestial slashing flying dagger wielded tenfold greater power, it would likely have been futile. Moreover, it was only through a sneak attack that the war dragon emperor was slain. If he were to encounter the true ancestral dragon, he feared that he would scarcely have time to summon the Chaos Gourd before it was forcibly taken from him. He realized that without reaching the realm of the primordial golden immortal, one could never confront such formidable beings as the ancestral dragon head-on. This thought arose within Lin Yang's mind as he activated the Chaos Gourd, collecting the corpse of the war dragon emperor, the dragon head, and the nine-headed ancient poison dragon altogether. At this moment, the system finally determined that it had completed its task, and the reward was dispensed. With a mere thought, Lin Yang beheld a magnificent cauldron materialize before him. This cauldron, known as the Cauldron of Creation, was a primordial treasure of unparalleled worth. It was a tripod cauldron with a round base, flared ears, and sturdy legs, its entire body a deep obsidian, remarkably solid. Countless fierce patterns and demonic figures adorned its exterior, enveloped in an aura of profound and enigmatic energy. As Lin Yang gazed upon the Cauldron of Creation, his heart raced in anticipation. He could already sense the essence of creation swirling within it. With this cauldron, he was certain he could further comprehend the path of creation, greatly benefiting his cultivation. However, lingering here was not advisable. Lin Yang swiftly absorbed the Cauldron of Creation into his consciousness, nurturing it with his primordial spirit. Much like the chaotic Gourd, this cauldron was a reward from the system. Thus, despite being a primordial treasure, it required no refining on his part, saving him an immense amount of effort. After Lin Yang stored away the Cauldron of Creation, he began to cleanse the battlefield with the chaotic Gourd in hand. His primary focus was to erase traces of his own presence and to obscure the threads of causality. With the assistance of the chaotic Gourd, a primordial treasure of unparalleled significance, this task was rendered quite facile. Even if the true form of the ancestral dragon were to arrive, it would be utterly incapable of tracking him down. As for forcibly deducing his whereabouts, that was an even more futile endeavor. The mere existence of a primordial treasure was sufficient to veil all celestial secrets, rendering any attempts at divination ineffective. Moreover, Lin Yang currently possessed two such treasures. In the East Sea, within the ancestral dragon palace, the moment the war dragon emperor met his demise, the ancestral dragon immediately sensed this occurrence. His face contorted with disbelief. His avatar, the war dragon emperor, was the most formidable among his 9 incarnations. How could it have perished? Moreover, the adversary faced was merely a minor Deluo Jinxian. Could it be that this is a trap? Is there someone attempting to lure him into a snare? The countenance of the ancestor dragon shifted repeatedly as he incessantly engaged in calculations. However, the outcomes of his divinations proved to be rather unsatisfactory, yielding only a scant amount of information. From these revelations, it appears that on that sun star, there truly existed merely a solitary figure, a minor celestial being, without any other involvement. This notion is indeed perplexing. The ancestor dragon did not act impulsively. Instead, he entered a state of seclusion. After several days, he successfully manifested his incarnation, the war dragon emperor, once more. His 9 incarnations are remarkably enigmatic. As long as they are not entirely obliterated or he himself is not vanquished, these 9 incarnations can be reformed. However, each manifestation requires a considerable expenditure of his cultivation. Once the war dragon emperor was revived, the ancestor dragon gleaned the events that transpired on the sun star. Astonishingly, it was merely a single individual, an inconsequential celestial being, who had slain one of his incarnations. The ancestor dragon found it challenging to regain his composure. Throughout this fierce confrontation, Lin Yang's displayed prowess was not particularly extraordinary. In fact, the ancestor dragon perceived it as somewhat mediocre, as if he had not experienced much combat and lacked sufficient experience. Under such circumstances, he should not have faltered. Yet he did. His most formidable incarnation, the war dragon emperor, perished on the sun star. Thus, the sole enigma remained. What precisely was that final moment? That flash of white light, capable of delivering a fatal blow to the war dragon emperor? However, even the war dragon emperor could not discern its nature. He had merely perceived a flash of white light before his essence was immobilized and subsequently destroyed. To have vanquished my incarnation, given the cultivation level of that celestial being, it should have been impossible. Therefore, that flash of white light is likely a form of lethal treasure, perhaps an exceptional innate spiritual artifact. The ancestor dragon shook his head. Then his eyes suddenly gleamed. An innate supreme treasure? The potential for something to instantly slay the war dragon emperor as an exceptional innate spiritual treasure seems unlikely. Thus, this object is very likely an innate supreme treasure, or perhaps another entity whose power rivals that of an innate supreme treasure. Regardless of the possibility, it left the ancestor dragon in a state of unease, particularly as Lin Yang had revealed his roots during the battle, which were the innate spiritual root of the gourd vine transformed into a divine form. At this moment, the ancestor dragon could no longer afford to dwell on the matters concerning the 9 ancient venomous dragons. Instead, he focused all his attention on Lin Yang. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he found himself utterly powerless against Lin Yang. After all, he had already dispatched his most formidable avatar, which ultimately failed to subdue Lin Yang and was even vanquished in return. Was he truly compelled to manifest his true self? This was not entirely out of the question. For a primordial treasure in Lin Yang, one of the 10 greatest spiritual roots, indeed warranted such an endeavor. However, the pressing question remained, where could he possibly locate Lin Yang now? Previously, Lin Yang had awaited him on Solar Star, leading to their fateful encounter. Now, the whereabouts of Lin Yang have become utterly inscrutable. The innate treasure has cloaked all causality, obstructing any calculations. Even if he were a Hunyuan golden immortal, possessing immense powers, he would find himself at a loss. The Taoist of creation, I shall remember you. The ancestor dragon can only grit his teeth and swallow his pride. The sole silver lining in this affair is that it remains undisclosed to others. Otherwise, the news of his avatar's demise would indeed tarnish his reputation significantly. It is fair to say that the ancestor dragon has truly suffered considerable losses this time. First, the ancient venomous dragon, nurtured for countless eons, was snatched away. Then, in his quest for vengeance, his avatar was also vanquished. This, however, pales in comparison to the formidable adversary that Lin Yang represents, leaving the ancestor dragon with an unsettling feeling. Chapter 15. Inventory of spoils, extraction of essence blood. The ancestor dragon is not one to shy away from defeat. Rather, it is Lin Yang's potential that troubles him. As one of the 10 spiritual roots capable of transformation, such a powerful being, coupled with the possession of innate treasures, assures that Lin Yang will undoubtedly evolve into a formidable existence capable of confronting him directly. In other words, there is a significant likelihood that Lin Yang will ascend to the status of a Hunyuan golden immortal in the future. When the time comes, Lin Yang, who has attained the status of a mixed Yuan golden immortal, coupled with an innate supreme treasure, is enough to give even the ancestor dragon a headache. The most prudent course of action would be to eliminate him before he ascends to the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm. Furthermore, should such a supreme treasure fall into my possession, it would render the likes of Yuan Feng and the primordial Qilin considerably easier to contend with. The ancestor dragon's mind raced with various thoughts. This incident is destined to be merely the beginning. Should Lin Yang re-emerge in the future, the ancestor dragon would undoubtedly be the first to strike, striving to eradicate him before his ascension to the mixed Yuan golden immortal status. At the same time, the innate supreme treasure that Lin Yang possesses is a source of insatiable desire for him. If he were to acquire such a treasure, it could very well alter the current equilibrium among the 3 clans. At this moment, although Lin Yang remained unaware that the ancestral dragon had set its sights on him, intending to personally seize him upon his next appearance, he nonetheless had his suspicions. After all, were he in the same position, cognizant of such a formidable existence, and knowing it likely possessed innate treasures, he would certainly be unable to remain at ease. Upon departing from the Sun Star, Lin Yang initially intended to journey to the Moon Star. However, having just engaged in battle with the Dragon Emperor, though his injuries were not severe, indeed, one might even say they were minimal, the strike of the immortal slaying flying dagger ensured that this confrontation did not exact a heavy toll. Nonetheless, the exertion had taken its toll, and Lin Yang felt the need to recuperate. Furthermore, the 9 ancient venomous dragons had suffered considerable damage during the fight, and he needed to assess their condition to ensure that their strength for future endeavors remained intact. After vanquishing the Dragon Emperor, although his primordial spirit was annihilated by the celestial slashing flying blade, his corporeal form remained intact. Furthermore, with Lin Yang having acquired the creation cauldron, he could manage the remnants effectively. In essence, this endeavor, albeit fraught with peril, promised substantial rewards. After traversing countless billions of miles through the cosmos, Lin Yang finally discovered an inconspicuous small celestial body. He then established a concealed formation to shield himself within it, whereupon he commenced his healing. Time flowed unmeasured, and eventually, Lin Yang succeeded in mending the wounds inflicted during the fierce battle. The losses incurred during the great battle were naturally replenished, as the protagonist found himself in an unprecedented state of zenith. Although this clash was fraught with peril and chaos, his gains were immensely significant. Beyond the various spoils of war and system rewards, the most crucial aspect was the substantial enrichment of his combat experience. The Dragon Sovereign, having undergone countless battles, imparted invaluable lessons to Lin Yang through their confrontation. Despite Lin Yang's injuries having healed, he observed that 6 of the 9 ancient poison dragons still bore severe wounds. The dragon sovereign had unleashed a fierce onslaught, leaving the ancient poison dragons he had sent flying in a state of dire distress. After such a prolonged period of recuperation, their recovery remained minimal. Lin Yang contemplated a solution. As a practitioner of the path of creation, healing these ancient poison dragons would be relatively effortless, albeit at a cost to his own vitality. However, he devised a compromise. He retrieved the creation cauldron along with the body of the dragon sovereign, including its severed head. The dragon sovereign's form had reverted to that of a colossal azure dragon, devoid of its head. With a discerning eye, Lin Yang began to methodically dismantle the dragon, extracting various useful components, which would serve as excellent materials for future crafting endeavors. He intended to utilize the dragon's tendons to forge a divine whip of remarkable potency. The abundant dragon scales would be ideal for crafting armor, while the 2 massive dragon horns, claws, and resilient bones were also preserved. In addition, Lin Yang set aside some dragon meat, liver, and heart, intending to savor them at a later opportunity. Should the ancestor dragon become aware of Lin Yang's plans, it would undoubtedly infuriate him to no end. Yet, throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world, it was likely that only Lin Yang possessed such audacity. Others may have dared to slay dragons or consume them, but none had ventured to butcher and feast upon the ancestor dragon as Lin Yang had, even if it were merely an incarnation of the ancestor dragon. Furthermore, in addition to the disassembled materials and foodstuffs, Lin Yang collected the remaining body and the blood that flowed forth, casting it all into the creation cauldron. He then ignited the true fire of the sun to commence the purification process. The azure dragon's body, subjected to the searing flames, witnessed the burning away of all impurities. Only the essence remains. Ultimately, within the cauldron of creation, there exists but a swirling orb of crimson and azure liquid. This orb embodies the quintessence of the azure dragon's form, or perhaps one might refer to it as its vital blood. It may also be aptly designated as the blood of the ancestral dragon. Lin Yang meticulously refined nearly the entirety of the azure dragon's body to perfection, culminating in the extraction of this extraordinary essence. At this juncture, the refining process has reached its conclusion. Lin Yang extended his hand, and from the pulsating essence of blood, he isolated 9 droplets. Each droplet floated out from the cauldron of creation, instantly filling the air with a rich aroma that permeated every corner of the chaotic gourd. The ancient poison dragons, upon catching scent of this fragrance, were instantly invigorated. Their gazes filled with longing as they beheld the essence of this primal dragon blood. Although they were not dragons in the strictest sense, they bore dragon-like forms. The benefits and allure of such blood were evident to them. With a decisive gesture, Lin Yang sent the 9 droplets soaring towards each ancient poison dragon, who eagerly consumed them. Immediately, a resounding roar echoed as the dragons released their jubilant cries. The moment they ingested the primal dragon blood, they experienced immense advantages. Their bloodlines seemed to undergo a metamorphosis. The once dark crimson scales began to shimmer with a faint hue of azure. Moreover, subtle alterations have also occurred in the dragon's horns, claws, and other features. This is merely the beginning. Once they have fully refined the blood of the ancestral dragon, the true benefits will become evident. The ancestral dragon is, after all, the foremost divine dragon of the primordial era, the progenitor of the dragon lineage. Even a single drop of its blood, derived from an avatar, represents an unimaginable opportunity for other beings. Lin Yang paid no heed to the wailing and howling of the 9-headed ancient poison dragon, allowing them to digest the essence on their own. At that moment, with a wave of his hand, the remaining ancestral dragon blood from the creation cauldron soared forth. Upon closer examination, the essence of the ancestral dragon's blood possessed a unique quality. In addition to its crimson hue, it was enveloped in a delicate silvery radiance. This ethereal light was a manifestation of a profound cosmic principle, the power of spatial energy. It became evident that this incarnation of the ancestral dragon excelled in the manipulation of spatial laws. Even the very structure of its being was infused with an abundance of spatial energy. Thus, as Lin Yang extracted the essence of its blood, he simultaneously harnessed this spatial power. With this newfound spatial energy, the conditions for forging the 12 heavens were now entirely fulfilled. Lin Yang gazed at the ancestral dragon's blood before him, and with a mere thought, 12 orbs emanating a resplendent multicolored glow materialized. These were the 12 sea-settling pearls. Chapter 16. The 12 Heavens and the Enhancement of Power. These 12 sea-settling pearls were obtained by Lin Yang from the Unzu mountain, and each was an exquisite innate spiritual treasure of the highest caliber. The 12 sea-settling pearls, when regarded as a complete set, possess power that approaches that of the most exquisite innate spiritual treasures. However, in the previous battle, Lin Yang refrained from utilizing these 12 sea-settling pearls against the War Dragon Emperor. This hesitation did not stem from any deficiency in the strength of the pearls, but rather from their inherent nature as sea-settling treasures, which rendered them somewhat ill-suited to the environment of the Sun Star, thereby causing a degree of suppression. Furthermore, the primary reason for his restraint was the War Dragon Emperor's manifestation of an extraordinarily fearsome spatial law. In this regard, Lin Yang's control is nearly non-existent. Should he resort to utilizing the 12 sea-calming pearls, the risk would be exceedingly high. Thus, rather than risking the use of these 12 treasures, it would be more prudent to allow the 9-headed ancient poison dragon to fight desperately. Until the final moment, it is wise to keep the 12 sea-calming pearls concealed, awaiting the thunderous strike, as this represents the most judicious choice. Returning to the matter at hand, Lin Yang's endeavor to harness the spatial power contained within the essence of the ancestral dragon to forge the 12 heavens was not a task accomplished in a mere moment. Long before, during his healing process, Lin Yang had already begun to contemplate and had devised a feasible method. Thus, disregarding all else, Lin Yang pointed once more at the sphere of ancestral dragon essence. Thereupon, the essence split into 12 portions, transforming into 12 droplets of pure blood that floated gracefully. Subsequently, each of these 12 droplets was infused into 12 divine sea pearls. It was then observed that the pearls gradually took on a delicate hue of silvery blue. The 12 heavens that Lin Yang was forging were far more than mere celestial realms. Moreover, it is imperative to accomplish the 12 celestial incarnations. This is also related to the method of the differentiation of the primordial spirit, which Lin Yang has incorporated into his practice. Behold, the 12 sea-settling divine pearls, infused with the essence of the ancestral dragon's blood, have, under Lin Yang's meticulous control, descended into the cauldron of transformation, buzzing with energy. The true sunfire within the cauldron of transformation suddenly surged, scorching the 12 sea-settling divine pearls and hastening their metamorphosis. At the same time, Lin Yang let out a soft exclamation, and a torrent of profound consciousness surged forth, initiating the art of treasure refinement. His hands formed intricate seals, harmonizing with his formidable awareness and mystical energy, coalescing into an array of runes. These runes were manifestations of his grand principles, the laws of creation. An incessant stream of runes emerged from Lin Yang's hands, subsequently infused into the 12 sea-subduing pearls. Gradually, the 12 sea-subduing pearls within the cauldron of creation began to undergo transformation. The vibrant colors of the pearls intertwined with the silvery blue hue of the ancestral dragon's blood, merging into a bewildering spectrum. One by one, the pearls morphed into a shade that was neither entirely black nor white, resembling a primordial chaos. Within the pearls lay a profound formlessness, reminiscent of the chaos before the inception of heaven and earth. This signified that the moment for Lin Yang to forge the 12 heavens was swiftly approaching. Yet, he remained unhurried, continuously altering his seals, manifesting countless runes, which were persistently inscribed into each sea-subduing pearl. The 12 pearls radiated a chaotic luminescence, and it appeared as though they had formed a connection, revolving around each other within the cauldron of creation. Upon closer inspection, the 12 sea-subduing pearls had established a certain formation amongst themselves. This formation utilized the 12 pearls as its core, while simultaneously drawing upon the essence of each pearl, creating a mutual attraction. Meanwhile, the true sun fire persisted relentlessly, continuously refining the 12 sea-subduing pearls. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, on this fateful day, the 12 pearls trembled in unison, producing a resonant hum. Lin Yang recognized that the most opportune moment had arrived. His formidable consciousness surged forth, and in conjunction with the formation, he drew the 12 pearls forcefully toward the center. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, akin to a celestial bolt, reminiscent of the very inception of the universe. The 12 sea-subduing pearls vanished, replaced by a singular pearl, vast and indistinct, far larger than the original pearls combined. This singular pearl was the amalgamation of the 12 sea-subduing pearls. However, this was not the culmination. Rather, it marked a pivotal juncture. Lin Yang expelled a surge of essence blood, infusing it into this pearl. Simultaneously, He formed intricate seals with his hands and inscribed the final enigmatic rune into the pearl. With a resounding roar, he commanded, "Open." Instantly, a thunderous sound erupted from within the pearl, and the chaotic luminescence split into two, seemingly one black and one white. The white light ascended, while the black light, appearing more substantial, descended. Buzzing resonated throughout the air. In the faint distance, it is as though the resonant sounds of a grand path reverberate, heralding the creation of a magnificent expanse of heavens. However, as these celestial realms unfold, one cannot help but notice the semblance of shadows lurking behind them. One piece, two pieces, three pieces, indeed, a total of 11 heavenly realms gradually reveal themselves. Alongside the initial one, there are altogether 12 celestial domains. 12 miniature worlds, 12 heavenly realms, have thus been formed. Lin Yang has successfully forged the 12 heavens. Behold, these 12 celestial realms shimmer momentarily before vanishing from the cauldron of creation. In the next moment, the 12 heavens manifested behind Lin Yang, layer upon layer, cascading in a magnificent display. Each of these 12 layers emanated its own world power, shrouded in a vast, chaotic hue, akin to tendrils of primordial energy cascading down, enveloping Lin Yang. Instantly, he felt a substantial surge in his magical prowess. The power of the 12 heavens effortlessly transformed into his own magical energy, allowing him to wield it with ease. Truly, the renowned laws of the heavens from the primordial era, embodied in the 12 heavens, greatly enhanced my strength. Although I may not yet rival the Dragon Emperor, who commands dozens of laws, among the great Luo Golden Immortals, few can compare to the potency of my magical abilities. Furthermore, if the 12 heavens are this formidable, what might the 24 or 36 heavens entail? Lin Yang's gaze burned with intensity as he contemplated the advantages of the 12 heavens. Though he mused that they still fell somewhat short, despite significantly augmenting his power, the 12 divine sea pearls combined merely approached the status of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Moreover, the materials employed in the crafting of the 12 heavens are not the primordial treasures utilized by the original burning lamp, but rather merely the essence of the ancestral dragon's blood. Consequently, this has resulted in Lin Yang's 12 heavens not attaining its pinnacle level. However, this is of little consequence, as Lin Yang can repeatedly refine the 12 heavens in the future by incorporating various primordial treasures predominantly embodying spatial attributes. He can continually enhance the strength of the 12 heavens. If Lin Yang were to acquire the additional 24 sea calming pearls, his prowess would be unparalleled. After all, the transformation of the 24 sea calming pearls by the burning lamp has rendered him an exceptionally formidable entity among the quasi-saints. If Lin Yang is destined, he will collect all 36 sea calming pearls and refine them into the 36 heavens. The immense power of these 36 heavens is beyond imagination. It is likely that even a saint would receive substantial enhancement. Chapter 17. Emergence and Journey to the Lunar Star. After all, the 36 sea calming pearls, when combined, are akin to the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination array, or the gathering of the 5 element flags of primordial origin, equating to the level of innate treasures. It is now time to venture to the lunar star. Lin Yang has successfully refined the 12 heavens and intends to emerge from his seclusion, with plans to visit the lunar star once more. Having already visited the solar star, there is no reason to neglect the lunar star. Moreover, if time permits, Lin Yang intends to traverse each of the principal stars in this vast starry expanse in hopes of encountering fortuitous opportunities. Within the primordial cosmos, countless stars exist, perpetually being born and extinguished. Almost every moment witnesses the emergence of new celestial bodies alongside the demise of others. However, some stars are eternal. For instance, the sun and moon stars, which are manifestations of Pangu's eyes, along with the total of 365 principal stars and 14,800 secondary stars. These celestial entities are indelible. Should they suffer destruction, they would immediately invoke the backlash of the heavenly Tao, burdening one with inexhaustible karma. Simultaneously, these sun and moon stars, the 365 principal stars, and the 14,800 secondary stars serve as the backbone of the grand celestial formation that encompasses the cosmos. The remaining stars are merely branches and leaves. In other words, these celestial bodies constitute the very essence of the primordial cosmos. Should one gain dominion over these more than 10,000 stars, it would equate to wielding control over the entirety of the vast expanse of the primordial heavens. Lin Yang, however, harbored no such grandiose ambitions. He merely sought to uncover the mysteries that these myriad stars might hold, as they could potentially benefit his cultivation in unforeseen ways. At Lin Yang's current level of attainment, any further progression would lead him to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. As previously mentioned, reaching this stage necessitates the manifestation of one's own unique Tao. Yet, this milestone cannot be achieved solely through secluded meditation and relentless practice. It requires the expansion of knowledge. The more profound the comprehension of the great principles, the better. Ultimately, one must take nature itself as a teacher, drawing upon myriad paths and principles to carve out a personal Tao. At present, Lin Yang has comprehended quite a few laws. Yet the primary ones remain the law of creation and the law of fire. Among them, Lin Yang regards the laws of creation as his foundation, embarking on the path of enlightenment through creation. In later generations, Hong Jun delivered 3 teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace, proclaiming that there are 3 methods to attain enlightenment: the path of strength, the severing of the 3 corpses, and the path of virtue. Yet, the myriad laws of the world extend far beyond mere billions. It is often said that there are 3,000 paths, but such a notion is merely a superficial reference. In truth, the great path is infinite and inexhaustible. Accordingly, the methods of enlightenment are not limited to merely 3. Even 3,000 is an understatement. The 3 methods mentioned by Hong Jun merely illuminate 3 pathways for humanity. Moreover, these 3 paths harbor significant ulterior motives from Hong Jun, resulting in the emergence of only 6 sages in the tumultuous era, all of whom attained enlightenment through the path of virtue. This path is the weakest among the 3 methods, and thus, the sages it produces are inherently the least formidable. Coupled with the subsequent transformations in the tumultuous era, Lin Yang is utterly unconvinced that Hong Jun did not interfere in these matters. However, it must be noted that the paths to enlightenment are countless and infinite, yet they vary from person to person. Each individual possesses unique motivations and opportunities, which consequently shape their distinct approaches to achieving enlightenment. The methods that may be suitable for one individual could number in the thousands, or conversely, be exceedingly rare, until one reaches that pivotal stage. No one can ascertain the way forward. Even Lin Yang was uncertain about the method he should employ to attain enlightenment at this moment. However, it was undoubtedly wise to further deepen his accumulation before venturing forth. With the formation dismantled, Lin Yang collected the 12 heavens and the chaotic Gourd, setting his course towards the moon star. The moon star and the sun star are entirely distinct celestial bodies, characterized by their wholly opposing attributes. One is the star of supreme yang, while the other embodies the essence of supreme yin. As Lin Yang approached the moon star, an overwhelming chill enveloped him. Some stars in proximity to the moon are often blanketed in snow and ice, with thick layers of frost adorning their surfaces. Lin Yang, on his journey, also collected a considerable amount of treasures imbued with the chilling essence of ice. The most common among them is the Tian Xianbing. This Tian Xianbing bears resemblance to the sun god pearl that Lin Yang previously obtained. The sun god pearl is a manifestation of the infinite essence of solar flames condensed within it. The Tian mystic ice is a manifestation of the condensed power of the Tian. Thus, Lin Yang journeyed forth, moving intermittently, and at long last, he arrived at the Tian star. Upon setting foot on the frigid terrain of the Tian star, he was met with an intensity of cold that was truly terrifying. Previously, when he reached the sun star, his innate spiritual root, the Gourd vine, rendered him exceedingly uncomfortable. It was only after he comprehended the principles of the fire path through the insights gained from the 9-headed primordial poison dragon that he began to acclimatize to his environment. Upon encountering the overwhelming force of the lunar energy, he felt a profound discomfort. The solitary yang does not flourish, and the solitary yin does not endure. It appears that I must take the time to comprehend the essence of this duality of yin and yang, Lin Yang mused to himself. He then manifested the 12 heavens, allowing streams of mystical power to envelop him, shielding himself from the cold. He began to observe the scenery upon the moonlit star, similar to the sun star, which is home to ancient fire spirits such as the primordial poison dragon, fire raven, and fire serpent. The moon star also boasts a myriad of ice spirits. Here, one can find ice toads and snow hares frolicking about. Although these little creatures dared not approach the unexpected visitor, they observed him from a distance. Lin Yang, indifferent to their presence, found himself hoping to encounter formidable beings akin to the 9-headed primordial poison dragon, which would indeed be splendid. Perhaps he could even add a few more companions to his collection. Furthermore, Lin Yang pondered the wonders of the sun star, where one could find the Fusang tree, Emperor Jun, Tai, along with the river diagram, Luo Shu, and the chaos bell. But what treasures lay upon the moon star? Would it be Shiha and Changxi? The laurel tree? What else? In the legends of later generations, Emperor Jun was accompanied by the river diagram and Luo Shu, while Tai was accompanied by the chaos bell. Yet, when it came to Shiha and Changxi, no such accompanying treasures were mentioned. Lin Yang recalled a legend of an even more ancient lunar deity than Shiha and Changxi, known as Wangshu. At that moment, he wondered, could Wangshu still be alive? In truth, it was precisely due to this consideration that Lin Yang, having previously engaged in a fierce battle with the Dragon Emperor while not at the peak of his condition, refrained from immediately arriving at the Tyne Star. Instead, he decided to visit this place only after he had regained his strength. Lin Yang gathered his thoughts and began his journey deeper into the depths of the Tyne Star. Indeed, upon the moon star, the treasures of heaven and earth abound, particularly the enigmatic lunar ice, which compelled Lin Yang to gather it with fervor. Piece by piece, he meticulously sliced the lunar ice into perfectly shaped portions, collecting them with great diligence. Moreover, beyond the lunar ice, there existed the even more precious lunar jade, which, while invaluable, was also exceedingly rare. Lin Yang carefully accumulated these treasures, intending to utilize them for crafting artifacts in the future. Having acquired the celestial cauldron, a supreme instrument for refining, he could create innate spiritual treasures, thus naturally developing a penchant for collection. In the past, Lin Yang encountered various heavenly materials and treasures during his travels but often dismissed those of insufficient quality. However, now, irrespective of their perceived worth, he collected all heavenly materials and treasures, recognizing their potential for future use or as collectibles. Chapter 18. The Third Law, the Law of Tao Fruit. Alas, my chaos gourd lacks a lunar attribute among the 7 gathered gourds. Had it possessed such a quality, absorbing the lunar energy would have proven worthwhile. The bounty on the moon star, as anticipated, paled in comparison to that on the sun star. As Lin Yang ventured deeper, the treasures he discovered grew increasingly advanced and precious, yet the cold became ever more formidable. At his current location, even a great Luo golden immortal might succumb quietly to the frigid embrace. The moon star is decidedly more eerie and terrifying than the sun star. For while the flames of the sun star are conspicuous, the chill of the moon star stealthily invades one's being. It numbs both the physical form and the primordial spirit, ultimately leading to a state of ignorance and insensibility, resulting in an inevitable freezing of the soul. Once one is frozen, it often signifies the onset of death. As Lin Yang arrived at this place, where even the great Luo golden immortals could succumb to the cold, it signified that he had ventured deep into the heart of the Tyne Star. However, upon reaching this point, Lin Yang found himself without significant gains. The laurel trees were nowhere to be seen, nor were there any traces of Wangshu, Shihi, or Changxi. As for the innate spiritual treasures, they were but a distant dream. Exhaling a breath that instantly crystallized in the frigid air, Lin Yang paused and refrained from delving deeper. With a mere thought, he summoned the 12 layers of the celestial heavens, which floated behind him and merged into the void. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the air, and the 12 layers transformed into 12 figures that materialized around Lin Yang. These figures bore a striking resemblance to him, clearly manifesting as Lin Yang's avatars, the 12 celestial avatars. During the refinement of the 12 celestial heavens, Lin Yang had dedicated his primordial spirit and essence, thereby creating these avatars. This also represented a novel application of the 12 celestial heavens. Previously, the burning lamp had employed 24 sea calming pearls to forge 24 celestial entities, which could also transform into guardians of the heavens. The essence of this method bore a remarkable similarity to Lin Yang's own. Once the 12 celestial heavens transformed into the 12 avatars, Lin Yang naturally experienced a significant reduction in the power bestowed by the celestial layers. His magical prowess diminished considerably. However, the avatars, dispersed around him, subtly formed a protective formation known as the 12 Celestial Great Array. Lin Yang commanded them to assemble this formation as a safeguard for himself. Seated within this grand array, Lin Yang contemplated, since other treasures are elusive, I shall focus on comprehending the principles of the Tyne power here. He mused to himself. It was a rare opportunity to visit the Tyne Star. Merely collecting a few heavenly materials and departing would not satisfy him. The moon star, embodying the essence of the utmost Een within the cosmos, serves as a sacred ground for cultivation. Particularly in this profound depth, where the most pristine lunar energy permeates the surroundings, Lin Yang intends to immerse himself in contemplation, seeking to augment his understanding of a new principle. Thus, one can observe Lin Yang seated in meditation amidst the 12 heavens formation. Moments later, a radiant beam of light emanated from the crown of his head. Following this, Lin Yang's primordial spirit materialized, manifesting in the form of an innate gourd vine. Upon this ethereal form, a diminutive crimson gourd appeared, accompanied by a cluster of delicate blossoms. The fiery gourd exuded a palpable aura of intense warmth, symbolizing the embodiment of Lin Yang's Tao fruit, signifying his profound comprehension of the principles governing the element of fire. As for the other flowers, they represent principles he has already encountered but has yet to master, such as the 5 elements, yin and yang, and the celestial bodies, among others. Should Lin Yang be able to comprehend the principles of the Taiyin, an additional gourd, a Taiyin gourd, would manifest upon the gourd vine. This serves as a remarkable distinction of Lin Yang, who hails from the primordial gourd vine lineage. His Tao fruit can be reflected within his primordial spirit. Naturally, should Lin Yang choose otherwise, he possesses the ability to transform his primordial spirit into various forms, including those of the blossoming Tao flowers. And he can also conceal his Tao fruit. Ultimately, this merely represents one of the manifestations of his Tao fruit. It is worth noting that while the principle of fire serves as one of Lin Yang's Tao fruits, this particular fruit is distinct from others. In the vast wilderness, terms such as the golden immortal Tao fruit, the Tai Tao fruit, the Deluo Tao fruit, and the Han Yuan Tao fruit commonly refer to realms of existence. At this moment, the manifestation of Tao fruit within Lin Yang merely signifies his attainment in a particular principle of the great Tao. Above his head, a patch of auspicious clouds formed, approximately the size of half an acre, upon which the essence of the gourd vine gently settled, appearing both obscured and evident, emanating waves of profound mystique. This scene epitomizes Lin Yang's contemplation of the great Tao and the principles therein, as he gradually enters a state of enlightenment. In the depths of the Taiyin star, an overwhelming tranquility enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any sound. This place marked the profoundest recesses of the Taiyin star, where even sentient beings seemed to have vanished. Only Lin Yang and his 12 avatars remained, amidst an ambience that felt eerily frigid. Lin Yang sat cross-legged in his original position, oblivious to the passage of time, uncertain if he had truly comprehended the principles of Taiyin. Then, on an unexpected day, a transformation occurred. A wisp of enigmatic energy suddenly surged forth from Lin Yang's being, an essence chilling to the core. Indeed, it was the essence of Taiyin. This Taiyin energy was abundant across the Taiyin star. However, this particular wisp did not drift in from the surroundings. Rather, it emanates from Lin Yang. What does this signify? It signifies that Lin Yang has comprehended the principles of the Taiyin. At the very least, he has made an initial foray into the realm of Taiyin, thus enabling him to transform this strand of Taiyin energy. As anticipated, with the emergence of an increasing amount of lunar energy emanating from Lin Yang, strands upon strands, hundreds upon thousands, and countless wisps of this ethereal force gradually coalesced into a swirling current, encircling Lin Yang. Suddenly, the 12 heavens' great array ceased to obstruct the infiltration of the surrounding lunar energy. One could observe the surging waves of this energy being drawn in by Lin Yang, converging and continuously flowing into his being. Moreover, it is not only Lin Yang's physical form that exhibits such phenomena. Atop his head, the primordial spirit amidst the auspicious clouds similarly absorbs the essence of the Taiyin. Gradually, a flower, reminiscent of crystalline ice, blossoms upon the gourd vine's primordial spirit, its radiance intensifying. However, as time progresses, the brilliance begins to wane, the petals withering, and in their stead, a diminutive gourd forms. Much like the gourd of the fire principle, this new small black gourd symbolizes the Taiyin principle, representing Lin Yang's attainment within the realm of Taiyin. The term Tao fruit signifies the fruition of one's great path. At long last, it is accomplished. In this moment, even Lin Yang cannot suppress the joy swelling within his heart. He opens his eyes. After absorbing a sufficient amount of Taiyin essence, he halts. The gourd vine's primordial spirit retracts, and the auspicious clouds dissipate. Upon rising, the 12 heavenly incarnations likewise fade, reverting to the 12 heavens suspended behind him. After Lin Yang stands, he refrains from any further actions and suddenly smiles, addressing the hidden companion. Friend in the shadows, you have observed me for quite some time. It is only fitting that you reveal yourself. Chapter 19. A discourse at the vast cold palace. Ancestor Xiantian, I am the humble Taoist Wangshu. It is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed friend. A voice, both cool and melodious, resonates, followed by the appearance of a figure within Lin Yang's sight. Upon seeing this woman, Lin Yang's heart races. Though he had anticipated the existence of such a divine being on the Tine star, her manifestation still leaves him in awe. Indeed, he is captivated. Even in the esteemed realm of the primordial, where many beings, upon transforming into their Tao forms, possess remarkable beauty, Lin Yang had grown accustomed to such sights. Yet, at the moment Wangshu appears, he cannot help but feel that she is truly stunning, seemingly unparalleled in the world. Particularly her ethereal and cool demeanor, which captivates the eye. Nevertheless, as a late-stage great Luo golden immortal, Lin Yang's composure remains steadfast. After a fleeting moment of distraction, he promptly regains his focus, adjusting his expression and returning the greeting. Ah, esteemed friend Wangshu, I am honored by your presence. With their identities established, a moment of awkwardness ensues. This is primarily because the celestial maiden, Wangshu, though possessing profound cultivation that surpasses Lin Yang's, commands a respect within him due to her esteemed nature. Moreover, Wangshu is a divine being born from the lunar star. In other words, this place belongs to her, and to intrude here might be deemed somewhat impolite. Thus, after much contemplation, Lin Yang found himself at a loss for words. However, despite Wangshu's cold demeanor, it was evident that she seldom engaged with others, yet she did not appear to be particularly distant towards Lin Yang. Perhaps having observed Lin Yang's understanding of the lunar principles in secret, she had developed a modicum of fondness for him. Furthermore, Lin Yang did not possess the ulterior motives often held by other practitioners who visited in pursuit of the lunar star or her. Consequently, after a moment of reflection, Wangshu offered a serene smile and extended an invitation for Lin Yang to enter her sanctuary. Lin Yang, unsure how to decline, found himself agreeing somewhat absent-mindedly and followed Wangshu deeper into the lunar star, arriving before a grand palace constructed entirely of lunar jade. This place exuded an even more profound chill than Lin Yang's previous cultivation site, enveloped in a desolate and lonely ambience. Only the palace stood resolutely beside the icy lake, its plaque inscribed with 3 characters, Guanghan Palace. Upon arriving, Lin Yang's spirit had fully returned, and he could not help but exclaim, Wangshu, my friend, might I inquire if the laurel tree resides here? Having previously witnessed his cultivation reveal the essence of the gourd vine, Wangshu understood Lin Yang's background, and thus found no surprise in his inquiry regarding the laurel tree, one of the 10 sacred roots. With a gentle smile, Wangshu waved her hand, and Lin Yang beheld a towering tree sprouting beside the palace and the icy lake. It was indeed the laurel tree, one of the 10 sacred roots, uniquely suited to thrive in the frigid environment of the lunar star due to its cold attributes. As the first divine being nurtured by this lunar star, the laurel tree naturally belonged to her. Upon seeing this sacred root, Lin Yang nodded repeatedly and remarked to Wangshu, to visit the lunar star and encounter this sacred root, along with your presence, has truly made this journey worthwhile. Wangshu's reserved nature meant that although she had invited Lin Yang, she was not particularly talkative, resulting in their conversations being predominantly led by Lin Yang, with Wangshu providing responses. With such a captivating presence by his side, Lin Yang felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Strangely, he harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards Wangshu. Within the ethereal confines of the Guanghan Palace, Lin Yang experienced an unprecedented sense of relaxation since his arrival in the primordial realm, feeling utterly at ease and free from any concerns. Thus, in this state of tranquility, his interactions with Wangshu became increasingly casual and unrestrained. At times, Lin Yang would share anecdotes that elicited a rare smile from the aloof celestial maiden. Naturally, as practitioners of the Tao, their conversation inevitably gravitated towards the profound principles of the universe. As for the shared topic between the two, it naturally pertains to the way of the Taiying and its principles. Lin Yang, having only recently begun to explore this profound doctrine, humbly sought guidance from Wangshu. The interplay of yin and yang, where yin gives rise to yang and vice versa, embodies the essence of the Tai Chi, the harmonious transformation between these 2 fundamental forces. My dear friend, he remarked, while I believe the way of the Taiying can indeed lead one to direct realization of the primordial unity, it is crucial not to overlook its counterpart, the way of the Taiyang, which can serve as a valuable corroboration of the Taiying path. Furthermore, Given that there exists yang within yin, it is plausible to consider the consumption of the way of the Tai-yang by the way of the Tai-yin to enhance the latter's potency. Lin Yang also shared some of his own insights. Having come from the realm of the sun, he had yet to fully grasp the way of the Tai-yang. Yet he harbored intentions to do so. After all, both the way of the Tai-yin and the way of the Tai-yang are excessively extreme in their nature. Lin Yang, specializing in the path of creation, envisions a comprehensive mastery that encompasses, embraces, and assimilates all doctrines. Thus, both the path of the moon and the path of the sun naturally fall within his aspirations. To encompass the duality of yin and yang through the principles of creation is indeed Lin Yang's grand design. Lin Yang's philosophy is also reflected in his understanding of the principles of Tao. Thus, during his discourse with Wang Shu, he articulated these thoughts and engaged in a debate. Upon hearing his words, Wang Shu did not disagree, responding, "What you say is indeed profound. Although I hail from this place, I find myself more inclined towards the path of the Tai-yin. Nevertheless, I comprehend that the cosmos is delineated by the interplay of yin and yang. Both the path of the Tai-yin and that of the Tai-yang are indispensable. It is only through the harmonious union of yin and yang that all things may emerge. This is the essence of the matter." Lin Yang nodded, poised to delve deeper into the discourse on yin and yang with Wang Shu. However, at that moment, a formidable force suddenly surged forth from the realm of the Tai-yin, sweeping directly towards the Guanghan Palace where Wang Shu resided. It was evident that the approaching entity harbored ill intentions. Lin Yang's expression shifted subtly as he discerned an unparalleled aura of authority and dominance emanating from this presence. This sense of majesty and tyranny was entirely distinct from the formidable presence he had previously encountered in the form of the battle dragon emperor, whose dominion stemmed from the ancestral dragon, the esteemed patriarch and sovereign of the primordial realm. The imposing and domineering presence that had descended seemed to embody a lofty perspective, gazing down upon all living beings with a disdainful air, akin to regarding them as mere ants. In essence, it resonated with the concept of the celestial order. Indeed, it evoked a feeling reminiscent of the divine will. Lin Yang felt a shiver run through him, and at that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The arrival of the ancient heavenly ancestor has been detected, with the intent to subdue the immortal Wang Shu and seize control of the Tai-yin star. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Assist immortal Wang Shu in repelling the encroaching ancient heavenly ancestor, and receive the reward of the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the sun and moon essence wheel. Option 2. Eliminate the ancient heavenly ancestor and earn the reward of the grand stellar technique of the 3,000 great Tao. Option 3. Immediately sever ties with Wang Shu and refrain from entangling oneself in the cosmic struggle, receiving a reward of one's superior innate spiritual treasure. Upon hearing the system's prompt, coupled with the terrifying aura that resembled divine might, Lin Yang comprehended the gravity of the situation. The ancient heavenly ancestor, a name perhaps not easily recalled by many, yet the mention of the three primordial heavens would certainly evoke recognition. During the calamity of Long Han, aside from the most pivotal figures such as Hong Jun, Lihu, Yin Yang, Qian Kuan, the five elements, the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the first Qilin, there were also formidable beings, among which the three primordial heavens stand out as three powerful existences. What are the three primordial heavens? They are the celestial heaven, the mysterious heaven, and the yellow heaven, with the ancient heavenly ancestor being one of them. Chapter 20. The three primordial heavens and the map of mountains, rivers, and nations. It is even rumored that these three ancestors are manifestations of a portion of the original source of the celestial order. It is evident what remarkable abilities these three possess. Upon observing Wang Shu's expression, Lin Yang's demeanor also grew solemn at that moment. Just as Wang Shu was about to speak, Lin Yang interjected, expressing his surprise that amidst the primordial chaos, the three clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins are vying for supremacy, contending for the fortune of heaven and earth. He had initially assumed that this vast expanse of the cosmos would be a tranquil realm, yet he was taken aback to discover that conflicts also exist here. Fellow cultivator, might I request your guidance, so that I may gain insight into this mysterious Taoist friend? Wang Shu's original intention was to dissuade Lin Yang from involving himself in such matters. However, upon hearing his words, she could not help but feel a sudden jolt of understanding. As a divine being born from the moon star, she inherently grasped the laws of the moon, which in turn shaped her temperament, often cool and solitary. even during this discourse with Lin Yang. It was merely a serendipitous encounter where she observed him deep in contemplation on the moon star. His sincere devotion and focus on the path of enlightenment set him apart from others in her eyes. Their shared pursuit of truth led her to invite him to the palace of Guanghan for a philosophical exchange. Yet, despite this connection, Lin Yang remained an ordinary fellow cultivator to her. Perhaps after their parting, they would not cross paths again. Even if Lin Yang were to return to the moon star in the future, she might not encounter him again. However, she was taken aback that at such a crucial moment, Lin Yang chose to stand by her side. This undoubtedly touched Wang Shu, for in her observation, while Lin Yang's strength was commendable, it could not escape her notice that his current cultivation level was merely that of a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet she is a perfected Golden Immortal. Naturally, the formidable Xiantian ancestor who has come to challenge us is of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal caliber. The disparity between the Deluo Golden Immortal and the Hunyuan Golden Immortal is immense. One could even assert that a mere flick of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal's hand could obliterate a Deluo Golden Immortal. Yet, in the face of such a powerful adversary, Lin Yang astonishingly chose to remain and confront this threat alongside her. How could this not stir peculiar feelings within her? Rest assured, though I am a Deluo Golden Immortal, the Hunyuan Golden Immortal is not one to easily contend with me. As for those beneath the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, even among Deluo Golden Immortals of the same realm, I have yet to fear anyone. Seemingly noticing Wang Shu's gaze, Lin Yang remarked, producing a gourd that was none other than the Chaos Gourd, saying, "This is my innate treasure, known as the Chaos Gourd. It may assist you, my friend." Wang Shu, upon hearing this, was taken aback, staring at the Chaos Gourd in astonishment. "Is this a congenital treasure?" she inquired. Lin Yang nodded and explained, "When I took form, I nurtured 7 gourds, which I subsequently fused into this Chaos Gourd." As he spoke, he handed the Chaos Gourd to Wang Shu, stating, "With my magical power, it may be difficult to slay a Hunyuan Golden Immortal using this gourd, but in your capable hands, it might just be feasible." However, Wang Shu did not accept the Chaos Gourd, but instead smiled and replied, "Your kind intentions are greatly appreciated, my friend, yet with merely the Xiantian here, the might of this congenital treasure is unnecessary. Allow me to demonstrate my own prowess." With that, she produced a scroll and unfurled it before Lin Yang. Instantly, the scroll revealed countless illustrations depicting myriad beings and phenomena, flowers, birds, fish, insects, as well as various creatures and landscapes, embodying a universe rich in diversity. Upon witnessing this artwork, Lin Yang was taken aback, for the scroll Wang Shu displayed was unmistakably a renowned treasure from the Primordial era, the map of mountains and rivers. A legendary artifact said to have been bestowed upon Nuwa by Hongjun during the treasure distribution in the Zixiao Palace. Yet, how had it come into Wang Shu's possession? In an instant, Lin Yang grasped the situation. At this juncture in the primordial realm, Hongjun had yet to attain sainthood, and the map of mountains and rivers was not necessarily confined to him. Previously, I speculated that the celestial beings, Dijuan and Tai, nurtured on the sun star, were accompanied by various treasures. Thus, it is only fitting that the divine entity, Wang Shu, born from the moon star, would not be devoid of accompanying artifacts. It is reasonable to assume that the map of mountains and rivers is one such treasure. Although not an innate supreme treasure, the map of mountains and rivers is nonetheless a remarkable innate spiritual artifact and functions as a spatial treasure. Within its illustrated expanse lies a world akin to that of a vast universe, encompassing the grandeur of the primordial chaos and all manner of entities within. Lin Yang could not help but exclaim, "With such a treasure in your possession, my friend, victory is assured." Wang Shu nodded in agreement as she and Lin Yang departed from the Palace of Eternal Cold. Upon reaching the surface of the moon star, they beheld the venerable Xiantian ancestor, clad in a dark golden robe, standing amidst a multitude of powerful beings arrayed behind him, subtly forming a formation that emanated an immense aura of oppression. Upon the arrival of Wang Shu, accompanied by an unfamiliar face, the venerable Xiantian ancestor could not help but exhibit a flicker of perplexity. He pondered the nature of this woman, who had always been a solitary figure, residing alone on the Tian star. How could she now be in the company of another, particularly a man? Alongside his confusion, a glimmer of dissatisfaction and a hint of murderous intent crossed Xiantian ancestor's gaze. His presence here, in pursuit of Wang Shu, was driven by 2 primary motives: the desire to seize control of the Tian star, one of the 2 supreme celestial bodies. Mastery over this star would confer immense advantages upon him. At this juncture, One might wonder why the Tying star attracted the covetous attention of Xiantian ancestor, while the Sun star did not. In truth, both the Sun star and the Tying star are universally acknowledged for their significance. They are, after all, the transformed eyes of Pangu, and within the vast primordial expanse, these two stars alone can be deemed supreme. Even the Ziwei star, located at the heart of the cosmos and regarded as the sovereign of myriad stars, falls short of the status of a supreme star. The Ziwei star cannot dominate the Sun star or the Tying star. Yet, while the Ziwei star can be occupied, the Sun star and the Tying star present formidable challenges due to their extreme natures. One is the star of utmost Yang, and the other, the star of utmost Yin. Both the ferocious flames of the Sun and the chilling energies of the Tying are beyond the endurance of ordinary beings. Aside from the Deluo Jin Xian, few other beings can endure prolonged habitation upon these two celestial bodies. In the realm of celestial beings, although there exist numerous formidable entities under the banner of the great Luo Golden Immortal, the discord among the three realms renders them embroiled in conflict. In such circumstances, regardless of which faction sends forth a great Luo Golden Immortal to seize control of the Sun Star or the Moon Star, they shall inevitably face assaults from rival factions. Moreover, even with the possession of the Sun and Moon Stars, the gains for the three heavens were not particularly significant. Consequently, over time, the three heavens tacitly relinquished their struggle for the Sun and Moon Stars. They then turned their attention to seizing other territories, among which the Purple Star stood out prominently. Presently, the Purple Star is dominated by the formidable Songtian Laozu, the most powerful among the three heavens. The venerable Xiantian and the esteemed Huantian frequently engaged in conflict, endeavoring to wrest power from the hands of the ancient Songtian. However, of late, Xiantian has inexplicably discerned the whereabouts of Wangshu, thus reigniting his long-dormant interest in the neglected Tying star. Chapter 21. Wangshu takes action, Xuantian's fury unleashed. As for the second aspect, it naturally pertains to Wangshu herself. A formidable expert such as she, if subdued for one's own purposes, would not only grant dominion over the Tying star, but also signify an alliance with a Hunyuan Golden Immortal of great prowess. Together, they could methodically eliminate the other two heavens. Just as speculated by the outside world, the three of them indeed possess a significant connection to the Tao of Heaven, having absorbed a portion of its primal essence through certain fortuitous circumstances. Thus, the conflict among Songtian, Xiantian, and Huangtian transcends mere rivalry for supremacy in the starry expanse. It is a struggle for annihilation, a bid to extinguish the others and consolidate all the Tao of Heaven's essence within themselves. This, in turn, would enable them to scheme against the overarching Tao of the primordial chaos. Of course, Wangshu's exquisite beauty has also stirred deep feelings in Xiantian. Anyone who has beheld her cannot help but be captivated, and even Lin Yang must concede that her beauty surpasses all within the primordial chaos. Therefore, what Xiantian desires is not solely Wangshu's subservience, but also to forge a lifelong bond with her. However, at this moment, as Lin Yang and Wangshu emerge side by side from the Tying star, this scene ignites a surge of fury within the heart of the venerable Xiantian. Lin Yang, too, observes Xiantian and the multitude of star gods standing behind him. Among these countless star gods, over 100 are particularly striking, enveloped in a dense aura of starlight, exuding a potent essence of celestial origins. Moreover, each celestial deity possesses a unique essence derived from the stars. It is evident that these celestial beings hail from diverse origins, each embodying mastery over the 365 primary stars. Consequently, the least among these deities possesses the cultivation level of a Tai Golden Immortal, with a considerable number reaching the heights of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Additionally, there exists a substantial group whose aura is of a weaker caliber. These celestial beings command authority over 14,800 secondary stars. The venerable ancestor Xiantian rightfully stands as one of the three sovereigns of the primordial starry expanse. Lin Yang observed an overwhelming aura of fortune enveloping him. Such formidable beings, even with the possession of a fierce treasure like the Chaos Gourd, would likely prove insurmountable. After all, this entity has descended in its true form, unlike the ancestral dragon, which merely sent forth an avatar. Lin Yang might have the audacity to use the celestial slaying flying dagger against the ancestral dragon's avatar. Yet he would harbor no such courage against the ancestral dragon in its true essence, for that would undeniably be an act of self-destruction. The venerable Xiantian, much like the circumstances at hand, is an existence that even the ancestral dragon cannot easily defeat. As I have yet to attain the status of a Hunyuan golden immortal, it is impossible for me to engage in combat with such a formidable being. Thus, Lin Yang contemplated for a moment and silently communicated with the system. System, I choose option 1. If Wang Shu were willing to employ the Chaos Gourd, utilizing the power of the slaying immortal flying blade, or perhaps the abilities of the purple gold gourd or other gourds, it might indeed be possible to vanquish Xiantian. However, since Wang Shu is unwilling, Lin Yang must settle for a secondary approach, assisting her in repelling Xiantian instead. Wang Shu, my friend, you have finally emerged. Xiantian restrained his fury, taking a step forward to bow respectfully to Wang Shu from a distance. Upon hearing this, Wang Shu did not engage in feigned pleasantries but directly inquired, Xiantian, my friend, what is your true intention in coming to the Tying Star today? Xiantian was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Wang Shu to be so forthright. In his heart, he had long regarded her as his cherished possession. However, her tone was as frigid as the towering ice behind her. This not only caused Xiantian to feel somewhat embarrassed, but also kindled within him a desire to subdue such a lofty and aloof celestial being. My purpose for coming here, my friend, is surely clear to you. Xiantian replied with a faint smile. I seek to contend with Sangtian and Huangtian for supremacy in this starry expanse, to divide the cosmos into 3 parts, securing one for myself. Yet, this cannot be a lasting situation, as you are the divine being of the Tying Star. Why not assist me in subduing the other 2? In the future, I shall be the sovereign of the cosmos, and you could be the mother of all stars. Would that not be splendid? As a regional overlord, Xiantian spoke plainly without beating around the bush, directly laying out the benefits of becoming the mother of all stars to entice Wang Shu. After all, as a divine entity from the Tying Star, one of the supreme celestial bodies, it would indeed be advantageous for Wang Shu to ascend to such a position. However, this was merely Xuantian's own aspiration. For Wang Shu remained entirely unmoved, her expression betraying no hint of emotion. Upon hearing Xuantian's words, she displayed no sign of joy or anger, only coldly stating, I have no interest in your proposition, friend. If that is the case, I must kindly ask you to return. Wang Shu would not entertain him further. At her words, the several star gods accompanying Xiantian erupted in fury, ready to unleash their wrath. Yet, Xiantian furrowed his brow and restrained them, addressing Wang Shu. Wang Shu, my friend, I have come here today with great effort and determination. Surely you can sense my resolve. If you refuse my request today, it may inevitably lead to conflict. As he spoke, the venerable Xiantian subtly directed a thread of energy toward Lin Yang, who stood beside Wang Shu, evidently using him as a means of intimidation. Hearing Xuantian's words and feeling the oppressive energy directed at him, Lin Yang could not help but laugh in rage, exclaiming, What a brazen Taoist, Xiantian! I have truly witnessed your unparalleled shamelessness. You rally your forces merely to bully a frail woman. Is this how you deem yourself worthy to be the master of the starry skies? Audacious, unrestrained, cease your nonsensical tirade and insult toward my lord. The assembly of star gods, incensed by his remarks, erupted in furious protest. Ha ha ha! Lin Yang laughed heartily, holding the chaotic gourd aloft, undeterred even in the presence of countless star gods and the formidable Xiantian. He boldly declared, Is it not true? Xuantian's gaze sharpened as he suddenly raised his hand, silencing the star gods, and turned to Lin Yang with a smile. What is your name? You possess remarkable audacity. Are you inquiring about my name to strike me down? Lin Yang replied. Xiantian shook his head, stating, You are but a mere Deluo golden immortal. Even if you possess some abilities, you do not catch my eye. Yet, I find it curious that while my friend Wang Shu has barred me from her presence, she seems to hold you in high regard. How about this? Since Wang Shu is unwilling to assist me, why not have you lend your support instead? In an instant, Xiantian made his move. With a sweeping gesture of his sleeve, a terrifying force of attraction materialized from thin air, enveloping Lin Yang in an attempt to snatch him away from Wang Shu's side. At that moment, before Lin Yang could react or defend himself, an unprecedented chill washed over him. Finally, Wang Shu erupted in fury, her voice icy and devoid of mercy. Taoist Xiantian, you have overstepped. As her words resonated, countless ice flowers crystallized out of nothingness. As the image of the mountains and rivers quivered behind Wang Shu, it abruptly vanished, reappearing above the head of the grand ancestor Xiantian. The map of the mountains and rivers descended, attempting to envelop the grand ancestor within its embrace. The grand ancestor, taken by surprise at Wang Shu's sudden and fierce assault, found himself caught off guard, his anger reaching a boiling point. Chapter 22. The Grand Formation of Xiantian. Break the formation. Wang Shu, do you dare to lay a hand on me? The Grand Ancestor bellowed with fury. In that moment, the Grand Ancestor unleashed a tremendous surge of power, a blinding brilliance of starlight erupting from within him, radiating with an intensity that resisted the encroaching map of the mountains and rivers. He would not allow this treasure to engulf him, for if it did, even as a primal golden immortal, he would be subdued on the spot by Wang Shu. Simultaneously, he reached out with a mighty hand, gathering an infinite array of starlight into a colossal hand that obscured the sky, descending upon both Wang Shu and Lin Yang with overwhelming force. The world darkened, and Lin Yang felt as though everything around him had vanished. Time, space, the heavens, the earth, the universe, the stars, all had dissipated into nothingness. Only the immense hand, imbued with supreme might, descended from above. The Grand Ancestor was truly enraged, unleashing such a formidable strike that Lin Yang, with his current strength, would likely be crushed instantly. With no hope of survival, even the use of a primordial treasure would only ensure his survival, leaving him without the means to retaliate. At that very moment, Wang Shu had already retracted the map of the mountains and rivers, which darted back to her head with swiftness surpassing that of the Grand Ancestor's colossal hand. It did not pause but continued its descent, enveloping both Wang Shu and Lin Yang within its protective embrace. Lin Yang was suddenly enveloped by an uncanny sensation, as if he stood within a realm of profound and mysterious void. At that moment, the colossal hand of the ancient Xiantian descended with a resounding crash, striking heavily upon the surface of the Taiyin star. Countless thick layers of ice shattered and exploded as towering icebergs disintegrated. Numerous spirits of the Taiyin star, startled by this cataclysmic blow, fled in every direction in a desperate bid for survival. Moreover, a terrifying light of the stars erupted chaotically, creating an even more horrifying spectacle of destruction. However, none of this bore any relevance to Lin Yang or Wang Shu. They appeared to exist in a separate dimension of void. The tremendous strike from the ancient Xiantian did not land upon them, thus inflicting no harm whatsoever. Such an outcome left not only the ancient Xiantian astonished but also Lin Yang, who marveled at the unparalleled prowess of the map of mountains and rivers. A supreme innate treasure, which truly lived up to its reputation as a divine artifact employed by the Saint Nuwa. With the map of Wang Shu in hand, it seemed as though she stood invulnerable. Simultaneously, Lin Yang pondered how, despite Wang Shu being a Hunyuan golden immortal and wielding such a formidable artifact, she eventually faded into obscurity. He speculated that perhaps she had fallen. For how else could the map of mountains and rivers have ended up in the possession of Hongjun? Yet, Hongjun passed it on to Nuwa. It is evident that something dreadful must have transpired in between. Otherwise, such a precious treasure would not have been so easily forsaken by Wang Shu. Contemplating this, a wave of compassion for Wang Shu surged within Lin Yang's heart. How could such a beautiful soul succumb to the calamity of the Dragon Han era? Who, indeed, could be the perpetrator of such ruthless deeds? At that moment, suddenly, after deftly evading an attack from the ancient ancestor Xiantian, Wang Shu retaliated with remarkable swiftness and precision. With a mere grasp of her hand, she conjured a laurel tree through her divine powers. It emanated a myriad of auspicious rays and radiant hues. She swept the laurel tree forward, directing it towards the ancient ancestor Xiantian. In response, Xiantian summoned a grand seal, named Xiantian, which was his intrinsic treasure, cultivated from his very essence and possessing unfathomable might. The grand seal hovered in the air, positioning itself against the laurel tree, and in an instant, the two collided. Boom! The starry sky erupted, fracturing into immense rifts, as countless beams of light sparkled and scattered. Lin Yang even sensed a sudden tremor from the Yin star behind him. The laurel tree shattered into fragments. The Xiantian seal also flew back. Witnessing this, the Xiantian ancestor was taken aback, his heart filled with alarm as he summoned all his magical energy, preparing to confront his own life treasure head-on. Crack! The moment he made contact with the Xiantian seal, his arms trembled violently, shattering instantly. The Xiantian seal struck into his embrace, forcing him to stagger back several steps before finally coming to a halt. The Xiantian ancestor let out a muffled groan, having sustained an injury from this blow. Though it was merely a minor wound, his heart was engulfed in dread. It was too formidable. Too formidable. This divine being of the Taiyin star was exceedingly powerful. Wang Shu's magical prowess was astonishingly formidable, to the extent that it rendered his attacks ineffective, as if he stood invulnerable in battle. Moreover, Wang Shu's own magical strength was so astounding that it left him utterly speechless. Without even utilizing a treasure, a single divine ability had managed to inflict harm upon him. The Xiantian ancestor immediately realized a terrifying truth. He was no match for Wang Shu. Indeed, had Wang Shu not held back, his injuries would have been far more severe. If the battle were to continue, it would take at most a few dozen exchanges, no, merely a mere 10 or so. Under full exertion, he would inevitably face defeat. This sobering realization was difficult for the proud Xiantian ancestor to accept. He turned to the assembly of star gods behind him and commanded with a booming voice. From the array, countless star gods, already positioned strategically, sprang into action upon hearing Xiantian ancestor's order, raising their array flags in unison to establish an enigmatic formation. Lin Yang gazed at the formation, nearly mistaking it for the celestial array of the Zhou-Tian starry sky manifesting ahead of time. Within the array, countless stars intertwined, shrouded in a hazy veil, where towering figures could be faintly discerned, some with wings, others with fearsome fangs, or adorned with bone spines, and some possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, each representing a manifestation of the star gods. The terrifying starlight flowed, seemingly conjuring an alternate universe filled with peril within the array. Wang Shu, your magical prowess surpasses mine, but do you dare venture into my Xiantian array? Xiantian ancestor retreated into the formation, challenging Wang Shu with a loud proclamation. Wang Shu, upon hearing this, surveyed the array and remarked to Lin Yang, if we do not shatter his formation, he will refuse to depart. You should take refuge in my treasure. Without waiting for Lin Yang's protest, he felt his form waver and found himself involuntarily drawn into the map of mountains and rivers. The map of mountains and rivers returned to hover behind Wang Shu, while Lin Yang was enveloped within it. A remarkably unique perspective allowed Lin Yang to witness the unfolding scene outside. Wang Shu summoned the map of mountains and rivers and gracefully entered the Xiantian array. Operate the array with all your might, drain her magic and divine abilities, but do not harm her, commanded Xiantian ancestor urgently. Suddenly, an overwhelming chill erupted, and the nearest star gods to Wang Shu found their bodies stiffening, their primordial spirits and magical energies becoming stagnant and sluggish. The frigid essence of the Tian erupted within the Xiantian array, causing it to freeze in place, utterly immobilized. Subsequently, numerous laurel trees burst forth, sweeping through from all directions, dislodging the array flags from the hands of the star gods. In mere moments, the entire Xiantian array was rendered completely dismantled. As Xiantian ancestor's words echoed, he bore witness to the absurdity unfolding before him until a cascade of array flags fell at his feet, prompting him to realize that the Xiantian array had been shattered. This was his last hope of subduing Wang Shu, yet he had underestimated her strength. Chapter 23. The Hero's Dilemma Before the Beauty. Moreover, it is not only the venerable Xiantian who is utterly astonished. Lin Yang shares the same sentiment. Wang Shu possesses such formidable strength. Reflecting on the time when he had considered lending her treasures, Lin Yang finds the thought somewhat amusing now. Clearly, Wang Shu is not the weak woman that many perceive her to be. Rather, her prowess is immensely powerful. After all, in theory, both Xiantian and she are of the same realm, and one cannot deem him weak. Yet in their clash of magical arts, Wang Shu displayed an overwhelming superiority. Not only did Xiantian himself fail to contend with her, but even when he summoned the celestial deities and initiated the so-called Xiantian Great Formation, it was swiftly dismantled by Wang Shu at the very outset. Had it not been for her lack of murderous intent, the celestial beings present would have faced annihilation in droves. Dear Xiantian, it seems you may take your leave now. Wang Shu's icy voice resonated once more. However, to Xuantian's ears, it sounded akin to a death knell, rendering his visage ashen, and he remained unresponsive for quite a while. Witnessing this, Lin Yang could hardly suppress the urge to discreetly employ the chaos gourd against him, yet he restrained himself. Although, from his perspective, eliminating Xiantian here and now would be the most prudent course of action, Wang Shu held a different view. This woman, despite her seemingly cold exterior, possesses an incredibly kind heart. Even in the face of Xuantian's malevolence, she still chooses to extend a sliver of mercy. Such compassion, though Lin Yang may not fully agree with it, commands his deepest respect. As Wang Shu refrained from taking action against the elder Xiantian, it was only natural that he would not permit the elder's demise. Thus, Lin Yang chose to disregard the matter entirely, lest he leave a negative impression on Wang Shu. As the formidable formation of the Xiantian was dismantled by Wang Shu, the system promptly indicated the completion of the task. This signified the conclusion of the grand battle. Observing that the venerable Xiantian seemed stunned into silence, Wang Shu chose to disregard him and, with a mere shift of his form, vanished into the profound depths of the Tian star. The defeat of the Xiantian old ancestor was absolute. Not only had he been vanquished by Wang Shu, but the great formation had also been shattered. Even after Wang Shu departed, the old ancestor stood unmoving, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, lost in a trance. The assembly of star gods exchanged perplexed glances, unsure of how to proceed. A few loyal and favored star gods, gathering their resolve, approached cautiously and called out softly, "Old ancestor, old ancestor." After several attempts, the Xiantian old ancestor finally stirred, as if awakening from a dream. He has left? His trusted subordinates, understanding the gravity of his words, promptly affirmed, "He is gone." With a sigh of relief, the old ancestor waved his grand sleeves, gathering the scattered array flags from the ground, and withdrew the Xiantian seal into his consciousness, declaring, "Then we shall depart as well." Without a backward glance, he led his contingent of star gods away. In the depths of the Tian star, within the Guanghan Palace, Lin Yang experienced a surreal sensation as he beheld Wang Shu before him. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "Wang Shu, my friend, what is your cultivation level?" Although Lin Yang was aware that Wang Shu had attained the realm of the primordial golden immortal, as did the Xiantian old ancestor, he was uncertain about the specific tier within that exalted state. In this great battle, the prowess exhibited by Wang Shu clearly marks her as one of the most formidable beings among the mixed Yuan golden immortals. Consequently, Lin Yang harbors doubts that Wang Shu is merely at the initial stage of the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm. She is likely at least at the mid-stage of this exalted tier. As Lin Yang had anticipated, Wang Shu listened attentively, nodded, and responded, "I am at the mid-stage of the Hunyuan golden immortal." Lin Yang involuntarily gasped, pondering whether he had indeed secured a powerful ally. He had initially believed that Wang Shu's strength was among the weakest in the realm of Hunyuan golden immortals. Yet he was astonished to discover that she could easily contend with the venerable Xiantian, also a Hunyuan golden immortal. Such a formidable female immortal, in the vast expanse of Hongwang, could only be rivaled by the illustrious Yuan Feng, the progenitor of all avian beings. Even later, when surveying the entirety of the ancient history, those as formidable as Wang Shu among the female immortals are indeed few and far between. Lin Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Wang Shu, my dear friend, I must confess that after witnessing your battle with Xiantian, I have become acutely aware of my own insignificance in cultivation. Thus, I plan to depart from here and return to the wilderness to hone my skills. However, before I leave, I wish to inquire about your future intentions. Although you have triumphed over Xiantian, your mercy has spared his life, which may lead to future complications. If Xiantian were to resort to trickery or ally himself with the other two celestial beings, Tian Song and Huang Tian, despite your formidable prowess, you may find it challenging to withstand their combined forces. This deeply concerns me." Upon hearing this, Wang Shu's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as she regarded Lin Yang. After a moment of contemplation, she responded nonchalantly, "This is my fault, and it has ensnared you in the web of consequence. Nevertheless, I believe that as long as I do not leave the Tian star, even if all three celestial beings were to unite, they would find it difficult to harm me." Lin Yang shook his head, recognizing that Wang Shu's character was such that it was difficult to change or persuade her. After a moment's thought, he produced two treasures. One resembled a crescent moon, while the other appeared as a radiant sun. These were the recently acquired treasures known as the Sun Essence Wheel and the Moon Essence Wheel. Both are exquisite innate spiritual treasures, and when combined, their power is greatly magnified. My dear friend, these Sun Essence Wheel and Moon Essence Wheel are a set of treasures I stumbled upon recently, and they resonate perfectly with you. I present them to you as a means of protection. After all, while your map of mountains and rivers excels in spatial manipulation, these wheels are particularly adept at offensive capabilities. With an air of finality, Lin Yang placed the treasures before Wang Shu. Seeing this, Wang Shu was visibly moved and hastily declined. "This is far too precious. I cannot accept it." However, Lin Yang insisted, placing both items before her and saying, "Please accept them. This will put my mind at ease, and besides, with your guidance, the Sun Essence Wheel and Moon Essence Wheel can be considered a token of gratitude." Upon hearing this, Wang Shu's refusal softened, but upon noting Lin Yang's words of gratitude, She shot him a disapproving glance, leaving him perplexed. Nonetheless, with the successful bestowal of the treasures, Lin Yang felt a surge of joy, for who could remain indifferent when encountering a woman as enchanting as Wang Shu? Moreover, although Wang Shu possesses formidable strength, offending the venerable Xiantian will undoubtedly lead to persistent troubles in the future. Coupled with some of Lin Yang's speculations, he cannot help but feel a deep concern for Wang Shu's future. Thus, despite acquiring the precious Sun Essence Wheel and Moon Essence Wheel, Lin Yang remains apprehensive. After all, even with the two supreme treasures, the Creation Cauldron and the Chaos Gourd, he cannot reveal them lightly. Otherwise, he might incite envy in others. Even the primordial golden immortals might disregard propriety and unite against him. For instance, the Ancestor Dragon, aware that he might possess a piece of innate supreme treasure, has already harbored malicious intentions towards Lin Yang. Therefore, the Sun Essence Wheel and Moon Essence Wheel, being exquisite innate spiritual treasures and offensive artifacts, align perfectly with Lin Yang's needs. While treasures of such caliber are indeed precious, they do not possess the same dazzling allure as innate supreme treasures, allowing for their usage without excessive attention. When combined with his own capabilities, they are quite adequate, unlike innate supreme treasures, which, once displayed, would lead others to dismiss him as merely a great Luo golden immortal and immediately call for his demise. Yet, with a beauty before him, a hero finds it challenging to resist the allure of such charm, and Lin Yang, despite the anguish it caused him, willingly relinquished them. He hoped this would be of some benefit to her, potentially altering her fate. Lin Yang mused. At that moment, he also felt an unprecedented urgency to elevate his own cultivation. Chapter 24. Departing from the starry sky, strategies against Hongjun. Lin Yang did not immediately leave the Tying Star. Instead, he lingered there for a while longer. During this time, Wang Shu guided his cultivation and unveiled the myriad mysteries of the primordial golden immortal realm, resulting in significant gains for Lin Yang. Wang Shu commenced her journey of enlightenment through the two extraordinary artifacts bestowed by Lin Yang, the Sun Essence Wheel and the Moon Essence Wheel. She began to comprehend the path of the sun and the principles of yin and yang. By unifying the essence of the sun and the moon, she gradually manifested the harmonious balance of yin and yang within herself. This transformation rendered her presence far less desolate than it once appeared. Instead, it exuded a certain vibrancy, imbued with a gentle warmth. Lin Yang discerned that Wang Shu had made considerable progress in her cultivation, her skills now more profound than before. Meanwhile, under the guidance of Wang Shu, Lin Yang delved into the profound principles of the Tying. Simultaneously, he prepared himself for his ascension to the status of a Hunyuan golden immortal. Through the Chaos Gourd, he comprehended an array of fundamental laws, such as the principles of causation, the dualities of water and fire, and the essence of the sun, among others. Lin Yang's cultivation deepened and flourished. However, he ultimately bid farewell to Wang Shu and departed from the Tying Star, returning once more to the vast expanse of the primordial earth. In the vastness of the primordial cosmos, three celestial powers reigned supreme. With his current level of cultivation, he found himself inadequate to confront any of them, which instilled in Lin Yang a profound sense of his own limitations. Thus, he resolved to abandon the starry realm and journey back into the primordial world to continue his exploration and cultivation. Although the primordial land was also embroiled in the strife of the three tribes, its immense expanse provided him with the freedom to navigate, unlike the starry void, which was firmly under the control of the three celestial entities. Unless Lin Yang remained hidden within the Tying Star, venturing beyond its confines could expose him to peril. After all, despite his non-involvement in the conflict on the Tying Star, he had inadvertently offended the ancient ancestor Xiantian. Should he find himself isolated in the outside world, he would undoubtedly face grave threats. Thus, with a heavy heart, Lin Yang had no choice but to depart. Before departing, Lin Yang had indeed urged Wang Shu to accompany him, suggesting they temporarily evade the tumult of the 3 days Starry Sky Championship. However, after a moment's hesitation, Wang Shu declined his offer, leaving Lin Yang to embark on his solitary journey. Nevertheless, before he set off, Lin Yang advised Wang Shu to seek him out in the primordial wilderness should she encounter an insurmountable foe. Additionally, he took the opportunity to enlighten her about the formidable beings that inhabit their world. Although Wang Shu was a master of the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm, she had never ventured beyond the Tying Star since her emergence into existence, thus possessing scant knowledge of the affairs beyond her celestial home. As Lin Yang recounted to Wang Shu the various masters he knew of in this world, Wang Shu's eyes widened in astonishment, and she couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "According to your assertion, figures such as Hong Jun, Luo Ho, Qian Kuan, Yin Yang, and the five elements are all villains. Does that mean they are all bad?" Lin Yang affirmed, "Indeed. In the current wilderness, it is exceedingly difficult for virtuous individuals to survive. Thus, it is better to harbor suspicion towards them than to place one's trust in them, especially in Hong Jun." Confused, Wang Shu inquired, "Why is that?" She sensed that Lin Yang harbored a particular bias against Hong Jun. "Why?" Lin Yang hesitated briefly before replying. "Perhaps it is because he is the most inscrutable among them." Having already concealed the secrets of heaven with the innate treasure, Lin Yang felt no trepidation in discussing these figures with Wang Shu, knowing he would not be sensed. In consideration of Wang Shu's safety, Lin Yang decided to divulge more information to her. Hong Jun, not only possessing formidable power, also obtained the creation jade tablet, one of the treasures of the Panga deity, which encompasses the 3,000 great paths. Through this creation jade tablet, Hong Jun has comprehended a method of attaining enlightenment known as severing the three corpses, although he remains discreet about it. In addition, he has acquired numerous treasures such as the Panga banner, the 12-grade golden lotus of merit, and the ruined water peach, among others. Lin Yang laid bare Hong Jun's secrets before Wang Shu, leaving her astonished. In comparison to Hong Jun, the treasures in her possession, including the map of mountains and rivers and the laurel trees planted outside the palace gates, seemed less appealing. How did he come by such an abundance of treasures? Wang Shu could not help but inquire. Lin Yang explained, "The creation jade tablet serves as a vessel for the great path. Although it is now damaged, it remains immensely attractive to the primordial heavenly path. Thus, I suspect the primordial heavenly path has already chosen Hong Jun. With the support of the heavenly path, how could he possibly experience misfortune? His acquisition of these treasures is, therefore, quite reasonable." Upon hearing this, Wang Shu hesitated but ultimately refrained from expressing her thoughts. Yet Lin Yang discerned her unspoken concerns and chuckled. "You are pondering why he has garnered the favor of the heavenly path, promising great accomplishments in the future, while I harbor such deep-seated prejudices against him." Wang Shu nodded in affirmation. "I firmly believe that there are no truly selfless individuals in this world, especially not Hong Jun. Should he rise to power and be the first to attain enlightenment, those of us who follow may find ourselves oppressed or even controlled by him." Lin Yang continued, "Moreover, I have detected that Hong Jun may have ties to the chaotic demonic gods. He could very well be a reincarnation of a chaotic demon. If that is the case, and he is the first to achieve enlightenment, becoming closest to the heavenly path, then the primordial heavenly path may indeed be in peril." Wang Shu, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. After a while, she asked Lin Yang, "If that is true, does it not make him a formidable adversary?" "Indeed." Lin Yang sighed. "He is currently exceedingly powerful, the most formidable among all the primordial golden immortals, and the closest to enlightenment. The stronger his power, the more despair it inspires in others. Regrettably, I find myself lacking in strength, still yet to achieve the status of a primordial golden immortal, and any hope of contending with him seems distant." Wang Shu, sensing the weight of Lin Yang's words, felt an undeniable pressure. It appeared, as Lin Yang had suggested, that if Hong Jun were to attain enlightenment, it would be nearly impossible for them, as primordial golden immortals, to rise. "What is my strength compared to Hong Jun's?" Wang Shu inquired. Lin Yang regarded her thoughtfully before shaking his head. "Hong Jun's severing of the three corpses results in each of the three incarnations being equivalent to a primordial golden immortal. In essence, he himself embodies the strength of 4 primordial golden immortals. Moreover, this does not account for the treasures he possesses, coupled with the creation of the Jade Ledger. It is likely that no one could rival him." In silence, Wang Shu pondered, "How can we possibly contend with him?" "I do not know." Lin Yang replied with a smile. "Perhaps if we unite everyone to confront him, we might stand a chance. Or, I could grow stronger. Who knows? One day I may surpass him." As Lin Yang spoke these words, a glimmer of confidence shone through his features. Wang Shu felt a fleeting tremor in her heart upon hearing this. Before steadying herself, her cheeks slightly flushed. However, Lin Yang remained oblivious to her reaction. Having imparted all the necessary advice to Wang Shu, he prepared to take his leave, waving goodbye as he departed from the Tying Star and returned to the primordial realm. Wang Shu watched Lin Yang's retreating figure, reflecting on his words. Gathering all the primordial golden immortals to battle Hong Jun? Perhaps that is a viable strategy. she murmured softly to herself. Chapter 25. The Fiery Banner and the Calamity from the Heavens. As for Lin Yang, having descended from the starry sky and returned to the vast expanse of the primordial land, he found himself at a loss as to where to go next. Within the primordial realm, there are many renowned locations, such as Kunlun Mountain, the birthplace of the three purities, Wanshou Mountain, where Zenyuanzi originated, Wuyun Cave, the cradle of Hongyan, and the North Sea, which nurtured the Kunping, as well as the Blood Sea, the origin of the Nether River, among others. However, with his experiences in the Buzhou Mountain and the Taiyang and Taiying stars, Lin Yang understood that locating these places amidst the boundless primordial wilderness would not be easy. Even if he were to find them, identifying those great beings or treasures currently in gestation would be an arduous task. Without a stroke of fate, such endeavors would be nearly impossible. Moreover, as Lin Yang traverses the primordial wilderness, he must remain vigilant against the ancestral dragon, lest he encounters it before ascending to the realm of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. This is indeed regrettable, for the Eastern Sea is the domain of the Dragon Clan. Should I venture there, the risks would be exceedingly great. Therefore, the quest to find Yingzhou, Palai, and Fangzhong among the three islands of the Eastern Sea shall be postponed for the time being. Lin Yang dismissed the notion of setting sail and, after careful consideration, directed his course towards the southern expanse of the primordial land. Aside from the territory of the Dragon Clan, he opted for the Phoenix Clan amidst the realms of the Phoenix and Qilin, intending to engage in some playful exploits on the Phoenix Clan's grounds. The southern continent, crowned by the sacred immortal volcano, the ancestral land of the Phoenix Clan, stands as the most hallowed site. Beyond this, nearly all other locales are similarly claimed by the various avian tribes under the Phoenix Clan, each boasting its own treasures of avian splendor. In the southern regions, while the presence of non-avian beings is not negligible, their status pales in comparison to that of the avians. Despite the sovereign title of the Phoenix, the ruler of birds, it is inconceivable for the primordial realm to sustain itself solely with avian life. Among her dominion, terrestrial creatures and those adorned with scales and shells continue to thrive, even flourishing under her reign. Nevertheless, the avians hold a preeminent position, far surpassing the others in hierarchy. A similar dynamic exists within the territories of the Qilin and Dragon clans, where their own kin are exalted as the supreme beings, referred to as the royal lineage, while the subordinate races, be they avians, scaled beings, or terrestrial creatures, are numerous and possess their own noble houses. This intricate stratification extends downwards, culminating in races entirely distinct from the three clans. In the southern expanse of the primordial land, avians reign supreme over the other two categories of life, whereas in the northern territories, terrestrial beings dominate. In the four seas, scaled creatures hold a far superior status compared to the other two. Thus, these three clans encapsulate myriad races of the primordial realm, forming a formidable triad. At this juncture, the demon patriarch Luhu finds refuge in the west, a region where both the Phoenix and Qilin clans exhibit weakened control as he cultivates his own influence. Hongjun is perceived by the ancestral dragon as a benign figure, harmless and amiable. In contrast, the ancestors of the universe, Yin Yang, and the five elements remain obscure, their renown diminished under the oppressive might of the three clans. In such an environment, any formidable being is compelled to conceal themselves, biding their time. Lin Yang, at this moment, is not fully prepared to be ensnared in the tumult of the three clans' conflict. His current strength is insufficient to effect change. Only upon attaining the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal might he hope to alter the course of events. During the tumultuous era of the Dragon and Han Calamity, the presence of great Luo Golden Immortals is not lacking, especially as the three clans coalesce in solidarity, incurring the ire of one inevitably invites the wrath of many. No individual can contend with such collective power. Within any of the three clans, it is likely that there are at least several hundred great Luo Golden Immortals. Among the various subordinate clans, the number of Luo Golden Immortals is indeed abundant. However, the presence of Hunyuan Golden Immortals is exceedingly rare. One must possess extraordinary fortune to attain such a status. Consequently, within the three clans, the Hunyuan Golden Immortals are few and far between, a mere handful. For instance, in the Dragon clan, aside from the ancestor dragon, the number of Hunyuan Golden Immortals does not exceed 5. The same holds true for the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan. As for the ancestral dragon, the primordial Phoenix, and the initial Qilin, their status as Hunyuan Golden Immortals is often dismissed as mere fluke, attributed solely to their racial fortune. This notion is profoundly misguided. In this tumultuous era, amidst a pack of wolves circling, mere impostors among the Hunyuan golden immortals could never maintain authority. Otherwise, it would not merely be the demon ancestor, Luo Ho. Engaging in covert schemes, other venerable beings such as the ancestor of heaven and earth and the ancestor of yin and yang would surely not remain passive. Therefore, it is evident that the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and initial Qilin, as leaders of their respective clans, possess Hunyuan golden immortal prowess that is neither fraudulent nor insignificant. Rather, it is exceptionally formidable. The remaining Hunyuan golden immortals within their clans are compelled to revere them, obeying their every command without daring to defy them in the slightest. This is the true essence of the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the initial Qilin, genuine sovereigns of their realms. Their overwhelming strength alone instills a sense of trepidation among other Hunyuan golden immortals, forcing them into the shadows, leaving even the demon ancestor, Luo Ho, to engage only in minor intrigues. It is only at the climax of the three clans' rivalry, amidst mutual destruction, that he dares to reveal himself. Lin Yang is acutely aware of these dynamics, which is why he ventures deep into the heart of the southern lands, deliberately avoiding provoking any conflict. In fact, to maintain a low profile, he conceals his own strength. Yet, in the savage wilderness, the law of the jungle prevails, and danger lurks in every corner. Although Lin Yang disguises his true power, often presenting himself as merely a minor golden immortal, he encounters numerous disturbances along his journey. While he respects the might of the three clans, he does not cower in the face of these provocations. Even avian creatures do not deter him, as he effortlessly extinguishes them with a mere gesture. However, he subsequently alters his appearance and adopts a different identity. With a treasured artifact in his possession, no one can accurately discern his true nature. Lin Yang's actions are tinged with a sense of fearlessness. After all, with his ostensible golden immortal strength, he reasons that even if he stirs up considerable trouble, it could still attract the attention of the primordial phoenix. Yet, he is unprepared for the fact that trouble finds him, regardless of his intentions. On a particular day, while delving into the principles of the five elements, specifically the earth and fire laws, he descends into the depths of the earth, meditating by a lake of magma. As he engages in his contemplation, a sudden sensation alerts him. Extending his consciousness, he perceives a radiant red light soaring toward him from afar. This dazzling red light traverses the subterranean realm with an air of invincibility, exuding an overwhelmingly potent aura of spiritual energy, unmistakably signaling the presence of an exceptionally powerful innate spiritual treasure. Moreover, it appeared to be an unclaimed item. Lin Yang, upon discovering it, was overwhelmed with joy, believing that fate had finally smiled upon him. To cultivate underground and have treasures descend from the heavens, was this not a sign of destiny? Without hesitation, Lin Yang reached out and grasped the radiant red light, which dissipated to reveal a resplendent, translucent crimson flag. This was none other than the Southern Li Di Yin Guang flag, one of the innate five-directional flags. Before Lin Yang could fully revel in his discovery, he sensed a more powerful surge of spiritual energy approaching from afar, causing his expression to shift. He thought to himself, "This is perilous." He had always exercised caution, avoiding any entanglements with the Feng clan, particularly to evade the attention of the Yuan Feng. Yet, the Li Di Yin Guang flag he had fortuitously obtained, though unclaimed, was being tracked by the Yuan Feng, and he had inadvertently intercepted it. What he once perceived as a divine gift had morphed into an impending calamity. Ding! The system notification echoed in his mind. Chapter 26, Yuan Feng's Essence Blood. Refining the restrictions, however, in that moment, Lin Yang had no time to heed the notification, for the Yuan Feng was drawing near. Reluctant to part with the newly acquired Li Di Yin Guang flag, he steeled himself, swiftly retreating into the Chaos Gourd. He then manipulated the gourd to employ the fire escape technique, submerging himself within the magma lake. Yet, this was clearly a temporary measure. In his haste, he had failed to erase the residual traces of his presence. Lin Yang dared not linger. Taking refuge in the Chaos Gourd was becoming increasingly futile. Although the Yuan Feng could not pinpoint the location of the gourd, if he did not escape a certain distance in time, the Yuan Feng would forcibly seal off the surroundings and search inch by inch with its formidable consciousness, inevitably uncovering him. Lin Yang never doubted the capabilities of such a powerful being. Merely possessing an innate treasure would not suffice to counter its might. Therefore, Lin Yang ran for his life, striving to put as much distance between himself and the impending threat as possible. It appears that Lin Yang has enjoyed a stroke of luck, concealed within the chaos Gourd. He fled relentlessly, until at one moment, a thunderous roar erupted behind him. Lin Yang understood that the Yuan Feng had intervened, employing divine powers to sever the heavens and the earth, thus sealing off an expansive realm and conducting a meticulous search. Had Lin Yang failed to escape, he would have been left with no choice but to await his demise, or perhaps attempt a futile confrontation against Yuan Feng's blockade in a desperate bid for survival. Yet, such an endeavor would render his chances of evading the avian sovereign almost non-existent. Fortunately, there were no ifs. Lin Yang had managed to escape, remaining vigilant. He utilized various forms of evasion, including earth, wind, and light techniques, transforming through countless methods of flight until he had distanced himself significantly. Once assured of his safety, Lin Yang finally exhaled in relief and paused to examine the system's notifications. Ding! The system has detected that the host, having intercepted the long-guarded treasure of Yuan Feng, the Li Di Yin Guang banner, is about to be pursued. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Return the Li Di Yin Guang banner to Yuan Feng to receive a reward of a branch from the Wudong tree. Option 2. Conceal the Li Di Yin Guang banner and inform Yuan Feng that the treasure has flown away, earning a reward of a superior postnatal spiritual treasure. Option 3. Immediately flee with the Li Di Yin Guang banner. If successful, you will receive a reward of 3 drops of Yuan Feng's essence blood. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully evaded Yuan Feng's pursuit and has defaulted to option 3. The task reward has been dispatched. Upon reviewing the system's notification, Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. It could indeed be considered a narrow escape. Moreover, having obtained 3 drops of the phoenix's precious blood without cost, Lin Yang took a moment to compose himself before retrieving the flame light banner. Gazing at this banner, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. This flame light banner was one of the 5 cardinal banners, specifically the southern banner. Moreover, it is precisely of the fire attribute. For him, it is exceptionally suitable. After all, aside from the laws of creation, the principles he has comprehended most profoundly are undoubtedly those of fire. Moreover, this acquisition can be likened to snatching food from the very jaws of a tiger, endowing him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Furthermore, the Li Di Yin Guang banner, despite being a supreme innate spiritual treasure, embodies the ultimate essence of the laws of fire, which can be regarded as the pinnacle of the celestial principles. With this banner to aid him, his comprehension of the laws of fire may very well reach greater heights, greatly benefiting his cultivation. Additionally, the Li Di Yin Guang banner possesses formidable defensive capabilities, aside from the Tian Di Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda, which is forged from the merits of the opening of heaven and the essence of Xian Huang. It stands as one of the most powerful treasures, alongside 4 other banners. Naturally, treasures of comparable might include the Earth Book, the 12-petal Merit Golden Lotus, and the 12-petal Karmic Fire Red Lotus, among other lotus platforms. As for the 24-petal Primal Creation Azure Lotus, it is not to be included in this reckoning, for it does not manifest into the world, fracturing into 3 upon formation to become the testament of the 3 pure ones, thus not warranting further consideration. Therefore, it can be asserted that, aside from the array of innate treasures, the Li Di Yin Guang banner ranks among the most formidable in terms of defense. Possessing such a treasure greatly enhances Lin Yang's future safety. It is worth noting that the Li Di Yin Guang banner, along with the other 4 banners, constitutes a cohesive set, much like his own Ding Haishanju, should he manage to gather all 36 pieces. The power of that set of treasures would rival that of innate supreme treasures. The earthly flame light flag is no different. Should one gather 5 primordial flags and arrange them according to the 5 cardinal directions, east, south, west, north, and center, one could establish the formidable primordial 5 elements great formation. The combined power of these 5 flags is comparable to that of a primordial treasure. The formation they create is capable of rivaling a series of potent arrays, such as the Celestial Star Array and the Extermination Sword Array. However, despite this, the challenge of uniting the primordial 5 direction flags is immense. Instances like this, where the earthly flame light flag willingly presents itself, are unlikely to occur again. To obtain the innate 5 directions banner from others, it ultimately hinges on the prowess of one's methods. Lin Yang did not dwell on this matter for too long. He had already incurred the ire of Yuan Feng, although the likelihood of Yuan Feng deducing his whereabouts was exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, after this incident, Lin Yang yearned to depart from the southern realms. Thus, he soared northward while subtly channeling his primordial spirit to refine the earthly flame banner, simultaneously contemplating the fire principles encapsulated within this innate banner. In the primordial world, every innate spiritual treasure is bound by restrictions. For instance, low-grade innate treasures may possess between 1 to 12 restrictions, mid-grade treasures range from 13 to 24. High-grade treasures from 25 to 36, and supreme innate treasures from 37 to 48 restrictions. As for the innate supreme treasures, they are bound by 49 restrictions, representing the utmost laws of the heavens. Lin Yang's endeavor to refine the earthly flame banner involved dismantling a total of 48 restrictions contained within it. The process of refining these restrictions also allowed him to gain insights into the laws that compose them. Moreover, treasures like the earthly flame banner typically possess their own systems, which may not entirely align with the cultivator's essence. Therefore, refining such treasures necessitates slight modifications to ensure complete compatibility, enabling the full release of their power during utilization. This is one reason why innate treasures cannot exert their full potential if not entirely refined. Another reason lies in the cultivator's insufficient understanding of the profound principles embedded within the treasures. Only by fully refining the treasure and mastering the laws it embodies can one unleash its complete might, augmented by potent magical energy. Lin Yang recognized this rare opportunity. Diligently contemplating the fire principles while refining the restrictions, he refrained from hastening his speed to avoid forcefully dismantling the restrictions and thus squandering this invaluable chance. Consequently, as he journeyed, he engaged in refining the treasure and comprehending the path of enlightenment. Time passed unnoticed, and Lin Yang had long exited the territory of the Phone clan, departing from the southern wilderness and entering the northern expanse of the primordial realm. On a particular day, Lin Yang chose not to rush onward. Instead, he established a temporary cave dwelling in a grand mountain, taking residence there. He had successfully dismantled the restrictions of the earthly flame banner intermittently, and now this innate spiritual treasure was wholly refined. Throughout this process, he had also gained profound insights into the fire principles, resulting in significant progress. Chapter 27. Enlightenment in Chaos. Dreaming of attaining the Tao, it was time to refine Yuan Feng's essence blood as well. Within the cave, Lin Yang settled into a meditative posture. With a mere thought, he summoned 3 drops of primordial phoenix essence blood, a reward from the system's tasks. Instantly, a wave of warmth emanated, enveloping the entire cave in a fervent heat as waves of warmth surged forth. Before him, the 3 droplets of primordial phoenix blood shimmered like translucent rubies, exuding an extraordinarily potent essence of fire. The blood swirled, and within those droplets, it appeared as if countless phoenixes soared and danced, their melodious cries resonating in the air. Observing this, Lin Yang did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. In an instant, the 3 droplets of primordial phoenix blood were drawn into his mouth and swallowed whole. Upon ingestion, Lin Yang's body trembled, and every pore ignited as if ablaze, emanating a brilliant crimson light. He harnessed his mystical powers to continuously refine the 3 droplets of blood, integrating them into his very being. Although Lin Yang's true form was that of a primordial gourd vine, upon transformation, he assumed a corporeal body. His mastery over the art of creation allowed him to refine and absorb the primordial phoenix blood with remarkable ease, ensuring not a trace was wasted. The primordial phoenix, a figure of immense stature within the realm of Hunyuan golden immortals, imbued her blood with her profound principles, laws, and even fragments of her memories. Thus, as Lin Yang refined these 3 droplets of blood, he was simultaneously absorbing these invaluable essences. Beyond that, within the 3 drops of essence blood lies the most concentrated spirit of the vast fire. Lin Yang's innate magical power was already remarkably profound, and at this moment, as he assimilated these 3 drops of essence blood, his magical prowess surged continuously, growing increasingly formidable. However, despite this, Lin Yang found himself unable to ascend to the realm of the Hunyuan golden immortal. His cultivation time had been too brief, the accumulation was insufficient. Although he had encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities, he still fell short of comprehending the requisite laws needed to forge his own path. This instance was no exception. After refining and absorbing the 3 drops of Yuan Feng essence blood, although his cultivation level had risen and his magical abilities had strengthened, Lin Yang remained ensnared within the great Luo golden immortal realm. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction, especially considering that he had previously refined the ancestral dragon's avatar, the Battle Dragon Emperor, into essence blood. Within that essence blood also resided the myriad laws comprehended by the ancestral dragon. This time, by refining the essence of the phoenix's blood, Lin Yang has comprehended numerous principles that the phoenix itself has grasped. The amalgamation of these two factors has led to a rapid accumulation of his understanding, with the variety of principles he has mastered reaching into the thousands. Lin Yang has gradually synthesized the various principles and mystical arts he has comprehended, merging them with his own path of transformation, resulting in several formidable techniques of seal arts. The first is named the Fire Separation Seal. When this seal is unleashed, it summons the blazing flames of the southern Ming fire, enveloping everything in an inferno capable of incinerating the heavens and the earth, leaving nothing unscathed. The second is known as the Void Seal. This technique enables Lin Yang to traverse the void at will, rendering him virtually invincible unless confronted by one equally adept in the ways of the void. The third is the Lunar Seal. Upon its manifestation, it conjures clusters of laurel trees, reminiscent of the divine powers wielded by Wang Shu during the previous lunar star battle. While its might may not rival that of Wang Shu, it remains a formidable force, symbolizing Lin Yang's utmost mastery over the lunar path. The fourth is the Solar Seal, which transforms into a blazing sun, its ferocity surpassing even that of the Fire Separation Seal. Lastly, the fifth is the Life and Death Seal, derived from a peculiar principle within the essence of the primordial phoenix's blood, known as nirvana. This path of nirvana embodies the dual forces of life and death. Lin Yang's profound understanding of nirvana has culminated in the creation of the Life and Death Seal, which can either seize the vitality of others and bestow death or, conversely, extract the essence of death to grant life. These 5 seals represent the pinnacle of Lin Yang's current powers. However, according to his calculations, should he accumulate to the utmost in the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he would possess the capability to transmute any principle into a seal technique, resulting in 3,000 seal arts corresponding to the 3,000 principles, each a perfect embodiment of its respective principle. Yet, in comparison, Lin Yang places greater emphasis on his own path. Otherwise, regardless of whether there are 3,000 seal arts or billions of principles, he would still remain a great Luo Golden Immortal. Dispersed principles would falter against a primordial Golden Immortal who has crystallized their own path. Consequently, in Lin Yang's vision, he must amalgamate all the principles and mystical arts he has realized, thereby forging a truly potent technique that resonates with his essence. He has even bestowed a name upon this technique, the Chaotic Seal. It is named thus for its inspiration from the chaotic Gourd, which amalgamates the powers of the 7 great Gourds into one. Thus, Lin Yang contemplated categorizing the various principles he had comprehended, akin to a series of Gourds. Ultimately, if he could amalgamate them, would it not result in yet another chaotic Gourd? At this moment, Lin Yang tentatively affirmed his own path, which he named Chaos. This chaos not only signifies an effective mimicry of the chaotic Gourd, but also encapsulates the profound notion that all of life's paths originate from chaos. Therefore, Lin Yang's path of chaos entailed the continuous integration of diverse principles and grand doctrines, ultimately striving to achieve the sublime state where myriad laws converge into one, and all paths unify. By refining the essence of others' blood and appropriating their paths to forge his own, he stood upon the shoulders of giants. Having seized the doctrines of illustrious figures like the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix, without such advantageous positioning, the journey of self-creation would undoubtedly consume an inordinate amount of time and effort. After refining the essence, Lin Yang felt a significant enhancement in his strength and couldn't help but smile faintly. While the increase in power was noteworthy, the paramount achievement lay in his realization of his own path. Although it remains unformed, the direction and foundation are established, awaiting further refinement. Consequently, Lin Yang's spirit soared. He also considered that he had acquired the essences of both the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix, and if he could obtain the essence of the beginning Qilin, would he not then possess the paths of 3 formidable beings? Could he not then aspire to become a golden immortal of chaos? However, such audacious thoughts lingered only fleetingly, as he had no desire to antagonize the ancestral dragon or the primordial phoenix. Truth be told, he harbored no wish to create enmity with them, despite viewing them as mere remnants of the past, destined to perish when calamity strikes. Nonetheless, their current power was immense. Even figures like Hong Jun and Luo Ho dared not confront them. It would be folly for him, a mere golden immortal, to oppose such titanic forces. Thankfully, he had managed to navigate through each challenge unharmed thus far. Moreover, it is thanks to this that he has now essentially laid the foundation for his ascension to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Henceforth, There is no need for him to further pursue the initiation of the divine Qilin. Otherwise, he would find himself with no foothold in the vast wilderness. At this juncture, he merely needs to gradually refine and delve deeper into his own techniques, awaiting the final transformation, allowing the process to unfold naturally and effortlessly towards achieving the status of primordial golden immortal. Thus, Lin Yang concluded his period of seclusion, having thoroughly tested and perfected the various divine abilities he had pioneered. After mastering them, he departed from his temporary abode to continue his leisurely travels across the northern lands. This time, Lin Yang found himself much more relaxed, and he even tamed a new steed along the way. The creature that captured Lin Yang's attention and served as his mount was anything but ordinary. It resembled a lion, yet its massive form boasted round eyes, large ears, and a mouth filled with sharp teeth, exuding an aura of ferocity. However, this extraordinary beast was a harbinger of auspiciousness, known as Diding. In ancient times, it was said that the earth's store bodhisattva, who vowed not to attain Buddhahood until hell was empty, possessed a similar creature. Evidently, Lin Yang's mount predated that one by a considerable margin and exhibited even greater strength, possessing the formidable power equivalent to that of a late-stage Tai golden immortal. Upon fortuitously encountering this beast, Lin Yang subdued it, pondering the myriad races embroiled in conflict during this calamity, and reflecting on how many would ultimately face extinction, forever lost to the realms of existence. In light of this, why not conveniently gather some exquisite and rare creatures that catch the eye? After all, whether it be the chaotic Gourd, the creation cauldron, or the 12 heavens, each contains a distinct realm capable of accommodating countless beings within. Although Lin Yang occasionally found the chaotic Gourd and the 12 heavenly pearls derived from the 12 heavens useful, he had never intended to employ the treasured creation cauldron in battle. This extraordinary artifact was not particularly adept at combat. Its capabilities in both offense and defense remained rather mediocre. Given this, why not reserve it solely for logistical purposes? Consequently, apart from utilizing it for refining tools and concocting elixirs during his leisure, the cauldron's inner world served as an ideal sanctuary for housing rare and exotic creatures. Thus, after acquiring the mystical creature known as the Diding, Lin Yang seemed to have developed a penchant for collecting. Whenever he encountered enigmatic beings that piqued his interest, he would effortlessly ensconce them within the creation cauldron. Before long, the world within the cauldron of creation became vibrant with life. A myriad of extraordinary creatures began to thrive in this realm. Moreover, Lin Yang experienced an unexpected boon during his leisure hours. He enveloped the expanse of the cauldron with his divine consciousness, observing the flourishing beings within. This brought him an extraordinary sense of enlightenment. This sensation resembled the legendary concept of attaining enlightenment through dreams, where one, in a dream state, embodies numerous beings in their pursuit of cultivation, with the fruits of their endeavors ultimately returning to oneself, an exceedingly profound method of spiritual practice. Chapter 28. Breakthrough, Primordial Golden Immortal. Yet Lin Yang observed the myriad beings thriving and procreating within the cauldron of creation, not in the conventional sense of cultivation. It was even more unconventional than attaining enlightenment in a dream, for the latter, at least, is a grand reverie pursued for the sake of cultivation. However, Lin Yang simply watched, offering no interference, allowing the beings within the cauldron of creation to unfold their individual lives. Naturally, Lin Yang was unable to derive any cultivation or magical power from this experience. However, he gained something else of great significance. During his observations of the myriad beings, he felt an enigmatic sensation, as if he had grasped something profound that exists between heaven and earth, and within all living entities. This essence is a certain Tao. This Tao is ineffable, unspoken, and cannot be transcribed into words. It is formless, colorless, soundless, and nameless. It eludes expression and understanding, yet it undeniably exists. Lin Yang had intuitively comprehended this Tao over many years, and one day, upon awakening, he suddenly felt that his own cultivation had significantly increased, prompting him to exclaim, "The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name." Truly, the ancients do not deceive. He continued, "Man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature." Yet, he fell into deep contemplation once more. After a while, he abruptly awakened, feeling a tremor throughout his body, and with a resounding boom, various resonances of laws emanated from him, transforming into a torrent of Tao rhythm that enveloped him entirely. Soon, radiant light and auspicious colors surged forth, creating a multitude of extraordinary phenomena. Above Lin Yang's head appeared auspicious clouds, within which his primordial spirit manifested as a colossal gourd vine. This vine bore an array of gourds, each embodying different laws: the lunar gourd containing the principles of the moon, the solar gourd embodying the principles of the sun, the water gourd representing the laws of water, and the fire gourd encapsulating the laws of fire. There were even gourds of destruction, creation, life, death, and karma, among others. At a glance, there were not merely 3,000 but rather countless gourds, numbering in the tens of thousands. Thousands of these gourds radiated brilliance, some dazzlingly bright, others softly glowing, all shining together in a breathtaking display. Amidst the thousands of gourds, a symphony of sounds emerged, resonating with the essence of the laws and the grand principles of the universe, creating a bustling harmony that gradually grew louder. At that moment, Lin Yang formed intricate seals with his hands. Boom! One gourd exploded, transforming into a floating embodiment of law. Following this, 2, 3, 4, and an increasing number of gourds erupted in succession, reminiscent of a cascade of dominoes tumbling down, each bursting forth into distinct manifestations of law, suspended in the air. Countless varieties of laws encircled the colossal gourd vine, akin to radiant ribbons of light, enhancing the vine's sanctity. However, as Lin Yang's incantations shifted, the myriad laws began to intertwine. The laws of water and fire merged to form the law of water and fire. This was further fused with the laws of metal, wood, and earth, culminating in the law of the 5 elements. Additionally, the laws of life and death coalesced into the law of life and death, while the laws of time and space converged into the law of space-time. Thus, the multitude of laws continued to diminish, swiftly reducing from nearly 10,000 to just over 1,000. At this juncture, the pace of their fusion slowed, yet the integration persisted. With each fusion of a principle, Lin Yang's aura grew increasingly formidable. Thus, the myriad of principles transformed into over 1,000, which subsequently condensed into several hundred, then into a little over 100, followed by a mere few dozen, ultimately dwindling down to just a handful. Lin Yang's presence had escalated to an indescribable intensity, gradually evoking the sensation reminiscent of the Dragon Emperor revealing his full might on the solar star. Alternatively, it could be said that Lin Yang had transcended the Dragon Emperor, achieving a strength surpassing even that of his predecessor. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor's invincibility as a great Luo Golden Immortal was rendered obsolete, for Lin Yang had eclipsed him in power. Moreover, Lin Yang's formidable strength has not ceased. It continues to grow. At this moment, the myriad of laws has diminished to a mere handful, now reduced to only a dozen or so. Among the myriad laws, each one embodies an innumerable fusion of principles within. Each distinct law seamlessly integrates hundreds of other laws. These principles are so obscure that even Lin Yang struggles to name them. Nevertheless, each law possesses formidable power, exuding an astonishing aura. Lin Yang perseveres in the amalgamation of these laws. Gradually, 1, 2, 3, and soon only 10 laws remain. At this juncture, Lin Yang approaches his limits. The remaining 10 laws prove exceedingly difficult to merge. Observing this, Lin Yang lets out a low roar and suddenly summons the Chaos Gourd. Yield to me, merge. With a resounding boom, Lin Yang's primordial spirit merges into the Chaos Gourd. Subsequently, radiant beams of light emanate from the gourd, capturing the 10 laws and drawing them towards one another to intertwine. Clearly, Lin Yang intends to harness the might of this innate treasure to forcibly merge the laws. Thus, the fusion of these principles becomes a matter of course. Moreover, by engaging in this endeavor, it is akin to having undergone a profound refinement of the Chaos Gourd, thereby transforming it into a treasure of enlightenment uniquely aligned with his path. Initially, Lin Yang envisioned the treasure of enlightenment to be the creation cauldron. However, as his philosophical perspective evolved, he no longer perceived the way of creation as his primary path. Instead, he embraced the way of chaos. Consequently, the artifact most harmonious with Lin Yang now shifted from the creation cauldron to the Chaos Gourd. Refining the Chaos Gourd into his treasure of enlightenment offers Lin Yang another significant advantage. By utilizing this innate supreme treasure as his emblem of enlightenment, he can subsequently entrust his Tao fruit and primordial spirit within it. In this manner, he essentially secures an immortal existence. As long as the Chaos Gourd remains intact, he stands nearly invincible, exceedingly difficult to annihilate. Naturally, should he fall under a seal, even immortality would prove futile. Nevertheless, Lin Yang remains confident that, should he succeed, the formidable power of the Chaos Gourd would render it arduous for others to seal him away. After all, the Chaos Gourd amalgamates the capabilities of 7 distinct Gourds. The sheer might of the immortal slaying flying knife alone is enough to instill trepidation. Thus, Lin Yang deftly manipulated the Chaos Gourd, gradually drawing forth 10 laws. Eventually, they merged into the Chaos Gourd. Time passed, and suddenly, the Chaos Gourd shuddered violently, emitting a tremendous roar akin to the creation of the universe. It radiated myriad beams of glimmering light. In a daze, it seemed as if an entity materialized within the gourd. The myriad beams of light, suffused with boundless auspiciousness, emanated from this entity, embodying profound mysteries and an inexhaustible resonance of Tao, imbued with immeasurable power. This entity represented the culmination of Lin Yang's convergence of countless Tao laws, signifying the way of chaos, his Tao fruit, and primordial spirit. Lin Yang integrated his primordial spirit into the gourd, merging it with these myriad laws, ultimately achieving success. Not only did he cultivate his own path, attaining the Tao fruit of the primordial golden immortal, but he also forged his treasure of enlightenment, intertwining his primordial spirit, his Tao fruit, and the chaos gourd into a singular entity. Thus, primordial spirit, Tao fruit, and treasure of enlightenment became one. With a decisive utterance, Lin Yang performed a hand gesture, and the chaos gourd erupted with a thunderous sound, emanating an even more resplendent radiance as it surged toward him. Boom! The chaotic gourd collided with Lin Yang's forehead, merging seamlessly into him. In the next moment, an overwhelming and resplendent radiance emanated from Lin Yang, accompanied by the thunderous resonance of Tao sounds. Simultaneously, his aura surged, ascending rapidly until, with a tremendous roar, he shattered a long-standing barrier in the void. Lin Yang had finally achieved a breakthrough, ascending from a great Luo golden immortal to a primordial golden immortal. His magnificent presence was earth-shattering, casting all else into shadow. The abundant spiritual energy of the heavens and earth converged upon him like a tempest, flooding into Lin Yang's body and transforming into his magical power, filling the void created by his ascension to primordial golden immortal. However, Lin Yang's unabashed consumption of the celestial energies did not go unnoticed, stirring the attention of numerous formidable beings in the vicinity who directed their consciousness toward his location. Although Lin Yang was still in the midst of a breakthrough, he remained acutely perceptive. Just before the thoughts of those around him swept in, he abruptly halted the absorption of spiritual energy and formed a seal with his hands. The void seal. In an instant, Lin Yang's figure flickered, seemingly melding with the surrounding void, and vanished from sight. The next moment, the powerful presences surged forth. Yet they could find no trace of Lin Yang, leaving them all in a state of deep suspicion. Among these beings, the weakest were mighty Tai golden immortals, with many being Deluo golden immortals. However, none could track Lin Yang's whereabouts. This was precisely why Lin Yang wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. With his Hunyuan golden immortal cultivation, he had little reason to concern himself with such figures. His achievement as a Hunyuan golden immortal signified his ascendance to one of the highest echelons of the primordial realm. Only beings such as the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, the first Qilin, as well as Luo Ho and Hong Jun, could be considered his equals. A surge of pride welled up within Lin Yang. At last, he no longer needed to tread cautiously, fearing this or that. As a fellow Hunyuan golden immortal, and with dominion over 2 innate supreme treasures, there was scarcely a place in this world that he could not traverse. Even the ancestral dragon no longer instilled fear in him. However, it must be noted that Lin Yang's attainment of the Hunyuan golden immortal status was not devoid of a stroke of fortune. Had it not been for his observation of the myriad beings within the cauldron of creation through his divine sense, leading to an understanding of the path in the unseen, his transformation would have required considerable time. Instead, he experienced an epiphany and ascended directly. Of course, achieving the rank of Hunyuan golden immortal and cultivating one's own path invariably involves an element of luck. This underscores the profound fortune that accompanied Lin Yang. Even without this sudden enlightenment, his ascendance to Hunyuan golden immortal was inevitable. Yet, now that he had succeeded, Lin Yang chose not to dwell on such thoughts. Having attained the status of Hunyuan golden immortal, he could finally pursue endeavors that had previously eluded him. With little left to explore in the northern lands, he decided to journey eastward to the eastern sea, seeking the fabled 3 immortal islands beyond the ocean. Without hesitation, Lin Yang set forth towards the east. Following his promotion to Hunyuan golden immortal, his powers had intensified, enabling him to employ the void seal to directly enter the void and execute the great escape through the void. This transcended mere flight. It was a movement through the void, covering billions of miles in an instant. However, The vastness of the world meant that even a Hunyuan golden immortal could not traverse from the northern lands to the eastern lands instantaneously. Lin Yang took considerable time to reach the east, eventually crossing the eastern lands until he arrived at the shores of the eastern sea. Before him stretched the boundless expanse of the eastern sea. Before the vast expanse of the sea and sky, one cannot help but feel insignificantly small, evoking a profound sense of powerlessness from the depths of one's soul. However, Lin Yang, having transformed from his former self, has now ascended to the realm of the mixed Yuan golden immortal, possessing his own unique path. With the establishment of this grand path, his perspective on the universe has irrevocably changed. Though the cosmos may be boundless, one's own essence is not necessarily insignificant. The notion that a single flower encapsulates a world, and a single leaf represents enlightenment, suggests that the infinite universe can indeed be held within the palm of one's hand. Despite the vastness and immeasurable might of the heavens and earth, I center all such power within myself. Should it be unleashed, it has the potential to obliterate the very fabric of existence and even to recreate an expansive and eternal cosmos. Having become a mixed Yuan golden immortal, with the establishment of his great path, Lin Yang's resolve has likewise been elevated, allowing him to see through illusions and solidify his ambitions. The status of mixed Yuan golden immortal is merely the starting point of the grand path. He must continue to grow stronger. Above the mixed Yuan golden immortal lies the mixed Yuan great Luo golden immortal. The term saint is but a designation for a type of mixed Yuan great Luo golden immortal. Or perhaps more accurately, a saint is a mixed Yuan great Luo golden immortal who has attained a celestial position through the natural order. By entrusting one's primordial spirit to the heavenly path and drawing upon its power, one can coexist with the heavenly order, as long as the heavenly path endures. So too shall the saint endure. The primordial supreme golden immortal, however, entirely relies on personal endeavor, employing a myriad of methods to validate their own path, ultimately achieving the transcendent fruit of the primordial great Luo golden immortal, which surpasses that of the supreme golden immortal. Within the vast wilderness, three predominant methods of attaining enlightenment are widely celebrated: the path of strength, the severing of the three corpses, and the path of virtue. Yet, as previously mentioned, the actual methods of enlightenment are countless, and these three approaches are merely insufficient to encompass the entirety of them. Even with the myriad of 3,000 or even 30,000 paths to enlightenment, they still cannot encompass the entirety of understanding. Each individual's method of realization is unique, varying greatly from one person to another. Lin Yang neither pursued the path of strength to validate his way, nor did he choose the route of severing the three corpses to attain enlightenment. He shunned the doctrine of merit as well, and did not adhere to the principles of law, world, or physical embodiment mentioned in various ancient novels from past lives. Rather, it is the chaotic path of enlightenment that Lin Yang has comprehended himself. This method aligns with his grand principle, embodying the same philosophy that all paths converge into chaos. Thus, Lin Yang's approach to enlightenment entails integrating all the grand principles and laws he has encountered into his own path. This notion bears some resemblance to the path of devouring. However, while the latter is characterized by consumption, his chaotic path signifies a harmonious fusion. Each grand principle and law, upon merging with his chaotic path, does not merely vanish but continues to exist and can still emerge from the chaos. In other words, his chaotic path possesses a dual aspect, one where all paths converge into chaos, and the other where chaos gives rise to myriad paths. Naturally, it is impossible for Lin Yang to exhaustively explore every law and every path to validate his own. If Lin Yang could truly achieve such a feat, there would be no need for him to attain the status of a primordial golden immortal. He could directly pursue the path of the great Tao. In Lin Yang's calculations, his path through chaos merely requires the continuous assimilation of diverse Taos and principles, during which he would undergo a series of profound transformations. As long as he accomplishes 9 transformations, he is likely to succeed. This notion bears a resemblance to the supreme cultivation technique of the primordial era, the 9 transformations of profound arts. However, the paths they traverse are entirely distinct. The 9 transformations of profound arts is an art dedicated to the cultivation of the physical body, necessitating the continuous exploration of its potential and the relentless enhancement of one's strength. In legend, this method is akin to a glutton, traversing from the first transformation to the 9th, consuming an unimaginable amount of resources to achieve such an endeavor. Moreover, and most importantly, although the profound essence of this technique has been shrouded in mystery throughout the ages, neither the 3 pure ones, born from the primordial spirit of Pangu. Nor the 12 ancestor witches have inherited the complete 9 transformations of the mysterious art. Lin Yang is no exception. His method of attaining enlightenment through chaos is entirely self-created. And the transformative process of the 9 transformations of chaos, which culminates in the realization of the primordial state, merely bears a coincidental resemblance to the 9 transformations of the mysterious art. The 9 transformations of the mysterious art is a pure practice focused on the cultivation of the physical body, while his path of chaos enlightenment encompasses a comprehensive approach, blending various doctrines and techniques into a singular entity. From the moment Lin Yang achieved the path of chaos, he in fact completed a holistic integration of himself. This unification extends beyond his primordial spirit, the great Tao, the fruits of the Tao, and the treasures of enlightenment. It also encompasses his physical form and magical powers, all of which have harmoniously converged. Thus, Lin Yang's method of enlightenment entails the cultivation of both the physical body and the primordial spirit, the refinement of the great Tao as well as magical power, leaving no aspect deficient. Typically, such a comprehensive enhancement necessitates a substantial accumulation of resources. It is akin to the 9 transformations of the mysterious art. The mere attainment of physical embodiment on the path requires an incalculable amount of resources to successfully achieve the 9 transformations and attain enlightenment. However, Lin Yang's situation is markedly different due to his all-encompassing integration. He cannot separate his physical form, primordial spirit, the Tao, and magical power for individual assessment. They exist as a singular entity. In essence, his physical form embodies his primordial spirit, his Tao, and his magical power, all seamlessly intertwined and indistinguishable from one another. Consequently, any advancement in one aspect inherently signifies progress across all dimensions. In reality, he is now a manifestation of the path of chaos, his physical form, primordial spirit, and even his cultivation and magical prowess intricately woven from this very essence. Lin Yang did not dwell on this thought for long. Previously, he harbored a deep-seated trepidation towards the ancestral dragon, which had deterred him from venturing into the Eastern Sea. However, he now finds himself unperturbed. Nonetheless, despite his newfound courage, Lin Yang remains averse to attracting the attention of the ancestral dragon, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble, having just attained the status of a primal golden immortal. He is acutely aware that the ancestral dragon, a seasoned entity, poses a formidable challenge. Should conflict arise, Lin Yang, without the aid of a congenital supreme treasure, would stand little chance of victory. Even with the use of such techniques, the outcome remains uncertain. Furthermore, as the protagonist of this calamity, the ancestral dragon is a matter of consideration for Lin Yang, who prefers to avoid entanglements with such profound causality. Therefore, it is prudent for him to steer clear of the ancestral dragon whenever possible. Consequently, Lin Yang concealed his presence and ventured into the realm of the Eastern Sea. His objective was to seek the 3 islands beyond the seas. However, the vastness of the Eastern Sea posed a significant challenge in locating these islands amidst the endless waters. Lin Yang could only rely on scant information regarding the islands, continuously calculating the heavenly secrets in an attempt to discern a trace of their essence from the ethereal realm, which offered a glimmer of hope in locating the 3 islands. While this may sound implausible, Lin Yang's mastery of such arcane arts rendered the endeavor not entirely impossible under his formidable analytical prowess. Of course, while hope existed, success was not guaranteed. Lin Yang had prepared himself for the possibility of failure. Moreover, this visit to the Eastern Sea was a rare opportunity. It is said that the western lands have been rendered barren and desolate after the calamity, but what of other regions? One cannot discount the likelihood of change. Otherwise, the primordial world would not have deteriorated with each successive catastrophe. Thus, the Eastern Sea remains a realm worthy of exploration for Lin Yang. On this journey, Lin Yang could not help but collect samples of some rare and exotic races he encountered. Within the cauldron of creation, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. However, to Lin Yang's surprise, he did not successfully locate the 3 islands of Yingzhou, Palai, and Fazhang. Instead, he stumbled upon another island known as Zafuzu. With the Void Seal, Lin Yang unleashed his divine ability, merging his form into the void, gradually penetrating the protective array around Zafuzu and entering the island. His powers were evidently growing stronger, as if he were in a constant state of advancement. This particular technique, the Void Seal, not only allowed him to traverse through the void with unparalleled speed, but also enabled him to bypass formidable barriers, such as the protective formation, with ease. As he stepped onto the island, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy. The essence of this energy was almost tangible, surging towards him like a dense mist or a rising tide. Lin Yang felt every pore in his body open wide, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy without the need to channel his own power. Zafuzu, the birthplace of the Eastern Prince, he mused. In Mount Buzhou, I could not find Fuxi or Niwa. On the Sun Star, I failed to locate Dijuan or Tai. Now, by chance, I have entered Zafuzu. I wonder if I might discover the foremost male immortal here. Chapter 30. The Pure Young Bell. Eastern Prince. Among the misfortunes of the primordial beings, many can be named, with Hongun naturally taking the lead in misfortune, while he might be considered second. Hongun's plight could be described as an unwarranted disaster. When he took his seat on that mat, no one informed him that it was a sacred position. In a moment of kindness, he yielded to another, only to invite monumental retribution upon himself. Moreover, what is even more peculiar is that no one dares to cast blame upon the instigator, Hong Jun. Nor do they criticize the indifferent beneficiary, Juan Ti. Instead, they merely assert that Hong Yun, the well-meaning fool, has brought about his own misfortune. Consequently, Hong Yun is deemed the foremost unfortunate soul, while Dong Wang Gong ranks a close second in misfortune. However, it must be noted that Dong Wang Gong is not entirely blameless. His misfortune originated within the confines of the Purple Cloud Palace, where Hong Jun appointed him as the leader of male immortals, granting him dominion over all male celestial beings. This can be regarded as yet another pitfall orchestrated by Hong Jun. Additionally, driven by his own insatiable ambition, Dong Wang Gong clung to the banner drawn by Hong Jun, recruiting followers in a bid to dominate the primordial chaos, ultimately leading to his demise amidst the calamity. His end came even sooner than that of Hong Yun. Nevertheless, he is a formidable figure, well-known and respected, possessing considerable power. Particularly, Dong Wang Gong is the embodiment of the first pure yang energy nurtured by heaven and earth, which speaks volumes of his potential. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen by Hong Jun to lead the male immortals. On the Purple Palace continent, abundant with spiritual energy, a plethora of celestial treasures and earthly treasures have been birthed, rendering it not an exaggeration to describe it as teeming with spiritual roots. Lin Yang, adhering to his customary approach, left desolation in his wake. All spiritual roots were thoroughly scavenged, and not a single celestial or earthly treasure was left behind. Lin Yang increasingly appreciates the benefits of amassing resources through such plundering. Although the original world has deteriorated significantly, largely due to the devastation wrought by numerous powerful beings, it is important to note that during the last moments of the Longhan calamity, the demon ancestor Luo, who engaged in a battle of Dao against Hong Jun, but was ultimately defeated. In a desperate final act, he detonated the spiritual veins of the western lands, rendering them barren. During the Wu and Yao calamity, the 12 ancestors of Wu and the Yao Emperor Dijun, along with Dong Huang Tai Yi, waged fierce battles, culminating in a series of self-destructive acts. Ultimately, the water ancestor Gong Gong crashed into Mount Buzhou, fracturing the heavenly pillar. The membranes of heaven and earth were thus damaged. Fortunately, Niwa mended the heavens and vanquished the black tortoise of the North Sea to prop up the heavens, preserving the cosmos. However, from that point onward, not only were the precious celestial and earthly treasures scarce, but the spiritual energy gradually transformed from innate spiritual energy to acquired spiritual energy. During the time of the divine calamity, the Master of Heaven engaged in a fierce battle against the four saints, once again unleashing the sword formation of extermination. This time, the formation was empowered by the might of the saints, rendering it even more formidable than during the era of Luo Ho. As a result of this monumental conflict, the primordial land was irrevocably divided into four, giving rise to the four great continents. In the end, the celestial master of the way suffered 2 consecutive defeats, leading to the annihilation of his grand sect. Unable to bear the humiliation of such losses, he contemplated the radical notion of reconstituting the cosmos, returning it to a state of primordial chaos, a plan thwarted only by the intervention of Hong Jun. However, following this tumultuous period, the last vestiges of the primordial essence of the universe were ultimately exhausted. Between heaven and earth, aside from the lingering innate spiritual energy found in various blessed lands and hidden realms, almost all had transformed into acquired spiritual energy. The beings that thrive by consuming the celestial essence are indeed diminishing in quality with each successive generation. The gradual decline of the primordial world is primarily attributed to these factors. However, there exists another aspect that pertains to the growth and expansion of the universe. The primordial realm was established by the great deity Pangu, and it is undeniably vast. Yet, despite its enormity, the entire world is in a constant state of expansion. In the beginning, when the heavens and the earth were newly formed, the space between them was replete with celestial treasures, and the aura of spiritual energy was most abundant, embodying the purest form of innate spiritual essence. It can be said that a mere breath of this energy could significantly enhance one's cultivation. As time progresses, the expansion of the heavens and the earth continues, and the universe grows ever more expansive. Consequently, the treasures within this realm gradually decompose, ultimately transforming into various acquired entities. This transformation also applies to spiritual energy. This phenomenon is a natural progression of the cosmos, epitomized by the cycles of creation, existence, decay, and emptiness. However, this process is exceedingly slow, often imperceptible to observers, yet it undeniably unfolds. Thus, Lin Yang's collection of these celestial treasures and myriad resources can be seen as a prudent preparation, safeguarding against a future where these elements may become extinct. In his quest, Lin Yang ventured deep into the heart of Zifu continent, where the spiritual energy grew increasingly potent. He found himself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of this rich and pure innate spiritual essence, which far surpassed anything found in the outside world. Consequently, he could not let such an opportunity slip by. He summoned forth the chaos gourd, the creation cauldron, and the 12 heavens, voraciously devouring and accumulating this essence. The beings within the creation cauldron also reaped significant benefits, as the incredibly rich and refined spiritual energy flooded into their realm, filling them with ecstatic delight as they fervently absorbed it. With the abundance of spiritual energy in Zifu continent, Lin Yang generously shared some with them. The profound spiritual energy present in the realm of Zifu Island has long been discerned by Lin Yang to originate from a colossal spiritual vein concealed beneath its surface. This vein is remarkable, as most spiritual veins are formed from the condensation of innate spiritual energy, which is likewise what they emit. However, the vein beneath Zifu Island is distinct. While the majority of its essence is indeed condensed innate energy, a small portion comprises chaotic energy. Or perhaps one might refer to it as primordial qi. Chaotic energy is tumultuous and fierce, existing solely beyond the primordial world, separated from it by the celestial membranes. Those beneath the level of the Deluo golden immortal lack even the capacity to tread upon it. Should one dare to enter, they would be instantly crushed, their essence annihilated. Even a Deluo golden immortal cannot linger within the chaos for long, lest they face the peril of demise. Thus, despite chaotic energy being the primordial essence from which all things arise, as well as the origin of both heaven and earth in their spiritual energies, it cannot be directly absorbed to transform into magical power. Conversely, primordial qi is different. It is, in essence, also chaotic energy. However, during the creation of the universe, the mighty Pangu refined its violent nature, leaving only its purest form of energy, which has not further decomposed into innate spiritual energy and retains a quality superior to that of innate energy. In other words, primordial qi is indeed chaotic energy. Yet when compared to its original form, it has become serene, akin to innate spiritual energy, albeit of significantly greater potency. Lin Yang has also set his sights on this spiritual vein, though he does not rush into action. At this moment, while exploring the depths of Zifu Island, Lin Yang finally discovered an innate spiritual treasure, a grand bell. Upon sighting it, he was momentarily taken aback. Had he not been in Zifu Island, he might have believed he had stumbled upon the chaotic bell of Tai on the Sunstar. After all, in the vast primordial realm, bell-shaped treasures are scarce, and those that are innate are even rarer. The bell on Zifu Island, while not the chaotic bell, is nonetheless an exquisite innate spiritual treasure known as the Pure Yang bell. It seems to be the accompanying treasure of the Eastern King. Lin Yang felt a pang of envy. Observing these innate deities, each possesses their own accompanying treasures, Di Jun with the river map and the Luo book, Tai with the chaotic bell, Wangshu with the map of mountains and rivers, and the Eastern King with the Pure Yang bell. As for himself, he has nothing. If one were to be precise, merely a handful of soil. The 12 sea calming pearls were procured from the neighboring Yin Yang banana tree. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Even the Yin Yang banana tree, which is at least 2 levels beneath him, possesses accompanying treasures. Why should he, as one of the top 10 spiritual roots, be devoid of such fortune? Nevertheless, gazing at the grand bell before him, Lin Yang could not help but chuckle. Despite being a bell, the Pure Yang bell stands merely as a younger sibling in the presence of the chaotic bell. For the Eastern King to wield this bell in a challenge against Di Jun and Tai, aspiring to dominance, would be akin to courting disaster and folly. However, the current clock has been seized by him, rendering it unrelated to the Eastern King. Lin Yang merely conducted a preliminary ritual on this grand clock before incorporating it into his sea of consciousness. He then intended to continue his search. Yet, as he traversed, he found that he had already gathered most of the treasures worth collecting. The most significant and precious among them was indeed this pure yang clock. As for the possibility of discovering other treasures that might surpass the pure yang clock in value, or those of comparable worth, such a notion seemed improbable. After all, considering the background of the Eastern King, having this pure yang clock as a companion was already a remarkable fortune. Any further desires would truly unbalance Lin Yang's heart. At this moment, Lin Yang was not in search of treasures, rare materials, or any other assorted items. Rather, he sought the elusive Dong Wang Gong. Having located the accompanying spiritual treasure, he pondered the whereabouts of the man himself. Where had Dong Wang Gong vanished to? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yang felt a stir within his heart, leading him to a conjecture. If there existed a location on this island most suitable for his gestation, it would undoubtedly be that place. Indeed, Lin Yang surmised that it was the spiritual vein hidden beneath the earth. During the solar star's ascendance, Lin Yang also suspected that Di Jun and Tai Yi were nurturing themselves deeper within the core of the solar star. However, given Lin Yang's cultivation level at that time, it was impossible for him to venture into the heart of the solar star in search of them. Nonetheless, it was a close approximation. The solar star, after all, was transformed from the left eye of Pangu. If any random individual could freely access its core, there would be no need to refer to it as the supreme celestial body. Even a sage would find it exceedingly difficult to enter the core of the solar star. Furthermore, how could Lin Yang, a mere mortal at that time, hope to locate the esteemed figures of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi? However, the situation was markedly different in the realm of Zifu. While Lin Yang was unable to penetrate the core of the sun star, he could certainly turn Zifu inside out in his pursuit. If the Eastern King truly concealed himself deep within the spiritual vein, it would likely be a trivial matter for Lin Yang to find him. As this thought crossed his mind, a surge of excitement welled within him. He had yet to encounter a being of such primordial sanctity and gestation. Chapter 31, The Suppression of the Eastern King, Mid-Stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal without hesitation. Lin Yang employed his earth-escaping technique and descended into the depths of Zifu. The deeper he delved, the more he sensed the richness of the spiritual energy, drawing him ever closer to the spiritual vein. After an indeterminate period, he finally infiltrated the vein and inhaled deeply, feeling the cascading pure spiritual energy enter his being. A jolt of vitality surged through Lin Yang. This place was truly an unparalleled sanctuary for cultivation. The spiritual energy was not only abundant and refined, but also infused with traces of chaotic primordial essence. Though exceedingly scant, its absorption promised immeasurable benefits. If the Eastern King were indeed nurturing himself within the depths of this spiritual vein, the foundation he would establish amid that chaotic essence would be profoundly solid. Had he not fallen prey to the deceptions of Hong Jun, pursuing the dubious title of male immortal leader and engaging in the struggle for dominion over the cosmos, his achievements could have been substantially greater. Of course, this was a consideration for the Eastern King. For Lin Yang, witnessing the Eastern King absorbing that chaotic essence was somewhat disheartening. They were both kindred spirits, albeit one arriving earlier than the other. Lin Yang could not allow the Eastern King to squander such an opportunity. In fact, Lin Yang began to formulate ideas concerning the Eastern King, who had already absorbed a considerable amount of chaotic essence. Thus, Lin Yang hastened his pace deeper into the spiritual vein. After a while, he arrived at its core end. Indeed, beheld a dense mass of chaotic primordial essence, which neither transformed into the elements of water, fire, or wind nor decomposed into primordial spiritual energy, maintaining its chaotic essence while continually swirling. This was the chaotic primordial essence, and within its depths, there was a faint silhouette, persistently absorbing the surrounding chaotic energy and coalescing into a more defined form. Evidently, this silhouette was none other than the Eastern King. As the first pure yang energy in existence, the Eastern King lacked a tangible form. Yet, every divine being must solidify their innate Tao body. What is the innate Tao body? It refers to the human form, albeit in a primordial sense, with the concept of human only manifesting within the three realms, symbolizing all sentient beings. The term human is later used primarily referred to the human race crafted by Nuwa. Nuwa molded Earth to create humanity, emulating the innate Tao body in her creation. The act of molding clay to create humanity is deemed an immense virtue. This is attributed to the intrinsic nature of humankind, which embodies the innate principles of the universe. Consequently, various subsequent beings, whether they are extraordinary cultivators, demons, or other supernatural entities, must first attain a human form to most efficiently absorb the spiritual essence of the world and seize the gifts of nature. Even now, the humanoid form, known as the innate Tao body, has long become the mainstream of the primordial world, especially among the innate deities. Most instinctively forge an innate Tao body the moment they begin to coalesce into form. As Lin Yang gazed at the Eastern King, a nefarious thought crept into his mind. This was due to the fact that the Eastern King was nurtured within this spiritual vein, and with the presence of primordial chaos energy. No innate formations had manifested around him. It was as if everything was laid bare before Lin Yang, particularly since the Eastern King had yet to fully coalesce his innate Tao body and thus lacked any capacity for resistance. Ding! At that moment, a prompt echoed in Lin Yang's mind. The system detected that the host harbored malicious intent towards the Eastern King, who was gestating in the primordial chaos energy, and prompted the host to make the following choices. Choice 1. Strangle the nascent Eastern King, shatter his spiritual consciousness, and return him to the original source as the first pure yang energy of the innate realm, thus earning a map to one of the 3 islands overseas. Choice 2. Usurp the nascent Eastern King, refining him into a second incarnation, thereby acquiring the reward of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Level Technique, Pure Yang Tao Scripture. Choice 3. Extract only the primordial chaos energy without harming the Eastern King, which would yield the reward of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Level Thunder Method, Pure Yang Divine Thunder. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yang was left speechless, inwardly lamenting, "System, you indeed wish for the Eastern King to perish." The rewards of the 3 choices clearly aligned with Lin Yang's desires to eliminate the Eastern King. After all, Lin Yang had come to the East Sea specifically to seek out the 3 islands overseas. The prospect of refining the Eastern King into a second incarnation did not entice him greatly. He already possessed 12 incarnations. Moreover, the Eastern King was still in the process of gestation. How long would it take for him to fully form? Lin Yang could not afford to wait that long. He needed to enhance his power by any means necessary. Thus, even the second choice failed to stir Lin Yang's interest, let alone the third. To spare the Eastern King was simply not an option. The notion of extracting only the primordial chaos energy sounded appealing. Yet it was clear that such an action would entangle him in fate. Lin Yang was no fool. Nor would he be so naive as to leave the Eastern King alive, fully aware that it could lead to disaster. Therefore, from the moment Lin Yang infiltrated the depths and arrived here, he had already resolved to eliminate the Eastern King. The choices presented by the system merely facilitated his intentions. "You are far too tempting. I must regretfully bid you farewell." Lin Yang uttered a word, extending his hand towards the chaotic primordial energy. The Eastern Sovereign, who was in the process of coalescing within the chaotic essence, sensed an imminent threat. Streams of chaotic energy surged into his being at an accelerated pace, solidifying his form further. Yet, it was too late. As Lin Yang's mighty hand grasped him, everything came to a standstill. The torrents of chaotic energy that were relentlessly flowing into him suddenly ceased. Lin Yang had extinguished an innate divine being that was still in gestation. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yang felt a weight of karmic retribution descend upon him. The act of slaying an unborn innate divine entity was deemed a transgression by the celestial order, thus invoking this karmic consequence. Although Lin Yang perceived this burden, it was relatively insignificant, particularly in light of his current cultivation, and its impact was minimal. Nonetheless, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Dismissing this concern, Lin Yang retracted his hand, causing the half-formed innate Tao body within the chaotic energy to collapse like shifting sands. Boom. As the innate Tao body disintegrated, it reverted to its essence, once again transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy that dispersed into the surroundings. The ethereal essence remained as the primordial chaos energy. Unbeknownst to Lin Yang, he had already summoned the chaos Gourd, diligently collecting the chaos energy that had dispersed due to the collapse of the innate Tao body, as well as a still uncongealed mass of chaos energy, continuously drawing them into the Gourd. Simultaneously, in Lin Yang's outstretched hand, he grasped a strand of pure white gas, which was, in fact, the essence of the Eastern King, a manifestation of innate pure yang energy. Moreover, it is the very first breath of pure yang energy birthed at the dawn of creation. Such a profound nourishment. Lin Yang could already feel his pores opening wide, enveloped by a sensation of greed. The instinct of life urged him to consume this pure yang energy. The primordial breath of pure yang, formed at the genesis of the universe, combined with this chaotic essence, ought to facilitate the first transformation of my great path. Lin Yang mused. He did not hasten to devour this pure yang energy. Instead, he patiently awaited the chaotic gourd to absorb all the chaotic essence. Only then did Lin Yang settle into a meditative posture deep within this spiritual vein. The chaotic gourd was his treasure for enlightenment. The absorbed chaotic essence was equivalent to being assimilated by Lin Yang himself, gradually transforming into his own magical power. At this moment, Lin Yang commenced the refinement of the pure yang energy. He opened his mouth and, in an instant, inhaled this stream of pure yang energy into his being, swallowing it down into his abdomen for refinement. As Lin Yang processed this essence, he immediately felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire body, akin to soaking in a rejuvenating hot spring. A profound sense of exhilaration coursed through him, leaving him utterly invigorated. Moreover, this pure yang energy, which first manifested at the dawn of creation, conceals profound mysteries regarding the genesis of the universe. As Lin Yang refines it, he simultaneously becomes cognizant of its essence. Furthermore, through the alchemy of this pure yang energy, Lin Yang acquires mastery over a novel cosmic principle, the way of pure yang, the laws of pure yang. Much like other cosmic doctrines, the way of pure yang and its laws seamlessly integrate into Lin Yang's own path. Situated within the spiritual veins, there is no necessity for Lin Yang to laboriously gather the celestial spirit energy. It flows freely to him, coupled with the chaotic essence harvested by the chaos gourd. It suffices abundantly for Lin Yang's cultivation needs. Thus, immersed in the depths of the earth, Lin Yang is oblivious to the passage of time. Having long since refined the pure yang energy, he now absorbs the chaotic essence, continually transforming this bounty into his own reservoir of power. His Tao and cultivation flourish concurrently. Gradually, he approaches a critical juncture, on the cusp of a momentous transformation. Thunderous roars reverberate. The spiritual energy surrounding Lin Yang begins to surge, rushing into his being at an accelerated pace. The resonant echoes of the Tao emanate from within him, growing ever louder. Various phenomena manifest around him, signaling the impending change. Time elapses, though its measure is unclear, until, with a sudden tremor of his form, a terrifying aura radiates from him. Wherever this energy traverses, everything becomes hazy, as if chaos is being reenacted, swirling and boiling in tumult. This is the influence of his Tao, the way of chaos, capable of assimilating all, returning everything to a state of primordial chaos. However, Lin Yang's mastery over this chaotic path has yet to reach fruition. Despite having absorbed the chaotic essence here and gaining a deeper understanding of chaos, he still cannot forge true chaos. As he gradually retracts his aura, the chaos that had transformed under his influence disintegrates, reverting to its original state of innate spiritual energy. At this moment, Lin Yang opened his eyes, revealing the remarkable transformation he had undergone in his pursuit of the great Tao. His cultivation had ascended from the initial stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal to the mid-stage. Chapter 32. The 3 Islands and 10 Continents. The Purifying White Lotus. He had finally achieved a breakthrough. Lin Yang suppressed his aura and, with a sense of wonder, remarked on his progress. Alas, such precious locations are rare to find. The chaotic primordial energy within this realm is rather scarce. It seems that if opportunities arise in the future, he must venture beyond this world to see if the true chaotic energy can be refined. Rising to his feet, Lin Yang surveyed the spiritual vein he stood upon, realizing that he had depleted both the chaotic primordial energy and the Eastern King Palace throughout the entirety of Zifu continent. This spiritual vein was likely the sole remnant left. Although the chaotic primordial energy has dissipated, this spiritual vein remains a treasure of exquisite quality, a rarity in the world. Lin Yang found himself tempted, for apart from the Eastern Prince, he was the sole occupant of the entire island. He could easily usurp this place, transforming it into his own sanctuary. However, this fleeting thought was swiftly dismissed by Lin Yang. Though the Purple Mansion continent is splendid, it lies within the heart of the East Sea, the stronghold of the Dragon Clan, with the ancestral dragon residing here. Establishing his sanctuary in such proximity to the ancestral dragon would be akin to running naked before it, an unwise endeavor indeed. Thus, Lin Yang quickly relinquished this notion. Yet even temporarily sealing it away seemed precarious. There was no assurance that some wandering cultivator would not stumble upon this location. After contemplation, Lin Yang reached a decisive resolution. He suddenly invoked his mystical arts, Void Seal. With his cultivation having ascended to a new level, he progressed from the early stage of the primordial golden immortal to the mid-stage. His path underwent a metamorphosis, significantly enhancing his prowess. As Lin Yang executed the Void Seal once more, a multitude of voids, centered around him, flickered like countless phantoms. The air buzzed with energy as he channeled the full extent of his power into the void seal, its influence expanding ever wider, until with a resounding crash, it enveloped the entirety of the Purple Mansion continent. More specifically, it encompassed the spiritual vein hidden beneath the surface of the Purple Mansion continent. Indeed, Lin Yang's intent was to claim this spiritual vein. However, he dared not extract it entirely, having previously suppressed the Eastern Prince. He had faced the backlash of the heavenly Tao, which had bestowed upon him a burden of karmic retribution. Should he choose to sever this entire spiritual vein, the repercussions would be dire for the Purple Mansion continent, leading to its inevitable collapse. At that juncture, the heavenly Tao would likewise impose karmic retribution. Although the amount may not be substantial, the presence of karma would inevitably impact one's cultivation. Lin Yang intended to find a way to dispel this particular karma. Consequently, he was keen to avoid accumulating any further karmic weight. At that moment, Lin Yang took action, astonishingly splitting the spiritual vein in two. Approximately 70% of it was severed by Lin Yang and incorporated into the cauldron of creation. The extracted spiritual veins were also infused into the inner realm of the cauldron of creation, sufficient to sustain the abundant spiritual energy within for an extended period. The remaining 30% of the spiritual veins in the Purple Mansion Isle were meticulously calculated by Lin Yang, allowing him to maximize his gains while ensuring the stability of the island. In this manner, as long as the island remained intact, no karmic repercussions would befall him. Should the island face any natural disasters or misfortunes in the future, it would no longer concern Lin Yang. After collecting the spiritual veins, he ascended from the depths and returned to the surface of the island. Indeed, after his relentless upheaval, the entire island lay in a state of utter disarray. With even the spiritual energy having significantly diminished, it was only marginally stronger than that found beyond the island's shores. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet he quickly regained his composure. It was time to depart. His next destination was Penglai Island. As Lin Yang soared towards the island's edge, he noticed that the protective array surrounding the island also exhibited signs of collapse. This, however, was to be expected. The original protective array thrived on an abundance of spiritual energy, allowing it to function continuously over an extended period. Yet now, the island's spiritual essence had been nearly depleted by Lin Yang's plundering, with even the subterranean spiritual veins severed by more than half. How could such an array sustain itself under these circumstances? It is conceivable that when this grand formation collapses, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of nearby cultivators, contemplating the monks who, in their fervor, believed a fortuitous opportunity had arrived, only to discover upon entering the island that it was merely an empty expanse. Devoid of all treasures, Lin Yang couldn't help but find the situation quite intriguing. Upon exiting the island, Lin Yang resumed his swift flight across the surface of the sea. He had vanquished the Eastern King, fulfilling his chosen quest, and the reward bestowed upon him was a map to one of the 3 islands beyond the seas. Ultimately, what he obtained was Penglai Island, one of the 3 renowned overseas islands. This island is generally regarded as the foremost among the trio. In other words, Lin Yang has indeed drawn the grand prize, and he hopes for a bountiful harvest. His anticipation for Penglai Island remains exceedingly high. After all, these celestial islands are often referred to as the 3 islands and 10 continents, with the 3 islands being Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fazhang, which are also the most celebrated. Among the 10 continents, the Purple Mansion continent is one, along with the Ancestor continent, the Profound continent, the Primordial continent, the Flame continent, the Long continent, the Flowing continent, the Life continent, the Gathering Cave continent, and the Wind-favored continent. Each of these 3 islands and 10 continents is comparable to the renowned paradises and sacred grounds of the primordial earth, especially in the case of Mishima. It is said that the fragments of chaos transformed into the Eastern Sea. Therefore, it is highly probable that the forthcoming Penglai Island harbors an abundance of chaotic primordial energy, perhaps even surpassing that found in Zifu continent. One must wonder how Lin Yang could possibly contain his anticipation. Thus, Lin Yang soared over the Eastern Sea for quite some time, until he finally arrived at an expansive stretch of ocean. This is the place. Following the map provided by the system in his mind, he had journeyed to this very spot. Yet, the surface of the sea before him appeared utterly barren, devoid of any signs of existence. Lin Yang harbored no doubts about the system's accuracy. Rather, he understood that every celestial island was enveloped and protected by innate great formations. Typically, these islands remained concealed, not revealing themselves to the world. Hence, the sea before him appeared desolate. Lin Yang first employed his divine consciousness to search the area, sweeping across the expanse, yet still found it empty. Unable to locate Palai Island, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of astonishment. It seemed that the innate great formation surrounding Palai Island possessed considerable prowess. He conducted his search repeatedly, a total of 13 times, before finally detecting traces of the great formation. With a thought, the 12 heavens materialized behind him. Subsequently, the 12 heavens collectively pressed forward, revealing a grand formation that emerged upon the surface of the sea. Within this formation, the vague outline of an island began to materialize. At long last, Palai Island had appeared. The great formation guarding Palai Island was considerably more powerful than that of Zifu continent. However, it posed no challenge to Lin Yang, who effortlessly entered the formation and stepped onto the island. Upon arriving on Palai Island, he immediately sensed that the spiritual energy here was indeed more abundant than that found on Zifu continent. Lin Yang had come to a firm conclusion. Indeed, on this Palai Island, there existed a wealth of chaotic primordial energy, much akin to that of Zifu Island, and perhaps even more abundant. The system had truly been generous to him, Lin Yang mused, his heart ablaze with enthusiasm. He yearned to plunge into the subterranean spiritual veins to gather that chaotic energy immediately. However, he restrained himself, recognizing that, much like before, there was no need to rush the collection of the chaotic energy. After all, he was on this island, and it could not escape him. Thus, Lin Yang began his exploration of the island, diligently seeking and gathering various rare treasures and natural wonders along his path. At long last, Lin Yang encountered his first harvest. He discovered a pool nestled within a valley. This pool was adorned with an abundance of lotus flowers, each one as pure and white as jade, exuding an aura of pristine elegance. Upon beholding these blossoms, Lin Yang could not help but exclaim, "The pure world white lotus." Indeed, the lotus flowers before him were the very embodiment of the pure world white lotus. In the primordial realm, there exist 6 illustrious lotus platforms: the 24th rank creation green lotus, the 12th rank virtue golden lotus, the 12th rank karmic fire red lotus, the 12th rank annihilation black lotus, the 12th rank pure world white lotus, and the 12th rank reincarnation purple lotus. These 6 lotus platforms share a common origin, having sprouted from the seeds of the chaotic green lotus, which, upon descending into the primordial world, transformed according to their respective environments and circumstances. Among them, the 24th rank creation green lotus was acquired by the 3 pure ones, splitting into 3, thereby becoming their treasures of enlightenment. The 12th-grade merit golden lotus was initially bestowed by Hong Jun, and later passed on to the Taoist who guides others during the teachings at the Zixiao Palace. The 12th-grade fiery red lotus, born from the blood sea of the netherworld, is an innate treasure of the Taoist of the underworld river. The 12th-grade annihilation black lotus currently resides with the demon ancestor, Luo Ho. The 12th-grade reincarnation purple lotus is said to manifest during the incarnation of the Earth Mother into the cycle of reincarnation. Among the 6 lotus platforms, only the 12th-grade pure world white lotus stands without a master, now right before us. At the heart of this multitude of lotus flowers lies this very platform. The 12th grade lotus platform is akin to an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, indeed the most superior among them, possessing 48 prohibitions. The innate treasures held by Lin Yang, such as the flame light banner and the pure young bell, are also exquisite innate treasures, yet they exhibit distinctions. The flame light banner, too, is governed by 48 prohibitions. Ranking as the utmost among exquisite innate treasures, with just one more prohibition, it would ascend to the status of an innate supreme treasure. However, the pure young bell possesses merely 46 restrictions, 2 fewer than the earth-separating flame banner. Although this difference may seem negligible, the disparity between having one more or one less restriction is indeed significant. Both are exquisite innate spiritual treasures, yet there exists a hierarchy among them, classified into various tiers. The current 12 is akin to the, embodying the same 48 prohibitions. It signifies the most formidable innate spiritual treasure, second only to the primordial treasures. In truth, the 12-petal lotus platform, akin to the flame light banner, excels in defensive capabilities. Seated upon it, one is nearly impervious to all forms of attack, as any assault encountered is significantly diminished. In the vast expanse of primordial chaos, aside from the celestial and earthly mystic yellow Linglong Pagoda, no treasure possesses defensive prowess that can rival the 12-petal lotus platform. This includes the flame light banner and the earthly script, whose power is comparably similar to that of the 12-petal lotus platform. Chapter 33, The Divine Water of the 3 Lights, the Yellow Central Tree. In the pool, There exists solely a 12-petal lotus, the 12-petal pure world white lotus. The remaining lotuses, however, are primarily those without a designated grade. Even if these ungraded lotuses are refined into treasures, they can only be considered innate spiritual objects, rather than innate spiritual treasures. Only a one-petal lotus can be deemed to have barely reached the level of a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. The one-petal, two-petal, and three-petal lotuses are all categorized as low-grade. Moreover, the fourth-grade lotus is equivalent to a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure. Similarly, the fourth, fifth, and sixth-grade lotuses are all classified as medium-grade innate spiritual treasures. Upon reaching the seventh grade, they ascend to the status of superior-grade innate spiritual treasures. The seventh, eighth, and ninth grades are all considered superior-grade innate spiritual treasures. Finally, the lotuses of the 10th, 11th, and 12th grades are regarded as the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures. However, within this pond, the majority consists of lotuses without any grade classification. As one ascends through the ranks of the lotus flowers, from the 1st to the 12th grade, their numbers diminish significantly. Lin Yang, employing his divine consciousness, calculated that there existed over 10,000 lotus flowers devoid of any grade. In contrast, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades collectively comprised around 100 blooms, while the 4th, 5th, and 6th grades yielded merely a handful, approximately a dozen. Astonishingly, only 2 flowers were found at the 7th, 8th, and 9th grades. Ultimately, at the pinnacle, the 10th, 11th, and 12th grades boasted but a single flower. The exquisite 12th grade pure world white lotus. While this may initially seem preposterous, it is, in fact, quite reasonable. Within the primordial chaos, innate spiritual treasures are exceedingly rare. The lotus blossoms in this pond are, in fact, the descendants of the 12th-grade pure world white lotus. The vastness of this expanse is largely attributable to the water within the pond. It turns out that the water nurturing the flourishing lotus flowers is no ordinary water. In the primordial realm, the most renowned and exalted among treasures is the three radiances divine water. This divine essence is comprised of the golden sunlight divine water, the silver moonlight divine water, and the violet starlight divine water. When these three are unified, they transform into the three radiances divine water. Individually, the sunlight divine water, moonlight divine water, and starlight divine water are highly toxic substances. The sunlight divine water erodes blood and flesh, the moonlight divine water corrupts the soul, and the starlight divine water devours true spirit and consciousness. They are indeed exceedingly malevolent. However, when these elements are amalgamated into the three radiances divine water, they metamorphose into a miraculous healing elixir capable of dispelling all poisons, countering even those deemed incurable, and healing all wounds and ailments. It can even restore flesh to bones and revive the deceased. Lin Yang had already acquired the 9 heavens restoring soil, and now he has obtained the 3 radiances divine water. With these 2 sacred artifacts for the creation of life, he considers himself to have gathered the essential elements, rather than waiting for Nuwa to create humanity. He contemplates preemptively fashioning the human race himself within the impending calamity. A bold thought flashes through Lin Yang's mind. He, who has transformed into the solar star's ancestral dragon and clashed with the Grandmaster Xian Tian, has returned to the primordial realm and seized the Lidi Yingguang banner from Yuan Feng. He has even slain the unborn Dong Wanggong. His audacity has grown immensely, leading him to such a rebellious notion. After all, if Lin Yang's previous incarnation was indeed one of the human race created by Nuwa, and he now returns to usurp her role in creation, what does that signify? Nonetheless, this idea merely flickers through Lin Yang's mind. Although tempted, he manages to suppress it, setting aside whether he can even create humanity, even if he succeeds. Can he truly earn the recognition of the heavenly Tao without the primordial purple energy? Even if he were to receive such merit, would it be sufficient to match Nuwa's creation? Furthermore, should humanity emerge from his efforts without him attaining enlightenment, how would they survive in this world? Can he truly protect them amid the strife of the 3 races? There are far too many uncertainties. If the chances of success were substantial, Lin Yang might consider the endeavor worthwhile. However, given the slim likelihood, he resolves to steadfastly pursue his path of enlightenment. Especially in comparison to the merit-based path, Lin Yang prefers to cultivate his own way of achieving enlightenment. After all, merit is a divine gift, and the power derived from it always feels somewhat ephemeral. Otherwise, among the 3 methods of proving one's path, through strength, by severing the 3 corpses, or through merit, the latter would not be relegated to the last position. His chaotic enlightenment has already undergone its first transformation. On this Palai Island, He wonders if he can continue towards a second transformation. Lin Yang was filled with anticipation. He summoned the creation cauldron and, with a swift motion, enveloped the entire pool, instantly drawing in all the divine water of the three lights and the lotus flowers into the cauldron. After securing the pure world white lotus, Lin Yang continued his search. Although the 12th grade pure world white lotus was indeed remarkable, his intuition urged him that there were even greater treasures to be found on this island. Moreover, within the confines of Zafuzu, the Eastern King has been nurtured. Does this imply that a similar primordial sanctity is also gestating upon Palai Island? However, Lin Yang ultimately did not discover the primordial divinity he sought. Instead, he encountered a rare spiritual root. Upon laying his eyes on this spiritual root, Lin Yang was immediately struck with awe, excitement, and exhilaration. Before him stood this remarkable spiritual root, situated at the very heart of the island, with the surrounding spiritual energies converging towards it in a continuous flow. The spiritual root towered magnificently, its crown ascending skyward, piercing the clouds, while a thick veil of chaotic primordial energy enveloped it. As Lin Yang drew near, he was greeted by a wafting fragrance that invigorated his spirit and clarified his mind. This spiritual root was none other than a pear tree, specifically the revered Huangzhong Li, hailed as the foremost among the 10 spiritual roots. It is said that this Huangzhong Li blossoms once per cosmic cycle, bears fruit once per cycle, matures once per cycle, and becomes edible only after this process. The blossoms resemble lotus flowers, while the fruits take on the form of pearl-like orbs, each adorned with the characters for Huangzhong. Should an immortal inhale the fragrance of its flowers, they could attain millennia of cultivation, and if fortunate enough to consume a single fruit, they could instantly ascend to the status of a great Luo golden immortal. The potency of the Huangzhong Li is thus evident. At this moment, the tree bore 9 plump, ripe fruits, nestled among its leaves, from which the enchanting fragrance emanated. Just one of these fruits could elevate a person to the rank of a great Luo golden immortal, affirming the Huangzhong Li's rightful place as the pinnacle of the 10 spiritual roots. Lin Yang held deep respect for this Huangzhong Li. Despite being among the top 10 spiritual roots, the disparity was undeniable. Perhaps it was precisely because the Huangzhong Li was so extraordinarily formidable, akin to the 24-grade primal chaos green lotus. Upon its emergence, the 24-grade primal chaos green lotus was divided into 3, transforming into the treasures of enlightenment for the 3 pure ones. The Huangzhong Li tree, in its essence, fails to even give rise to spiritual awareness, existing merely as a tree, growing in a state of naive oblivion. This illustrates a significant drawback of many spiritual roots, which, due to their profound accumulation, often struggle to awaken spiritual consciousness, let alone cultivate transformation. Even Lin Yang's own primary entity, the Gourd vine, was similarly affected. Had he not traversed into this realm, this spiritual root would have continued to grow in an ignorant stupor, yielding 7 gourds, only to be seized by various innate deities, leaving it utterly depleted. It is a poignant metaphor for laboring since the dawn of creation, ultimately weaving garments for others. Observing the Huangzhong Li tree, Lin Yang surmised that there were likely no other innate deities in gestation upon this island. With a 12th grade pure world white lotus and a Huangzhong Li tree, they would undoubtedly monopolize all the fortune of this isle. The question lingered in Lin Yang's mind. How should he proceed with the Huangzhong Li tree? At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Lin Yang's mind. Ding! The host has encountered the supreme Huangzhong Li tree, the foremost among the 10 spirit roots. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Return the Huangzhong Li tree to its original state and absorb its essence, which will reward you with the Yin Yang spirit pearl. Option 2. Seize the Huangzhong Li tree and refine it into your second incarnation, which will reward you with an offensive divine power. Option 3. Preserve the Huangzhong Li tree, which will reward you with the 5 element spirit pearls of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yang couldn't help but ponder. The value of the Huangzhong Li tree needs no elaboration. A single fruit is sufficient to elevate a being devoid of cultivation to the status of a great Luo golden immortal. Although such an achievement may come with certain shortcomings, such as the near impossibility of further cultivation breakthroughs, its efficacy cannot be denied. Furthermore, despite Lin Yang being born a great Luo golden immortal, countless beings in the vast expanse of the primordial world will never attain such a rank in their lifetimes. The potency of this single fruit alone is enough to lure innumerable beings to their doom. The remarkable efficacy of the Huanglongli tree can be attributed to its unique status as the sole spirit root among the top 10 that encompasses all 5 elements. In the realm of 5 elemental attributes, the 5-leaf pine, despite its own merit, pales in comparison to the Huanglongli tree. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that, despite being a rare and exceptional innate spiritual root, the 5-leaf pine cannot ascend to the ranks of the top 10 spiritual roots, overshadowed as it is by the Huanglongli. The foremost among the 10 spiritual roots of the primordial world is the Huanglongli tree, accompanied by 9 others: the gourd vine, the ginseng fruit tree, the bodhi tree, the laurel tree, the fusang tree, the hollow willow, the peach tree, the bitter bamboo, and the immortal apricot. The Huanglongli tree embodies the quintessence of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with earth being its primary attribute, thus rendering its medicinal properties exceptionally gentle. This allows for direct absorption, enabling one to attain the status of a great Luo golden immortal merely by consuming a single Huanglongli. To destroy such a precious spiritual root would indeed be a lamentable loss. Consequently, among the 3 options presented, Lin Yang swiftly dismissed the second choice. He had no intention of refining the Huanglongli tree into his avatar. Regardless of the quantity, an avatar holds little significance. Even the transformation of Laozi into the 3 pure ones, or Hongjuan's severance of the 3 corpses, cannot surpass the power of the true self. Even if one is stronger than the original self, such superiority holds little significance. The essence of cultivation lies within the self. When the self is robust, there is no need for an avatar. Thus, why forsake the fundamental to pursue the superficial art of crafting avatars? Once the self attains true strength, the desire for avatars will manifest abundantly and effortlessly. As for the remaining 2 choices, should he preserve the Huanglongli tree or absorb its essence and return to the origin? Lin Yang found himself in a state of indecision. Undoubtedly, the option that promised the greatest immediate return was to absorb its essence, thereby directly augmenting his own strength. Perhaps this could even facilitate his metamorphosis into a higher realm. Nonetheless, Lin Yang felt a twinge of reluctance. The Huanglongli tree was unique, and its destruction would mean its eternal loss. After careful contemplation, he ultimately resolved to preserve the Huanglongli tree. System, I choose option 3. To retain the Huanglongli tree, he silently affirmed, conveying his decision to the system. Concurrently, Lin Yang summoned the creation cauldron, preparing to enclose the Huanglongli tree within its celestial confines. To Lin Yang's astonishment, the soil in which the Huanglongli tree thrived was, remarkably, the legendary Jiutian Shirong. This was indeed an unexpected boon. However, he had not anticipated the existence of both Jiutian Shirong and the 3 light divine water on this island. Lin Yang himself possessed Jiutian Shirong, but after his transformation, he found it unnecessary and thus bestowed it upon the Yin Yang banana tree. In the present moment, the 9 heavens essence must certainly be utilized by the Huanglongli tree. Once the Huanglongli tree is collected, the other areas of this island no longer warrant the personal search of Lin Yang's true self. With a mere thought, the 12 heavens manifested behind him. Chapter 34, Second Transformation. 5-colored divine light, the 12 heavens shimmered briefly before transforming into 12 avatars, which then flew forth in accordance with Lin Yang's instructions, embarking on a quest to seek out the remaining spiritual treasures across Palai Island on his behalf. As for Lin Yang himself, he focused his thoughts and retrieved a fruit from the chaotic cauldron. This fruit was none other than one of the 9 fruits borne by the Huanglongli tree. Upon closer inspection, the fruit indeed bore the 2 innate characters of Huanglong. Presenting the Huanglongli before him, its aroma became even more enticing. Although the greatest efficacy of the Huanglongli was of little use to Lin Yang, given that his own cultivation level surpassed that of the great Luo golden immortal, rendering such spiritual fruits unnecessary for his enhancement. The 9 fruits produced by this tree represented the very first harvest since the dawn of creation. These fruits had matured as a result of the tree absorbing the primordial chaotic energy. Thus, the value of this harvest was extraordinary, as it contained fragments of the great Tao within. Naturally, Lin Yang was compelled to taste it. Upon taking a bite, he was enveloped by an unprecedented fragrance that was intoxicating, while the flesh of the fruit melted in his mouth, transforming into an exceptionally pure essence of the 5 elements as it descended into his belly. This quintessence was remarkably pure, embodying the essence of the 5 elements along with the profundity of chaotic primordial energy, infusing Lin Yang's entire being with an unparalleled sense of comfort. This single bite was likely equivalent to thousands of years of cultivation for Lin Yang. Moreover, within his primordial spirit, there appeared to be an elusive essence that was difficult to articulate. This essence was the understanding of the Tao, a result of absorbing the fragments of the great Tao contained within the fruit. As the Huangjongli tree is a root of the 5 elements, the fragments of the great Tao were naturally manifestations of the laws of the 5 elements. Thus, in that moment, Lin Yang's comprehension aligned with the path of the 5 elements. Moreover, it is the primordial essence of the 5 elements. At the dawn of creation, chaos was divided into 2, forming yin and yang, which then transformed into the 4 symbols. The 4 symbols further decomposed into the 5 elements. The profound principles encapsulated within this yellow jujube elucidate these truths. Such a miraculous fruit allows no insight into such arcane wisdom, leaving Lin Yang utterly enchanted. Thus, while he contemplated the path of the 5 elements, he indulged in the fruit, unwittingly consuming the entire yellow jujube. Upon the completion of his enlightenment, Lin Yang felt a substantial enhancement in his cultivation, a leap equivalent to an entire yuanhui. He could not help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of the yellow jujube tree. If a single fruit possesses such efficacy, what might the entire tree's essence yield? However, having made his decision, Lin Yang would not waver. He felt a tinge of regret that the fruits from this batch contained identical fragments of profound loss. Consequently, whether he consumed 1, 2, 3, or even 9 fruits, the result would remain unchanged. Therefore, the remaining 8 fruits, if consumed, would be a waste. He resolved to preserve them, either as gifts for others or for his own experimentation in concocting elixirs, which would be quite advantageous. After all, it is said that Laozi, upon attaining the status of a Taiji sage, utilized the yellow jujube as the primary ingredient to refine the 9-turn golden elixir, which boasts superior effects and significantly reduced side effects. Consuming a single 9-turn golden elixir can elevate one to the status of a great Luo golden immortal without the limitations imposed by directly consuming the yellow jujube, which effectively caps one's potential for future advancement. While those who attain the great Luo golden immortal status through the 9-turn golden elixir may also face the challenge of a fragile foundation and stagnant cultivation, overall, it is undoubtedly a far superior option compared to direct consumption of the yellow jujube. Lin Yang possesses the creation cauldron, and it is virtually assured that he will be able to concoct elixirs of similar efficacy through further research. In fact, the creation cauldron is inherently more adept at alchemy than at crafting artifacts. Both the creation cauldron and the Qiankuan cauldron possess the capability to reverse the postnatal to the prenatal, yet their specialties differ. To a certain extent, the creation cauldron excels in alchemy, while the Qiankuan cauldron is more proficient in artifact forging. Nonetheless, both are innate treasures, and despite their distinct strengths, the differences are not particularly pronounced. Lin Yang does not aspire to attain monumental achievements in either artifact forging or alchemy. He merely requires occasional use of these skills without needing to overly concern himself. After consuming the fruit and refining the fragments of the Tao, Lin Yang felt a significant enhancement in his cultivation, which brought him great satisfaction. Thus, he once again burrowed into the earth, traveling deep into the spiritual veins beneath Palai Island. These underground spiritual veins were far more robust than those of Zifu continent, with pure spiritual energy continuously enveloping him. Lin Yang proceeded directly to the center of the spiritual vein, where he discovered a mass of chaotic primordial energy, neither transforming into the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, nor decomposing into innate spiritual energy. Without hesitation, Lin Yang entered this mass and settled down to absorb the chaotic primordial energy for his cultivation. While Lin Yang practiced beneath Penglai Island, absorbing chaotic primordial energy to enhance his cultivation and striving to achieve a second transformation of his Tao. The vast expanse of the Hongwang continent remained tranquil yet rife with hidden currents as numerous innate treasures emerged. Some were exceedingly formidable, while others were enigmatic. The majority were claimed by the 3 clans, yet many were fiercely contested by a multitude of powerful beings. Although the 3 clans were strong, their strength lay in their collective power rather than in individual prowess. In the realm of Hongwang, formidable individuals extended beyond the likes of the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the initial Qilin. Those formidable beings, whose power rivals that of the ancestral dragon, naturally exhibit little regard for the 3 clans in the presence of innate treasures. They are compelled to seize what they desire. Behind the scenes, these powerful entities have engaged in numerous conflicts with the 3 clans, resulting in many fierce battles, with victories and defeats on both sides. Those who triumphed acquired treasures, stealthily hidden and refined, while the 3 clans lacked the leisure to pursue and retaliate against the culprits. However, in the event of defeat, they are left to flee in disarray, with some even facing the grim fate of being slain on the spot. In the primordial chaos, treasures emerge with great frequency, symbolizing a pivotal moment in the unfolding of the cosmic tribulation, as powerful beings fall one after another. A sinister aura gradually permeates the heavens and the earth. Many adept cultivators, having discerned the shifts in the cosmos, are left in astonished dismay as they deduce the impending calamity. While they can foresee the great tribulation approaching, many of these formidable beings find themselves already entangled in the web of cause and effect, destined to remain restless, unable to evade the oncoming disaster. They must immerse themselves in the tribulation to resolve their karmic ties, for only then might they emerge unscathed. The ancestor dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the first Qilin sees this opportunity to recruit powerful entities into their ranks, offering a variety of enticing conditions. Many adept cultivators, believing themselves incapable of overcoming the tribulation alone, are drawn to the vast strength of the three clans, seeking refuge beneath their formidable branches, hoping to leverage their power to navigate the impending crisis. In a fleeting moment, the three clans experience a resurgence in growth, expanding like a snowball, their influence becoming increasingly formidable. However, although Lin Yang is aware of these developments, he deems them irrelevant to his own pursuits and thus dedicates himself to cultivating deep within the earth of Penglai Island. For nearly a decade of the Yuan calendar, even the Huangzhong Lishu, after entering the creation cauldron, has produced a new harvest of fruits. At last, Lin Yang has fully refined the chaotic primordial energy within the earth's spiritual veins. Moreover, aside from this, although Lin Yang was reluctant to absorb the Huangzhongli tree for its restoration and return to its origin, he nonetheless destroyed the 5 innate spiritual pearls of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth that he had acquired from the system. In doing so, he returned to the source and similarly obtained the quintessence of the 5 fundamental laws of the Tao. As Lin Yang absorbed the chaotic primordial energy, he simultaneously embraced these 5 sources, and after 10 cycles of the Yuan conference, he finally accomplished the second metamorphosis of his own Tao. This transformation significantly enhanced Lin Yang's cultivation and understanding of the Tao, yet his realm did not elevate further. He remained at the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. However, Lin Yang felt an overwhelming strength within him, despite being at the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. His self-created method of attaining enlightenment had fortified his cultivation to an extraordinary degree. After all, due to the nature of the path of chaos, the myriad paths harmonize and unify perfectly, pooling together an immense power that cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, the multitude of paths can merge into the path of chaos, and yet can also be dismantled. For instance, if Lin Yang wishes to unleash the path of space, he can first transform the myriad paths into the path of chaos and then transmute the path of chaos into the path of space, thereby significantly augmenting the power of the path of space. Nevertheless, at present, aside from the path of chaos as his principal Tao, the most proficient and formidable paths he commands remain the paths of creation, the 5 elements, and yin yang. His comprehension of these 3 paths surpasses that of the path of space, and the potency exhibited when augmenting these 3 paths with the path of chaos naturally exceeds that of the path of space. The path of space, after all, is considerably more profound, and Lin Yang has encountered few opportunities in this regard, aside from those presented by the ancestral dragon's transformation. Nevertheless, he still delights in wielding spatial techniques such as the void seal. The path of space is simply too enigmatic, and the allure of remaining invincible in such a domain is enough to captivate anyone. Utilizing spatial abilities and performing the void escape, the speed attained is extraordinarily swift, offering numerous advantages over other forms of evasion. It is worth mentioning that Lin Yang has destroyed the 5 spiritual pearls of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 spiritual pearls are all exquisite innate treasures. After their destruction, he harnessed their essence to bolster the path of chaos, simultaneously cultivating a divine ability he had long yearned for. In Lin Yang's esteem, this ability even surpassed Laozi's transformation of the 3 pure ones. While the transformation is undoubtedly formidable, this particular divine ability exudes an even greater allure. Indeed, the divine ability Lin Yang has mastered is none other than the 5-color divine light, as demonstrated by Kong Xian, the son of the primordial phoenix during the cataclysm of the investiture of the gods. Of course, Lin Yang is unaware of the extent to which his 5-color divine light differs from that of Kong Xian. However, it possesses the essential functions, enabling it to obliterate anything within the 5 elements. With a mere thought, 5 streams of brilliance emerged from behind him, each corresponding to green, yellow, red, black, and white, representing wood, earth, fire, water, and metal. This manifestation is the 5-colored divine light, each being imbued with an unfathomable amount of magical power that, when still, remains dormant, yet when in motion, possesses the potential to upheave the very heavens. Should one lack a grand divine ability or a powerful protective treasure, being struck by this 5-colored divine light would lead to immediate entrapment, sealing one's spiritual awareness and severing one from the great Tao, resulting in suppression. Lin Yang's evolution of the 5 elements through the path of chaos signifies his advancement in this domain. The second metamorphosis of the chaos path has indeed augmented his strength significantly. This is why, despite not having broken through his realm, Lin Yang remains exceedingly confident. Armed with this 5-colored divine light, along with his 2 innate supreme treasures, he dares to confront even the mightiest beings during this cataclysm, including the ancestor dragon, the primordial phoenix, the beginning Qilin, as well as Hong Jun and Luo Ho. This marks a stark contrast to the past. During the initial emergence of the great Tao and the completion of his first metamorphosis, he felt competent yet still perceived himself as inferior to the ancestor dragon. Confronting Hong Jun and Luo Ho seemed an endeavor fraught with inevitable defeat, fearing he would not even comprehend the manner of his demise. However, the present scenario is entirely different. Having undergone a second metamorphosis of the great Tao, he is now capable of contending with these formidable beings, with the outcome hanging in the balance. This, however, marks merely the second transformation of Lin Yang's great path. One cannot help but wonder how formidable his strength will become after the 9th transformation of his path is completed. Chapter 35, The Emergence of 24 Sea Calming Pearls. Lin Yang was diligently practicing his divine abilities when a sudden, inexplicable sensation surged within him. He instinctively ceased his practice, his eyes transforming into a realm of chaos as he gazed towards the expanse beyond Ponglai Island. In a certain direction outside the island, a magnificent kaleidoscope of vibrant light erupted forth. Not far, Lin Yang murmured to himself. Rising to his feet, he manifested the 12 heavens behind him. At that moment, these celestial realms trembled in resonance, seemingly responding to the extraordinary phenomenon in the distance. With his profound cultivation and unparalleled divine powers, Lin Yang could discern that the spectacle was indeed caused by the emergence of another 24 sea calming pearls. He had not anticipated that these additional 24 pearls, which he had presumed to be with Hong Jun, would instead manifest at this very moment in the Eastern Sea. A feeling stirred within him, as if an enigmatic force was subtly guiding the unfolding of events. Was this fate? Or perhaps karma? Or the heavenly way? Undoubtedly. This represented a tremendous opportunity for Lin Yang. He already possessed 2 extraordinary treasures, yet who would begrudge having more? Moreover, the sea calming pearls were genuinely fated to be his. If all 36 sea calming pearls were to converge and together evolve into the 36 heavens, one could only imagine the remarkable enhancement it would bestow upon his strength. Ding! At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. 24 sea calming pearls have been detected. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Immediately proceed to collect the 24 sea calming pearls. Collecting all 36 will reward you with replicas of the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination formation map. Note: choosing this option carries a significant risk of encountering the ancestral dragon with a high degree of danger. Additionally, the obtained replicas of the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination formation map are considered postnatal treasures. Yet their power closely resembles that of the genuine artifacts. Option 2. Forfeit the collection of the 24 sea calming pearls and continue to remain in seclusion on Ponglai Island, receiving 3 high-grade innate spiritual treasures as a reward. Option 3. Forgo the collection of the 24 sea calming pearls, but infiltrate the dragon clan's treasury to steal their treasures, earning a reward of the method of the chaotic golden body, a powerful body refinement technique that can temper the flesh to withstand the chaotic essence, comparable to the physical form achieved by the 12 ancestral witches at their peak. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yang could not help but feel astonished. Replicas of the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination formation map? Moreover, it is nearly comparable to the potency of the genuine article. Lin Yang now possesses 2 innate treasures, yet he has yet to encounter any acquired ones in the entirety of the primordial chaos. The treasures that can be deemed as postnatal wonders include the Hongmeng measuring ruler and the exquisite Huangling treasure pagoda of heaven and earth. Moreover, aside from this, It seems that the only other formidable artifact would be the FNTNYN, forged by the primordial heavenly sovereign from the collapsed remnants of Mount Buzhou. Concerning items such as the creation whip and the Vajra bracelet, while undoubtedly powerful, they likely do not reach the echelon of postnatal treasures. Thus, if one were to choose wisely and successfully complete the task, it would not merely result in a sum of 2-1, but rather 2-1-1, culminating in the possession of 4 treasures. The creation cauldron and the chaotic gourd are already at hand, and upon acquiring the 24 sea calming pearls, in conjunction with the original 12, one would possess 36, comparable to a single innate treasure. Furthermore, the set of the 4 swords of extermination and their accompanying formation, awarded upon task completion, would constitute yet another treasure. Postnatal treasures are indeed treasures in their own right, as their potency is not significantly inferior to that of genuine artifacts. Thus, contemplating the allure of these 4 great treasures is enough to evoke a sense of temptation. Apart from the first option, the second choice is evidently insufficient. It merely serves as a consolation prize, lacking the audacity of the first option. Even the third choice is akin to grasping at the embers of a fire. Lin Yang is now acutely aware of the situation. It is certain that the ancestral dragon will be present at the site where the 24 divine sea pearls emerge. Should he venture there, it is highly probable that he will be recognized by the ancestral dragon, and his attempt to seize the 24 divine sea pearls will inevitably lead to a confrontation with it. A grand battle is thus unavoidable. The risks are immense. Otherwise, the system would not bestow such extravagant rewards. The 4 swords of extermination and the extermination array of Luo, who are likely still buried beneath Mount Shumi. If Luo who were to discover this act of piracy, he would surely be driven to madness. Lin Yang has also come to realize that since his emergence, despite his reluctance to overly entangle himself in the causality of calamity, such involvement is inescapable. In the not-so-distant future, when this calamity fully erupts, he will undoubtedly have to engage in a contest with these formidable figures, determining victory and defeat, life and death. The victor shall thrive, while the vanquished shall perish. Those who prevail may ascend to prominence in the next calamity, revered as ancestors, living freely and unrestrained. As for those who have lost, they shall vanish into oblivion. Just like the once prominent 3 clans and the likes of Lehu, after this cataclysm, is it not the same? However, Hongjun ascended to the status of Tao ancestor, attaining enlightenment and sanctity. His teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, earning him a reverent reputation. Even the later 6 saints were his disciples. This epitomizes the glory that belongs to the victors. As Lin Yang contemplated these thoughts, a flicker of light crossed his gaze, and certain suppressed notions inevitably resurfaced within him. Yet, this was not the moment for such reflections. Turning to the final option among the 3, namely the third choice, he resolved not to seize the 24 sea stabilizing pearls, but rather to raid the Dragon Clan's treasury. This endeavor, however, was far from simple. Although it posed somewhat less danger than confronting the ancestral dragon directly, the Dragon Clan boasted more than just one primordial golden immortal. Should his actions be exposed and he encounter other primordial golden immortals, it could very well escalate into a fierce battle among them. Thus, upon comparison, both paths bore their own risks. Lin Yang concluded that he could indeed take a significant gamble. The rewards were clear. Should he successfully seize from the tiger's den, it would yield 4 supreme treasures. As for raiding the Dragon Clan's treasury, who can truly ascertain what treasures lie within? Moreover, there existed a profound connection between him and the ancestral dragon, a bond that would inevitably reach its resolution. Now, confronting this destiny a bit earlier, he reasoned that rather than engaging in combat, even if he were to be outmatched, the task did not compel him to vanquish the ancestral dragon. He could easily retreat. Regardless of the ancestral dragon's formidable prowess, he too was but a primordial golden immortal, incapable of truly threatening him. Thus, after contemplating these matters, Lin Yang resolutely addressed the system. System, I choose option 1. I shall confront the ancestral dragon directly and seize the 24 sea calming pearls. Upon completing his selection, Lin Yang wasted no time, diligently mirroring his previous actions. He similarly extracted the majority of the spiritual veins from Penglai Island, leaving behind only a small portion to ensure the island's stability and prevent its collapse. Subsequently, Lin Yang gracefully departed from Penglai Island, setting his course directly towards the location where the 24 sea calming pearls were destined to emerge. At this moment, in another expanse of ocean, the atmosphere here is markedly different from the vastness surrounding Penglai Island. Instead, They are scattered like stars across the vast expanse, with islands of various sizes dotting the landscape. Moreover, the atmosphere in this maritime domain is incredibly oppressive and tense. Majestic dragons can be seen coiling and soaring, some lurking in the depths of the ocean, others gliding upon the surface, resting upon the islands, or even concealed amidst the clouds above. Countless mists obscure the view, yet these innumerable dragons form a formidable formation, effectively sealing off the surroundings. In the midst of it all lies the birthplace of the 24 sea-calming pearls. A dazzling spectrum of colors ascends towards the heavens, breaking through the confines of the grand formation, impervious to obstruction. Furthermore, beside that resplendent radiance, a figure stands resolutely. His presence emanates an unfathomable authority, as if the very cosmos bows before him in reverence. This is none other than the progenitor of dragons, the revered sovereign of all scaled beings, the ancestor dragon. With hands unburdened and an expression serene, he silently observes the phenomena within the vibrant light. Those are the 24 pearls on the verge of emergence. Being situated in the eastern sea, his perception is swiftest, allowing him to arrive almost as the very first. Following this, as is customary, the scene was sealed off. It can be said that these 24 sea-calming pearls were a coveted prize for the ancestral dragon, although each individual pearl was merely a superior innate spiritual treasure collectively. They formed an extraordinary set of artifacts, explaining the remarkable phenomena witnessed. As the ancestral dragon gazed upon the 24 sea-calming pearls still in the process of materializing, a thought crossed his mind. He could sense a profound resonance between himself and these pearls. After all, the essence of the sea-calming pearls was intrinsically linked to the ocean and water, embodying the principles of fluidity and depth. Given that the Eastern Sea was his ancestral homeland, he had naturally mastered these principles, which constituted one of the foundational aspects of his great path. Moreover, the divine pearl of stabilization is also a treasure of spatial attributes, a fact that the ancestor dragon has keenly sensed. Among the myriad paths, the domain of space ranks exceptionally high, and concurrently, it is a profound principle that the ancestor dragon has mastered extensively. Thus, the combination of these two aspects renders the 24 divine pearls of stabilization immensely valuable to him. Such treasures, which resonate with his essence and enable him to unleash formidable power, are exceedingly rare. Given this serendipitous encounter, the ancestor dragon is determined to acquire them. Consequently, he has early on established the dragon formation, sealing the area, intent on claiming the 24 divine pearls for himself. Perhaps I could further refine these pearls, merging them with my own dragon pearl, thereby enhancing the potency of my life-bound treasure significantly. The ancestor dragon even contemplated the potential uses of the 24 divine pearls. However, for reasons unknown, a subtle unease lingered in his heart, as if this treasure hunt might yield unforeseen complications. Reflecting on this, the ancestor dragon could not help but extend his consciousness outward, scanning the surroundings. Yet, all was tranquil, despite a few powerful beings having previously arrived. The formidable presence of the dragon clan had compelled them to retreat. Could it be that someone remains hidden, unnoticed by me? The ancestor dragon, feeling uneasy, probed with his consciousness several times, but yielded no results. Perhaps I am overthinking this. However, even if someone were lurking beneath my very nose, attempting to snatch my possessions, I would ensure their demise. The ancestor dragon possessed unwavering confidence in his strength, and with the dragon formation in place, not even the likes of the unknown sovereigns, let alone the Yuan Feng and the Shi would dare to breach his formidable defenses. Thus, the ancestor dragon settled into a state of complete assurance, patiently awaiting the emergence of the 24 divine pearls of stabilization. Time passed, and at long last, the dazzling array of colors erupted with a resounding pulse, as the spiritual energies from all directions surged toward the radiant light. Witnessing this, the ancestor dragon could not suppress a smile. The treasure was finally maturing, on the verge of revelation. After a considerable interval, as the 24 pearls absorbed sufficient spiritual energy, they began to rise gracefully into the air. At last, they have come to fruition. The ancestor dragon laughed heartily and extended his hand to seize the 24 divine pearls, eager to claim his prize. However, unexpectedly, in that very moment, the pearls abruptly accelerated, transforming into streaks of light that vanished from the ancestor dragoness sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 36. Fortune and Timing. Confronting the ancestor dragon. Who dares? In that instant, the ancestor dragon was filled with incredulity. Someone had indeed snatched his treasure from under his nose. But why? although it is indeed startling to realize that someone could conceal themselves so close without detection. What perplexes the ancestor dragon even more is the question of why these 24C stabilizing pearls appear to be so much nearer to him. Moreover, upon his emergence into the world, it would be implausible for any individual, regardless of their extraordinary abilities, to have refined such treasures. How could the 24C calming pearls, which are still unclaimed, have been seized from afar? However, it soon ceased to astonish the ancestor dragon. His divine consciousness pursued the 24C calming pearls and discovered them resting upon a singular individual. That person, the ancestor dragon would not mistake him, was the very first in the vastness of the primordial world to dare extinguish his own avatar. Even the likes of Yuan Feng and Shikolin had never accomplished such a feat yet. It was achieved by a mere great Luo golden immortal. Although his own avatar was also a great Luo golden immortal, it was inconceivable that an avatar of a Hunyuan golden immortal, regardless of its cultivation being merely at the great Luo golden immortal level, could be vanquished by a lowly junior of the same rank. Thus, the ancestor dragon speculated that Lin Yang must possess some extraordinary treasure. For this reason, he etched Lin Yang deeply into his memory, eagerly awaiting the moment Lin Yang would make his appearance. At this moment, Lin Yang truly made his appearance, and in such an audacious manner, right before me. However, the situation seemed somewhat amiss. The primordial golden immortal, had he truly ascended to such a level? The ancestral dragon was astonished by the aura emanating from Lin Yang. It had been merely a little over 100 yuan meetings since the fierce battle on the solar star. To achieve a breakthrough from the great Luo golden immortal to the primordial golden immortal in such a brief span of time? Moreover, he was at the mid-stage of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, merely a step below himself. Could it be that this individual was, in fact, a Hunyuan golden immortal? Was the entity he battled on the Sunstar merely an incarnation of this being? The ancestral dragon found himself in a state of perplexity. But what astonished him even more was the sight that unfolded behind Lin Yang's head. There emerged vast worlds, a total of 12 layers, each world intricately stacked upon the other. It resembled a celestial expanse of 12 heavens, within which countless beings thrived and flourished, vividly visible to the eye. The ancestral dragon even beheld, amidst those celestial realms, his own kin proliferating within. Among these clansmen, many mysteriously vanished in the East Sea just before the gathering of 10 or so yuan. It is now evident that these clansmen have fallen victim to someone's sinister machinations. The weight of both old grievances and new animosities caused the ancestral dragon to grit his teeth, both furious and sardonic. However, as he gazed upon the 12 celestial realms above Lin Yang's head, and the 24C calming pearls swirling around him, or perhaps more accurately, orbiting those 12 celestial realms, the ancestral dragon could not help but murmur to himself, "It turns out there are not merely 24, but indeed 36. His gaze ignited with fervor as he discerned the essence of the 12 celestial realms, which were identical to the 24C calming pearls, yet represented another set of 12. This revelation also elucidated his earlier confusion. Despite being closest to the 24C calming pearls, why did they vanish the moment they emerged, drawn away by Lin Yang? It was through the allure of the other 12C calming pearls that Lin Yang had snatched the 24 from right under his nose. The ancestral dragon's consciousness extended, locking onto Lin Yang from afar. All of this, though it may seem lengthy to recount, actually transpires in the blink of an eye. From the moment the 24 Dragon Balls took flight to the instant when the ancestral dragon recognized Lin Yang, merely a few fleeting moments elapsed. At this moment, although Lin Yang was billions of miles away, such a distance was mere a fleeting instant for a supreme being like the ancestor dragon. Thus, the ancestor dragon locked onto Lin Yang with his divine consciousness, rendering any attempt by Lin Yang to escape from beneath the ancestor dragon's watchful gaze utterly futile. This is precisely why the system classified this task as perilous. It is not merely a matter of Lin Yang acquiring the 24C calming pearls. The crux lies in whether he can evade the relentless pursuit of the ancestor dragon or, perhaps, repel him. Regardless, an epic battle is inevitable. Fellow Taoist, I must say, your audacity is truly remarkable. Here in the Eastern Sea, under my very gaze, you dare to seize what belongs to me? The ancestor dragon's voice resonated grandly through the heavens and the sea. Rumbling like thunder, do you believe that I am still the mere avatar I was during the Sunstar? As the ancestor dragon spoke, Lin Yang suddenly felt as if the entire sky was collapsing, creating an incomprehensibly terrifying pressure. Simultaneously, the ocean heaved, its boundless waves surging forth, as though the sea itself had been provoked to wrath. In that moment, The ancestral dragon seemed to transcend into the heavens and the depths of the sea, an overwhelming pressure descending upon Lin Yang. He felt as though he were pitted against the entirety of the sky and the vast ocean. At last, he comprehended the formidable might of the ancestral dragon, the sovereign of the dragon clan, a power indeed awe-inspiring. Although the war dragon emperor was powerful, he was merely a mere incarnation, ultimately limited to being invincible only below the realm of the primordial golden immortal, reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. The true embodiment of terror and unparalleled might lies within the ancient Zulong. During the time when formidable figures such as Luo Ho and Hong Jun, the scattered cultivators of the primordial golden immortals, had yet to reveal themselves, Zulong emerged as the most powerful among the three dominant overlords, Zulong, Yuanfeng, and Shikolin. In the midst of the great conflict among the three clans, it was often Zulong who stood alone against two, single-handedly countering the prowess of both Yuanfeng and Shikolin. This often results in more victories than defeats, sufficiently demonstrating the prowess of the ancestor dragon. Moreover, at this very moment, they find themselves on the ancestor dragon's home turf. Above the eastern sea, the elements of time and space lie entirely within the grasp of the ancestor dragon. Lin Yang resembles a solitary boat adrift upon the tumultuous ocean. Amidst crashing waves and ominous skies, where thunder rumbles and the threat of capsizing looms ever closer. Yet, Lin Yang stands unwavering, completely undaunted, the 12 heavens unfurl behind him, creating a realm of his own, impervious to the raging storm outside. Though both are Hunyuan golden immortals, it is true that the ancestor dragon holds a slight advantage in realm. However, to assume that mere intimidation could compel Lin Yang to submit is a fanciful notion. My dear fellow, you speak grandly once more. Back when I was a great Luo golden immortal, your avatar was also of that rank, and I could shatter your incarnation. Now, as a Hunyuan golden immortal, you too stand at this level. Perhaps today it will be I who shatters you. Lin Yang declared with a resounding laugh, his voice echoing across the heavens, showing no sign of trepidation towards the ancestor dragon. Know this, you are not the same as you were before, and neither am I. Lin Yang's voice resonated through the cosmos, drawing the attention of numerous formidable beings. The great formation that had initially aimed to assist the ancestor dragon in acquiring the sea god pearl was now rendered futile, as the pearl had inexplicably vanished. The multitude of bewildered dragons, upon hearing the exchange between Lin Yang and the ancestor dragon, felt a surge of astonishment, fear, and anger emanating from the overwhelming tension between the two. However, the ancestor dragon remained silent, and they dared not act impulsively, merely redirecting their focus to unleash the combined pressure of myriad dragons upon Lin Yang. The formidable dragonkin, united in a spiraling formation, generated an oppressive force that was not to be underestimated. Yet, even in the face of such might, Lin Yang maintained an air of nonchalance, revealing no hint of vulnerability. The ancestor dragon's eyes narrowed, and he chuckled, "To shatter me? How amusing. Even the likes of Yuanfeng and the first Qilin would not dare utter such a boast. Do you think you are worthy?" As soon as his words fell, the ancestor dragon struck, one hand extended. A thunderous crash resounded as he delivered a palm strike towards Lin Yang. This strike, infused with the essence of spatial principles, seemed to encompass the might of both sky and sea, all concentrated within. It was unstoppable, an overwhelming force that could not be evaded, no matter the direction of retreat. It would invariably meet him head-on. To endure such a cataclysmic force was the only option. Failure to withstand it would result in annihilation. Confronted with such immense cosmic power, merely witnessing it could evoke despair. Had Lin Yang still been a great Luo golden immortal, resistance would have been unthinkable. However, he is now a Hunyuan golden immortal. In the very moment that the ancestor dragon's hand descended, Lin Yang, too, made his move. Moreover, Lin Yang surprisingly wielded the power of the spatial avenue, unleashing it with a single palm strike. The forces of the sea and sky, along with all prevailing powers, were enveloped by the might of the ancestor dragon's hand. This arena belonged to the ancestor dragon, who held all the advantages. Lin Yang found himself unable to contest this dominance, yet he possessed his own heavens, his own earth, his own realm. Thus, the force behind Lin Yang's palm was drawn from the 12 heavens, harnessing their formidable might. With a thunderous crash, the two palms collided fiercely. In that moment, the raging wind ceased, the dark clouds settled, and everything appeared to come to a standstill, devoid of any sound. Suddenly, a glimmer of light emerged at the epicenter of their clash, growing ever more resplendent and dazzling, surpassing all. A brilliance 1,000 times more radiant than that of the sun. With a deafening roar, the tumultuous power could no longer be contained. and that solitary spark of light erupted instantaneously. Ascending, it tore through the billowing clouds, fracturing the entire sky into countless shards, as if a colossal mirror had been shattered in that very instant. Descending, the terrifying aftershocks and the might of the spatial avenue surged into the ocean. In an instant, the vast expanse of the sea, spanning trillions of miles, appeared as though it had been violently upheaved by countless plowing blades. Tsunamis raged, volcanoes erupted, and magma from the ocean floor was forcefully expelled. At that moment, countless islands were reduced to mere fragments by an endless barrage of spatial debris. Even the myriad dragons were subjected to indiscriminate assaults. Fortunately, they had formed an intricate formation known as the Coiling Dragon Array, allowing their collective strength to coalesce in a unified defense, barely withstanding the tempestuous onslaught. Yet, they were left in a state of utter astonishment. Positioned within the tumultuous clash of two primordial golden immortals, it could be said that in that fleeting instant, they had traversed the precarious edge between life and death countless times. Thankfully, they prevailed. At this moment, some of the dragons noticed the absence of their revered ancestor. The ancestral dragon, who had been positioned at the heart of the spiral dragon formation, had vanished without a trace. Moreover, Lin Yang, who was situated in the distance, had also disappeared. These two formidable experts had just engaged in a clash, unleashing their powers through the avenue of space. The ancestral dragon, a master of spatial manipulation, wielded the might of the ocean and the heavens, rendering him invincible. However, Lin Yang, employing the chaotic pathway to transform the spatial avenue and bolstered by the support of the 12 heavens, proved to be no less formidable than the ancestral dragon. It may have appeared as though he was confronting the ancestral dragon head-on, yet it was a clever ruse. In the fleeting moment of their palms colliding, Lin Yang's strike pierced through, creating a breach in the ancestral dragon's massive hand. Chapter 37, The Broken Immortal Slaying Flying Blade, Ancestral Dragon Pearl. In that fleeting moment, he broke free, escaping from the palm of the ancestral dragon. It was an utterly unfathomable manner of evasion, leaving the ancestral dragon momentarily stunned. However, this was swiftly followed by an even more intense murderous intent. Such a formidable adversary, if not eradicated promptly, would undoubtedly become a grave threat in the future, or perhaps it already posed one at this very moment. The ancestral dragon let out a fierce roar and pursued him, transforming midair into an immense divine dragon of unimaginable proportions. Soaring upwards, it relentlessly chased Lin Yang. The dragon unleashed a resounding roar, its resonance shaking the heavens and the earth. In that instant, Lin Yang's form suddenly faltered, momentarily slowed by the impact of the dragon's roar, which provided him just enough time to break free. At this moment, the ancestor dragon had caught up, its colossal form serpentine in flight, casting immense shadows upon the ocean below. With a thunderous roar, the ancestor dragon extended one of its formidable claws, aiming a devastating strike at Lin Yang. This blow was exponentially more powerful than the previous one. The earlier strike had merely been a probing gesture, whereas this was a full-scale assault. For, in addition to the laws of water and space, the ancestor dragon now unveiled yet another principle, the law of time. The earlier dragon's roar was rooted in the law of time, supplemented by the laws of space, illusion, and sound waves, among others. This was what ensnared Lin Yang, leaving him momentarily ensnared. Though that instant was fleeting, it proved to be exceedingly perilous for experts of their caliber. Lin Yang had never anticipated the sheer terror embodied by the ancestral dragon. The laws of time and space, each profound in its own right, are formidable. Mastering even one is a remarkable feat, yet the ancestral dragon commands both. It is crucial to note that mastery here implies a profound comprehension and insight into the principles of the great Tao. Fortunately, although the ancestral dragon wields both laws, his understanding of the spatial law is evidently more profound, while his grasp of the temporal law is somewhat superficial. Otherwise, the combination of these two formidable laws would render Lin Yang's predicament more than a mere fleeting moment of control. Indeed, had the ancestral dragon achieved a terrifying synthesis of both laws, culminating in a unified mastery over the laws of time and space, he would truly be invincible. Aside from figures like Han Jun, who possessed the creation jade tablet and received the celestial Tao's endorsement, who could possibly rival him? He could effortlessly dominate the entire primordial realm, compelling even the likes of the Yuan Feng and the primordial Qilin to submit, with no chance of resistance. Thus, while the ancestral dragon's command over the laws of time and space is formidable, it inevitably has its limits. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Lin Yang quickly regained his composure. As the ancestral dragon's claw descended, he bellowed, channeling all his strength. His physical form, primordial spirit, the great Tao, laws, and magical power into a singular force. With a single, fearsome punch, it seemed as if the very heavens were collapsing under its might, creating a profound void from which water, fire, and wind surged forth in a chaotic torrent. This punch of Lin Yang's was truly terrifying, in addition to summoning all his intrinsic power. He also invoked the chaotic Gourd, which floated above him. At the moment his fist struck, dark, swirling energies erupted from the Gourd, enveloping his fist and amplifying the destructive force of his blow. These dark energies were extraordinary, originating from the purple-black Gourd among the 7 contained within the chaotic Gourd. This purple-black Gourd was once possessed by the primordial supreme being, and it contained a form of malevolent energy, a primordial malice that existed even amidst chaos, known as chaotic malevolence. This chaotic malevolence is exceedingly violent, capable of obliterating anything in its path. If contained within the Gourd for but a moment, it would turn to pus, resulting in the complete annihilation of both form and spirit. In a manner akin to Lin Yang, who imbues his strikes with an unparalleled ferocity, his attacks become infused with a terrifying destructive power, significantly amplifying their might. This confrontation is nothing short of harrowing, amidst the vast expanse of the East Sea. 2 formidable entities, standing as titans at the pinnacle of primordial might, engage in a cataclysmic struggle for survival, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Each clash sends ripples across countless miles of sky and sea, while the void itself is shattered in vast swathes, revealing an abyss of utter darkness. The fearsome tempest of the void, intertwined with the essence of time, erupts with ferocity, annihilating all in its path. Any living being caught in the throes of this monumental battle faces inevitable obliteration. Even the creatures lurking in the depths of the ocean are often claimed by the tremors of death. Bang! Lin Yang's fist struck fiercely against the body of the ancestral dragon, shattering massive scales and causing blood to spill, bones to break, and tendons to snap. However, simultaneously, the formidable force emanating from the dragon's body sent him hurtling through the air. Roar! The ancestral dragon, in agony, let out a furious roar and unleashed the power of the laws of time, transforming it into a terrifying divine ability that slowed the very fabric of time surrounding Lin Yang. Yet, he himself experienced an acceleration. His dragon claws reached out, this time. It was not a strike, but a sudden grasp. Despite Lin Yang's utmost effort to evade at the critical moment, he was still caught and had half of his body shattered. The horrifying and gory scene appeared far more disheveled than that of the ancestral dragon. In truth, had it not been for Lin Yang's cultivation of the profound mysteries of the Tao, wherein his physical body, primordial spirit, and the Tao itself are unified, the strike from the ancestral dragon would have been sufficient to inflict grave injury upon him. Yet, despite this, the intense pain coursing through him compelled Lin Yang to unleash a resounding roar. The chaotic Gourd emitted streams of azure light that enveloped him, and to his astonishment, the half of his body that had been torn asunder and nearly obliterated began to heal at an extraordinary pace. This miraculous restoration was the result of the last of the 7 Gourds, a Gourd of violet and green hues. Within this Gourd resided an immensely potent essence of creation, which could be said to possess attributes that were entirely contrary to those of the violet-black Gourd. The chaotic malevolence contained within the violet-black Gourd annihilates all, shattering everything in its path, serving solely to obliterate existence itself. Yet this purple-green Gourd is imbued with vibrant vitality, capable of rejuvenating all things. As long as a breath remains, it can revive. Lin Yang, while harnessing the chaotic Gourd to heal his body, deftly sidesteps the assaults of the ancestral dragon. Behind him, layer upon layer of celestial realms continuously bestow upon him an inexhaustible supply of magical energy. At this moment, it was evident that the layers of celestial realms behind him had expanded beyond the 12 heavens to encompass over 20. There were even some indistinct celestial realms that had yet to fully evolve. Clearly, Lin Yang was endeavoring to forge the complete 36 celestial realms, even amidst his battle with the ancestral dragon, diverting his attention to this undertaking. This could not merely be described as audacity, it bordered on arrogance, a level of hubris that the ancestral dragon found intolerable. Never before had anyone dared to show such contempt. Even the likes of Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin exerted their utmost in combat, unlike this individual, who dared to refine treasures while engaged in battle. Yet, Lin Yang did just that, utilizing the existing 12 celestial realms to draw upon the 24 divine seed pearls, simultaneously refining them into celestial realms. However, Lin Yang's actions were not devoid of strategy. His intention to refine treasures and cultivate celestial realms during combat was a calculated move to harness the ancestral dragon's power to his advantage, thereby achieving efficiency. Furthermore, The ancestral dragon's terrifying strength placed Lin Yang at a disadvantage. Even with the assistance of the Chaos Gourd, he frequently found himself in precarious situations during the fierce conflict. Consequently, if Lin Yang could successfully refine the 36 celestial realms, though even achieving just 24 would suffice, he could stabilize his position in the realm of the Luo Golden Immortals. The ancestral dragon's avatar, the Dragon Emperor, could be deemed invincible. Yet, in the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortals, he was far from invulnerable, despite being at a disadvantage. Lin Yang gradually discerned the intricacies of the ancestral dragon's power. The ancestral dragon was formidable. Yet the imperfect fusion of the two dominant laws led to inherent discord when manifested. This very discord was the reason the ancestral dragon's path could not attain completion. His insatiable desire for mastery over both time and space, two transcendent laws, created the current awkward predicament. If the ancestral dragon were to succeed, the consequences would be dire, as he would instantly reach the pinnacle of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, rendering him invincible. He would be on the cusp of attaining the Tao and becoming a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. However, reaching that milestone was exceedingly arduous. Although the ancestral dragon possessed extraordinary aptitude and profound comprehension of both laws, the task of merging them to elevate his own path to perfection transcended mere talent. As the saying goes, when fortune smiles, the heavens lend their strength. When it wanes, even heroes find themselves shackled. This reflects the unseen forces of fate and opportunity. The ancestral dragon had yet to encounter the fateful moment that would allow him to successfully merge the two laws. Thus, he could not hope to break through and attain the status of Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. He was compelled to continue accumulating knowledge, deepening his understanding of the two laws, and fortifying himself while awaiting the elusive opportunity. Yet, such opportunities were notoriously rare. At this juncture, it seemed the ancestral dragon had perceived the arrival of such an opportunity. Lin Yang. He had begun to notice the multitude of potent laws that Lin Yang exhibited, the 5 elements, space, creation, and yin yang, among others. The coexistence of so many formidable laws within Lin Yang, each manifested with terrifying prowess, prompted the ancestral dragon to realize that the path Lin Yang cultivated could unify and integrate various profound laws. This is precisely what I seek. Thus, as the great battle unfolds, the ancestor dragon, aside from coveting Lin Yang's treasured gourd, is increasingly fixated on Lin Yang's profound path. Should he attain such a path, he would truly become unstoppable. Creator Taoist, even with this treasure in your possession, you are destined to be no match for me. It would be prudent to cease your efforts. If you are willing to join the Dragon Clan, we can reconcile our past grievances. As the ancestor dragon continues his onslaught, he attempts to persuade Lin Yang to surrender. Lin Yang laughed heartily. Among the 36 heavens, he has already mastered 23, and he is not without means to counter the ancestor dragon's assaults. After successfully fending off another of the ancestor dragon's strikes, Lin Yang suddenly activated the Chaos Gourd. From within the gourd, a deluge of red sand erupted, obscuring all things and vision alike. Lin Yang concealed himself within this cloud and continued to cultivate the heavens. The ancestor dragon, furious, thrashed his massive body, swinging his colossal tail into the sea of red sand. However, he struck nothing. Instead, upon withdrawing his tail, it emerged bloodied and mangled, causing him excruciating pain that nearly left him dizzy. The red sand inflicted a dual assault on both flesh and spirit. With a mighty roar, the ancestor dragon unleashed his power to summon wind and rain. Though this ability is common, in the hands of the progenitor of all dragons, its might is terrifying. Additionally, being above the vast eastern sea only amplified the potency of this divine technique. In an instant, the sky darkened with thick clouds, and torrential rain poured down, washing away the overwhelming red sand in mere moments. At that very moment, a voice suddenly resonated, commanding, "Turn around, my dear." A blinding beam of white light shot forth, immobilizing the body of the ancestral dragon. The white light then circled frantically around the dragon's neck. Unfortunately, after several revolutions, only a faint scar appeared at the neck, and the dragon's head remained firmly attached. The celestial slaying flying dagger had proven ineffective. "Is this the reliance you had when you dispatched my avatar?" The ancestral dragon's voice echoed. Its body swayed slightly, its gaze regained its vivacity as it fixed its eyes on Lin Yang, asserting, "Indeed, a formidable treasure. But to think it could slay me is a far cry from reality." The ancestral dragon extended its claw and grasped the white light, revealing its true form. It was a peculiar object, merely 7 inches long, possessing eyes and brows but lacking ears, nose, or mouth, adorned with wings, known as the celestial slaying flying dagger. Yet its shape was quite bizarre. The ancestral dragon crushed the dagger in an instant, causing Lin Yang to stifle a groan. Their spirits were intertwined with the dagger, and he felt the repercussions. Nevertheless, astonishment flooded Lin Yang's heart. How could the ancestral dragon withstand even the celestial slaying flying dagger, despite being immobilized? It could not sever its head. Was such resilience truly necessary? Having refined 23 heavens and even more than half of the 24th, Lin Yang now felt a sense of retreat. Although the path to greatness was arduous, the ancestral dragon's strength remained terrifyingly formidable. Even if he were to refine the 24 heavens, he could only match it in magical prowess, yet he could not achieve victory. Now that they had reached this impasse and gauged the ancestral dragon's might, it seemed prudent to withdraw. However, as Lin Yang contemplated retreat, the ancestral dragon was evidently unwilling to grant him such an opportunity. At that moment, the ancestral dragon opened its mouth and expelled a dazzling pearl, significantly larger than the sea-settling pearl. Moreover, the radiance was resplendent. Upon its emergence, it rendered the heavens and the earth pale, casting all things into shadow. The celestial bodies, sun, moon, and stars seemed to have lost their luminosity. This orb appeared to be the sole source of light within the universe. Concurrently, an overwhelmingly formidable aura emanated from the jewel, enveloping the entire realm and shrouding the boundless ocean. In that vast sea, amidst the expanse of the world, countless beings sensed this overwhelming presence and were seized by trepidation. Among them, the scaled creatures prostrated themselves, collapsing to the ground, utterly bereft of any thought of resistance. It was revealed that this jewel, exhaled by the ancestral dragon, was known as the Dragon Pearl. The Dragon Pearl is a skill innate to every dragon clan, and typically, the more powerful the dragon lineage, the more fearsome their Dragon Pearl, exuding terrifying prowess. This Dragon Pearl embodies the essence of a dragon's lifetime of cultivation, a crystallization of the great Tao. Thus, the Dragon Pearl is, in essence, the lifebound treasure of the dragon clan. As the pioneer of the cultivation method of the Dragon Balls, the Dragon Pearl of the Ancestor Dragon stands as the supreme Dragon Ball, its power reaching unfathomable heights. This Dragon Pearl is also referred to as the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. Once it is unveiled, all beings yield, showcasing the majestic aura of the Ancestor Dragon. Chapter 38. Striving with all one's might. In that moment, as the Ancestor Dragon presented his Dragon Pearl, Lin Yang immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. Throughout this fierce battle, the Ancestor Dragon had yet to employ any innate spiritual treasures. However, this was not due to a lack of such treasures. Rather, it was because he deemed them unnecessary. For any formidable being, the treasures truly suited to them are few and far between. However, treasures capable of unleashing their maximum potential are indeed scarce. Take, for instance, the revered saints of later generations. Each possesses numerous innate spiritual treasures. Yet, time and again, they relied predominantly on their own proof-of-the-way treasures and a select few innate supreme treasures. This is because only proof-of-the-way treasures or the rare innate supreme treasures can withstand their formidable power. As for the other innate spiritual treasures, while each possesses its own mysteries, they hold little significance for these beings, accumulating dust instead. Rather than leaving them unused, it is far more prudent to bestow them upon their disciples for protection. Thus, the Ancestor Dragon, with the immense power of the Dragon Clan, has long since amassed an unfathomable collection of treasures. However, the artifacts suitable for one of his caliber are exceedingly rare. Consequently, aside from a handful of innate spiritual treasures, he predominantly focuses on the cultivation of his own primordial Dragon Pearl. In his quest to enhance the might of this Dragon Pearl, he has even drawn upon the essence of some innate spiritual treasures to augment its strength. After countless epochs of diligent training, his Dragon Pearl has attained an unimaginable level of power. At this moment, the Ancestor Dragon summoned his primordial Dragon Pearl, signifying his intent to fully unleash his formidable strength. A resounding roar echoed forth as the Dragon Pearl hovered in the air, radiating an overwhelming aura. This energy encompassed the quintessence of his profound Tao, intertwining the principles of time, space, fate, creation, the five elements, and the duality of yin and yang, perpetually unfolding myriad laws of the cosmos. In a moment of ethereal clarity, Lin Yang discerned the resonant sounds of dragon roars emanating from the Dragon Pearl. This artifact was not merely a treasure of belief. It embodied the devotion and veneration of countless dragons and draconic beings. Their collective faith coalesced into an inexhaustible force of intent, enriching the Dragon Pearl with boundless energy. Within it, an alternate realm seemed to materialize, a world entirely of dragons, where golden, azure, yellow, blue, black, and white dragons reigned supreme. each being capable of transforming into a dragon. Though this realm was a mere illusion born of concentrated belief, it manifested an awe-inspiring power. This force represented the essence of civilization, emblematic of the ancestor dragon's unparalleled ambition. He aspired to dominate the heavens and the earth, compelling all beings to submit, and ultimately transforming every creature into members of the dragon clan, thereby forging a true world of dragons. He is the progenitor of dragons, the sole ancestral dragon. An unparalleled authority not to be profaned. Thunderous roar. As Lin Yang found himself profoundly shaken by the ancestral dragon pearl, the ancestral dragon did not relent. Instead, it immediately activated the pearl, hurling it towards Lin Yang with tremendous force. This was far more terrifying than a direct assault by the ancestral dragon itself. The pearl descended from the heavens, crashing down with such intensity that it seemed poised to carve a chasm into the very fabric of the cosmos. An overwhelming majesty and unparalleled dominance rendered it utterly unstoppable. A fleeting thought of evasion flickered in Lin Yang's mind, yet in the next moment, he chose to confront it head-on. With a thunderous roar, he summoned the chaotic Gourd, which erupted in an unprecedented brilliance. Lin Yang concentrated all his vital energy, spirit, and willpower, pouring them into the Gourd. At this critical juncture, his instinct was to evade, but in that fleeting instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. Faced with such a terrifying assault from the ancestral dragon, evasion was futile. The ancestral dragon pearl, imbued with an incomprehensible intent, would overpower him should he attempt to flee, leaving him defenseless. To retreat would expose a chink in his mental armor, a flaw that the ancestral dragon pearl would exploit, relentlessly amplifying its pressure and striking at his very essence until it extinguished his existence. This kind of assault transcended mere physical confrontation. It delved into the intangible realms of the soul, will, and belief. Such confrontations were perilous. The consequences of failure were too dreadful to contemplate. For if one's spirit were shattered, their will obliterated, and their beliefs collapsed, how much strength could they possibly muster? In the face of a formidable adversary like the ancestral dragon, surrender would lead to inevitable annihilation. Thus, evasion was not an option, even if wounded or gravely injured. One must confront the challenge with unwavering resolve. Lin Yang was truly fighting for his life, channeling all his strength into the chaotic Gourd, which radiated an extraordinary luminosity, dazzling beyond measure. To behold it was to witness a brilliance even more resplendent than that of the ancestral dragon pearl. Boom! The two formidable treasures collided with a thunderous roar, unleashing a power so terrifying, majestic, and astonishing that in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged countless blows, reaching an intensity beyond measure. The ancestral dragon's life essence, though not a supreme treasure, encapsulated the quintessence of his lifelong pursuit and drew upon the origins of innumerable spiritual treasures, imbued with the faith and aspirations of countless sentient beings, rendering its might profoundly fearsome. Were it not for Lin Yang's complete mastery over the Chaos Gourd, which he had transformed into his own testament of enlightenment. Becoming one with his path, this treasure could be likened to an extension of his very being. As long as the treasure endured, so too would he. The Chaos Gourd could unleash its full potential, yet Lin Yang found himself unable to contend with the ancestral dragon. Nevertheless, amidst the billions of clashes, the disparity in their formidable cultivation became increasingly evident. In the fierce confrontation between the Chaos Gourd and the ancestral dragon pearl, the former gradually found itself at a disadvantage. Observing this, Lin Yang held nothing back. His figure shifted, and he appeared to ignite, radiating an extraordinarily resplendent light. Ultimately, he transformed entirely into a beam of light, which then entered the Chaos Gourd. With fervent determination, he poured every essence of himself into the Chaos Gourd, his corporeal form, primordial spirit, path, and magical power became a singular entity. With a resounding boom, he propelled the Chaos Gourd forward, crashing fiercely into the ancestral dragon pearl. At the same time, the ancestral dragon had not overlooked Lin Yang's actions. However, he was pressed for time and could only exert all his strength to activate his life-bound dragon pearl, once again directing it forcefully towards the chaotic Gourd. In the next moment, the two forces collided violently, resulting in a tremendous explosion. In that instant, the entire world seemed to stand still, enveloped in an eerie silence. All that could be seen was the clash of the two magnificent treasures, which erupted in a dazzling brilliance. This radiance resembled the moment when a realm was newly birthed from chaos as light emerged from darkness, cleaving through the universe. Bang! The air reverberated with a series of thunderous roars, akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, a terrifying cacophony that finally broke the silence. Everything crumbled beneath the overwhelming shockwaves, transforming into an endless tempest that surged violently in all directions. Roaring fiercely, the ancestral dragon let out a long cry. His agile form weaving and darting amidst the storm, spiraling and coiling as he steadfastly braced against the explosive force, reclaiming his life-bound dragon pearl. Simultaneously, his dragon eyes shone with radiant brilliance, akin to beacons of light piercing the dark void, as he sought Lin Yang's whereabouts. At one moment, he seemed to sense something and was about to pursue, but suddenly hesitated and stopped, gazing at his life-bound dragon pearl. To his astonishment, he noticed that the pearl bore numerous cracks, from which wisps of vital essence leaked out. Lin Yang's final strike had indeed fractured his life-bound dragon pearl. The very term life-bound underscored the significance of this pearl. The ancestral dragon could not help but emit a low groan, his massive form abruptly shifting into a human silhouette. Retaining the appearance of a middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority. Yet, at that moment, his face bore a slight pallor. He was injured. The damage to his life-bound dragon pearl had inevitably resulted in a backlash against him. Moreover, the injury he sustained was far from trivial. The dragon pearl, his life essence, encapsulated the quintessence of his profound path. Once damaged, it would reverberate through his entire being, greatly impacting him. Thus, despite the awareness that allowing Lin Yang to escape this time would render future confrontations exceedingly arduous, the ancestor dragon found himself compelled to halt. He needed to attend to his wounds post-haste. Otherwise, news of his grievous condition would likely prompt his two long-standing adversaries to take action. Just then, however, a sudden and resounding chorus of dragon roars echoed from afar. Among the sounds of dragon roars, one resonated from afar, swiftly approaching. With a resounding crack, a colossal dragon, stretching billions of miles, tore through the fabric of space and materialized before the primordial dragon. This magnificent beast, however, bore a striking difference from the primordial dragon. For it possessed a pair of majestic wings, which it flapped vigorously, causing vast expanses of the void behind it to collapse in waves. This particular form of dragon represents a significant lineage within the dragon clan, known as the Yinglong. The mighty dragon before them was none other than the supreme ruler of the Yinglong lineage, the Yinglong Emperor. His prowess ranked third among the dragon clan. A formidable mixed yuan golden immortal. Upon beholding the visage of the ancestor dragon, the Yinglong Emperor was taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother, you are injured. And what of the Taoist of creation?" The Emperor's consciousness expanded like a vast ocean, searching for Lin Yang. Yet, at that moment, Lin Yang had already vanished far beyond reach, eluding all attempts to locate him. Just as the ancestor dragon was about to respond, another colossal dragon approached. Even larger than the Yinglong Emperor, exuding a far more terrifying aura. This dragon was none other than the second strongest in the dragon clan, known as the Zhulong Emperor. The dragon lineage consists of numerous branches, including the Qinglong, Huanglong, Bailong, Jinlong, Zhulong, and Yinglong, among others. However, the most powerful were the two major lineages, the Qilong lineage, akin to the ancestor dragon's true form, and the Yinglong lineage, which thrived under the Yinglong Emperor's reign. Yet, the Zhulong Emperor stood alone, without progeny, making him the sole representative of his kind in the dragon clan. The Zhulong Emperor's strength surpassed that of the Yinglong Emperor, rivaling even that of the ancestor dragon. It could be said that the dragon clan's might, capable of facing two foes and suppressing the Phoenix and Qilin clans, owed much of its glory to the ancestor dragon, while a smaller portion of that credit belonged to the Zhulong. Despite his immense power, the Zhulong Emperor remained isolated, earning the ancestor dragon's utmost trust and reliance. Unlike the Yinglong Emperor, who had to manage a family and occasionally suppress rivals to solidify his position, the ancestor dragon felt completely at ease with the Zhulong Emperor. Upon arrival and witnessing the ancestor dragon's severe injuries, the Zhulong Emperor was profoundly astonished. The Taoist of creation had managed to escape? When they learned that Lin Yang had fled, both emperors were even more taken aback and immediately resolved to pursue him. However, the ancestor dragon intervened, stating, "It is too late. Not only is it uncertain whether you can catch him, even if you do, it is doubtful you can subdue him. Moreover, if others were to catch wind of this while I am weakened," the ancestor dragon's voice trailed off, a sense of frustration evident. After countless eons of dominance over the primordial world, he had never sustained such a grievous wound until today. To add to his vexation, he had to consider the greater picture, even relinquishing the pursuit of his adversary. The ancestor dragon did not elaborate further, but both the Yinglong and Zhulong emperors understood his unspoken meaning. The severely injured ancestor dragon required their protection, otherwise If the Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin became aware of his vulnerability, it would spell disaster. Let us return for now, he concluded. Upon encountering the Dragon Emperor Yinglong and the Dragon Emperor Shulong, a profound silence enveloped them. Even the ancestral dragon could only shatter its own teeth and swallow the bitterness within. In a sudden movement, it transformed into the form of the Azure Dragon, coiling and twisting gracefully, letting out a resounding cry to the heavens. Then, with great force, it plunged into the depths of the ocean, swiftly vanishing from sight. The Dragon Emperor Yinglong and the Dragon Emperor Zhulong exchanged glances, each returning to the Dragon Palace to tend to the ancestral dragon's wounds and offer their protective vigilance. At this moment, Lin Yang engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the ancestral dragon, exerting every ounce of his strength in a final, desperate strike. Undoubtedly, he succeeded in shattering the ancestral dragon's life pearl, inflicting severe damage. However, Lin Yang did not emerge unscathed. In fact, his injuries were far more grievous than those of the ancestral dragon. At this juncture, even the chaotic Gourd offered little assistance. The Gourd's transformative abilities, after all, are not without limits, and the tremendous expenditure during the fierce clash with the ancestral dragon had taken its toll. Consequently, the chaotic Gourd now required time to recuperate, leaving Lin Yang without its aid. Nevertheless, apart from the chaotic Gourd, Lin Yang possessed formidable roots of his own. Thus, through extensive absorption, his wounds began to mend quite satisfactorily. At the very least, his magical energy was being replenished continuously. Under such circumstances, even if he were to face further peril, he would not be entirely defenseless. However, a complete recovery from his injuries would necessitate a considerable amount of time. He had indeed overestimated his own capabilities. Lin Yang revealed his true form, transforming into an enormous and flourishing gourd vine, entwined around the chaotic gourd, resembling a colossal mountain from a distance. Although he had escaped a sufficient distance, he did not manifest in the external world, but instead concealed himself within this boundless void. The gourd vine voraciously absorbed the various spiritual energies present in the emptiness, aiding in the restoration of both his injuries and magical prowess. Meanwhile, Lin Yang could not help but let out a bitter laugh within. He had not anticipated the ancestral dragon's formidable strength. That final blow had truly left him with a sense of impending doom. Thankfully, he was sufficiently powerful himself. Rejuvenated, Lin Yang realized that this battle had proven his prowess. He was now among the elite of the primordial golden immortals, standing as one of the true titans atop the lofty peaks of the cosmos. Although the price had been steep, Lin Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Thus, he would continue to heal within this void, simultaneously perfecting the 36 heavens. When he returned, he would truly be unafraid, standing on an equal plane of power with the ancestral dragon. Lin Yang murmured to himself. He possessed a clear understanding of his own abilities. The extent to which he could contend with the ancestor dragon was primarily attributed to the Chaos Gourd, a treasure of immense value. Nonetheless, he recognized his shortcomings, and he believed that should he successfully cultivate the 36 heavens, he would no longer fear the ancestor dragon. Chapter 39. The Taoist preaches, the six-eared macaque in the depths of the boundless void. Lin Yang transformed into his true form, entwined around the Chaos Gourd. As he inhaled and exhaled spiritual energy, restoring his magical power and healing his wounds, he continued to practice the 36 heavens, enveloped in a serene tranquility. However, in the vast wilderness, his fierce battle with the ancestor dragon had stirred considerable turmoil. Although the ancestor dragon sought to conceal the event, the magnitude of the clash was too significant to remain unnoticed, and it had already been perceived by various factions. Many powerful beings, using their divine senses, had witnessed the unfolding of this epic confrontation. In an instant, Lin Yang's name as the Taoist of creation spread throughout the wilderness. Although the battle concluded with Lin Yang's defeat, rumors suggested that the ancestor dragon had sustained injuries, which was more than sufficient to elevate Lin Yang's reputation to great heights. This, in turn, indirectly precipitated yet another round of conflict among the three clans. The Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan once more united to launch an offensive against the Dragon clan, compelling the latter to retreat and consolidate their defenses. However, throughout the turmoil, the ancestor dragon and the two other dragon sovereigns remained conspicuously absent. Consequently, despite the formidable figures like Yuan Feng and Shiklin suspecting that the ancestor dragon had sustained injuries, they remained oblivious to the severity of these wounds. Fearful of an ambush, they refrained from boldly advancing towards the eastern sea. Seizing this opportunity, the ancestor dragon naturally took the time to recuperate and mend its injuries. Meanwhile, in the eastern lands, atop the majestic Yujing Mountain, stands a grand palace known as the Purple Cloud Palace. Within its hallowed halls, an enigmatic Taoist priest sits in meditation. Having heard of Lin Yang's remarkable deeds, at this moment, a jade tablet materializes behind his head, albeit incomplete with a missing corner. Nevertheless, this jade tablet emanates an aura of auspiciousness, radiating countless rays of brilliance and exuding an essence of profound mystery. This jade tablet is none other than the creation jade tablet, one of the 3 primordial treasures of the Great Pangu. However, during the process of the heavens and the earth's genesis, this creation jade tablet also encountered calamity, shattering into myriad fragments that scattered throughout the primordial wilderness. Under fortuitous circumstances, the Taoist Hongjun managed to gather the majority of the fragments and meticulously reforge them into the jade tablet of creation. Although this creation bears certain imperfections, its powers are indeed formidable, surpassing even those of innate treasures. What is even more alluring is that this Taoist treasure, the jade tablet of creation, harbors the profound mysteries of the infinite Tao. Should one attain it and comprehend its essence, one's path of cultivation could progress by leaps and bounds, so much so that even a mere swine could eventually attain supreme divine prowess. The Taoist Hongjun acquired this jade tablet of creation and discerned from it the method to sever the 3 corpses and achieve enlightenment. By now, he has successfully eliminated the 3 corpses, and only the unification of these remnants stands between him and his ultimate realization. In terms of cultivation, he exceeds even the primordial dragon, yet Hongjun remains discreet, biding his time until the moment he truly attains enlightenment, which will herald his invincibility. However, at present, while utilizing the jade tablet of creation to divine information about Lin Yang, Hongjun finds the insights persistently elusive and shrouded in ambiguity. Frowning slightly, he willed the jade tablet to dim, withdrawing its celestial radiance and auspicious aura, rendering it seemingly pure and unblemished like a flawless piece of white jade. It appears that this individual possesses a remarkable treasure, one of the 10 supreme roots, the primordial gourd vine, which astonishingly can yield an innate supreme treasure. Hongjun shook his head. Though the notion seemed incredulous, the 10 supreme roots are indeed extraordinary, especially the primordial gourd vine that has transformed and attained the status of a Hunyuan golden immortal. Such accomplishments, while remarkable, are not beyond the realm of possibility. With that thought, Hongjun ceased further contemplation and resumed his secluded practice and cultivation. Coincidentally, on the other side of the western lands, beneath the majestic Mount Sumeru, the figure clad in black robes, Raho, was diligently cultivating his demonic arts. Countless malevolent spirits emerged from his being, exuding an endless aura of darkness. To his astonishment, he learned of Lin Yang's fierce battle with the ancestor dragon, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Has yet another formidable entity emerged? The innate gourd vine has taken form, and the Taoist of creation managed to escape from the grasp of that ancestor dragon. Truly remarkable. Perhaps he could be refined into one of my own malevolent minions. Lao Tzu, too, engaged in calculations, yet it is evident that even Hongjun, possessing the primordial jade record, had encountered failure. Thus the information Lao Tzu could ascertain was considerably limited. With a slight furrow in his brow, Lao Tzu recognized that Lin Yang possessed an innate treasured artifact, and at this moment of injury, it was imperative for him to conceal his heavenly secrets, revealing not a single shred. Initially, his hopes of divining Lin Yang's information were already faint, and now, with failure, it was entirely within reason. However, Lin Yang had inadvertently caught his attention, and should an opportunity arise, Lao Tzu harbored a keen interest in refining Lin Yang into a formidable demon under his command. This prospect held significant allure for him. Ambitious by nature, Lao Tzu cultivated the demonic path, aspiring to attain enlightenment through darkness and transform the entirety of the primordial world into a realm of demons, where all beings would metamorphose into countless fiends. Thus, he covertly orchestrated a grand scheme, aiming to incite mutual depletion among the 3 clans while he reaped the benefits in the end. Beyond this, his thoughts were predominantly consumed with the intent to eliminate Hongjun. It could be asserted that among all beings in the primordial realm, Hongjun was the one he despised the most. From their very first encounter, he had harbored a desire to extinguish Hongjun's existence. If one were to encapsulate his perception of Hongjun in a single phrase, it would be hypocritical facade. Although Hongjun appeared to be honest and unassuming, Lao Tzu was perpetually convinced that he harbored ulterior motives. Consequently, Lao Tzu had clashed with Hongjun numerous times, aspiring to transform him into a demon under his control. Alas, Hongjun consistently seemed to possess an uncanny fortune. Time and again, he managed to evade capture, leaving Lao Tzu with nothing but vexation. However, it seemed that all would soon culminate in resolution. contemplating the 4 swords of extermination he was currently refining. Along with the extermination array diagram, a wave of anticipation washed over him. Should his plan succeed, then regardless of the 3 clans or those he detested, Hongjun, the Taoist of creation, and the forces of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and others, he would be able to eradicate them all. Lao Tzu swiftly cast Lin Yang from his thoughts and resumed his cultivation of demonic arts. Thus, time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, several epochs had passed. One day, in a certain location upon the eastern lands, an unremarkable mountain became a gathering place for a myriad of beings. At the summit of the mountain, a Taoist platform had been established, upon which sat a youth, appearing no older than 17 or 18, in serene meditation. Observing the congregation of beings upon the mountain, the youth smiled gently and began expounding upon the principles of the Tao. The teachings he imparted were not overly profound. He commenced with the fundamental practice of inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, advancing to methods of tempering the physical body and achieving the transformation into the Taoist form. Gradually ascending in complexity, his discourse provided immense benefit to the myriad beings present. Throughout the teaching, numerous beings experienced breakthroughs in their cultivation or successfully manifested their Taoist forms on the spot. Despite the diversity and strength among the beings, and the existence of adversaries among them, none dared to act recklessly under the watchful eyes of the Taoist. They all listened attentively and obediently. Thus, the Taoist taught for a full 800 years before finally concluding, addressing the gathered beings. Very well, this session of teachings comes to an end. You may disperse now. And there is no need to return in the future, for I intend to leave this place and embark on a journey to other realms. Upon the utterance of these words by the Taoist, a multitude of beings, filled with reluctance, implored him to remain. Yet the Taoist's resolve was unwavering. There was no hope of detaining him. At that moment, he remarked, "Among you, there exists one with whom I share a certain affinity, who may become my disciple." The beings were momentarily taken aback, their hearts ignited with hope. Then, with a swift flourish of his grand sleeves, the Taoist summoned a monkey to the forefront of the Tao platform. This monkey, adorned in radiant golden fur that shimmered dazzlingly, exuded an irresistible allure, evoking an impulse to reach out and touch its silky coat. However, what was most peculiar about this creature was the presence of 6 ears. In the context of the primordial realm, such a feature was not exceedingly rare. After all, it was not uncommon to encounter beings with 3 heads, 6 heads, or even a multitude of hands. While others may have regarded the monkey as merely unusual, the Taoist repeated discourses atop this mountain, spanning several centuries, were indeed directed toward this very monkey. After conducting a series of experiments, it became evident, as he had anticipated, that this monkey was indeed the legendary 6-eared macaque, one of the 4 mischievous monkeys. The 4 mischievous monkeys are as follows. First, the enlightened stone monkey, capable of transformation, knowledgeable of celestial timings and terrestrial advantages, adept at shifting stars and altering constellations. Second, the 6-eared macaque, skilled in discerning sounds, capable of understanding principles, aware of the past and future, with clarity regarding all things. Third, the long-armed gibbon, able to seize the sun and moon, compress mountains, distinguish fortunes, and manipulate the cosmos. Fourth, the red buttock monkey, knowledgeable of yin and yang, adept in human affairs, skilled in entering and exiting, evading death and prolonging life. These 4 monkeys do not fall into any of the 10 categories, nor do they possess names recognized in the realms of existence. You, monkey, possess some innate talent. However, no matter how exceptional your gifts are, without the proper methods, you cannot cultivate any formidable powers. Would you be willing to take me as your master and train under my guidance? The Taoist directly posed this question to the 6-eared macaque, without further ado. Upon hearing these words, the 6-eared macaque felt the scorching gaze of the surrounding beings, almost wishing to exchange himself for their attention, and was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement, nearly exclaiming his intention to accept the Taoist as his master. Over the course of several millennia, he had occasionally encountered this Taoist lecturing on the Tao in the desolate mountains, with each lecture occurring every few hundred years and lasting for several hundred years. Initially indifferent, he became increasingly intrigued after attending a lecture, for the teachings he heard resonated profoundly with his own essence. Realizing this connection, he began to harbor doubts about the Taoist's intentions. Could it be that the Taoist had come for him? Yet, given his obscure origins, which even the heavens might not recognize, how could this Taoist possibly perceive his true self? The 6-eared macaque was filled with skepticism, but more so with exhilaration. Although he was born with supernatural abilities, his cultivation was woefully inadequate, His talent for discerning sounds was rendered feeble without robust cultivation to support it. Without a suitable method for training, he had squandered countless years, barely achieving the level of a golden immortal. Now that he finally had access to a method tailored to his needs, how could he let this opportunity slip away? Thus, despite his doubts about the Taoist, his yearning for the Tao overshadowed his rationality, compelling him to contemplate escape repeatedly, only to remain steadfastly in place. He never missed a single lecture given by the Taoist. He had assumed that such days would persist, and that during these millennia, he would advance to the late stage of a golden immortal, poised for a breakthrough to a supreme golden immortal. This had been the deadline he set for himself. Once he achieved this breakthrough, he would inevitably depart. However, he did not anticipate that, as this latest lecture concluded. He sensed he was on the verge of breaking through to the supreme golden immortal. Yet, before he could leave, the Taoist summoned him before him, prompting him to pledge his allegiance as a disciple. Chapter 40. The Great Tao and Its Mystical Powers, a Parasitic Bond. The six-eared macaque nearly blurted out his willingness to become a disciple, but hesitated at the last moment. He inquired, "Master, have you been lecturing all these years solely for my benefit?" The Taoist, upon hearing these words, chuckled lightly and with a wave of his hand. An array of various beings was effortlessly sent soaring from the mountain peaks. Seated upon the Tao platform, the Taoist gazed at the six-eared macaque, nodding with a smile. "Indeed. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I found myself intrigued. Throughout these 8 millennia, I have been quite satisfied with the trials I set before you. So, little monkey, have you considered whether you wish to become my disciple?" The six-eared macaque, taken aback, clenched his teeth and inquired, "Does the Taoist know my origins?" The Taoist laughed again. "Indeed. While others may remain oblivious, you cannot conceal the truth from me. Your 6 ears are far too conspicuous, with no more hope for deception." The six-eared macaque's countenance paled, as if he had been struck with bewilderment. The Taoist, observing this, chuckled once more. "Why this dismay, my little monkey? I mean you no harm. In fact, I have bestowed upon you numerous blessings. Do you not recognize this?" Reflecting on the years spent learning the Tao under the Taoist's tutelage, the six-eared macaque felt a surge of emotion, realizing that such opportunities had been unprecedented since his birth. In a moment of resolve, he bowed deeply before the Taoist, proclaiming, "Disciple pays homage to the master." The Taoist, witnessing this gesture, burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Truth be told, I had no intention of taking on a disciple. After all, accepting a student entangles one in the webs of karma, which can be quite troublesome. However, our encounter seems to hint at a profound connection, and considering your innate talents, nurturing you may indeed prove beneficial in the future." Without hesitation, the Taoist laid bare his intentions, pointing at the six-eared macaque and imparting the meticulously prepared cultivation methods he had organized for him, saying, "My name is Lin Yang. My Tao title is Zhao Hua Dao Ren. Remember this well." This Taoist was none other than Lin Yang himself, who had healed his injuries over 8,000 years ago and was now on the verge of completing the refinement of the 36 heavens. By a twist of fate, he explored his surroundings with his divine consciousness and unexpectedly encountered the six-eared macaque amidst the cosmos. Lin Yang immediately recognized this creature. Among the 4 notorious monkeys, the six-eared macaque possesses an extraordinary ability to discern sounds, perceive truths, and comprehend the past and future. Essentially, it is a master eavesdropper. To say it is formidable would be an understatement. In Lin Yang's eyes, this ability, when maximized for certain purposes, becomes truly terrifying. However, to dismiss it as useless would also hold some truth, for in the hands of the six-eared macaque, it appeared to be merely a trivial skill for eavesdropping on gossip. For the macaque, it bore little practical utility. Otherwise, he would not have struggled to reach the golden immortal stage before encountering Lin Yang. This is precisely because his magical powers could only unleash their full potential in conjunction with his cultivation level. Of course, the true extent of this power merely translates to an increased range for eavesdropping. For the six-eared macaque, this was still of little significance, as in the primordial realm. The teachings of the Tao are rarely shared openly, let alone spoken frequently. Articulating the Tao word by word would typically signify an invitation to deception, akin to Lin Yang's previous actions. In ordinary circumstances, which adept would not, like Lin Yang, convey their teachings with a mere gesture, directly implanting knowledge into another's mind. This method is both swift and secure, rendering verbal transmission unnecessary. Thus, despite the six-eared macaque's wanderings and his attempts to overhear others imparting their wisdom throughout the primordial expanse, his gains were meager until he crossed paths with Lin Yang, marking the inception of his rise. However, Lin Yang found merit in him. The macaque's abilities were precisely what Lin Yang required. After all, in the hands of the six-eared macaque, this talent could only allow eavesdropping within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles. Yet, should Lin Yang harness this innate skill with his own strength, the scope of eavesdropping would expand immensely. In that case, no secret, whether celestial or terrestrial, would elude Lin Yang's awareness, including the actions and motives of formidable beings. This represents the pinnacle of the six-eared macaque's inherent value. At that moment, the divine selection system presented Lin Yang with a choice. A notification chimed. Host detected the encounter with one of the four mischievous monkeys, the six-eared macaque. Please make the following selection. Option 1. Subdue the six-eared macaque as a disciple, impart your teachings, and assist in its cultivation to greatness, thereby earning the reward of the great Tao divine ability, parasitism. Option 2. Merely transmit the teachings to the six-eared macaque and allow it to cultivate independently, which will grant the reward of the heart's insight, the ability to perceive the thoughts of others. Option 3. Annihilate the divine soul of the six-eared macaque and seize its essence, thereby inheriting its innate abilities. This choice offers no reward. Upon receiving this prompt, Lin Yang found himself in a state of internal conflict. To speak truthfully, he was not inherently cruel, otherwise he would not have exterminated the Eastern King and consumed its essence on Zifu continent. The same applies to the six-eared macaque. If the creature he encountered was indeed the same one that later eavesdropped during Hongjuan's teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace, then it was worth noting. However, that was a matter for the future. At present, this six-eared macaque possessed no notable skills and had only barely reached the golden, immortal realm. It could be said that Lin Yang could easily vanquish countless such monkeys with a mere breath. Nonetheless, this was of little importance. What truly captivated Lin Yang was the monkey's innate ability to eavesdrop. It is crucial to understand that Hongjun taught at the Purple Cloud Palace, which resided within the chaos. Only those who attained the Great Luo Golden Immortal status could enter the chaos. Thus, one might deduce that the six-eared macaque at that time was likely a mere Tai Golden Immortal. Yet a mere Tai Golden Immortal possesses the extraordinary ability to eavesdrop on matters within the primordial chaos. Such a skill is truly unparalleled. Indeed, it is no wonder that he is regarded as one of the four monkeys of chaos. This is the bloodline of a demonic deity. Indeed, the four monkeys of chaos are not to be taken lightly. They are derived from a formidable demonic god known as the Chaos Demon Ape, whose power is immensely formidable. During the epoch when Pangu initiated the creation of the world, the primordial Chaos Demon Ape emerged, daring to confront Pangu, only to meet its demise at his hands. Subsequently, its essence fragmented into four parts, descending into the vast wilderness, thereby giving rise to four distinct species of monkeys. These correspond to the essence of the earth, represented by the long-armed gibbon, the essence of water, embodied in the red-bottomed macaque, the essence of fire, manifested as the luminous stone monkey, and the essence of wind, exemplified by the six-eared macaque. The six-eared macaque, possessing merely the prowess of a Tai Golden Immortal, exhibits astonishing abilities, were it not for the presence of a sage, who would have discerned its clandestine eavesdropping. Thus, Lin Yang is acutely aware of the advantages bestowed by this remarkable talent. However, faced with three options, how should he manage this monkey? Ultimately, Lin Yang opts for the first choice. Although he possesses the resolve to usurp the six-eared macaque, he recognizes the existence of alternative options. Moreover, having observed this monkey for millennia, he finds it quite to his liking. Throughout these thousands of years, he has delivered teachings on several occasions, each time allowing the monkey some respite to return and cultivate. Through careful observation, Lin Yang perceived that the monkey was diligently devoted to its cultivation, leaving no stone unturned in its quest for strength. This earnestness ultimately moved Lin Yang, prompting him to abandon his earlier intentions of seizing the monkey's body. Instead, he resolved to take the creature as his disciple, determined to impart his knowledge and guidance. He was eager to witness the monkey's growth under his tutelage and to see what remarkable achievements it would attain in the future. As for the option of merely guiding this monkey without accepting disciples, it is certainly a feasible choice. However, Lin Yang refrains from selecting it due to the comparatively lesser rewards associated with this decision. He possesses a unique ability to comprehend the thoughts and feelings of others, a remarkable skill in its own right. Yet, when juxtaposed with the eavesdropping prowess of the six-eared macaque, Lin Yang perceives it to be somewhat inferior. For Lin Yang, the utility of his current situation was minimal, almost negligible. However, the first choice he faced presented a formidable reward. the divine ability of parasitism. This peculiar power of parasitism was indeed extraordinary, embodying the essence of relying on others to draw strength from them, thereby enhancing oneself. As one cultivated this ability to greater depths, its terrifying nature became increasingly apparent. Initially, it merely allowed the practitioner to siphon off the life essence and magical power of others, but eventually, it progressed to the ability to usurp their consciousness, soul, laws, and even the grand principles of existence. The ability could become increasingly sinister, silently encroaching upon another's body, soul, and thoughts. Consider the horror of your own body, your soul, and your thoughts gradually being replaced by another's without your awareness. This was far more practical than the ability of mind communication. Nonetheless, accepting a disciple brought its own set of drawbacks for Lin Yang, particularly concerning karma. With a disciple came the inevitable responsibility to consider their fate, to secure fortune for them, and to shield them from calamities. This entanglement of karma could become quite burdensome and restrictive. Yet, having experienced much, Lin Yang's perspective had evolved beyond naivety. Although taking on a disciple would entail numerous complications, it bore resemblance to the founding of clans by the ancestral dragons, primordial phoenixes, and initial cheilants, all of whom were connected to vast kinships. The burden of karma they bore was profoundly significant, yet were they oblivious to this? They understood that such paths bore both advantages and disadvantages. The drawback was the karma and karmic debts associated with their clans, but the benefits outweighed these burdens. The fortune of an entire lineage augmented their power, enabling them to cultivate with great success. Moreover, the vast resources and support provided by their kin were invaluable. Thus, accepting a disciple was akin to this duality. There would be disadvantages, but also considerable benefits. Importantly, while Lin Yang did not intend to harm his new disciple, he could not simply let him go. It was preferable for this monkey to remain under his control rather than fall into the hands of others. Furthermore, although the innate abilities of the six-eared macaque were inherently his, Lin Yang could still occasionally harness them for his own purposes. Therefore, after the six-eared macaque had sworn fealty, Lin Yang smiled and said, "My dear disciple, would you care to experience what it feels like to unleash your innate talent to its fullest potential?" The six-eared macaque paused at this unexpected proposition, instinctively nodding in agreement. In the next moment, the six-eared macaque felt a sudden rigidity envelop his body, as if it had ceased to belong to him. Chapter 41. Wang Shu encounters peril, the ice crystal giant coffin. Moreover, it is not merely the corporeal form. Even the spirit has become estranged to the six-eared macaque. A will more potent than his own has seized dominion over both his body and spirit. The consciousness of the six-eared macaque trembles in the shadows, akin to a mere observer. Although he cannot command his body or spirit, he remains able to share in the entirety of their perceptions. Divine powers, parasitism. At this moment, as Lin Yang manifests this profound power of parasitism, it is directed towards his own disciple. However, Lin Yang's intention in parasitizing the six-eared macaque is not to exploit him as a source of sustenance for absorption. Instead, it reverses the parasitic divine power, not extracting energy from the six-eared macaque, but rather infusing its own magical essence into the body of the six-eared macaque. Any divine ability must be wielded with dexterity. In this moment, the six-eared macaque feels its own magical power surging boundlessly, growing ever stronger and increasingly fearsome, an unstoppable tide. In that moment, Lin Yang, channeling the essence of the six-eared macaque, unleashed its innate abilities. Instantly, across a vast expanse of millions of miles, every sound resonated within the ears of the six-eared macaque, all captured by Lin Yang and the creature. Ordinarily, even bolstered by Lin Yang's formidable powers, the six-eared macaque would be overwhelmed by such an influx of auditory stimuli, its consciousness too feeble to withstand the torrent of sounds and information that could easily shatter it. Yet, Lin Yang's transcendent skills not only allowed the macaque to perceive these myriad sounds with clarity, but also shielded it from the burden of this divine ability. All costs were borne by Lin Yang alone. From every corner of the vast realm, regardless of whether the voices emanated from the heavens above or the earth below, be they the musings of living beings or other cacophonous noises, they surged forth in a tumultuous wave. In that fleeting moment, even Lin Yang felt a profound sense of awe. If the capabilities of the six-eared macaque were fully harnessed, it would be far more than mere eavesdropping. It represented a treasure trove of potential, one that could only be gradually unearthed by Lin Yang himself. After a brief acclimatization, he continued to expand the auditory range, first to 100 million miles, then to 1 billion, and ultimately extending to 1 trillion miles. The breadth of sound widened ever more until nearly the entirety of the eastern land resonated within the ears of the six-eared macaque, save for a few isolated regions. At this moment, it could be said that every stir within the eastern expanse was laid bare before Lin Yang. However, such exertion exacted a tremendous toll on him. A buzzing sound emerged as layers upon layers of celestial realms materialized behind Lin Yang, revealing a total of 36 layers, 36 celestial heavens. Having refined these realms, Lin Yang now witnessed their unfolding, as the vast power of these heavenly worlds surged forth, transforming into his magical essence. Instantly, he propelled the innate prowess of the six-eared macaque further, broadening the range of perception. At this juncture, Lin Yang directed his focus toward the East Sea. In an instant, the sounds of countless waves reached him. He even discerned the rumblings of magma and volcanoes deep within the ocean, alongside the shifting of tectonic plates. Additionally, the resounding cries of dragons echoed through the air. Just as with the eastern land, the myriad movements within the East Sea also lay bare before Lin Yang, all captured within his attentive ears. However, after a brief duration, Lin Yang contracted his range of perception and redirected it toward the southern land, encompassing it entirely before pausing momentarily. Subsequently, he ventured forth to explore the South Sea, the northern land, the North Sea, as well as the western land and the West Sea. He even delved deeper into the Earth's crust, where another shadowy realm existed. This was the Blood Sea of the underworld. Not situated upon the primordial land, but rather beneath it, a world hidden in the depths of the earth. Even the Blood Sea occupies merely a corner of this subterranean realm. The true abyss of darkness is, in fact, immensely vast. However, within this shadowy expanse, an extraordinary stillness prevails, as if no living soul resides here. Particularly, the eerie Blood Sea exudes an aura of desolation. According to legend, this Blood Sea is the dominion of the ancestor of the Nether River, who was born within its depths. Moreover, as soon as the ancestor of the underworld emerged, he cradled both the Yuan Tu and the twin swords of Abhij. In addition, within the Blood Sea, there exist two other spiritual treasures, one being the 12th rank fiery red lotus of karma, and the other the northern mysterious water-controlling banner from the primordial 5 directions. This enigmatic Blood Sea has yet to be discovered by the beings of the primordial era. However, Lin Yang is an exception. As a traveler from another realm, he was already aware of the existence of an underground world, known as the Underworld. Within this realm, not only does a vast sea of blood nurture formidable beings such as the ancestor of the Underworld River, but in the future, if circumstances remain unchanged, the Earth Mother shall also undergo reincarnation in this shadowy land, ultimately transforming the Underworld into a grand world, one of the 3 realms of the primordial chaos. At this moment, Lin Yang, utilizing the divine abilities of the six-eared macaque, intently listened to the sounds emanating from the underworld, particularly from the Blood Sea, amplifying his powers to their zenith. After a while, Lin Yang was rewarded for his efforts, hearing a faint yet rhythmic sound akin to a heartbeat resonating from the depths of the Blood Sea. He then retracted his listening abilities and, after a moment's hesitation, activated his powers to probe the last vestige of the primordial chaos, the starry expanse of the cosmos. The auditory prowess of the six-eared macaque penetrated through the howling winds and ultimately reached the vastness of the starry sky. In that instant, the resonant sounds of colossal celestial bodies in motion filled the ears of the six-eared macaque. A cacophony of peculiar sounds from the cosmos cascaded into his auditory perception. However, the majority of these sounds were disjointed and devoid of significance. Lin Yang had long mastered the art of filtering the noise to discern the desired sounds. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly caught a familiar voice, causing his expression to shift. After listening intently for a while, a thought crossed Lin Yang's mind, prompting him to withdraw his powers. With a hum, Lin Yang dispelled the parasitic abilities, and the boundless torrent of magical energy receded from the body of the six-eared macaque. Though the macaque regained his freedom, he felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness as the continuous flow of magical energy dissipated within him. Nevertheless, he soon found his spirits lifted. Through Lin Yang's utilization of his form to wield divine powers, he finally comprehended the true extent of his own formidable abilities. This also ignited his motivation to cultivate. One day, he aspired to rely not on the powers of his teacher, but to achieve mastery himself, to hear the entire world and any sound he desired in an instant. However, Lin Yang remained oblivious to the changing expressions of the six-eared macaque, as his mind was entangled with another matter. Simultaneously, a prompt resonated within Lin Yang's consciousness. Ding! The system has detected that the host, through the six-eared macaque's divine abilities, has learned that the sacred fairy of the Tying Star, Wang Shu, is in peril. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Immediately journey to the starry expanse to support Wang Shu and receive the reward of the Great Star Technique, one of the 3,000 divine abilities capable of wielding the might of the stars. Option 2. Remain indifferent and wait for Wang Shu to fall, then, under the pretext of avenging her, slay the celestial in the yellow heaven. Receiving the Tai Ching forgetting emotion method. Practicing this technique will render the host devoid of emotions, perpetually in a state of complete rationality, unbound by any sentiment. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yang could not help but smile lightly. What did this flawed system take him for? System, I choose option 1. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yang made his choice. With Wang Shu in distress, he was pressed for time and had no leisure to dawdle. With a sweeping gesture of his sleeve, he summoned the six-eared macaque, causing its form to shrink and settle upon his shoulder. In an instant, a beam of light shot upward, soaring into the primordial starry sky. As he rushed towards the cosmos at the utmost speed, Lin Yang communicated with the six-eared macaque through his divine sense. Disciple, do you have a title? The six-eared macaque shook its head. Lin Yang pondered for a moment and said, Then let it be Xianfeng, but I will still call you Six Ears, as I am accustomed to it. Yes, master, thank you. The six-eared macaque quickly expressed its gratitude. Lin Yang then focused his thoughts and produced a bell for him, saying, This bell is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, known as the Pure Yang Bell. I do not have much use for it, so I bestow it upon you for protection. Do not say that I, as your teacher, have not gifted you a treasure. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque was filled with delight, carefully embracing the Pure Yang Bell, testing its resonance and admiring its craftsmanship. Such a treasure had only ever been boasted of in the tales of mystical beings, and he had never imagined it would belong to him. Reflecting on his past and the sweetness that followed his struggles, the six-eared macaque felt an unprecedented gratitude towards Lin Yang. Although Lin Yang noticed the emotions of the six-eared macaque, the urgency of the situation left him with little time to elaborate. At this moment, amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky, specifically surrounding the moon star, countless celestial deities arranged themselves in formation, their myriad lights intertwining and shooting forth, encircling the entire moon star in a tight grip. This scene was far more terrifying than the previous assault by the ancient ancestor Xiantian, for it involved nearly the entirety of the primordial starry heavens, with all celestial beings mobilized, under the leadership of the ancestors Sangtian and Huangtian. These innumerable celestial deities surrounded the moon star with such density that not even a single fly or mosquito could hope to escape its confines. At this juncture, Wang Shu found herself ensnared amidst the multitude of celestial beings, trapped within the celestial realm. At this moment, at the forefront of the myriad celestial beings, stand two figures emanating an aura of unparalleled terror. These two are none other than the esteemed ancients of the celestial sovereigns, Sangtian and Huangtian. Wang Shu, swiftly release your companion. Xiantian, we may still transform our conflict into reconciliation and quell this impending war. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Huangtian's deep voice reverberates, resonating throughout the realm of Tying. At this moment, deep within the realm of the moon, a woman stood expressionless, her aura chillingly frigid. This was Wang Shu. Beside her lay a colossal ice crystal coffin, crafted from the ethereal dark jade of the moon, remarkably translucent. Yet, due to the countless sealing runes inscribed by Wang Shu, the coffin contained within it a person currently imprisoned. This individual was none other than the ancient ancestor of the three heavens, Xiantian. Xiantian, confined within the vast coffin, occasionally struggled, but his strength was feeble. The ice crystal coffin effectively isolated external spiritual energies, and Xuantian's own magical powers had been nearly exhausted. Thus, despite his relentless efforts, he lacked the power to break Wang Shu's seal. Why do you not release me, Wang Shu? Xuantian's voice echoed weakly from within the ice crystal coffin. Filled with impotent rage, he had lost all semblance of his former grandeur, reduced to a pitiful and frail state. The celestial heaven and the yellow heaven harbor insatiable ambitions, eager for my demise. By sealing me, they will swiftly consume my forces, using the pretense of avenging me to threaten you. Yet, their true desire is my death. Release me, and we shall join forces. My subordinates will heed my call, allowing us to swiftly resolve the current predicament. If you persist in your obstinacy, do you truly believe you can contend with me? Can you possibly withstand both the celestial and yellow heavens? Not to mention, the myriad star gods and all the divine beings manifested from the essence of the stars are present here. No matter how formidable you are, It is inconceivable that you could rival them. However, in response to Xuantian's incessant roars, Wang Shu remained utterly unfazed, her expression betraying no hint of emotion, save for a slight furrowing of her brow. With a graceful wave of her sleeve, the ice crystal coffin glided toward the tranquil lake nearby, crashing into the water with a resounding splash before sinking beneath the surface. Above the serene lake, myriad luminescent energies danced, coalescing into a formidable sealing array that imprisoned Xiantian at the lake's depths. Having completed her tasks, Wang Shu took a step forward, emerging beyond the confines of the Moonstar. Alone, she found herself amidst fluttering banners, surrounded by towering celestial beings, each standing majestically within the starlight, exuding an aura of dread and an atmosphere steeped in solemnity. Yet, Wang Shu maintained a visage as cold as frost, her countenance seemingly devoid of emotion. A chill radiated from her, causing the nearby celestial beings to feel a shiver course through their forms, as if the very formation they created momentarily faltered. In the primordial realm, individual strength reigns supreme. While formations and collective power must not be underestimated, they remain secondary. Amongst these myriad celestial beings, despite their formidable assembly, the gravest threats to Wang Shu were still the two celestial sovereigns of heaven and earth. Among them, particularly in terms of Song Tian's prowess. Within the span of 3 days, Song Tian's strength was unparalleled. Yet, astonishingly, he stood at the same level as Wang Shu, both being mid-stage Hunyuan golden immortals. In contrast, Huang Tian and the already submerged Xiantian, who has been cast into the lake by Wang Shu, both reside at the initial stage of the Hunyuan golden immortal. Wang Shu can effortlessly defeat and subdue Xiantian, and naturally, Huang Tian is no exception. However, the crux of the matter lies with Song Tian. Song Tian emanates a faint yet palpable sense of danger, indicating that this foremost figure among the 3 celestial beings is far from ordinary. Wang Shu, my friend? Where is Xiantian? Huang Tian Laozu inquired, noticing Wang Shu's silence upon her emergence. The aura surrounding her made him somewhat uncomfortable, prompting his question. Yet, Wang Shu remained reticent, her gaze fixed intently upon Song Tian Laozu. Song Tian Laozu, too, scrutinized Wang Shu, his expression gradually becoming grave as he spoke. Wang Shu, you are also a deity nurtured by the essence of the stars. Why not collaborate with me on a grand endeavor? These words astonished Huang Tian Laozu, who had anticipated a unified effort to coerce Wang Shu into submission, thereby eliminating her and seizing the essence of the stars. Such a victory would grant them dominion over the supreme celestial body, the Tyne Star. But why, instead? Was Song Tian extending an invitation to Wang Shu to join their ranks? A sense of foreboding began to creep into Huang Tian Laozu's mind. Fortunately, Wang Shu shook her head. However, the subsequent revelations she shared left Huang Tian Laozu momentarily stunned once again. Moreover, it is not only the venerable Huang Tian, but even the esteemed Song Tian, who finds himself in a similar predicament. I heard Wang Shu declare, "Esteemed friends, I have a significant matter to discuss with you, though I surmise you may not acquiesce. Thus, let us engage in battle. Once I have subdued you, alongside my ally Xiantian, you will be most inclined to lend me your ears." Wang Shu articulated each word with a calmness that was both unsettling and profound. Such audacity from the divine of the Tyne is indeed astonishing. What does it mean to presume that you will not heed my words, thus necessitating your defeat to earn your patience? It is essential to recognize that the 3 venerable ancestors, Song Tian, Xiantian, and Huang Tian, have traversed the cosmos for countless eons since their inception. Never before has anyone exhibited such hubris, claiming they would conquer each in turn to compel their obedience. Yet, here we stand in the presence of such boldness. Moreover, it must be acknowledged that Wang Shu indeed possesses the strength to utter such audacious words. After all, she has successfully subdued the venerable Xiantian among the 3 ancestors. However, now, as she stands alone against the dual might of the Songtian and Huangtian ancestors, can she persist in her arrogance and dominance? Just as Huangtian was about to speak, a laurel tree materialized abruptly from behind him, striking fiercely. Huangtian's countenance changed dramatically as he swiftly turned to unleash a palm strike, colliding with the laurel tree. Yet, this time was unlike the previous instances. The laurel trees Wang Shu had summoned before were merely manifestations of her divine abilities. And this time, it is indeed true. The genuine laurel tree, one of the 10 sacred roots. This authentic laurel tree, akin to a celestial treasure, is propelled by Wang Shu, unleashing a power that can easily rival that of an exquisite innate spiritual artifact, perhaps even surpassing it. It stands as the pinnacle among the finest innate spiritual treasures, comparable to the earth-ascending flame banner and the 12th rank pure world white lotus. Should this laurel tree be fully refined into a treasure, it would manifest as an unparalleled innate spiritual artifact imbued with 48 formidable prohibitions. However, at this moment, the laurel tree has yet to be entirely transformed into a treasure. It still possesses vitality. With a resounding roar, as the laurel tree unfurls its myriad branches and leaves, along with its roots, the ensuing might is utterly unimaginable. The hasty response of the yellow sky ancestor resulted in him being propelled away instantly. In fact, it was the yellow sky ancestor who, in a moment of urgency, harnessed a portion of the laurel tree's attacking force to accelerate his retreat. Otherwise, had he delayed even a moment longer, he might have found himself ensnared by the countless roots, unable to escape, in but a single exchange. With merely one strike, albeit one imbued with an element of surprise, Wang Shu had already inflicted injury upon the venerable Huang Tian Laozu. At this moment, the terrifying prowess of Wang Shu was laid bare, and it became evident that her assault was not solely directed at Huang Tian Laozu. Simultaneously, she launched an onslaught against Song Tian Laozu. A radiant beam of golden red light, reminiscent of a resplendent sun, surged forth to cleave down upon Song Tian Laozu's visage. However, unlike Huang Tian Laozu, Song Tian Laozu had long been on his guard against Wang Shu. As he perceived her decisive advance toward him, he let out a sigh and, with a swift motion of his hand, reached out to grasp the descending solar essence wheel. With a thunderous impact, the solar essence wheel struck fiercely against Song Tian Laozu's outstretched hand, yet it failed to breach his formidable grasp, nearly falling into his clutches instead. At that moment, a brilliant full moon suddenly emerged behind the celestial ancestor. Under the manipulation of Wang Shu, the moon essence will launched an attack against the celestial ancestor. The once serene demeanor of the celestial ancestor vanished as he vigorously waved his hands, employing various supernatural abilities to counter the combined assault of the sun essence wheel and the moon essence wheel. He conjured a massive seal, reminiscent of the Shintian Great Seal, yet exuding a far more terrifying aura, imbued with an overwhelming sense of authority. As this grand seal materialized, the multitude of stars in the sky trembled, with the exception of the sun star and the moon star. Subsequently, countless starlights descended as if traversing time and space, enveloping this great seal. Instantly, the seal became resplendent with starlight, its radiance intensifying to an extreme, rendering it soft and hazy like water. This grand seal was, in fact, the celestial ancestor's life treasure. And not only did the celestial and Shintian ancestors possess such a treasure, but the yellow heaven also had a similar great seal as its life treasure. However, the celestial ancestor's celestial great seal was distinct. In addition to the essence of the heavenly Tao, he had also absorbed the essence of the Ziwei star. The Ziwei star is revered as the imperial star by all celestial bodies, aside from the moon star and the sun star. Thus, after absorbing the essence of the Ziwei star, the celestial great seal transformed into an imperial seal. Once this seal emerged, the stars bowed in submission. Moreover, the power of the celestial bodies bestowed upon this seal significantly enhanced its might. With a thunderous crash, the celestial seal emerged, causing the sun and moon wheels to be momentarily subdued, as if ensnared in a mire, nearly overwhelming them. Fortunately, the sun and moon wheels, being a harmonious pair, swiftly merged into a singular entity, transforming into a chaotic radiance that shattered the confinement of the celestial seal, returning to Wang Shu's grasp. Wang Shu held the sun wheel in one hand and the moon wheel in the other, while behind her materialized the map of mountains and rivers, accompanied by the elusive presence of a laurel tree concealed within the void. The celestial ancestor inhaled deeply, summoning back the celestial seal, only to discover a gash upon its surface, a remnant of the chaotic light that had been unleashed by the union of the sun and moon wheels. However, with a mere sweep of his hand, the ancestor erased the scar, and the aura of the celestial seal remained formidable and majestic, growing ever more potent with the passage of time. At that moment, astonishingly, behind the ancestor of the azure sky, a spiritual root materialized. Both Wang Shu and the ancestor of the yellow sky were taken aback. The spiritual root that emerged behind the ancestor of the azure sky was, in fact, one that was mentioned in their ancestral memories. This root, though not among the 10 foremost spiritual roots, held an even greater significance for many divine beings in the vast cosmos. To possess it would elevate one to the status of the supreme star, commanding the reverence of countless celestial deities. This esteemed root was none other than the celestial fruit tree, similar to the 5-leaf pine. The celestial fruit tree was also an exquisite innate spiritual root. The celestial fruit tree appeared behind the ancestor of the azure sky, as if it were supporting an entirely new universe, a different expanse of the starry sky. Its branches and leaves were lush, and at the pinnacle, a colossal crown was formed. Gazing upon this crown was akin to beholding an endless sea of stars, with billions of starlights continuously flowing within it. Moreover, this celestial sea bears an uncanny resemblance to the primordial cosmos, with each twinkling star corresponding precisely to the myriad celestial bodies within the vast expanse of the primordial sky. It is as if one is gazing upon a miniature version of that ancient cosmos. Not only that, but at this moment, the venerable ancestor Tsang Tian underwent a transformation. His entire being radiated brilliance, with light emanating from every single acupoint throughout his body. These acupoints, in a subtle rhythm of inhalation and exhalation, connected him to the celestial fruit tree behind him, and indeed to the entire celestial sphere itself, breathing in harmony with the cosmos. In this instant, Ancestor Tsang Tian appeared to embody the entirety of the starry sky. Chapter 43, Ambition Fulfilled, Invincible. Upon witnessing this scene, the expression on Ancestor Huang Tian's face altered drastically. Initially, he believed that even if Tsang Tian were to ascend to the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, he would merely surpass him slightly and would not possess the power to completely overwhelm him. After all, he too was not devoid of formidable capabilities. However, he had not anticipated that Tsang Tian had concealed so much power with the emergence of the celestial fruit tree. Who could possibly contest him for dominion over the starry expanse? Not to mention, Tsang Tian had evidently refined the essence of the Z-Wei star entirely. It can be said that the momentum of Ancestor Tsang Tian had solidified, leaving Ancestor Huang Tian with an overwhelming sense of despair. The three of them, Tsang Tian, Huang Tian, and Xian Tian, had contended for supremacy in this celestial realm for countless epochs. After billions of years, none could truly best the others. But now, was it truly the moment to determine a victor? The esteemed ancestor Huang Tian found himself engulfed in despair. His conflict with the celestial and Xian Tian was not merely a struggle for supremacy among the stars, but a battle for survival itself. Both emanating from the very essence of the heavenly Tao, it was inevitable that they would engage in a life-and-death confrontation to attain enlightenment. Now, with the ancestor of the celestial having grown significantly more powerful, it was evident that he would soon devour both Huang Tian and Xian Tian. Yet, a glimmer of hope arose. That woman was formidable as well. If she could inflict severe damage upon the celestial, perhaps the tides could turn. Ancestor Huang Tian's spirits lifted momentarily. The celestial was indeed powerful, but the divine being named Wang Shu, the holy moon star, was no weakling either. Both were at the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, and her demonstrated prowess was far from trivial. He still had a chance. However, at that very moment, a sudden twist of fate unfolded. From above Ancestor Huang Tian's head, a massive coffin materialized, unbeknownst to him. It was not until the coffin erupted with an overwhelming aura of death that he realized its presence, only to hear a thunderous crash as it descended. Startled, Huang Tian attempted to flee, yet an immense gravitational force ensnared him within the coffin's ominous reach. A crimson coffin plummeted. Regardless of Huang Tian's desperate attempts to unleash various divine abilities or strike with the Huang Tian Great Seal, each effort merely produced a cacophony of sounds, as if stones had sunk into the ocean, with all his attacks absorbed by the coffin. As the colossal coffin descended amidst Huang Tian's desperate curses, it enveloped him entirely. With a resounding clang, the heavy lid of the coffin sealed shut, trapping ancestor Huang Tian within its confines forever. As the venerable Huang Tian faced calamity, the countless celestial deities under his command became restless. Some loyal deities endeavored to rush forth in an attempt to rescue him. However, with a thunderous roar from the ancient Tsang Tian, the celestial fruit tree behind him suddenly erupted with radiant light, causing the celestial deities to be irresistibly drawn toward it. Those colossal deities, originally towering thousands of feet, were diminished to the size of mere fists as they were ensnared by the tree. Amidst their anguished cries, these celestial beings were utterly obliterated, leaving only their pure celestial essence, which adorned the tree. Through the transformative power of the celestial fruit tree, this essence was transmuted into one splendid fruit after another. This remarkable ability of the celestial fruit tree allows it to vanquish those deities born of celestial essence and subsequently absorb their core, yielding bountiful celestial fruits. If these celestial fruits were consumed by other beings, those beings would transform into celestial bodies, subsequently becoming new celestial deities. in a swift display of power. The celestial ancestor vanquished thousands of leading celestial gods, instilling a profound sense of terror in the remaining deities. Simultaneously, the celestial gods under the command of the celestial ancestor exerted an overwhelming aura, effectively locking down the followers of the Yellow Heaven ancestor. At that moment, the aura of the Yellow Heaven ancestor reached its zenith. His form, strikingly similar in stature to Wang Shu, appeared to tower over the celestial gods. As if he were gazing down upon them, he proclaimed, "Enough, esteemed beings, the era of Yellow Heaven and Xin Heaven has now drawn to a close. The once chaotic order of the starry skies must now be unified. Those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. You now have a choice." This entire sequence unfolded in a fleeting instant, from the celestial ancestor revealing his formidable strength and profound depth, to the sudden manifestation of a peculiar coffin that sealed the Yellow Heaven ancestor. No one anticipated that the era of 3 days of contention would conclude in such an abrupt manner. Yet, this was not unexpected. In the primordial chaos, strength reigned supreme. The celestial ancestor's power eclipsed that of Yellow Heaven and Xian Heaven, and his ruthless decisiveness rendered the resolution of this conflict entirely reasonable. Countless celestial gods loyal to the Yellow Heaven ancestor found themselves hesitating upon hearing the words of the celestial ancestor. In but a fleeting moment, the majority of the celestial deities knelt down, expressing their submission to the venerable ancestor of the heavens. Seeing this, the remaining half of the celestial beings also followed suit, kneeling in submission. After all, given the current circumstances, their refusal to yield would inevitably lead to their demise. Especially since the celestial ancestor had mastery over the stellar fruit tree, any attempt at rebellion would inevitably lead to demise. In light of this, it would be wiser to submit. Observing all the star deities under the command of the yellow sky ancestor kneel in submission before him, the celestial ancestor could not help but feel a surge of pride, erupting into hearty laughter. "All right, rise." With a mere wave of his hand, countless star deities found themselves compelled to stand. Simultaneously, from behind the venerable ancestor of the celestial heavens, the majestic star fruit tree suddenly emitted myriad beams of light, countless rays, each cascading upon a different star deity, irrespective of whether they were a subordinate of their own or those brought by the ancestor of the yellow heavens. Each star deity, touched by these ethereal beams, felt their intrinsic essence of the stars being refined, becoming more pure in nature. Their cultivation advanced as a result, and they could not help but rejoice in their newfound progress. Moreover, in addition to this, a plethora of information was conveyed to them. This information manifested as intricate formations. It can only be said that the ancestor of the celestial heavens had made extensive and thorough preparations for this day. According to the ancestor's design, he intended to use the star fruit tree as the focal point, combined with countless star deities, to establish an unparalleled grand formation that would envelop the entire cosmos. This plan, however, coincided with the great formation of the heavenly stars. Yet, the star fruit tree encompassed all celestial bodies except for the sun and the moon. Thus it could not quite rival the great formation of the heavenly stars. Nevertheless, even this limitation did not escape the ancestors' contemplation. Within the vast expanse of the cosmos, there existed 3 primordial roots. One was his star fruit tree, capable of commanding myriad stars, while the other 2 resided on the moon and the sun, namely the laurel tree and the fusang tree. If he could gather these 2 additional roots, he would further augment the power of his great formation of the heavenly stars, achieving an invincibility that would no longer be a mere dream. At this moment, the ancestor of the celestial heavens felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Although he had yet to subdue Wang Shu, all the star deities throughout the cosmos had already bowed to him. He had grasped the momentum, and all that remained was to defeat Wang Shu, ideally persuading her to submit and relinquish the laurel tree. The ancestor couldn't help but cast a greedy glance at Wang Shu. She was breathtakingly beautiful, a vision so enchanting that even he hesitated to entertain thoughts of her demise. Thus, his desire was solely to conquer Wang Shu and compel her loyalty. Wang Shu was the divine being of the moon, and if he could unite with her, he would find a means to draw upon the essence of the moon itself. With this, both the beauty and the stars would be within his grasp. He pondered the possibility of similar figures among the deities of the sun. If the divine being of the sun were also a woman of such exquisite beauty, it would be nothing short of splendid. The ancestor found himself lost in thought. Yet his profound cultivation allowed him to recognize the turbulence within his heart, and he quickly quelled his desires. This was the culmination of years of yearning. And perhaps he had indulged too freely, yet it mattered little now. The grand scheme was already in motion. With this thought, The ancestor's gaze betrayed his unrestrained greed for Wang Shu as he addressed her. Wang Shu, my friend, at this juncture, do you still wish to resist? The tide favors me. Why not yield and join me? I shall become the supreme of the stars, and you could be the mother of all stars. However, Wang Shu remained silent, suddenly invoking the laurel tree with all her might. The tree radiated an unprecedented brilliance, its light cascading like moonlight, fluid and ethereal, rushing toward the ancestor of the celestial heavens. Ha! He laughed heartily, making no move, but simply directing his thoughts, causing the starfruit tree behind him to tremble violently. As the starfruit tree stirred, countless celestial beings were compelled to move in unison. With a resounding roar, these myriad star deities unleashed their divine powers, which then converged under the influence of the starfruit tree, surging forth to confront the laurel tree. In an instant, the laurel tree was rendered dim, its branches and leaves scattered. Witnessing this, Wang Shu's expression shifted dramatically, prompting her to activate the sun and moon wheels. A beam of sunlight and a beam of moonlight intertwined as they struck towards the celestial ancestor. Unperturbed, the celestial ancestor simply raised a finger, summoning a crimson coffin that descended before him, shielding him from the radiant assault. From within the coffin, the anguished cries of the yellow sky ancestor echoed, as Wang Shu's attack was redirected to him, forcing him to bear the brunt of the damage. As the ancient celestial ancestor observed Wang Shu in such a dire state, remaining utterly unyielding and seemingly indifferent to him, a surge of fury ignited within his heart. After fending off the attacks of the sun and moon essence wheels, he summoned the celestial seal with a thunderous crash, directing it downwards to suppress Wang Shu. My friend, the celestial ancestor intoned gravely, if you choose not to speak now, once I have subdued you, I shall undoubtedly compel you to acquiesce to my demands. Yet the celestial seal descended with an even greater weight, crashing down upon Wang Shu's head. The map of mountains, rivers, and the state trembled incessantly beneath its pressure, radiating light as if attempting to break free from this formidable seal. However, the seal only grew stronger at that very moment. It felt as though it breathed in unison with the entire cosmos, bolstered by the strength of countless stars, its power more terrifying than ever before. Despite the might of the map of mountains and rivers, it could not withstand such an astonishing force. If this continued, defeat was merely a matter of time. Desperation surged within Wang Shu as she desperately unleashed her magical prowess, struggling to hold on. Was she truly destined to fall here today? Chapter 44. In a critical moment, Lin Yang emerges with a thunderous roar. The clash between the two formidable masters reverberated throughout the vast primordial cosmos, their terrifying momentum causing the myriad stars to tremble in unison. Leaning against the moon star, the laurel tree had returned to her side, even stirring the essence of the moon star, drawing upon its supreme power to unleash a formidable surge. An endless flow of lunar energy was released, sweeping outwards in all directions, attempting to breach the confinement imposed by the celestial ancestor. Yet, despite the celestial seal quaking and undulating under the assault, it remained steadfastly positioned above Wang Shu, slowly but surely pressing down upon her. The onslaught was futile. At this moment, the celestial ancestor had summoned his power to its utmost limit. Moreover, it is not merely his own prowess that is in play, but also the myriad celestial deities in the vast expanse of the cosmos, all stars save for the sun and the moon. They have all been summoned by the starfruit tree that stands behind him, drawing forth the primordial power from the depths of the universe. At this moment, rather than a contest between Wang Shu and the ancestor of the heavens, it is more aptly described as a clash between the moon and the countless stars. Even though the moon is the supreme star, a manifestation of Pangu's right eye, wielding immense and boundless power, the collective strength of innumerable stars across the cosmos far exceeds what the moon can withstand. Only with the addition of another supreme star, the sun, can these two celestial giants, in harmonious duality, unleash boundless might capable of subduing the myriad stars. Yet now, the ancestor of the heavens not only refines the foremost of the stars, the purple star, but is also aided by the starfruit tree, leveraging the might of countless stars to suppress a solitary moon. Even if Wang Shu's magical abilities reach their zenith, she finds herself unable to resist. The celestial seal descends inch by inch, gradually filling her heart with despair. Alas, it is regrettable that before her demise, she will not lay eyes upon you. In this final moment, a profoundly etched figure from her memories arises in Wang Shu's mind. Throughout the eons since her birth, not a single soul has ever moved her, stirring her heart, which has remained as frozen as the moon for countless ages. And that individual succeeded. when the venerable Xiantian ancestor launched an assault. Even though at that moment they were merely a great Luo golden immortal, they stood forth to share the tribulations with her. Before her departure, the words of caution she left behind stirred within Wang Shu a desire to do something for her. Yet, it appears I have overestimated my own capabilities. If I cannot even subdue myself for 3 days, how can I rally the masses to confront that Taoist Hongjun? How I long, how I yearn to see you once more. In this final moment, Wang Shu completely liberated her emotions. Like a volcano erupting, the more she had suppressed her feelings in the past, the more fervently they surged forth now, uncontrollable. As her magical energy waned, her consciousness began to blur, and even the once vivid image in her mind started to fade. At this moment, Wang Shu found herself at the end of her tether, yet she had no intention of allowing the celestial ancestor to capture her alive. Thus, she resolved to draw upon her essence and self-destruct. No matter the cost, she would not permit the celestial ancestor to demean her. Wang Shu's magical power began to grow increasingly wild, a scene that did not escape the watchful eyes of the celestial ancestor. Naturally, the thoughts of Wang Shu were perceived by the celestial ancestor. Witnessing Wang Shu's intent to self-destruct, the celestial ancestor was filled with rage and bellowed, "Wang Shu, dare you? I will not permit your demise. As long as I breathe, you shall not perish today." With a thunderous roar, the celestial ancestor intensified his suppression, momentarily stalling Wang Shu's powers and thwarting her attempt at self-detonation. However, how could Wang Shu be so easily restrained by the celestial ancestor? After merely a fleeting pause, her powers surged once more. The celestial ancestor's expression shifted, realizing that he might truly be unable to contain her. This woman from the Tying star was undeniably fierce. Cursed be it. He cursed vehemently, yet he did not relent. Having reached this critical juncture, if he could not subdue her, he would allow her self-destruction. After all, he possessed the backing of countless stars, and her explosive force would not harm him in the slightest. Just then, amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky, distorted by boundless powers, a dazzling quintuple-hued radiance abruptly pierced through. In an instant, it penetrated the great formation of celestial bodies woven by myriad star deities. Following that, a furious roar echoed through the heavens, filled with boundless wrath. "How audacious! You dare to harm my companion. Today, I shall ensure that you all find no resting place in death." The familiar voice jolted Wang Shu, who was on the brink of self-detonation. Her once foggy consciousness suddenly revived. Is that his voice? He has returned? In that moment, Wang Shu felt the oppressive weight lift, and the terrifying sensation of suppression swiftly dissipated. As she regained consciousness, the scene before her was nothing short of shocking. A dazzling spectrum of 5 colors, terrifyingly unmatched, was swirling chaotically through the starry sky, sweeping across the surroundings. Wherever this radiant light cascaded, the celestial beings screamed in agony, drawn into its embrace, crushed and slain within its grasp. The venerable ancestor of the heavens was consumed by rage, urging the celestial seal to strike against the brilliant light. Yet, the speed of that radiance was too swift. In mere moments, countless celestial beings fell victim to its violent onslaught. It was only when the ancestor summoned the celestial fruit tree, unleashing its innate power to its fullest extent, and allied with the remaining celestial beings to form a formidable array, that the relentless light was finally subdued. Nevertheless, the once favorable situation had been utterly shattered. Just a hair's breadth away, and the radiant Wang Shu would have been vanquished, thwarted only by an unexpected intervention that claimed countless of his subordinates. One could only imagine the depth of the ancestor's fury. Yet, in that moment, Wang Shu's gaze was singularly fixated on one figure, a presence so familiar. He had truly returned, the 5-colored radiance. Having withstood relentless attacks that failed to dislodge the celestial fruit tree or annihilate the remaining celestial beings, retreated to Lin Yang's side. It then dispersed into 5 streams, embodying the colors of blue, red, yellow, white, and black, standing majestically. With a subtle tremor, it seemed to shake the entire cosmos in unison. Clearly, it was Lin Yang who had struck in that critical moment, finally arriving just in time. However, recalling the perilous circumstances, Lin Yang felt a pang of dread. It had been a narrow escape. He could scarcely imagine the despair he would have felt had Wang Shu truly perished. "Today, if I do not slay you, ancestor of the heavens, my heart's animosity shall remain unresolved," Lin Yang vowed fiercely within. Despite the devastating rampage of the 5-colored divine light, which had claimed millions of celestial lives, his wrath had yet to abate. Today, the ancestor of the heavens would meet his demise, and none could save him. With a thunderous roar, Lin Yang surged forward at unimaginable speed, penetrating the void of the starry expanse. He arrived before the moonlit star by Wanshu's side. Observing the frail beauty, Lin Yang gently supported her, murmuring, "Fear not, for I have returned. Leave the rest to me." Wanshu gazed at him, nodding slightly. Yet tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. This was a moment of joy so profound that it brought forth tears. Just moments ago, she had genuinely believed she would never see Lin Yang again. However, to her astonishment, Lin Yang had indeed appeared, rescuing her in her direst hour. Wanshu could sense that Lin Yang's realm was akin to her own, both being at the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Nevertheless, an unprecedented sense of tranquility enveloped her in response to Lin Yang's words. Since Lin Yang has declared that he will handle the subsequent matters, she places her utmost trust in him. Lin Yang conjured an avatar of his mystical power, accompanied by Wanshu, and retreated into the realm of the Tying Star. Then, he turned his gaze towards the celestial ancestor, a fierce, murderous intent flashing across his face. "Celestial, today I shall undoubtedly slay you to quell the hatred that festers in my heart." Lin Yang spoke calmly, yet the aura of bloodlust emanating from him intensified with fervor. 5 beams of divine light surged behind him, shaking the very fabric of the starry sky. Countless stars trembled in response, nearly thrown into disarray by the might of the 5-colored divine radiance. However, the celestial ancestor, possessing the stellar fruit tree, managed to suppress the chaos, preventing the stars from scattering. Although Lin Yang had disrupted his plans, the prevailing power remained, still exuding unmatched authority. Glaring at Lin Yang, he could not help but exclaim in fury, "Who exactly are you?" "Who am I?" Lin Yang retorted with a cold smirk, "You are not worthy to know my name. Moreover, Celestial, are you stalling for time? Seeking to refine Huang Tian and augment your own essence? Are you afraid of me?" Lin Yang's mocking tone resonated, striking directly at the celestial ancestor's core. The ancestor's expression shifted slightly. Despite his reluctance to admit it, a flicker of genuine fear coursed through him. The overwhelming presence Lin Yang exuded upon his entrance was simply too formidable. The 5-colored brilliance surged from below, arrogantly piercing into the cosmos. The boundless magical power shattered billions of stars and annihilated countless celestial beings, dismantling the grand celestial formation he had painstakingly created. This demonstrated Lin Yang's unparalleled strength. Though both were at the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, the celestial ancestor recalled his recent battle with Wanshu, which had drained considerable energy. Thus, he contemplated delaying the encounter, intending to absorb the essence of the Huang Tian ancestor, who was already trapped within his coffin, much like a fish on a chopping board. To enhance his own power, both he and the Huang Tian ancestor, along with the Xian Tian ancestor, were manifestations of the Tao's origin. Currently, the Xian Tian ancestor remained imprisoned by Wanshu within the Tying Star. However, the Huang Tian ancestor lay within his grasp, allowing him the opportunity to absorb the ancestor's essence and significantly bolster his strength in a short time. In this way, even if Wanshu received aid, what would he have to fear? Yet, the celestial ancestor did not anticipate that his intentions would be perceived by Lin Yang, who directly pointed them out. Although he dismissed it lightly, a subtle crack appeared in his imposing demeanor. It is precisely this slight flaw that Lin Yang managed to seize. With a thunderous roar, Lin Yang unleashed a sudden strike. 5 beams of divine light cascaded down like an overwhelming tide, aimed directly at the venerable ancestor of the heavens. The 5-colored divine light, embodying the essence of the 5 elements, held the power to obliterate all existence. The might displayed by Lin Yang, fueled by his utmost effort, was not merely for the purpose of capturing or subduing the ancestor of the heavens, but rather to annihilate him on the spot, to thoroughly vanquish him within the radiant embrace of the 5-colored divine light. Chapter 45. The Great Battle Against the Heavens. Captivating the world as attention, the conflict within the starry expanse stirred immense commotion, particularly as the stars shifted from their original orbits and billions of celestial deities emerged. The vast currents of magical energy surged through the cosmos, distorting the very fabric of reality and attracting the attention of formidable beings across the realms. Countless potent consciousnesses swept through the void, probing the unfolding events among the stars. In the western region, beneath the Shumi Mountain, the demon ancestor Rahu lay in wait. To the east, the Jade Capital Mountain housed the esteemed Hong Jun within the Zixio Palace. The grand ancestor of the universe resided in the Qian Kuan Palace of the Infinite Mountain, while the ancestor of the 5 elements governed the 5-element palace of the Kanglin Mountain. The Yin Yang ancestor presided over the Taiji Palace of the 2 Instruments Mountain. alongside the eastern CES ancestral dragon, the immortal phoenix of the southern volcanic region, and the primordial Qilin of the northern Qilin cliff, all of whom were acutely aware of the monumental battle erupting within the celestial realm. From the inception of the conflict between Huang Shu and the heavens, through the suppression of Huang Tian by the heavens, to the near invincibility of the heavens that compelled Huang Shu to self-destruct, and culminating in Lin Yang's appearance to rescue Huang Shu, every moment remains vividly etched in memory. Though the primordial starry expanse lies far removed from the main battlefield of the primordial land, its significance is indisputable. Yet, for an extended period, the three heavens have traversed the cosmos, while the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans have been unable to unite their efforts, thus rendering them incapable of intervening. Now, among the three heavens, the Xiantian was first subdued by the lord of the Tying star, Huaxu. Subsequently, the Huantian also fell victim to the treacherous hand of the Sangtian. Astonishingly, only the final realm, Sangtian, remains. Sangtian has unified the entire starry sky, compelling all celestial deities and even forcing the lord of the Tying star, Huangshu, to the brink of self-destruction in this grand unification. How could such an event not stir the hearts of many? Even the dominators, such as the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the initial Qilin regard this matter with utmost seriousness. After all, the tripartite celestial forces pose little threat to the vast land of Hong Wang and the Four Seas. Once the forces of the starry sky unite, the dynamics will undoubtedly shift. A unified celestial realm could rival the power of any one of the three clans. This implies that the struggle for supremacy in the primordial world may evolve from a tripartite standoff to a quadripartite contention. Such a scenario is one that none of the three clans would wish to witness. Regrettably, the situation is beyond their reach. Furthermore, the eruption of this conflict was exceedingly abrupt, leaving all parties unprepared. In this moment, intervention is simply too late. They can only watch helplessly as events unfold. However, just as many believed that the heavens were on the verge of achieving dominion over the entire starry expanse, even claiming mastery over one of the two supreme celestial bodies, the moon star, Lin Yang, made his entrance. With an astonishing display, he forcefully inserted himself into the fray, particularly the five-colored divine light wielded by Lin Yang. With its vibrant hues, wreaked havoc amidst the stars, a breathtaking spectacle of carnage. At Mount Kanglin, within the Hall of Five Elements, the ancestral figure of the five elements could not contain his astonishment, his mouth slightly agape. This divine ability, he murmured, gazing at Lin Yang's five-colored divine light. More astounded than anyone else, for it was simply perfection. Lin Yang's five-colored divine light was unlike any five-element divine ability he had ever witnessed before. Moreover, his power is remarkably formidable. Once again, it is him, the Grand Dragon of the Eastern Sea, having only recently recuperated from his injuries, gazed at Lin Yang, who was displaying his might amidst the starry sky, and was rendered speechless. How is it that he appears everywhere? The Grand Dragon undoubtedly harbored a deep-seated disdain for Lin Yang, akin to a thorn in his eye or a splinter in his flesh, causing him immense discomfort. Especially in recent years, all of his misfortunes have been intricately linked to Lin Yang, which has only intensified his discomfort towards him. However, upon witnessing the formidable prowess exhibited by Lin Yang, a sense of dread enveloped Zhu Long's heart. He could not help but acknowledge the unsettling truth. His gravest fears had materialized. Lin Yang had grown even stronger, far surpassing the might he demonstrated during their last battle. Yet this individual is merely at the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level. Should he ascend to the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, how formidable would his power become? Would I still be able to contend with him then? As the ancestor dragon pondered this, he immediately sensed a flicker of uncertainty within his previously invincible resolve. He hastily composed himself, striving to erase that fleeting doubt. At this moment, the grand battle in the starry sky continues, or perhaps it marks the commencement of a new round of conflict. Lin Yang engages in a fierce struggle against the ancestor of the celestial heavens. Thunderous roars resonate as Lin Yang unleashes his full combat prowess. With the vision of 36 layers of the celestial realms manifesting behind him, collectively releasing the power of the universe to augment his being, resulting in an unprecedented surge of magical energy. With a resounding crash, radiant five-colored divine light cascades down with immense force, akin to an ethereal staff of myriad hues, striking towards the ancestor of the celestial heavens. The ancestor emits a powerful roar, commanding the celestial deities, bolstered by countless stars. The brilliance of the Ziwei star intensifies, causing the celestial fruit trees to tremble violently, unleashing an infinite splendor of light. The two formidable attacks collide with a tremendous impact, resulting in a cataclysmic sound that reverberates throughout the cosmos. The entire starry expanse quakes violently, with the mighty aftershocks rippling across the primordial world. In this instant, all the powerful beings of the primordial realm distinctly sense the tremors coursing through their domain. A manifestation of the primordial world grappling with the residual force of the clash between these two titans. Everyone distinctly perceived that at this moment. The primordial world trembled 3 times in succession, which eventually quelled the lingering power of the two formidable masters. It is evident that even the vast expanse of the primordial universe requires no less than 3 occasions to fully process the residual might emanating from the clash of these two formidable masters in every corner and crevice of existence. This highlights the sheer terror of the collision between Lin Yang and the ancestor of the celestial heaven. The ancestor commands the power of the stars, with dominion over nearly all celestial bodies, save for the sun and the moon. The strength he can summon is indeed formidable, embodying the might of countless stars. Such tremendous power transcends the individual capabilities of the ancestor as a Hunyuan golden immortal by leaps and bounds. As for Lin Yang, despite being adrift in this vast cosmos, devoid of any celestial power at his command, he possesses the 36 heavens. The 36 heavens are manifestations of the 36 stabilizing pearls of the sea. The 36 sea stabilizing pearls, this set of magical artifacts, can be likened to the formidable power of innate treasures. Upon the establishment of the 36 heavens, a vast expanse was created to encompass 36 great worlds within. This transformation significantly augmented the power of this treasured artifact to an inconceivable extent. Thus, under the formidable enhancement of the 36 heavens, Lin Yang unleashed the brilliance of the 5-colored divine light, manifesting a force that was by no means inferior to that of the celestial ancestor. In fact, it may have even surpassed it. This was attributed to Lin Yang's prior decisive actions, having annihilated countless star gods, which granted him a certain advantage. The celestial ancestor's great star formation exhibited a flaw. Though minor, it nonetheless constituted a defect. It is precisely this minor flaw that assumes immense significance amidst such a grand conflict. Consequently, in the clash, he finds himself outmatched by Lin Yang. The Chaos Seal. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yang attacks, forming seals with his hands to unleash his most formidable technique. The confluence of myriad paths, the return of all methods to their source. What is revealed is his unparalleled Tao, encompassing all laws and all paths, rendering him invincible. Boom. The celestial ancestor activates the celestial seal to confront Lin Yang, yet instead of countering the Chaos Seal, he directs his assault towards Lin Yang himself. Aiming to strike at his head, Lin Yang did not attempt to obstruct the onslaught of this treasured artifact either. Instead, he concentrated all his strength, channeling it entirely into the Chaos Seal, urging the power of this divine technique to its utmost limit, and violently struck towards the ancestor of the celestial heavens. Another resounding explosion erupted, akin to the very creation of the universe, reverberating through the boundless starry expanse, causing tremors that rippled throughout. Some diminutive stars, not situated too far away, silently disintegrated into dust. Many grand celestial bodies shattered and were cast away from their original trajectories. Above Lin Yang's head, a 12-petal white lotus platform, the 12-petal pure world lotus, was struck and fractured. This was not due to Lin Yang lacking more formidable treasures, such as the creation cauldron or the chaos gourd. Rather, he had expended all his strength to harness the 5-colored divine light and the chaos seal. Consequently, his magical power was insufficient to unleash the full potential of either treasure. It would have been wiser to rely on the 12-petal pure world lotus or the earth-soaring flame banner, both of which were primarily defensive artifacts. Yet, even the 12-petal pure world lotus, the epitome of innate spiritual treasures, succumbed to the attack of the celestial seal from the ancestor of the cosmos, sustaining grievous cracks across its surface. This exquisite innate treasure was shattered, and the terrifying residual force penetrated through the fissures, crashing down upon Lin Yang's head. In an instant, he was drenched in blood, the crimson liquid cascading down his head and face. Meanwhile, the venerable ancestor of the heavens was not faring any better. In fact, his plight was even more dire. A look of incredulity still lingered upon his face as Lin Yang's chaotic seal effortlessly shattered a supreme innate spiritual treasure that had been suspended above him. To Lin Yang's astonishment, the esteemed treasure of the celestial ancestor materialized as an exquisite flag, a flag seemingly woven from ethereal clouds. specifically the Western Plain Cloud Banner from the innate Five Directions flags. It radiated a resplendent golden light, endeavoring to thwart his assault, yet the chaotic seal proved overwhelmingly formidable. Its might was not inferior to the multicolored divine light, perhaps even more terrifying. As the seal descended, the golden luminescence dissipated, and the flag was rent asunder. Its defenses shattered. Subsequently, Lin Yang delivered a decisive strike directly to the celestial ancestor's chest. A resounding impact ensued, resulting in a gaping wound that pierced through his torso. While Lin Yang's defenses were breached and he sustained a blow to his head, the injury merely manifested as a gruesome fracture, blood cascading forth, evoking a frightful appearance. In truth, the damage he sustained was not substantial. In stark contrast, the celestial ancestor's affliction was grave, particularly due to the peculiar nature of Lin Yang's Tao. Upon penetrating his body, the chaotic seal unleashed its horrific destructive force, wreaking havoc upon the celestial ancestor's form. As the ancient celestial ancestor sought to suppress his injuries and gain control over Lin Yang's divine ability, this very power unexpectedly transformed into an even more enigmatic form of divine art. The divine art of parasitism. This peculiar technique, derived from the chaotic seal, was, in fact, Lin Yang's latest acquisition of the Great Path's divine power. Through this method of parasitism, Lin Yang had previously reversed the situation, borrowing the form of the six-eared macaque to listen to the myriad sounds of heaven and earth, capturing the entire essence of the vast wilderness within his ears. Yet now, he has astonishingly revealed the true purpose of this divine ability. Infesting the enemy's corporeal form, it plunders, devours, and absorbs everything in its path. In a mere instant, the celestial ancestor felt his essence, magical power, and primal source swiftly dissipating. In an exceedingly absurd and terrifying manner, it was transferred to Lin Yang. Moreover, not only that, but even his primordial spirit experienced a restless stirring, as if it were to be drained of its quintessence and strength by that enigmatic divine power. In this moment, the celestial ancestor was finally struck with a profound sense of dread. Chapter 46. Unscathed, commanding awe throughout the arena, two figures intersected, blood splattering as both bodies swayed, each sustaining significant injuries. Among them, the most notable was the celestial ancestor, who had begun to feel a sense of dread. This suddenly emerged figure possessed an awe-inspiring strength, with abilities that were extraordinarily enigmatic. To single-handedly confront him, alongside countless stellar deities and the formidable power of innumerable stars, what does such a notion entail? It is likely that even the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the primal Qilin would find it impossible to achieve such a feat. The celestial ancestor exerted all his might to suppress the bizarre divine powers invading his being, managing with great difficulty to quell their assault. Just then, he felt a sudden lightness above his head. The already tattered and worn celestial cloud banner had vanished without a trace. It turned out that after a fierce clash with Lin Yang, though he too bore significant injuries, he still had some strength remaining. With a gentle twist of the five-colored divine light, he effortlessly seized the celestial ancestor's banner. The celestial cloud banner had just endured a devastating blow from his full-force attack, leaving it considerably damaged. However, as an innate spiritual treasure, despite being breached, it possessed the capacity for self-restoration. Even in its current battered state, if left unattended, it would gradually mend itself over the years. If one were to discover objects of golden nature, allowing them to absorb energy would greatly enhance their restoration. The plain-colored cloud boundary flag represents the western banner of the innate five-direction flags. Lin Yang already possessed the southern flag of the earthly flames, yet at this moment, he unexpectedly acquired two of the primordial five flags. This revelation stirred a flicker of hope within him, leading him to contemplate the possibility of eventually gathering all five flags and establishing the formidable primordial five elements great formation. In the vast expanse of the wilderness, there exist numerous extraordinary formations, and if the primordial five flags were to be united, they could give rise to an unparalleled grand array known as the primordial five elements formation, also referred to as the primordial five elements and five directions great formation. This grand formation inherently embodies the essence of the five elements and the five directions, which can further manifest the laws of chaos. The heavens are governed by the five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while the earth is defined by the five directions: east, west, south, north, and center. The two are interdependent, culminating in this formation. The array utilizes the five primordial five elements flags as its focal points, thus establishing five gateways: east, south, west, north, and center. The eastern gate governs life and death, The southern gate oversees destruction, the western gate presides over slaughter, the northern gate is in charge of creation, and the central gate rules over illusion and annihilation. The 5 gates are in a constant state of transformation. Once this formation is activated, it becomes one with the entire cosmos. Attacking this array is akin to assaulting the very fabric of existence, rendering it one of the most formidable formations to breach. It surpasses even the legendary extermination sword formation, which can only be countered by the 4 saints. However, it may be precisely due to its overwhelming power that this formation remains merely a legend, as no one has ever successfully deployed it. The true potency of this grand array is subject to speculation, yet should one indeed succeed in uniting the 5 flags and establishing the formation, the might of the primordial 5 elements formation would undoubtedly rival that of the great arrays such as the celestial star array and the extermination sword array. "Return my plain cloud realm flag," roared the ancient ancestor of the heavens, his fury igniting as he attempted to strike at Lin Yang once more, but stumbled, nearly losing his balance in the starry expanse. At that moment, countless celestial beings surged towards Lin Yang with unparalleled speed, seeking to exploit his vulnerability and eliminate him. However, just then, an ancient-looking gourd emerged above Lin Yang's head. It was the Chaos Gourd. The powerful beings from various realms watching the battle could not help but exclaim in astonishment upon seeing the gourd. A primordial supreme treasure, they recognized. For the aura of such a treasure was unmistakably potent. Many of these mighty entities found themselves breathing heavily as they beheld Lin Yang's Chaos Gourd. Their hearts ignited with greed. After all, regardless of the allure of the primordial supreme treasure, even the exquisite innate spiritual treasures previously wielded by Lin Yang and the ancestor of heaven stirred deep desires. Yet, the allure of a primordial supreme treasure was even more profound. Note, although Lin Yang's battle with the ancestral dragon had previously revealed the Chaos Gourd, the scale of that confrontation in the Eastern Sea did not attract as many powerful beings as this current spectacle. Thus, many remained unaware of the significance of the Chaos Gourd. Some of the more composed powerhouses, after their initial astonishment, could not help but have a fleeting thought cross their minds. That is to say, in the vast expanse of the primordial world, when did another innate treasure in the shape of a gourd come into existence? As the crowd discreetly speculated, they soon realized that Lin Yang's true form was, in fact, the innate gourd vine. The innate treasure known as the chaotic gourd was, astonishingly, a creation of Lin Yang himself. This revelation left the onlookers in disbelief, questioning their calculations. After all, it seemed utterly absurd. The innate gourd vine, one of the 10 spiritual roots, was indeed impressive. Yet it seemed implausible that it could yield an innate treasure. Was this a miscalculation of destiny, or were they merely under an illusion? Regardless of how many times they recalibrated their computations, the outcome remained unchanged. Thus, the crowd had no choice but to accept this astonishing reality. At this moment, the chaotic gourd summoned by Lin Yang once again caused a dramatic change in the expressions of the crowd, leaving them utterly astonished as they gazed at the magnificent scene in the starry sky. "Please, my dear, turn around." Lin Yang's commanding voice resonated clearly at that instant. As his voice resonated, the chaotic gourd trembled violently, and from within it emerged streams of radiant white light. Initially, there was 1, then 2, then 3, swiftly. An innumerable array of luminous beams burst forth with astonishing speed. Each beam of white light ensnared a celestial deity. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000,000 star gods were captured by the radiant glow, and soon after, countless streams of white light encircled them. Astonishingly, more than 100,000 star gods fell silent, their heads severed without a single cry, tumbling from their necks. Subsequently, their enormous bodies collapsed with a thunderous crash. This scene was profoundly shocking, leaving the powerful onlookers at a loss for words. The innate treasure wielded such a ferocious lethality. However, although Lin Yang summoned the Chaos Gourd and unleashed the last remnants of his mystical power to cast the celestial slaying flying knife, vanquishing over 1,000,000 star gods, the vast expanse of the starry sky harbored an overwhelming multitude, amounting to billions. The slaughter was far from exhaustive. Even accounting for the previous 10,000,000 star gods he had slain, his tally barely constituted 1/10 of the total. Admittedly, 1/10 is a staggering figure. Otherwise, the celestial ancestor would not have been driven to such fury. The remaining star gods, though no longer in the billions, still numbered over 90,000,000. These countless star gods collectively unleashed their divine abilities, launching an assault upon Lin Yang. This spectacle was equally magnificent. At this juncture, Lin Yang's magical energy was utterly depleted. Yet he felt no fear. He merely flickered and vanished into the depths of the Chaos Gourd. Moreover, upon entering the chaotic Gourd, Lin Yang immediately sought refuge within the cauldron of creation. Thus, with the protection of these two magnificent treasures, he was rendered entirely secure. Otherwise, even the assaults of countless star gods would prove futile against the Gourd, which, as an innate treasure, could withstand such onslaughts. It is, after all, a primordial artifact, differing from supreme innate spiritual treasures such as the subtle cloud realm flag and the 12-petaled pure world lotus by merely a single innate restriction. However, this solitary restriction signifies an immeasurable chasm in strength. Not only would the attacks of innumerable star gods fail to inflict any damage, but even the formidable powers that once clashed between Lin Yang and the ancestor of heaven, capable of shattering the subtle cloud realm flag and the 12-petaled pure world lotus, would be utterly ineffectual against the innate treasure. The innate treasure encompasses 49 restrictions, a number that represents the utmost limit of the heavenly Tao. This signifies that the innate treasure has reached the pinnacle of what this realm can accommodate. Therefore, unless one's strength surpasses this realm entirely, eclipsing even the heavenly Tao, it is impossible to breach the defenses of the innate treasure. Such artifacts are impervious to destruction, even by saints and the great Luo golden immortals, far surpassing the might of superior innate spiritual treasures. Of course, this invulnerability stems from the innate treasure's inherent strength. Without the infusion of magical power, it remains intact. However, as the master of the innate treasure, one would still face the perilous backlash that could obliterate their very essence if they were to hide within it. Yet Lin Yang was not merely equipped with a single innate treasure. He possessed two. The assaults of billions of star gods could, through one innate treasure, potentially spell his demise. But what if he were shielded by two? Such an attempt would be rendered ineffective. Fortunately, Lin Yang had already secured numerous life forms within the internal realm of the cauldron of creation, including the 9-headed ancient poison dragon, the listening truth, and his disciple, the 6-eared macaque. Otherwise, while he may have survived the strike, everything within the chaotic Gourd would have been reduced to dust. However, at present, all remained unscathed. After the barrage of attacks from the billions of star gods, even the vast emptiness was utterly obliterated, revealing an expansive void of darkness, where a terrifying force of devouring energy consumed everything in its vicinity, engulfing a plethora of cosmic matter, such as meteors floating in the starry expanse. Yet, at that moment, countless beams of white light erupted suddenly from this obsidian void. Moreover, it remained a beam of white light, targeting a celestial deity. Countless celestial beings, witnessing Lin Yang being engulfed by their onslaught, presumed that even if he survived, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. There should be no possibility of resistance. Yet, at that moment, the emergence of numerous beams of white light made it abundantly clear to all that they were gravely mistaken, and what followed was an endless wave of astonishment and dread. They were utterly terrified, regardless of how Lin Yang managed to survive amidst their formidable onslaught. He not only endured, but also replenished his magical energy to launch another attack. Yet, the earlier scene, the chaotic Gourd emanating a radiant white light that effortlessly annihilated over 1,000,000 star gods, suddenly surged uncontrollably into the minds and souls of every star god, shattering their resolve completely. Countless star gods began to flee in a frenzied rush across the expanse of the starry sky. Do you dare to escape? A chilling voice echoed within the minds of each star god. It was a transmission of divine consciousness. Lin Yang's formidable awareness swiftly caught up with every fleeing star god, penetrating their thoughts. In an instant, one after another, the star gods froze in place, as if paralyzed by fear, no longer daring to move, even the slightest bit. Chapter 47. The Outcome of the Great Battle. The third transformation following a cascade of dense white radiance. 5 beams of varied hues began to rise slowly from the void, manifesting as Lin Yang's 5-colored divine light. Lin Yang emerged from the void. Behind him loomed the 36 layers of the heavens, and in his hand he cradled the Gourd, having already captivated the entire assembly. In truth, with nearly 1 billion celestial beings fleeing in panic, no matter how immense his powers, it would be impossible to halt a significant number. The chaotic Gourd, in a single instance, could only eliminate a mere few 100,000 celestial beings. Moreover, Lin Yang's current powers were far from their peak, a stark contrast to his former might. Even the seemingly formidable flying daggers meant to slay immortals had diminished considerably. their potency reduced by at least half, and their numbers significantly fewer. Yet, the billion celestial beings had become like startled birds, genuinely intimidated by Lin Yang. Observing the situation, Lin Yang refrained from taking action to eliminate the hundreds of thousands of star gods who had subsequently regained their composure. Those liberated star gods, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly retreated into the distance. The void before the Taiyin stars suddenly became desolate and empty. As the celestial ancestor watched Lin Yang demonstrate his prowess, subduing countless star deities, his feelings were a tumultuous blend of frustration and fury, yet overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of dread. How could it be possible for him to remain alive? And with such swift restoration of his powers? The celestial ancestor desperately sought to regain his own abilities. Having already refined and seized control of the purple microstar, he now summoned its essence with all his might to replenish his strength. Additionally, he placed his hopes in the Huang Tian ancestor, sealed within a coffin, as well as the stellar fruit tree behind him, which connected with myriad stars to continuously draw forth stellar energy in aid of his recovery. Radiance enveloped the celestial ancestor, brilliant starlight wrapping around him, so dense that it seemed nearly palpable. Yet, this brilliance could not conceal his current weakness. Rather, it accentuated his facade of strength, revealing the frailty beneath. As Lin Yang directed his gaze towards him, a grotesque grimace contorted the celestial ancestor's face. With a low growl, he hunched down, transforming into his true form, a colossal and extraordinary beast known as the Heavenly Beast. In the primordial realm, there existed only 3 of these beasts, the celestial, the Xin Tian, and the Huang Tian. The Heavenly Beast, now manifested, towered immensely, its size reaching unfathomable heights, and as it opened its gaping maw, rows of razor-sharp teeth glimmered menacingly, capable of shattering all in their path, exuding an aura of boundless ferocity. At this moment, the Huang Tian's essence had nearly been entirely siphoned, converted into the celestial's power, which granted him this final surge of strength. He seized the crimson coffin, hurling it towards Lin Yang with tremendous force. The origins of this enormous coffin were unknown, yet it radiated a terrifying aura. As it struck, the entire expanse of the starry sky was bathed in a blood-red hue. A miasma of blood, death, decay, and an overwhelming malevolence descended, an amalgamation of countless negative forces, truly horrifying in its manifestation. Moreover, as the gigantic heavenly beast leapt forth in tandem with the advancing coffin, it roared mightily, lunging at Lin Yang, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, seemingly intent on devouring him whole, tearing him apart in the process. Do you wish to contend with me? Even if you have feasted upon the Huang Tian and replenished some essence, even if you were to consume the Xin Tian as well, today shall be your last. Observing the heavenly beast charging towards him, Lin Yang could not help but scoff derisively. Suddenly, his body quaked with power, an immense surge of magical energy erupting forth. This spectacle astonished all the powerful beings watching. Yet none could fathom the source of Lin Yang's newfound strength. Had he previously held back, retaining his full potential? Or was his recovery ability so formidable that he had restored such a significant portion of his power in a fleeting moment? However, it was unexpected that Lin Yang possessed not only the 36 heavens but also an entire world. This world was concealed within the cauldron of creation. Previously, during his fierce battle with the ancestor of heaven, he had indeed exhausted his magical powers, draining even the strength of the 36 heavens, and thus could not recover significantly in a short period. Yet, he still had this hidden world, which he normally would not invoke. However, as the moment of utmost urgency arrived, it was time to put it to use. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Lin Yang harnessed his immense magical energy to unleash his most formidable divine technique, the Chaos Seal. He struck with great force, causing a thunderous sound as his imprint collided with the crimson coffin. The coffin erupted in a surge of light, and an overwhelming aura of death sought to engulf Lin Yang, while within it emanated a terrifying devouring power, attempting to draw him into its depths. At that instant, Lin Yang even glimpsed another celestial beast lying at the bottom of the coffin, the ancestor of Yellow Sky. However, the ancestor appeared to be in a state of extreme weakness. His body reduced to mere skin and bones, with all his essence and vitality drained, as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. Yet, Lin Yang remained resolute, his imprint crashing against the coffin, sending it soaring with countless cracks, its light dimming as it was cast into the distant starry sky. In that moment, no one had the leisure to attend to the coffin, for the true battle of life and death had commenced. The colossal celestial beast, the ancestor of heaven, followed closely behind the coffin. After Lin Yang's imprint sent the giant coffin flying, it lunged at Lin Yang with ferocity. If it were to bite him, even Lin Yang would not escape unscathed. Yet, at this moment, Lin Yang did not retreat but advanced, purposely heading towards the beast's massive jaws. In an instant, he unleashed another divine technique. The technique, parasitism. At that moment, Lin Yang's body appeared to ignite, flames blazing around him as all his essence coalesced, transforming his form into that of a diminutive insect. The technique of parasitism allowed him to become a parasite, embedding himself within his enemy to siphon all of their essence for his own growth. In this perilous gamble for survival, it was either the ancestor of heaven or Lin Yang who would perish. The ancestor's snap missed its mark as Lin Yang's technique transformed him into a worm-like entity, burrowing into the beast's body, eliciting earth-shattering screams. Roar! 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 He roared incessantly, his colossal celestial beast form rolling through the starry expanse, voraciously biting down, even devouring fragments of the void itself. One can only imagine the ferocity of his bite. At this moment, Lin Yang had transformed into a minuscule creature, wreaking havoc within him, voraciously consuming his flesh, blood, essence, magical power, and even his primordial spirit and laws. This undoubtedly inflicted unimaginable torment upon the venerable ancestor of the heavens. Moreover, Lin Yang delved into his very essence, and the supernatural powers exhibited were both enigmatic and formidable. At that moment, the ancestor of the celestial heavens found himself utterly devoid of any means to counter this assault. Even when he attempted to internalize the stellar fruit tree, he was unable to subdue Lin Yang. Conversely, the essence of the stellar fruit tree was seized by Lin Yang, causing this sacred root to gradually wither. With a resounding crash, Lin Yang continuously consumed everything within his reach, feeling his magical energy replenishing at an astonishingly swift pace. Indeed, it even progressed to a higher level, particularly after he truly devoured the very essence of the ancestor of the celestial heavens. He found himself irresistibly captivated, realizing that this was the source of the heavenly Tao. The ancestors of the celestial heavens, the profound heavens, and the yellow heavens, all embodied celestial beasts, and through their fortuitous encounters, they had obtained the source of the heavenly Tao, thereby attaining enlightenment and earning their titles as celestial, profound, and yellow heavens. Their origin is thus extraordinary, being the very essence of the heavenly way. At this moment, Lin Yang absorbed this celestial source, and he immediately felt an immense and unparalleled benefit. Indeed, he commenced his third transformation of the Great Path, the celestial essence contained within the two great heavenly beasts. The ancestor of the azure sky and the ancestor of the yellow sky was entirely sufficient to facilitate this third metamorphosis of his great path. At this moment, the celestial ancestor was utterly exhausted from his struggle against Lin Yang. Ultimately, he crashed violently into the tiny star, occasionally writhing in a feeble attempt to resist. But he was left breathless, devoid of any power to fight back. Under Lin Yang's parasitic divine power, both his physical form and primordial spirit were under complete control. It can be said that the celestial ancestor, a formidable adversary, had been thoroughly defeated. After a while, several beams of light emerged from the celestial ancestor's beastly form, transforming into Lin Yang's various avatars. Although he was in the midst of cultivating the third transformation of the Great Tao, the current turmoil in the starry expanse demanded his attention. Lin Yang's avatars worked in concert. One hastily retrieved the crimson coffin that the celestial ancestor had cast aside. Fortunately, although the coffin had been sent flying by Lin Yang and had cracked, the Huangtian ancestor within had not escaped, or rather, he lacked the strength to do so. The entire beastly form had been drained by the celestial ancestor, and even after Lin Yang struck the coffin, it began to absorb the Huangtian ancestor's power to mend itself due to the damage it sustained. This left the Huangtian ancestor even weaker. Lin Yang approached the coffin and effortlessly erased the celestial ancestor's imprint within. After a brief process of refinement, an expression of astonishment appeared on Lin Yang's avatar's face. It turned out that this crimson coffin was none other than the renowned Towning coffin. Upon encountering the coffin earlier, Lin Yang had already harbored certain suspicions. This coffin is one of the rare treasures of the primordial era, known as the heavenly suppression coffin. According to legend, this coffin possesses the power to seal the saint of the heavenly Tao. Once entombed within, regardless of one's vast divine abilities and immortality, it would ultimately prove futile. After a span of 49 days, one would be reduced to mere ash. Indeed, among the formidable coffin-like artifacts in the primordial world, there are but two. this fearsome heavenly suppression coffin and the innate coffin that belongs to the lamplighting Taoist. Naturally, in comparison, the heavenly suppression coffin is the more potent of the two. Now that his suspicions were validated, Lin Yang could not help but feel a surge of joy within, secretly acknowledging that the ancestor of heaven was indeed blessed with profound fortunes and abundant opportunities. Firstly, he had absorbed a portion of the original essence of the heavenly Tao. Secondly, he had refined and gained mastery over the Z-Way star. Thirdly, he had acquired the starfruit tree. And fourthly, he had obtained this heavenly suppression coffin. Chapter 48. In the palace of Guanghan, contemplating yin and yang, of course, there is also the plain-colored cloud world banner, yet all of this now belonged to Lin Yang, including the ancestor of heaven himself, who had become yet another trophy in Lin Yang's collection. Within his being, Lin Yang was drawing forth all of the ancestor's essence, transforming it into his own reserves, and preparing for a third transformation of the great Tao. Lin Yang's various incarnations swiftly organized the countless star deities brought forth by the ancestor of heaven, categorizing them according to their respective stellar positions into 4 divisions, representing the 4 cardinal directions: east, south, west, and north. Each division comprised approximately 20 million star deities, which was not particularly difficult to manage, given that the strong are revered in the primordial world. Lin Yang, through his 4 major incarnations, presided over these 4 star domains, each of which contained several hundred Deluo golden immortals among the 20 million star deities. Thus, these Deluo golden immortal star deities would continue to govern further. Consequently, the entirety of the starry expanse was largely under Lin Yang's dominion. Moreover, one of Lin Yang's incarnations ventured to the Z-Way star, located at the very center of the cosmos, the sovereign among the stars, capable of commanding all. The ancestor of heaven had gradually amassed power and transcended both the Xiantian and Huangtian due to his mastery over this star. However, it can be said that the ancestor's fortune was both fortunate and unfortunate. Encountering Lin Yang ultimately led to the consolidation of all these powers in Lin Yang's hands. In truth, Lin Yang had never intended to command the starry skies. He had merely wished to be a carefree and untrammeled wanderer. Yet, who can fully anticipate the vicissitudes of life? Now, having subdued the ancestor of heaven with his parasitic divine powers, he inadvertently acquired the ancestor of Huangtian as well, alongside the suppressed ancestor of Xiantian within the Taiyin star. In the past, Lin Yang had refrained from provoking them and had retreated from the starry expanse back to the primordial world after offending the ancestor of Xiantian. But now, the ancestors of heaven, Xiantian, and Huangtian had all unexpectedly fallen into his grasp. As he surveyed the myriad star deities, now in a state of disarray, Lin Yang could not help but feel a stirring of ambition. Naturally, one must assume the mantle of authority. It can be said that the most significant achievement of Lin Yang in this battle was his inexplicable ascension to replace the celestial ancestor, thus becoming the sovereign among the myriad stars. All of this has undoubtedly caught the attention of the powerful beings across the realms. In the East Sea, the ancestral dragon observes this moment, the shifting powers within the starry sky where Lin Yang has ascended to become the sovereign of all stars. In this fleeting instant, a myriad of emotions swirls within him, and he cannot help but exclaim internally that this fellow has truly come into his own. Simultaneously, the likes of Yuan Feng, Shiqilin, Hong Jun, and Luo Ho, each mighty in their own right, find themselves consumed by their diverse thoughts. Yet, many formidable beings have begun to stir restlessly. At this moment, amidst the starry expanse, following a cataclysmic battle that has shaken the very foundations of existence. Although the turmoil of 3 days has been quelled and control over the cosmos has been established, both Lin Yang and Wang Shu find themselves in a state of profound weakness. More significantly, the allure of treasures has captivated many. The recent conflict unveiled an abundance of extraordinary artifacts. Notably, Lin Yang possesses several supreme treasures, among which the chaotic Gourd stands out. And the formidable power demonstrated by the 36 layers of the myriad heavens behind his head is undeniably comparable to that of a supreme artifact. This is evident to all. Furthermore, the 12th rank Pure World White Lotus, the Pure Color Cloud Realm Banner, the Starfruit Tree, along with Wang Shu's Sun Essence Wheel, Moon Essence Wheel, the map of mountains and rivers, and the Laurel Tree, all contribute to an impressive array of invaluable treasures that ignite the ambitions of many powerful beings. In the harsh realm of the primordial chaos, offering timely assistance is often a rarity. This explains why Wang Shu finds herself drawn to Lin Yang. However, Those who would seek to exploit the misfortunes of others, seizing the opportunity to plunder, are certainly not in short supply. At present, both Lin Yang and Wang Shu have sustained significant injuries from the fierce battle and require time to recuperate, should the crowd decide to storm their abode. While they may not acquire all the treasures, even seizing one or two would be enough to entice them. However, the solitary concern remains. The formidable skills Lin Yang displayed during the conflict are rather daunting, leaving everyone uncertain as to how much strength he still possesses. Therefore, acting impulsively to seize their possessions would entail considerable risk. Furthermore, to take a step back, if they were to seize Lin Yang's possessions yet refrain from extinguishing his life, how would they respond should he seek retribution in the future? These are considerations that must not be overlooked. Even the ancestor dragon, having engaged with Lin Yang on 2 occasions, possesses a fair understanding of him. However, at this moment, he too must deliberate on these matters, for he is acutely aware of the inherent malevolence that resides within Lin Yang. Acting recklessly would undoubtedly yield no benefit. Yet, failing to act at all could allow Lin Yang to solidify his position, amassing a formidable power across an entire starry expanse, which would equally pose a threat. Action must be taken, yet it is equally crucial to incite others to act. I am eager to observe whether Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin can maintain their composure. The ancestor dragon mused, his mind already formulating a strategy. At that moment, amidst the celestial expanse, it seemed as if the various formidable beings sensed the malevolent scrutiny directed towards them. Suddenly, a gourd emerged from the moonlit star. It was none other than Lin Yang's chaos gourd. As the gourd gently compressed, an overwhelming force surged forth, compelling the powerful divine thoughts to retreat, rendering them incapable of further probing into the mysteries of the moonlit star and its surroundings. Simultaneously, the chaos gourd shielded and isolated various celestial secrets, preventing anyone from continuing their calculations. This naturally provoked considerable displeasure among the mighty, yet Lin Yang remained unfazed. He had gained immense advantages in an instant, yet his mind remained clear and unclouded. Rather, it is evident that there will undoubtedly be those who seek to take advantage of the chaos. The safety of both myself and Wang Shu has not been assured by this turn of events. It seems I must continue to establish my authority. In the vast expanse of the Moon Palace, one of Lin Yang's incarnations reflected on various matters, letting out a quiet sigh. Given the current circumstances, he was compelled to respond accordingly. Nevertheless, this situation is still an improvement compared to the past, when he was utterly alone. Now, he has suddenly acquired immense power, though this vast authority has yet to stabilize completely. However, having faced formidable opponents such as the Ancestor Dragon and the Primordial Phoenix when he possessed nothing, what is there for him to fear now? To command the cosmos and contend with the deities offers a profound delight, he mused within himself. The current him is no longer the same as the one who first arrived. Initially, despite having gained formidable strength and possessing magical artifacts, he remained exceedingly cautious and wary of this world and its numerous powerful beings. Yet, as his strength gradually increased and he came to understand more, seamlessly integrating into this realm, he became fearless. In today's primordial chaos, with uncertainties looming, why should he tread with trepidation, meticulously wary of offending this one or that? Even in the face of calamity, one should remain undaunted. Should adversity arise, I shall confront it with unyielding strength. This embodies the spirit of a true warrior. Lacking such a mindset, one will only succumb to fear and retreat, hastening one's own demise. Moreover, in this situation, retreat is not an option. Lin Yang cast a glance at Wang Shu beside him and mused silently. If he were to back down now, perhaps he would never see Wang Shu again. The future shall remain unchanged. Should he choose to retreat once more, the current situation shall persist. Not only would his demise ensue, but the same fate would befall Wang Shu. Since it has come to this, why not seize everything within your grasp and engage in a fierce battle with the gods? Rather than enduring frustrations, it would be far more exhilarating to revel in the experience. Thus, this life of traversing dimensions would not be in vain. Wang Shu, my friend, I entrust this to you. Lin Yang pondered for a moment before retrieving the plain-colored cloud realm flag and presenting it to Wang Shu, saying, "Though you possess the map of mountains and rivers and the laurel tree, your defenses still lack a certain robustness. This will enhance your fortifications." However, Wang Shu did not accept it immediately. Instead, she responded, "If you give me the cloud realm flag, what will you use?" Lin Yang chuckled at her words and replied, "Take it. I haven't mentioned that I also possess a flag from the primordial 5 directions, specifically, the flame of the ground flag. Although it aligns less with your path, This Cloud Realm flag is indeed superior. Wanshu, taken aback, had not anticipated that Lin Yang possessed the southern flag of the primordial 5 directions. After a moment of contemplation, her cheeks flushed, and she accepted the Cloud Realm flag but hesitated, saying, Lin Yang looked at her in confusion. Wanshu's face turned even redder as she lowered her gaze, her voice dropping to a whisper, "You need not call me friend anymore. Simply call me Wanshu." Though her voice was barely audible, Lin Yang could hear her clearly and was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Very well, I shall call you Wanshu. And you may address me as Lin Yang." Wanshu's countenance deepened in crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Lin Yang found himself momentarily transfixed, imagining that the usually aloof beauty, akin to an iceberg, would one day reveal such a demeanor. This exquisite scene was one that only he could behold. At that moment, the entirety of the Moon Palace seemed to be enveloped in an almost surreal tranquility, where the heartbeats of the two could be distinctly heard. Lin Yang could no longer suppress his burgeoning affections. Although Wanshu did not meet his gaze, she seemed to sense his transformation, causing her cheeks to redden further. With his heart racing and a dryness in his throat, Lin Yang said, "I will step outside to see if Xian Tian has perished." "Wait," Wanshu quickly called out to him. "Huh?" Lin Yang halted, looking at her in confusion. "Do not go," she insisted. "He is suppressed beneath the tiny lake and cannot escape." "Oh," Lin Yang nodded, yet was left unsure of how to proceed. He recognized his own emotional turmoil and wished to use the pretext of leaving to avoid making a mistake. But Wanshu had called him back just in time. At that moment, Wanshu suddenly added, "Last time, I acquired your sun and moon essence wheel and sought to comprehend the path of the Tian and the sun, but I find myself somewhat perplexed. Could you offer me some guidance?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Guidance? Wanshu's face had turned an even deeper shade of red, reaching her ears and cascading down her neck, rendering her appearance even more alluring. At that moment, she resolutely let go of all reservations, her voice rising slightly as she said, "Indeed, we are all injured and need to recover swiftly." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Gazing at Wanshu, he took a deep breath and replied, "All right." Chapter 49. Recovery of Injuries and Progress to the Sun Star. Lin Yang had not anticipated Wanshu's proactive approach. However, the current circumstances were undeniably dire. After managing to suppress the turmoil for 3 days, the numerous exposed treasures had stirred desires, and it was certain that some would dare to take risks, attempting to seize the treasures while he was vulnerable. Furthermore, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans would undoubtedly oppose the unification of the starry skies, making it highly likely that they would seize this opportunity to launch an attack. In response to this, Wanshu devised a method to assist Lin Yang by employing the principles of yin and yang, which would swiftly heal both of their injuries. This approach was far superior to any notion of the heavenly Taoist origin. However, since the exchange of yin and yang required more than mere embodiment, a colossal celestial beast lay in a certain location on the moon, exuding a fierce aura. It was the primordial ancestor of heaven. Lin Yang was parasitically residing within it, consuming the essence of the primordial ancestor. At this moment, the flesh and blood, even the primordial spirit of the primordial ancestor, had been completely consumed by Lin Yang. What remained was merely a massive skeletal frame, the skin draped over the bones, and even the vital energy within the bones had been entirely drained. The terrifying nature of parasitic abilities is thus evident. The primordial ancestor of heaven had reached a point of complete annihilation of both form and spirit. Yet, a terrifying source remained, that of the heavenly Tao, which Lin Yang sought to devour and digest, though it would take some time. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, as his true self, was acutely aware of everything occurring within the Palace of Eternal Cold. Without hesitation, he departed from this state. Suddenly, a tiny insect darted forth from the essence of the heavenly Tao. In an instant, this insect expanded as if inflated, transforming into a dragon-like creature, its mouth agape, resembling a celestial beast with sharp, menacing teeth. This insect was the manifestation of Lin Yang's parasitic power, known as the primordial insect. Upon enlarging, Lin Yang inhaled deeply, drawing the essence of the heavenly Tao into his body, accompanied by waves of formidable energy pulsating around him. After a few breaths, tranquility returned, and Lin Yang's form shimmered, reverting to that of his Taoist body, still a youthful figure, handsome with striking features, exuding an aura of springtime vitality. In that moment, with a flash, Lin Yang transformed into a beam of light and soared out of the celestial beast's body, heading directly into the Palace of Eternal Cold. As Lin Yang emerged from the colossal body of the celestial beast, the immense form dissipated into a cloud of fine ash. Within the palace of Guanghan, Lin Yang, having unified his essence, gazed upon Wang Shu. Though his heart brimmed with joy, a trace of inevitable apprehension lingered within him. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yang addressed Wang Shu. It is fortuitous that I recently encountered a profound opportunity, gaining a deeper understanding of the pure Yang path. Meanwhile, your mastery of the Taiyin path complements my insights perfectly, and this harmonious balance of yin and yang will undoubtedly be of great benefit to us both. Lin Yang referred to the event of refining the pure yang essence of Dong Wang Gong, which indeed had yielded significant rewards, resulting in a transformative evolution of his own Tao. Moreover, she has comprehended the path of pure yang. At this moment, engaging in dual cultivation with Wang Shu naturally proves to be of great utility. Upon hearing this, Wang Shu could not help but feel a deeper shyness. Her body softened, and her eyes sparkled like water as she gazed quietly at Lin Yang. Observing her demeanor, Lin Yang chose to speak no further and simply lifted Wang Shu, placing her gently upon the cloud bed. It was only when Wang Shu lay upon the cloud bed that she seemed to awaken from a dream, exclaiming in haste, "Yet, how could Lin Yang possibly halt his actions? So this is how your great Tao manifests. It is indeed peculiar." Time passed, and gradually the rain ceased and the clouds dispersed. On the cloud bed, Wang Shu rested her head upon Lin Yang's chest and spoke to him. Their exchange, a harmonious interplay of yin and yang, combined Lin Yang's path of pure yang with Wang Shu's path of Tai Yin, thus forming the way of yin and yang. During this period, their union transcended mere physical intimacy. It encompassed the melding of their primordial spirits, the merging of their essences, and the dual cultivation of their Tao fruits, leading them to attain profound insights into each other's great paths. Wang Shu also came to understand why Lin Yang possessed such formidable strength. This is because Lin Yang's great Tao is the Tao of chaos, wherein the physical body, primordial spirit, great path, and magical powers are all unified. Furthermore, the Tao of chaos can encompass myriad paths and evolve into countless forms. Such a great Tao is truly unfathomable and intricately profound. The injuries Wang Shu sustained from her previous battle with the celestial ancestor had completely healed during this process, and she even found her cultivation to have advanced. Although she had yet to break through to the late stage of the primordial golden immortal, she sensed that the gap was not far, and her strength had significantly increased. Lin Yang also reaped immense rewards, experiencing significant advancements in his cultivation, a substantial increase in his magical prowess, and attaining a more profound state of enlightenment. Moreover, at this juncture, Lin Yang no longer needed to continue devouring the essence of the heavenly Tao. He had already amassed sufficient power and was poised to undergo the third transformation of the Great Path at any moment. After this round of discourse, it could be said that both individuals had returned to their peak strength, even experiencing a slight enhancement. Although Lin Yang found himself somewhat enraptured in a realm of tenderness, he was acutely aware that there were more pressing matters at hand. Wang Shu, it won't be long before the myriad formidable beings from the primordial chaos come seeking our trouble. Even if we wish to avoid conflict, we must inevitably engage in battle. Therefore, prior to this impending war, we need to undertake some preparations, Lin Yang conveyed to Wang Shu. What shall we do? Wang Shu asked, completely trusting Lin Yang's judgment. Lin Yang then outlined his plan. The vast expanse of the starry sky lay a considerable distance from the primordial land. Even if the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans launched an assault, they would likely bring only a handful of elites. Moreover, their mutual constraints would serve to hinder one another. Thus, it sufficed for us to firmly defend the Taiyin star and the surrounding star region. I have comprehended a grand formation known as the chaotic yin-yang array. Its name may sound imposing, but in truth, it holds little utility against genuine masters. It merely serves to prevent anyone from infiltrating unnoticed, providing a modicum of warning. Lin Yang explained. Upon hearing this, Wang Shu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lin Yang smiled as well, transferring the chaotic yin-yang array to Wang Shu, who, after a brief analysis, became quite familiar with it. Lin Yang continued. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that I have refined the memories of the celestial sovereign. From his recollections, I have acquired a technique that may allow me to penetrate the very core of the solar star. What? Wang Shu exclaimed in surprise. Perplexed as to why Lin Yang would venture to the solar star, particularly to such a perilous location as its core, being a divine entity of the lunar star. She was acutely aware of the inherent dangers lurking within the solar star's nucleus. It is worth noting that despite their shared status as primordial golden immortals, The risks of falling in such a treacherous realm were very real. Observing Wang Shu's concern and confusion, Lin Yang elucidated, "I must go. Therein lies the key to resolving our current predicament." Though Wang Shu remained apprehensive, Lin Yang ultimately succeeded in assuaging her fears. After a tender moment together, Lin Yang decisively departed from the Palace of Eternal Cold, inhaling deeply as he set forth from the lunar star, directing his path towards the solar star. It had been a considerable time since he had last graced the solar star, yet it remained unchanged, a blazing sphere of fire, with the searing solar flames intensifying as he ventured deeper into its heart. In this instance, Lin Yang's cultivation had reached new heights as he ventured deeper into the core. Moving with the grace of a fish in water, continuously absorbing the relentless solar true fire. It was not until he felt a subtle strain approaching his limits that he realized he was perilously close to the stellar nucleus of the sun. At that moment, he paused, recalling the techniques described in the memories of the ancient ancestor, combined with his own reevaluated methods. Upon executing the technique, he suddenly transformed into a petite flame, soaring directly towards the nucleus. With a resonant hum, the diminutive fire effortlessly penetrated the heart of the star, where the solar true fire burned with unparalleled ferocity. Within the core of this star, Lin Yang stumbled upon something familiar, the primordial chaos energy. This chaos energy was imbued with an even greater profundity, transforming not into the elemental forces of earth, water, and wind, but rather into the true fire of the sun. It can be asserted that the entirety of the solar fire of the sun star emanated from this very chaos energy. One can only imagine the vast reserves of chaos energy contained within. In that moment, Lin Yang felt a profound allure, contemplating the possibility of remaining there to cultivate, harnessing the chaos energy to ascend to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Yet, Lin Yang understood that such a notion was unattainable. Possessing chaos energy alone was insufficient. The essence of enlightenment lay in the path itself, and he had far more pressing matters to attend to. Thus, Lin Yang commenced a thorough search within the star's core. After an indeterminate period, he finally located what he was seeking: 2 colossal eggs, the golden crow's eggs. Indeed, what Lin Yang sought were the embodiments of Dijuan and Tai, or more precisely, their accompanying treasures, the river map, the Luo book, and the chaos bell. Notably, the chaos bell of Tai, one of the 3 supreme treasures forged from the open sky axe, was both a weapon and a shield. Moreover, it conceals the supreme formation of the celestial sphere, the Zhoutian star array. The chaotic yin-yang formation that Lin Yang comprehended is merely a trivial plaything, effective only for deceiving cultivators below the status of the primordial golden immortal. However, when confronted with peers of the same realm, such as the primordial golden immortals, it becomes utterly ineffective, akin to a mere fade. Breaking through it is quite effortless. In stark contrast, the Zhoutian star array is entirely different. Should he manage to acquire it, combined with the assistance of countless star gods, the starfruit trees, and the suppression of the chaotic bell, this formation would be formidable. Unless the 3 clans united in their assault, Lin Yang would have no cause for fear. In this vast cosmos, he stands invincible. That figure must be Emperor Jun, while the one beside him is Tai. Lin Yang gazes at the 2 golden eggs, easily distinguishing them, as one egg is accompanied by the river diagram in the Luo Shu. Yet an egg was accompanied by the chaos bell. How could Lin Yang fail to recognize it? However, at that very moment, it seemed he sensed an unusual disturbance. The river diagram, the Luo Shu, and the chaos bell all suddenly stirred. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yang realized the gravity of the situation and immediately made a decisive appearance. At the very moment of his appearance, Lin Yang also took action. The chaotic gourd and 36 sea stabilizing pearls were simultaneously unleashed, suppressing the river map, the Luo book, and the chaotic bell. A resounding chime reverberated throughout the stellar core, echoing far into the cosmos. The chaotic bell resisted, yet its efforts proved futile as the 36 sea stabilizing pearls, alongside the chaotic gourd, descended and subdued the formidable bell. Despite the chaotic bell being an exceptionally powerful artifact, even amongst the innate treasures, and possessing the essence of time and space, its might was rendered impotent in this instance, for it remained an unclaimed object. Furthermore, Lin Yang's sudden intervention allowed him to swiftly tame this treasure. Chapter 50, Mastery and Grasp, the Eve of Battle. The chaotic bell, transformed from the handle of the heaven-splitting axe, stands among the 3 supreme treasures of creation alongside the Taiji diagram and the Pangu flag. It possesses the authority to suppress the primordial world, manipulate the forces of time and space across the heavens, unveil the mysteries of the celestial path, and refine the energies of earth, water, fire, and wind. With a mere gesture, Lin Yang summoned the chaotic bell into his grasp, revealing its chaotic, profound yellow hue. The exterior of the bell was adorned with the sun, moon, and stars, encircled by the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. While within its body lay the mountains and rivers, and the myriad of primordial races subtly manifesting. This chaotic bell is imbued with boundless profundity and infinite creation. It can imprison time and suppress space, rebounding any attack from treasures or divine weapons while disregarding the damage inflicted by all spells and supernatural abilities. It embodies both offense and defense, ensuring invincibility above one's head. Fortuitously, Lin Yang acted in time. Had he delayed even slightly longer, the chaotic bell would have eluded him, even though it remained an unclaimed artifact at that moment. In truth, although Lin Yang exerted himself to suppress the chaos bell and successfully collected it, he inadvertently allowed the other two sacred treasures, the river diagram and the luo shu, to escape. Among the three treasures, he only secured the chaos bell, which, under the circumstances, was a commendable achievement. It was fortunate that the chaos bell did not flee, for had it done so, his entire plan would have unraveled. Nevertheless, Lin Yang felt a pang of regret for the river diagram and the luo shu. While their power may not rival that of the chaos bell, and their formations are comparatively inferior, these two sacred treasures excel in the art of divination, and possessing them would undoubtedly yield significant advantages. Alas, in his haste to subdue the chaos bell and ensure the preservation of this paramount treasure, he lost the opportunity to capture the river diagram and the luo shu. With a sigh, Lin Yang managed to calm his turbulent emotions as he cradled the chaos bell. Casting his gaze toward the remaining two large eggs within the stellar core, namely Dijun and Tai. When the river diagram and the luo shu took flight, they even attempted to carry Dijun away, but time was not on their side. Thus both Dijun and Tai remained here, at Lin Yang's mercy. He could sense that both eggs had already begun to develop their own consciousness. In essence, the divine entities of the sun stars, Dijun and Tai, were on the cusp of existence. Once more, he was faced with the prospect of extinguishing two innate deities. Lin Yang's gaze turned icy, and an involuntary aura of murderous intent emanated from his brow, signaling the emergence of lethal intent towards Dijun and Tai. As the murderous intent radiated from Lin Yang, an underlying sense of fear began to permeate the consciousness within the two eggs. At that moment, one of them, the awareness of Emperor Jun, hastily declared, "Esteemed Taoist, you have already seized my brother's treasured artifact. Do you truly intend to harm us further?" Lin Yang remained silent, when suddenly, a canopy of auspicious clouds materialized above him, revealing his primordial spirit, unlike its usual manifestation as the form of the gourd vine. This time it appeared as an indistinct mass of chaotic radiance, devoid of any discernible shape. Abruptly, the chaotic light split apart, dividing into three segments, one substantial, representing the main primordial spirit, and the other two smaller, representing the fractured subspirits. Lin Yang subsequently placed the two subspirits into the two golden crow eggs, which quivered violently as the true fire of the sun erupted in a flurry, before ultimately settling into tranquility. Lin Yang's two subspirits had successfully completed the possession of the two golden crow eggs. Thus, the world has since been devoid of the two celestial deities, Dijun and Tai, who once illuminated the heavens as suns. Rather, they had become two incarnations of Lin Yang. Observing this, Lin Yang felt a surge of complex emotions and sighed deeply. Yet, he sat cross-legged before the two golden eggs and murmured, "It is not my intention to harm you. It is merely a necessity. If I do not slay you, will you not seek to end my life in the future?" Dijun and Tai are both born with the destiny of emperors, individuals whose nature is inherently domineering. Lin Yang had seized the treasures that were inherently linked to them. At present, they lacked the power to even preserve their own lives. But should Lin Yang choose to spare them, they would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Therefore, with a resolute heart, Lin Yang extinguished their existence, thus eliminating all potential repercussions. This matter knows no morality, it is simply the law of the jungle. Even if there exists a notion of good and evil, what of it if Lin Yang assumes the role of the villain? After all, if he does not take on this mantle today and seize the chaos bell, tomorrow he shall be but a corpse. A corpse, regardless of its inherent goodness, holds no significance. Lin Yang did not exist for the sake of virtue, nor for the sake of vice. He existed solely for himself. After settling himself before the two golden crow's eggs, Lin Yang first retracted his primordial spirit. Subsequently, he opened his mouth and expelled two streams of essence, which were the very source of the heavenly path, each infusing into the golden eggs to expedite their hatching. After completing these tasks, Lin Yang began to cultivate the Chaos Bell. Time, space, and chaos while refining the Chaos Bell. Lin Yang also immersed himself in comprehending the profound principles it embodies. The essence of the Chaos Bell primarily encompasses the pathways of time and space. These two grand paths intertwine, transforming into the great avenue of space-time. From another perspective, the amalgamation of time and space manifests as chaos. Lin Yang, during his dual cultivation with Wang Shu, had already amassed sufficient foundation to undergo the metamorphosis into the third grand path. At this moment, as Lin Yang refined the Chaos Bell and comprehended the profound principles of time and space, he finally shattered the bottleneck that had constrained him. Thunderous sounds echoed as if the very essence of the Tao reverberated throughout the surroundings. The blazing solar flames in the primordial chaos energy surged wildly towards Lin Yang, who appeared as an insatiable abyss, ceaselessly devouring the solar flames and chaos energy. Soon, Lin Yang was enveloped entirely by the swirling solar flames and chaos energy, resembling a colossal egg. Within this grand egg, resonating sounds of bells occasionally emerged, and after an indeterminate passage of time, the relentless influx of chaos energy and solar flames gradually ceased. Subsequently, Lin Yang's figure emerged, revealing an aura that had grown significantly deeper and more formidable than before. He had completed the third transformation of the Tao, and with it, his cultivation had ascended from the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal to the late stage. Remarkably, this was merely the third transformation, yet it had propelled him to the late stage of the primordial golden immortal. In Lin Yang's calculations, to attain the status of a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, he must undergo a total of 9 transformations. This implies that he still has 6 more transformations to achieve before he can attain Hunyuan. Is the disparity between Hunyuan Jingxian and Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian truly so vast? Lin Yang pondered this and couldn't help but murmur to himself. The gap is indeed considerable, yet it precisely underscores the formidable nature of the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. They exist on entirely different planes of existence. The saying beneath the sage, all are but ants, could equally apply to the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. After all, a sage is merely a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian empowered by the heavenly Tao. Below the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, all are indeed mere ants, Lin Yang reflected. However, at present, his own form of an ant was gradually growing stronger, and one day, he would transform from this insignificant being into a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Yet he wondered what state of mind he would possess by then. Having completed his third transformation, Lin Yang experienced a significant surge in power. And with the chaotic bell having been refined to a great extent, he felt increasingly confident about the impending battle. At the very least, with him in the vast cosmos, no one would dare to act recklessly. Not even the likes of the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, the first Qilin, or even Hong Jun and Luo, who would be exceptions. Lin Yang chose not to continue refining the chaotic bell but instead rose, calculating that it was nearly time to welcome his guests. Rising to his feet, he glanced at the 2 golden crow eggs and chuckled, "Dear friends, might you lend me your strength?" As if responding, the 2 golden crow eggs trembled, and with a series of cracking sounds, numerous fissures appeared on their surfaces. With a resounding boom, one of the golden crow eggs burst open first, from which emerged a colossal 3-legged golden crow, its wings ablaze like flowing fire, resplendent in crimson, with a wingspan spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Upon emerging, the 3-legged golden crow soared into the sky, circled the solar star swiftly, and then returned, transforming into a middle-aged Taoist with a striking appearance and a dignified demeanor, exuding an aura of regal authority without anger. "I am Emperor Jun, honored to meet you, fellow Taoist." The middle-aged man, none other than Emperor Jun, greeted Lin Yang with a respectful gesture. Lin Yang nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the other golden crow egg also cracked open, from which emerged another 3-legged golden crow that flew in a similar fashion, returning while clutching a large tree. It landed before Lin Yang, transforming into a young Taoist whose appearance mirrored that of Emperor Jun, yet exuded a more domineering presence in contrast to Emperor Jun's regal aura. Thus, if Emperor Jun embodied the essence of kingship, this young Taoist radiated the essence of a conqueror. The young Taoist also offered a respectful gesture, stating, "I am Tai Yi. Pleased to meet you, fellow Taoist." This young figure was indeed Tai Yi. The magnificent tree he had captured was none other than the illustrious Fusang tree, which thrived on the solar star. The Fusang tree, a spiritual root of the fire attribute, is one of the 10 most revered spiritual roots. embodying the essence of pure yang, perfectly corresponding to the laurel tree found on the lunar star. In the past, Lin Yang had been unable to locate it, but now, having seized control of the two mighty golden crows, he could perceive everything within this solar star. The Fusang, the laurel, the sun, the moon, along with the stellar fruit trees and the three great spiritual roots of the cosmos, all lay within his grasp, coupled with the great array of the celestial bodies. I shall see who dares to challenge me. Those who come shall meet their demise. Lin Yang took the Fusang tree from Tai Yi's hands and could not help but smile. Esteemed friends, do you wish to unite with me in our endeavor to vanquish our foes? Lin Yang addressed Di Jun and Tai Yi. Di Jun replied with a smile. When a sovereign is enraged, rivers run red with blood. Moreover, dear brother, as the master of the celestial bodies and the emperor of stars, your wrath shall undoubtedly bring forth a cataclysmic tide of destruction. Tai Yi nodded in agreement, saying, Elder brother speaks wisely. Ha ha ha. Lin Yang laughed heartily, soaring into the sky as he departed from the solar star, returning to the lunar star. Di Jun and Tai Yi subsequently arrived at the moon star. However, as primordial divine beings born of the sun star, they found the environment of the moon star rather unappealing. Had it not been necessary to confront their foes here, the two brothers would have preferred to return to the sun star for their cultivation. Di Jun remarked to Tai Yi, who wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Upon Lin Yang's return from the sun star, he not only brought back the treasured chaos bell but also made significant advancements in his cultivation. Witnessing this, Wang Shu felt a sense of relief. Chapter 51. The storm approaches, slaying the mighty. During Lin Yang's absence from the Tian star, the cosmos was far from tranquil. However, prior to his departure, he had already foreseen that although there would be some disturbances initially, they would be mere trifles. Even in his absence, Wang Shu was capable of resolving them. Furthermore, he had left behind an avatar, should circumstances turn dire. It would not take long for him to return from the sun star. However, Wang Shu's strength is not significantly inferior to my own, and even if the ancestor dragon were to arrive, she could indeed withstand for a considerable duration. Indeed, the situation unfolded as anticipated. After Lin Yang's departure, the celestial expanse witnessed the emergence of various petty thieves who occasionally disturbed the tranquility of the moon star. Initially, Wang Shu hesitated to take decisive action, but eventually, wearied by their incessant nuisance, she resolved to apprehend them without hesitation. With a mere flick of the mountain and river society map, she ensnared a formidable individual who, like the venerable Xiantian ancestor, was subsequently submerged in the depths of the Moon Lake, where they were subdued. It is worth noting that these intruders were merely experts of the Deluo golden immortal caliber. Relying on their modest abilities, they sought to exploit the chaos. Yet upon arriving at the moon star, they invariably fell victim to the allure of the chaotic yin-yang formation. Even after traversing the chaotic yin-yang formation, they were no match for the might of the map of mountains and rivers. Thus they were all subdued by Wang Shu. However, upon Lin Yang's return, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Although the conflict had yet to truly commence, a stifling aura lingered in the starry expanse. This sensation resembled an instinctive sixth sense, invisible and intangible, yet undeniably present. Lin Yang had already anticipated that a formidable being of the primordial golden immortal level would launch an assault on the moon star at this very moment. Indeed, scarcely a fortnight after Lin Yang's return, a true master arrived at his doorstep. Ah, here lies the Tian star, a truly remarkable place. A middle-aged Taoist, emanating an aura of chilling darkness, bore a resemblance to the unsettling energy Lin Yang had encountered in Wang Shu upon their first meeting, albeit tainted by a sense of impurity that made Lin Yang feel quite uncomfortable. This middle-aged Taoist entered the chaotic yin-yang formation. Yet the grand array proved utterly incapable of hindering him. He traversed it as if it were mere flat ground, advancing deeper into the Tian star. The Xianin Taoist, astonishingly, hailed from the realm of the netherworld, adding an intriguing layer to the encounter. Upon witnessing the Taoist's appearance, Lin Yang commenced his calculations. He discovered that this individual was named Xianin, a formidable figure from the depths of the netherworld, which left him somewhat astonished. However, with this audacious newcomer present, Lin Yang felt compelled to act. He turned to Wang Shu and remarked, "The Xianin Dao of this Taoist appears quite commendable. It warrants contemplation and understanding. Allow me to take him down." Wang Shu, of course, had no objections. As Lin Yang's figure flickered, he exited the palace of Guanghan and positioned himself on the inevitable path of the Xianin Daoist, effectively obstructing his advance. The two encountered each other in a narrow passage, and Lin Yang regarded the Xian'in Taoist with a smile that was both enigmatic and mocking. The Xian'in Taoist was taken aback, for Lin Yang exuded none of the aura of severe injury or weakness. Instead, he appeared more vigorous and formidable. Shrouded in an even deeper enigma, a sense of dread washed over the Xian'in Taoist as he realized the gravity of the situation. Lin Yang had indeed come to seize the opportunity, although he himself was merely at the initial stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. He harbored considerable confidence in his own abilities. Moreover, he feared that he might arrive too late, only to find that all the advantages had been claimed by others. He had taken a considerable risk in his hasty actions. However, unforeseen circumstances arose when Lin Yang made his appearance, shattering all his hopes. The Taoist of creation exhibited no signs of injury. Rather, it was evident that he had dug a significant pitfall for himself, eagerly awaiting his own descent. Particularly recalling the recent period of his own anxiety and trepidation, fearing that his premature actions would lead to his downfall, he had observed that Lin Yang had remained inactive, with only Wang Shu taking action. This led him to conclude that Lin Yang must indeed be gravely injured, thus refraining from revealing himself. Yet, in hindsight, this assessment was utterly erroneous. The face of the Xian'in Taoist twisted into a grimace more sorrowful than a cry. As he clasped his hands in respect towards Lin Yang, saying, "Xian'in pays his respects to the esteemed Taoist." Lin Yang nodded, yet showed no intention of sparing the Xian'in Taoist, inquiring, "Has your arrival here been motivated by my innate spiritual root, or perhaps my innate supreme treasure?" With a wave of his hand, the chaos gourd and 36 sea calming pearls materialized, suspended in the air, emanating an overwhelming and terrifying pressure. At this moment, the Xian'in Taoist felt no trace of greed, only an overwhelming sense of tension. He swiftly produced a large banner, adorned with countless ominous and terrifying illustrations. Within these images, dark, congealed blood and mountains of white bones instilled a chilling dread. "Brother Zhaohua," he exclaimed, his voice a mixture of menace and trepidation, "I am, after all, a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Although your cultivation slightly surpasses mine, should we engage in a life and death struggle, you would not emerge unscathed." The Xian'in Taoist proposed, "Perhaps I should withdraw and allow us to coexist in peace?" Lin Yang, confident that the Xian'in Taoist posed no threat to him, recognized the vast difference in their realms. Despite being of the same rank as a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the Xian'in Taoist was merely at the initial stage, while Lin Yang stood at the peak of his cultivation. Moreover, he possessed an array of invaluable treasures, and even the two he had casually summoned were more than sufficient to secure his victory. Thus, the Xian'in Taoist could not hope to stir any significant turmoil. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yang nodded thoughtfully, then shook his head and addressed the Xian'in Taoist. "My friend, you have journeyed from afar. As your host, I extend a warm welcome. However, the current situation is rather precarious. How about you consider making a long-term residence on the Tyne Star? After all, you previously remarked on its merits as a splendid place, conducive to your cultivation, no?" Boom. The Xian'in Taoist, realizing that the day's events would not conclude amicably, decided to take action. With a vigorous shake of the large banner, countless bones cascaded forth, coalescing into 9 enormous skeletons. Their eyes ablaze with ghostly flames as they howled menacingly and charged towards Lin Yang. Meanwhile, from the banner, countless dark crimson shadows surged forth with lethal intent. These ominous figures bore a striking resemblance to the blood god of the legendary Nether River ancestor, although it remained uncertain whether they were indeed the same entity. The foul aura they exuded was unmistakably forged from the waters of the Blood Sea. Lin Yang had not anticipated that, within the realm of the underworld, in addition to nurturing the formidable Nether River ancestor, there existed another character of equal weight, the profound In Taoist, amidst this tumultuous Dragon Han calamity. Yet, it was evident that the profound In Taoist lacked the foresight and ability to avert disaster that the Nether River ancestor possessed. Otherwise, he would have been the first to confront the impending catastrophe of the lunar star's tribulation, even if he were to escape his own demise. It was likely he would become mere fodder when the calamity eventually erupted. As Lin Yang perceived the imminent threat, his brow furrowed, and he invoked the 36 sea-stabilizing pearls, transforming them into the 36 celestial realms. The realms trembled slightly, and a surge of world power erupted forth, effectively thwarting the assault of the 9 skeletal figures and the ceaseless dark crimson shadows. Subsequently, he summoned the Chaos Gourd. Bowing slightly, Lin Yang implored, "Dearest treasure, turn around." Recognizing the peril, The profound Yin Taoist desperately commanded the 9 skeletal figures to attack while simultaneously dissipating into wisps of dark Yin energy, attempting to flee in all directions. However, as Lin Yang uttered his command to the treasure, one of the wisps of Yin energy suddenly halted, ensnared by the immortal slaying flying knife. "No. How did you discern my true form?" The profound Yin Taoist shrieked in a voice filled with anguish. Yet, it was too late. A flash of white light surged forth, aiming directly at the profound Yin Taoist, who had reverted to his original form. In that moment, the profound Yin Taoist was engulfed with profound regret, lamenting his greed for daring to wade into such treacherous waters. But all remorse proved futile. With the swift descent of the immortal slaying flying knife, the head of the profound Yin Taoist was severed with a resounding thud, crashing to the ground, his essence obliterated. At that very moment, the myriad strands of profound Yin energy that he had differentiated abruptly ceased, subsequently dissipating into the ether. Originally, the method of evasion employed by the master of profound Yin involved concealing himself among countless avatars. However, his insufficient cultivation was no match for Lin Yang, who discerned his presence with a mere glance. With a single strike of the celestial slaying flying knife, he extinguished the essence of his true self. Moreover, not only that, but all of his other incarnations also suffered the same fate, systematically annihilated in accordance with the threads of causality. The enigmatic Yin Taoist, the first to make an appearance among the primordial golden immortals, has now drawn the curtain on his role. Lin Yang extended his hand, summoning a grand banner that had also fallen to the ground due to the loss of its mystical power. This banner, known as the Xian Yin Whitebone Banner, is the Taoist's fated treasure. Although forged in the postnatal realm, it has absorbed a considerable essence from numerous innate spiritual treasures, rendering it exceedingly formidable. Moreover, aside from the 9 colossal skeletons, Lin Yang was particularly concerned about the fact that the Xian Yin Taoist had also collected the waters of the Blood Sea, creating a small lake of blood within the Xian Yin Whitebone Banner. When the 9 skeletons were not in motion, they remained submerged in this blood lake for refinement. Additionally, for every creature the Xian Yin Taoist vanquished, he would absorb the corpse into the banner. The bones were naturally utilized to refine the 9 great skeletons, while the flesh and blood were seamlessly integrated into the blood lake, thereby augmenting the power of his Xian Yin Whitebone Banner. In the realm of the netherworld, amidst the abyssal blood sea, should I survive this great calamity, I intend to journey there to familiarize myself with the waters of the blood sea. Lin Yang then stored the Xian Yin Whitebone Banner and, glancing at the lifeless body of the Xian Yin Taoist sprawled on the ground, felt it would be a waste to let it go unused. Thus, he employed his parasitic technique, completely consuming the Taoist until nothing remained but ash. After dealing with the arrival of the Xian Yin Taoist, Lin Yang returned to the palace of Guanghan, patiently awaiting the next visitor. As the events unfolded, one after another, the Hunyuan Golden Immortals came knocking at the door, leaving Lin Yang quite astonished. Could there truly be so many Hunyuan Golden Immortals in the primordial realm? The Da Yin Taoist, the Shanhe Taoist, the Liangyi Taoist, and the Qingyang Taoist, along with the previously encountered Xianyin Taoist, amounted to a total of 5 Hunyuan Golden Immortals. However, these 5 were rather feeble. Only the Liangyi Taoist had reached the mid-stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal and possessed a modicum of skill. Yet, ultimately, his artifacts were too weak, merely a superior grade innate spiritual treasure, rendering him an easy target for Lin Yang. In truth, Lin Yang had no intention of resorting to lethal force. After all, weak figures like the Xianyin Taoist were hardly worth the effort. Their utility was minimal, and even if subdued, they posed a risk. Unless Lin Yang could wield an innate supreme treasure specifically for containment. He sensed an impending perilous battle on the horizon and understood the necessity of concentrating all his strength without reservation. Furthermore, the Liangyi Taoist's formidable abilities could prove troublesome if he were to launch a sudden betrayal during the conflict. Thus, Lin Yang resolved to take decisive action. After the successive slaying of the 5 great primordial golden immortals, the entire Taiyin star seemed to descend into an unexpected tranquility. For an extended period thereafter, no other formidable beings appeared. Chapter 52. The ancestor of the 5 elements prepares for battle. This even led Wang Shu to believe that the tumult had finally subsided. Yet, Lin Yang understood that what was destined to come would inevitably arrive. Indeed, on this day, an unexpected visitor arrived on the moon. A figure clad in a yellow Taoist robe appeared, one hand grasping a scroll, while the other cradled a vibrantly colored tree. He roamed the moon, seemingly captivated by the sights, indifferent to the chaotic yin-yang formation around him, exuding an exuberance that was palpable. In the Palace of Eternal Cold, Lin Yang and Wang Shu noticed the Taoist, and their expressions grew solemn. Lin Yang turned to Wang Shu and remarked, "The true calamity has arrived. What we encountered before was merely an appetizer." With that, he rose, and together with Wang Shu, they exited the palace, dismissing the chaotic yin-yang formation with a mere gesture. Approaching the Taoist, they bowed and inquired, "What brings you here, esteemed Taoist?" The Taoist returned their greeting, saying, "The five elements pays respects to both of you. As for my arrival, there is no need for further inquiry. You are surely aware, and I am not alone in my journey. Many other Taoist friends have also arrived." This Taoist was none other than the revered ancestor of the five elements, a figure Lin Yang had greatly feared prior to his own ascension. It can be said that, within the primordial realm, aside from Hongjun and Liu, the ancestor of the five elements holds a significant position among the second tier of powerful beings. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yang and Wang Shu immediately cast their gazes towards the vicinity of the moonstar. Indeed, one could distinctly perceive the formidable auras emanating from beyond the moonstar, concealed within the void. Although their forms remained elusive, each aura surpassed the might of the five primordial golden immortals they had previously vanquished. Lin Yang sensed a familiar aura, eliciting a smile as he remarked, "My old friend, Zulong, has come to witness my plight." Just as his words faded, a cold snort echoed from afar. "I am here to see how you meet your demise." Unfazed, Lin Yang soon detected another familiar presence, one he had encountered beneath the southern lands, and he instantly recognized it as Yuan Feng. Moreover, there was a weighty and expansive aura reminiscent of the primordial earth, alongside a regal essence akin to that of Emperor Jun and Tai, which Lin Yang surmised belonged to Shikolin. Additionally, a chilling and terrifying presence, suffused with endless demonic intent, unmistakably identified as Luahu, lingered nearby. Each Haiyuan golden immortal emits a distinct aura, shaped by their unique paths. Thus, despite their concealment in the void, Lin Yang was able to discern each one, as their energies remained unrestrained. Although it seemed that numerous Hunyuan golden immortals were present, it could be said that a significant portion of them from the primordial realm had converged in this very place. The current situation is evidently clear. If the previous figures, such as Xianin and the two instruments, were the pioneers, then now the ancestor of the five elements has truly emerged as the chosen adversary from among the multitude of primordial golden immortals to confront Lin Yang. Although the others could band together to launch an assault, such a course of action would inevitably lead to chaos. Moreover, the individuals were entangled with one another through mutual interests, each bound by their own connections. At this juncture, the venerable ancestor of the five elements emerged, expressing a desire to engage in a contest with Lin Yang, even promising not to utilize any treasured artifacts. Naturally, the crowd consented, eager to witness the true strength of Lin Yang at present. After all, not long ago, figures such as Xian Yin and Er Yi, all of whom were of the primordial golden immortal rank, had ventured into the Taiyin star, only to vanish without a trace, clearly having met their demise. In the realm of the Moonstar, the presence of two formidable mixed-element golden immortals was widely recognized as the result of Lin Yang's prowess rather than that of Wang Shu. Consequently, the notion of seizing an advantage while Lin Yang was injured had long since dissipated among the crowd. However, the numerous treasures possessed by Lin Yang continued to captivate their hearts. Moreover, as the current sovereign of the celestial bodies, commanding such a vast influence, Lin Yang had inevitably become a target for many. Thus, even with the awareness that Lin Yang might have already recovered, the assembly felt compelled to confront him. The ideal outcome would be to eliminate such a formidable and potentially perilous figure. Lin Yang discreetly assessed the hidden masters around him, maintaining an impassive demeanor as his gaze returned to the venerable five elements ancestor. He observed the precious tree cradled in the ancestor's arms and the scroll held in his other hand. A subtle change flickered across his expression. With a smile, he inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed Taoist, if the tree you hold is the five-leaf pine?" The five elements ancestor responded with a smile, "Indeed, it is my companion spirit root, though it pales in comparison to your lineage." Unfazed, Lin Yang pointed to the scroll in the ancestor's other hand and asked, "In this, dear Taoist, is the Taiji diagram, I presume?" The ancestor's smile widened. "Ah, this is not mine. I borrowed it from another Taoist." Lin Yang nodded, his smile unwavering. "Is that all? Have no other Taoists lent you treasures?" At this, the five elements ancestor's brow furrowed slightly. "There are indeed more, yet I believe these two are sufficient. My friend, I hold you in high regard. How about this? If you were to surrender the Chaos Gourd, the 36 sea calming pearls, along with the laurel tree and the starfruit tree, I could intercede with the other Taoists on your behalf, perhaps ensuring your survival. Lin Yang shook his head resolutely. That is not feasible. My very existence relies upon these treasures. Should I relinquish them, I fear even you would be unable to protect me. At the very least, Taoist ancestor Zulong truly wishes for my demise. A cold snort echoed from a distance, though Zulong refrained from further comment this time. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the 5 elements fell into a contemplative silence. After a brief moment, he took a deep breath and declared, "There is no other recourse. We must measure our strengths against each other." He inquired whether his companion would face him alone or join forces with his ally, Wang Shu. The ancestor's gaze shifted between Lin Yang and Wang Shu, revealing a palpable confidence in his own abilities. It is worth noting that the 5 elements ancestor was once deceived by Hong Jun into entering the sword array of Jixian, resulting in his unfortunate demise within its confines. Among those who entered together, he was the only one without a treasured artifact. It could be said that he was the weakest among the crowd. However, in this context, the term weakest refers to the least powerful among the most formidable beings of the entire primordial realm, namely the few supreme golden immortals. Even among all the golden immortals, the ancestor of the 5 elements remains one of the most powerful figures. Despite Lin Yang having undergone 3 transformations and now being in the late stage of the golden immortal realm, along with possessing numerous treasures, he still did not dare to underestimate or disregard his opponent. After all, the previous battle with the ancestor of heaven had already demonstrated this truth. No matter how many treasures one possesses, they must be accompanied by formidable strength to wield them. Otherwise, they hold no significance. Currently, Lin Yang possesses 5 extraordinary treasures: the Chaos Gourd, 36 sea-stabilizing pearls, the Creation Cauldron, the 4 swords of extermination and their accompanying formation, and lastly, the Chaos Bell. However, among these, the Chaos Bell is a recent acquisition, and he has yet to fully refine its numerous restrictions. As a result, its power remains largely untapped. It holds little significance or utility in confrontations with formidable adversaries such as the ancestor of the 5 elements, the 4 swords of Zhuxian in the formation diagram. While capable of establishing the formidable Zhuxian sword array, should remain concealed at all costs. At this juncture, even if Lin Yang were bestowed with 1,000-fold courage, he would refrain from revealing it, for this transcends mere audacity. Only a fool would disclose such power. The moment it is unveiled, one could anticipate an immediate onslaught from all directions. In such a scenario, the Zhuxian sword array would not merely contend with the 4 saints, but rather face a veritable multitude of at least a dozen Hunyuan golden immortals. Who could withstand such overwhelming odds? Even Luo Ho would falter. Thus, unless confronted with dire peril, neither the Chaos Bell nor the Zhuxian sword array should be deployed lightly. As for the Creation Cauldron, the rationale remains akin. Lin Yang wielding 2 paramount treasures is already a source of envy, and acquiring an additional one would be tantamount to courting disaster. Furthermore, the Creation Cauldron is not particularly adept in combat, thereby limiting Lin Yang's truly usable treasures to the Chaos Gourd and the 36 sea calming pearls. Regrettably, these 2 treasures are already well known to the masses. Based on Lin Yang's extensive combat experiences, the capabilities of the Chaos Gourd have been thoroughly discerned. As for the 36 sea calming pearls, their functions are even more straightforward. They serve primarily for projectile attacks, with each pearl possessing a weight akin to that of an entire Great Thousand World, ensuring their formidable destructive potential upon being hurled. Moreover, there exists the evolution of the 36 heavens, which serves to significantly enhance Lin Yang's magical prowess. This fact is equally well known among the masses. Thus, in truth, everyone is acutely aware of Lin Yang's past abilities and the means at his disposal. The ancestor of the 5 elements has specifically addressed these matters, bringing forth corresponding entities to unravel them. One such entity is the 5-leaf pine needle, while the other is the Taiji diagram. Let us first discuss the 5-leaf pine needle. This spiritual root, as previously mentioned, is a diminished version of the Huangzhongli tree. Were it not for the Huangzhongli tree, the 5-leaf pine needle might very well be classified as one of the top 10 spiritual roots. It is evident how formidable the 5-leaf pine is. Furthermore, the ancestor of the 5 elements is a master of the 5 elemental path. Harnessing the spiritual root to forge a magical artifact will undoubtedly enhance its power to perfection. Additionally, the Taiji diagram intensifies the effect even further. The The Chaos Bell, which Lin Yang has recently acquired, is transformed from the handle of the heaven-splitting axe. The Taiji diagram, however, is derived from the surface of the axe of creation. When unfolded, it reveals the colors of chaos in the duality of yin and yang. It is named Taiji, yet it embodies the essence of Wuji. From Wuji springs forth Taiji, which then manifests into the dualities, leading to the emergence of the three realms. The three realms give rise to the four symbols, which transform into the five elements. The five elements culminate in the six harmonies, which establish the seven stars, from which the 8 trigrams arise, encompassing the 9 palaces. This Taiji diagram elucidates myriad laws and pathways within its confines. Thus, the Taiji diagram possesses immense power, rivaling even that of the Chaos Bell, if not surpassing it. It commands the forces of earth, water, fire, and wind, transforms the energies of yin and yang, deciphers the profound mysteries of celestial principles, and embodies countless manifestations. One can envision that should I wield the Chaos Gourd, the ancestor of the 5 elements would certainly use this Taiji diagram to immobilize it, preventing any of its formidable powers from being unleashed. Even the 36 sea-calming pearls would be influenced, their might significantly diminished. Lin Yang's thoughts raced, yet he merely smiled lightly and said to Wang Shu, "You may observe from the sidelines. I shall measure my strength against the ancestor of the 5 elements." Wang Shu, well aware of Lin Yang's treasures, felt reassured about the impending confrontation. However, the multitude of formidable experts surrounding them gave her pause. Yet, given the circumstances, she resolved to do her utmost not to hinder Lin Yang. Thus, upon his suggestion, she obediently retreated to a corner. Chapter 53. The eerie clash. The ancestor of the 5 elements raised an eyebrow, surprised that Lin Yang would voluntarily relinquish his advantage and choose to face him in a one-on-one duel. Rather than feeling relieved, the ancestor's expression grew considerably more solemn. Lin Yang's actions exhibited a profound confidence and unwavering belief that he would not suffer defeat at the hands of his opponent. This individual possesses a formidable mindset. Indeed, a noteworthy figure. Regrettably, I shall not allow you to prevail. I shall exert my full strength in this battle. The ancestor of the 5 elements tightened his grip on the 5-leaf needle as surging magical power flowed into the precious tree, illuminating the starry expanse around him in a dazzling array of colors. It was as resplendent as Lin Yang's 5-colored divine light, perhaps even more radiant and terrifying. Taoist friend of creation, you may make your move, the ancestor declared, his gaze fixed intently upon Lin Yang's every movement, observing with meticulous attention. Yet Lin Yang remained composed and unflustered. Hearing this, he chuckled and replied, "Brother of the 5 elements, do you know? I was born in the midst of chaos, and in the primordial realm, I grew in a state of ignorance for countless years before attaining sentience, gradually cultivating my divine powers and transforming into my true form, thus beginning my journey towards freedom. However, freedom alone was insufficient. I have always drifted aimlessly, east, west, south, north, across the seas, yet I have found no place to call home. I once believed that I would drift aimlessly through eternity, yet unexpectedly, I found myself amidst this vast starry expanse, unexpectedly becoming the sovereign of the celestial realm. This immense cosmos, astonishingly, reveres me as its singular authority. Dear brother, this celestial realm is my foundation, my sanctuary. Now, you dare to threaten the very ground upon which I stand?" Lin Yang gazed steadily at the ancestor of the 5 elements, his smile unwavering. Yet a profound chill began to spread ominously through the air. Calmly, he inquired, "Are you prepared for death?" As soon as his words fell, he launched an audacious assault. 36 sea-settling divine pearls formed a cohesive chain, rumbling as they surged toward the ancestor of the 5 elements. Each divine pearl harbored within it an entire grand universe, immensely heavy. To possess 36 of these pearls is akin to wielding the weight of 36 vast worlds, an inconceivable magnitude. Moreover, as a unified set, these 36 pearls rival the might of an innate treasure. Come forth, my friend of creation. Let me witness your true prowess, beyond your reliance on these artifacts. What else do you possess?" The ancestor of the 5 elements had no time to utter a word. Yet his consciousness resonated with a thunderous echo that reverberated throughout the cosmic expanse. Simultaneously, he violently brandished the 5-leaved needle pine, and the precious tree seemed to come alive, radiating a blinding brilliance. Its terrifying might soared skyward, profoundly shaking the void and suppressing the universe, matching the divine pearls in ferocity with the tree's vigorous motion. Billions of auspicious energy swirled in a vibrant display, colliding with the 36 divine pearls in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. The series of 36 collisions grew increasingly urgent and weighty, each impact more intense than the last. Moreover, the occurrence was remarkably brief, almost as if it transpired simultaneously. Colliding with the five-leaf pine, the branches and leaves of this precious tree were shattered and fragmented, releasing countless rays of light and auspicious energy. However, the ancestor of the five elements intervened, thwarting Lin Yang's ferocious strike. The dissipated auspicious energy and radiant light coalesced once more, and the fractured and broken branches swiftly restored themselves, leaving the five-leaf pine intact and unscathed. Moreover, the five-leaf pine unfurled, seemingly evolving into five grand worlds within, arranged according to the five elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each one interconnected. They cyclically nourished one another, their powers compounded, which explains their ability to withstand the might of the 36 sea-stabilizing pearls. The ancestor of the five elements laughed heartily. It is not a supreme treasure. After all, it is not a supreme treasure. Friend of creation, allow me to reveal to you what constitutes a true treasure. At this moment, the venerable ancestor of the five elements commenced his counterattack. With a swift motion, he hurled the scroll in his other hand upwards, and it unfurled dramatically, transforming into a resplendent golden bridge. Radiating five hues of brilliance, it illuminated the vast expanse of the starry cosmos, enveloping Lin Yang. This was none other than the Taiji diagram, an embodiment of the universe, capable of manifesting creation, distinguishing purity from turpitude, and commanding the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, wielding boundless power. Lin Yang, maintaining his composure, responded with a hearty laugh. Indeed, it is a treasure, a true treasure. Could it be that the gourd formed upon my being is not worthy of such a title? You, my Taoist brother, are rather presumptuous. Do not forget, this Taiji diagram does not even belong to you. Lin Yang summoned the chaos gourd, which surged forth with a forceful impact, colliding with the golden bridge that had arisen from the Taiji diagram, causing the bridge to arch dramatically before exploding with a resounding crack. It reverted to its original form, revealing an enormous black and white yin-yang Taiji diagram, with the colossal yin-yang fish endlessly pursuing one another in a captivating whirl, exuding an aura of terrifying might. A stalemate ensued between the chaos gourd and the Taiji diagram. These two extraordinary treasures engaged in a fierce clash, as the chaos gourd unleashed a tempest of crimson sands intermingled with the dread energy of chaos. Yet, the Taiji diagram continuously emanated countless streams of golden light from the intersection of the two yin-yang fish, effectively thwarting the onslaught of the crimson sands and chaotic malevolence, rendering them utterly impotent. Subsequently, the chaos gourd emitted brilliant white beams of light, manifesting as the celestial slaying flying daggers. Yet, these two were intercepted by the Taiji diagram, which absorbed and annihilated the radiant light within its intricate design. Lin Yang even resorted to the power of causality, plotting to ensnare the ancestor of the five elements by drawing him into the gourd to meet his demise. However, this attempt was thwarted as the Taiji diagram suppressed the very fabric of causality, effectively preventing the ancestor from being captured. The ancestor of the five elements, having narrowly escaped a perilous fate, was incensed. In retaliation, he unleashed a ferocious assault with the five-leaf needle pine, which radiated vibrant hues of five colors. Much like Lin Yang's five-color divine light, should one fall within its grasp, they would either be subdued or shredded to pieces. Although Lin Yang derided the ancestor for mimicking his prowess, he refrained from employing his own five-color divine light, for unless he transformed the Huangzhong Lishu, a five-element spirit root, into a magical artifact, he could not contend with the power of the five-leaf needle pine. Both adversaries exerted their utmost strength, wielding treasures of supreme caliber. Despite the immense power unleashed, the toll it exacted was equally staggering. After merely a few hundred exchanges, both were left gasping for breath, clearly nearing their limits. The ancestor of the five elements, his eyes ablaze with ferocity, continued to manipulate the Taiji diagram, entangling Lin Yang's chaos gourd, which was pushed to its utmost limits. Waves of resplendent golden light surged forth, rendering the chaos gourd nearly immobile. Though both were innate supreme treasures, it appeared that the Taiji diagram possessed a distinct superiority over the chaos gourd. At the same time, the wondrous five-leaf pine was pushed to its utmost limits, radiating an unprecedented brilliance, released by the ancestor of the five elements, and offered up into the heavens. The five-leaf pine emitted 5 streams of dazzling light, manifesting as the 5-colored divine radiance, divided into green, red, yellow, white, and black, vast and extraordinary, spanning across the sky. Upon closer inspection, its grandeur seemed to overshadow even the 2 supreme treasures, the Taiji diagram and the chaotic gourd. This 5-leaf pine projected its 5-colored divine light directly towards the 36 layers of heavens behind Lin Yang, causing them to tremble incessantly, rendering them momentarily immobile and incapable of providing Lin Yang with any further support of his magical power. In that instant, Lin Yang felt a significant diminishment of his magical energy. His expression shifted, revealing a hint of panic upon his face. At that moment, the ancestor of the 5 elements let out a hearty laugh and charged forward alone. Without the chaos gourd and the 36 heavens, he declared, "Friend, you have exhausted your skills." As he swiftly moved, his enormous hand obscured the sky, entwined with boundless laws of power. An overwhelming force surged within his palm, resembling a vast world, as he ruthlessly advanced to suppress Lin Yang. While engaging in combat with the treasured artifacts, he also personally joined the fray. Although he was nearing his limits, it was evident just how formidable the ancestor of the 5 elements truly was. However, it was at this moment that the look of panic on Lin Yang's face suddenly vanished. A triumphant smile emerged as he responded with a booming laughter through his divine sense. Exhausted? Perhaps not. Boom. Simultaneously, a resounding roar erupted from Lin Yang's body, as an immense reservoir of magical power surged forth from within him. This torrent of energy was not only vast, but even surpassed that of the ancestor of the 5 elements. The ancestor's expression changed dramatically. Yet, in such close proximity and with time running out, he could not alter his strategy. He could only muster all his strength, forcing his essence to the forefront in a desperate attempt to amplify his attack, unleashing his most powerful strike. His palm grew increasingly ferocious. Meanwhile, Lin Yang had already initiated his counterattack, equally unleashing his mightiest blow, the Chaos Seal, a convergence of myriad paths, a unification of infinite laws. This was Lin Yang's most potent sealing technique, a divine power. Faced with the ancestor of the 5 elements, the foremost master of his domain, he refrained from employing his 5-colored divine light, but the Chaos Seal was an exception. In the primordial realm, the ancestor of the 5 elements stood as the unrivaled master of his craft. When it came to the path of space, the reincarnated space demon god, Yang Mei, claimed the title of the greatest. Even the ancestral dragon could not compare. Similarly, the ancestor of yin and yang was supreme in his domain, as was the ancestor of heaven and earth in theirs. In the realm of demonic arts, the demon ancestor Rahu was the apex, while Yuan Feng reigned supreme in the path of fire, among others. The path of chaos, however, was where Lin Yang excelled the most, making the Chaos Seal his signature technique, his unique divine power. Although he could cultivate and master other techniques, the Chaos Seal remained his most formidable move. The emergence of the Chaos Seal signified Lin Yang's total commitment. Boom. In a flash, the 2 divine techniques collided violently, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Enormous waves of magical energy surged forth, shattering vast expanses of void. Lin Yang was swept back by the force of the explosion, yet his figure remained upright. Resembling an unyielding demon god, his aura still surging impressively. In contrast, after the 5 elements ancestor received his imprint, he found himself retreating repeatedly, his complexion paling, and his aura waning. Clearly, in this clash, Lin Yang emerged as the superior force. Not only did he remain unscathed, but he also effortlessly subdued his opponent, rendering the encounter far from a significant injury. However, the 5 elements ancestor was indeed wounded. In his overconfidence, he not only fell short in magical prowess compared to Lin Yang, but also fell victim to Lin Yang's covert schemes. Caught in a web of his own assumptions, the 5 elements ancestor experienced an excruciating defeat. Moreover, what proved to be even more lethal was the fact that, at this moment, Lin Yang, for reasons unknown, appeared to possess an unexpected reservoir of strength, despite the immense exhaustion both had endured. It was as if an inexhaustible source of magical energy flowed within him, rendering the scene utterly unsettling to the venerable ancestor of the 5 elements. Chapter 54. The Collective Assault, the Grand Celestial Formation. He could not fathom why he had succumbed. He had meticulously calculated every possible angle against Lin Yang. With his own formidable prowess, he believed that there was no conceivable way he could have lost this battle. Yet, paradoxically, he found himself defeated, and by a junior he had always held in contempt. Indeed, the ancestor of the five elements had consistently regarded Lin Yang with disdain, attributing his achievements merely to fortune. He believed that he himself could have vanquished the celestial without resorting to any extraordinary artifacts. Nevertheless, defeat was defeat, and at that moment, irrespective of the ancestor's bewilderment, Lin Yang remained unaffected. As the ancestor faltered, his magical energy depleted. The Taiji diagram and the five-leaf needle pine became ensnared by the chaotic gourd and the 36 sea-calming pearls. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yang prepared to strike decisively against the ancestor. However, just then, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within him. He abruptly halted, and a resplendent spiritual root materialized behind him, the starfruit tree. In the next moment, figures began to flicker into view from all directions surrounding Lin Yang. Among them, 3 figures materialized beside the ancestor of the five elements. Although Lin Yang had never encountered these individuals before, he was able to recognize them instantly. The 3 who stood by the ancestor of the five elements were none other than the venerable Hongjun, Qianquan, and Yin Yang. The 4 of them shared a deep bond of friendship and were all primordial golden immortals. Now that the ancestor of the five elements had fallen, the trio could not remain idle and rushed forth to obstruct Lin Yang. With a mere thought, Lin Yang retracted the chaos gourd and the 36 sea-stabilizing pearls. Simultaneously, as he found himself encircled by a multitude of formidable foes, Wang Shu appeared by his side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, her expression grave. In addition to the 5 elements, Hongjun, Qianquan, and Yin Yang, there emerged on Lin Yang's right side the formidable demon ancestor Lu, standing upon a pitch-black 12th-grade lotus platform, wielding a dark-hued long spear. On the left side stands the familiar figure of Ancestor Dragon, alongside another primordial golden immortal of the dragon clan, the Sovereign Dragon. In the foreground is the progenitor of the Qilin, the initial Qilin, holding a grand seal in his hands, his gaze profound and contemplative. In the rear stood Yuan Feng, empty-handed yet keenly observing Lin Yang. These were the adversaries Lin Yang had to confront, for aside from the 5 who had already fallen to him at the onset, the rest had retreated. Presently, the 9 primordial golden immortals before him were, by all accounts, the most formidable individuals in the vast expanse of the wilderness. In a one-on-one scenario, Lin Yang could vanquish the ancestor of the 5 elements, but could he withstand the collective might of all 9? This represented Lin Yang's true tribulation. The confrontation with the ancestor of the 5 elements was merely a perception held by the masses, who believed Lin Yang would inevitably succumb. Thus, they sought to conserve their strength, allowing the ancestor to eliminate Lin Yang first, after which they would seize the spoils he left behind. However, the outcome defied their expectations. Lin Yang emerged victorious. Yet, victory alone could not alter their resolve to confront him. Now, the moment of truth had arrived. All restraint was cast aside, and everyone was compelled to act without further deliberation. The ancestor dragon chuckled sinisterly and addressed Lin Yang, friend of creation. If you hand over that gourd of yours, our dragon clan shall withdraw from this conflict and guarantee that we will not strike against you in the future. Lin Yang, upon hearing this, remained silent, merely gazing at the assembly. He inhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to Wang Shu and inquired, "What do you think? Feeling anxious?" Wang Shu nodded in response. Lin Yang continued, "So, I was not mistaken, was I? In this vast wilderness, reason holds no sway. It is strength that prevails. Here, the law of the jungle reigns supreme. They perceive us as weak and themselves as strong, believing they can dictate our fates and lives. Do you not see the repugnant glee on the ancestor dragon's face, reveling in their perceived triumph?" At this juncture, the ancestor dragon could not contain his fury. Yet he restrained himself. "Creation, you may revel in your verbal bravado for now, but we shall see how long you can maintain such arrogance." Lin Yang then turned his gaze toward him, smiling and retorting, "Is that not the case? You all are seasoned powerhouses in this wilderness, occupying lofty positions while hoarding resources and treasures. Your hearts have grown increasingly arrogant, unable to tolerate the emergence of anyone superior to you. Yet, I find this entirely normal. There is but one flaw in your reasoning." "What flaw?" the ancestor dragon inquired, furrowing his brow. "You err in believing yourselves invincible while deeming me weak. In truth, I am not inferior to any of you. I may even surpass you. Moreover, you possess remarkable audacity to challenge me here on my own territory. Thinking that numbers alone can subdue me," Lin Yang replied with a cold smirk. As his words escaped his lips, the countenances of those present shifted imperceptibly. To the right of Lin Yang, the demon ancestor, Luo Ho, let out a derisive laugh and inquired, "Are you implying that you possess the ability to withstand our might?" Lin Yang shook his head. "No, it is not about withstanding. Rather, it is about annihilating you all." His voice turned icy as he waved his left hand. And in an instant, another spiritual root materialized beside him. It was the Fusang tree, ablaze with a fierce flame, seemingly burning eternally without extinguishing. The Fusang tree. Upon witnessing this spiritual root, the crowd could not help but express their astonishment, their gazes toward Lin Yang growing increasingly fervent. This individual was akin to a veritable treasure trove, each precious item appearing in succession, as if all the world's treasures had converged upon him. Had it not been for such extraordinary allure, they would not have gathered in this place today. Lin Yang had already acquired 2 significant treasures, and the addition of another spiritual root merely elicited a momentary surprise from the onlookers, who swiftly accepted this development. However, among the crowd, Yuan Feng seemed to recall something and could not help but inquire, "Daoist Chaohua, did you just mention your intent to annihilate us?" Lin Yang did not respond to her. Instead, turning to Wang Shu and saying, "Let us commence." Wang Shu nodded, and a similarly grand spiritual root materialized behind her, the laurel tree. At that moment, the scene was nothing short of breathtaking, but the assembled experts, each a pinnacle master of the primordial realm, began to sense an unusual tension. Lin Yang's calm demeanor was striking. The weight of the situation bore heavily on the 9 great primordial golden immortals, yet he remained astonishingly composed, even producing the 3 major spiritual roots, Fusang, Laurel, and Stars. What was his intention? No one could ascertain his plans. But it was evident that Lin Yang's actions would be terrifying enough to pose a threat to them all. After all, he had declared his intent to eradicate them. If such a pronouncement were made by another, it would surely be deemed madness. Yet, this was Lin Yang. And although the assembly believed that a collective assault would render him defenseless, they were equally aware that with his 2 treasures, numerous spiritual roots, enigmatic and formidable Tao, and incomprehensible magical prowess, he might very well take one of them down with him in his final moments. Who would that unfortunate soul be? Naturally, none wished it to be themselves. This was the very reason they had refrained from immediate action. Yet, none were eager to become the sacrificial lamb. Nevertheless, at this juncture, Lin Yang took the initiative to strike first, boldly proclaiming his intent to slay them all. By what right did he presume such a stance? Though uncertain of his rationale, the assembly found themselves compelled to move, each unleashing their formidable aura. One by one, the heroes surrounded him, their immense power resonating throughout the void, even provoking astonishing phenomena. Each individual's aura was distinctly focused on Lin Yang. He gazed upon these legendary figures now manifest before him. Yet they differed from the tales. These titans did not seem to be irreconcilably opposed. While they were indeed adversaries, their shared interests compelled them to unite. For instance, there was Luo Hu, known as the Demon Ancestor, alongside Hong Jun, who would later be revered as the Tao Ancestor, as well as the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and the primordial Qilin. Though they harbored a deep-seated desire for each other's demise, at this moment, they collectively wished for Lin Yang's downfall. Thus, they joined forces. The assembly of the 9 great primordial golden immortals was a truly formidable spectacle. Even if Lin Yang were exceptionally formidable prior to attaining enlightenment, he could never be their match. The prospect of confronting 9 adversaries was utterly implausible. Even against 3 or 4, he would surely be overwhelmed. However, Lin Yang never intended to rely solely on his individual prowess for this battle. To prepare, he ventured deep into the Sun Star and entered the core of the star, where he seized the Chaos Bell. Within the chaotic clock, there exists a formidable formation known as the Celestial Star Array. This was originally the supreme array of the demon race, destined to shine brilliantly during the impending calamity and the cataclysmic war between the witches and the demons. A peerless formation that would illuminate the ages. Yet today, it is poised to make an early appearance, as the 9 great golden immortals encircled their foe. The imminent battle was on the brink of eruption. In that moment, Lin Yang took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly, "Where are the Star Lords? I, Emperor Jun of the Sun Star, am present." As his words echoed, a figure emerged from the direction of the Sun Star, radiant like a blazing sun. It was none other than Emperor Jun, one of Lin Yang's 3-legged golden crow incarnations. In his hand, he wielded a long banner, upon which were embroidered 2 colossal golden crows, emanating an intense and fiery aura. Beside him stood Tai, the 2 of them poised together, their stance aligned with the position of the sun. Moreover, it was not only Dijun who raised his voice. At that very moment, towering figures began to emerge one after another. Even from behind the 2, within the realm of the Titan Star, a figure soared forth. Proclaiming himself as the Lord of the Tyne Star, wielding a long banner adorned with an exquisite embroidery of a jade rabbit. In the higher realms, another being, who proclaimed himself as the Lord of Ziwei, emerged. This was, of course, yet another incarnation of Lin Yang. In addition to him, there were a total of 367 figures, including the 7 Killing Star Lord, the Greedy Wolf Star Lord, the Southern Dipper Star Lord, the Lord of Destiny, and others. Each of these 367 beings emanated an extraordinarily powerful aura. Remarkably, they were all great Luo Golden Immortals, excluding Lin Yang and Wang Shu's 4 incarnations. There remained 363 great Luo Golden Immortals. Moreover, the ancestral dragon and others were familiar with these celestial beings, who were deities among the stars. However, when did they ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal? This was indeed a significant investment on Lin Yang's part, as he had gathered all the fruits yielded by the Huang Zhongli tree and subsequently manifested over 300 great Luo Golden Immortals. Chapter 55. The Primordial Golden Elixir. The Battle of the Titans. Certainly, the direct consumption of the great Luo Golden Immortals produced by the Huang Zhongli would forever hinder one's ascension. This was akin to severing all future prospects. Although Lin Yang could command the star deities under his rule, he chose to delve deeper into the matter. He extracted the incompletely refined essence of the heavenly Tao and infused it into the creation cauldron, blending it with the Huang Zhongli to concoct a new elixir. Lin Yang named this creation the Primordial Golden Elixir, which indeed possessed remarkable efficacy. Upon consumption, it would instantly elevate one to the status of great Luo Golden Immortal. However, it mitigated the adverse effects. While future ascension would still present considerable challenges, it did not impose an irrevocable limitation as it had initially. Yet hope remains unyielding. Therefore, the more than 300 celestial beings who have consumed the Primordial Golden Elixir can still elevate their realms. They are not eternally confined to the status of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In this endeavor, Lin Yang has invested considerable effort, not only utilizing all of the Huang Zhongli, but also drawing forth the essence of the Tao from the ancestor of the azure sky. Even that proved insufficient, prompting him to also extract the Tao essence from the ancestor of the mysterious heaven residing in the Tyne Lake. Consequently, the ancestors of the azure sky, mysterious heaven, and yellow heaven have been rendered mere relics of the past. With their Tao essence amalgamated with Huang Zhongli, Lin Yang has concocted the Primordial Golden Elixir, thereby bestowing the status of great Luo Golden Immortal upon these 300 celestial sovereigns. The sight of over 300 great Luo Golden Immortals gathering, brandishing their celestial banners, evokes a sense of foreboding. The demon ancestor Luo, who was the first to sneer and make his move, declaring, "Fate, no matter your tricks, your demise is inevitable today." As he spoke, he brandished his spear, unleashing a lethal strike towards the nearest celestial sovereign. However, the celestial sovereign stood undaunted, vigorously shaking the Dezhou celestial banner in his grasp. Boom! The void trembled as a torrent of resplendent starlight cascaded down, enveloping the celestial sovereign in protection. Remarkably, Luo, whose attack was thwarted. Although this strike was merely a casual effort on his part, annihilating a great Luo Golden Immortal should have been a trivial task. Yet it was successfully intercepted, leaving others astonished. They hastened to act, but without exception, these celestial sovereigns wielded their celestial banners, summoning beams of starlight to shield themselves. It became evident that the situation was dire. "It is a formation," suddenly declared the long-silent ancestor Hongjun. "Indeed, activate the great Zhou star formation," Lin Yang shouted. Collaborating with Wang Shu, they summoned the 3 great spiritual roots. Simultaneously, the more than 300 celestial sovereigns collectively shook their celestial banners, causing a multitude of colossal stars to tremble. From the vast expanse of the primordial earth, one could gaze upward and behold a total of 365 stars, each radiating an unparalleled brilliance, representing the principal stars. In addition, the sun star and the moon star blazed forth with an unprecedented glow. Thunderous roars reverberated. Before them stood over 300 celestial beings, each wielding a grand banner of the great Zhou star, encircling the multitude. An infinite array of starlight traversed the space, cascading upon these celestial entities, instantly transforming into colossal stars, each mirroring the 365 principal stars of the vast cosmos, as well as the sun and moon. Their essences were identical, differing only in scale. Yet, within this grand formation, it became challenging to discern one from another as one gazed outward. An expanse of immense stars of varied hues unfolded, It was as if an alternate celestial realm had manifested, boundless and ethereal, where these gargantuan stars revolved with a thunderous resonance that echoed through the air. Beyond the 365 principal stars, an additional 14,800 subsidiary stars, along with countless smaller celestial bodies, gradually emerged, amplifying the formation's formidable power. At that moment, in the perception of the assembled multitude, both Lin Yang and Wang Shu had vanished, entwined within the grand array. They had even become separated from one another, scattered across various locations. Hongjun, Qiankuan, Yin Yang, and the five elements found themselves in one domain, while Zhu Long and Ying Long Huang occupied another, Yuan Feng in another, and Shiqilin yet another, with the demon ancestor Luo Hu residing alone. These titans beheld, before their eyes, a panorama of immense stars. In their attempts to attack and obliterate the celestial bodies, the stars seemed to be as tangible as reality itself. Yet, once shattered, these stars were drawn together by the great formation, reconstituting themselves into celestial orbs once more. The might of this formation not only remained undiminished, but continued to accumulate strength. The formidable beings, still grappling with the inexplicable nature of this phenomenon, were suddenly startled by the exclamation of the venerable Hongjun, who proclaimed, "A calamity approaches, dear friends. This is the grand celestial formation of the Zhoutian. Though incomplete, the creator of destiny has inexplicably fashioned over 360 star deities, elevating them to the status of star lords to preside over this formidable array. Its power is immense. At this juncture, it appears insurmountable by our combined efforts. Should we linger too long, we risk becoming ensnared within it. We must hasten to break free." Upon hearing Hongjuan's revelation regarding the grand celestial formation, the venerable beings Qiankuan, Yin Yang, and Wu Xing were struck with awe. Could such a grand array truly exist in this world? Wu Xing could scarcely believe it, for Hongjun had mentioned that when this formation was at its peak, it could even vanquish the primordial great Luo golden immortals, a notion that seemed almost too fantastical to fathom. However, as close friends of Hongjun, they understood his profound wisdom and recognized that his assertions were never unfounded. Thus, they placed their trust in his words. Yin Yang, with a chuckle, remarked, "Fear not. Since this formation is not complete and I possess the Taiji diagram, although we may not be able to dismantle the array, we can certainly find a way to escape. Why not seize this opportunity to witness the might of the grand celestial formation?" With that, Yin Yang cast the Taiji diagram into the air, transforming it into a golden bridge that spanned the heavens. Previously, he had lent this artifact to Wu Xing to suppress Lin Yang's chaotic Gourd, which ultimately led to Wu Xing's defeat, but it had since returned to him, as it was his own treasure. The power of the Taiji diagram in Yin Yang's hands was magnified. Thus, Yin Yang, alongside Hongjun, Qiankuan, and Wu Xing, ascended the golden bridge. This bridge, suspended in the air, extended forward in accordance with Yin Yang's intent. He was keen to test whether the grand celestial formation was indeed as formidable as Hongjun had claimed. The venerable Hongjun, along with the esteemed ancestors of Qiankuan and the five elements, displayed remarkable audacity. Fully aware of the formidable nature of the great array of the constellations, they remained unfazed by the prospect of being ensnared within its depths. After all, if they were alone, they might have harbored some reservations. However, with all four of them united, what was there left to fear? The ancestor of Yin and Yang stood upon the golden bridge of Taiji, his eyes hollow and vacant, shrouded in an ethereal mist, resembling two boundless voids. He scrutinized the great array of the constellations intently. Suddenly, an expanse of the starry domain stirred, with countless stars rotating in unison. The ancestor of Yin and Yang chuckled, declaring, "This very star is one of the 365 principal stars situated at the heart of the formation. Watch as I shatter it." With that, the ancestor of Yin and Yang activated the Taiji diagram, and a golden bridge surged forward, bearing down upon the starry realm. As the Taiji golden bridge descended, the celestial domain gradually ground to a halt, seemingly on the brink of complete stillness. Yet, at that moment, the starry expanse quaked violently, and with a resounding roar, a colossal star emerged, identified as the Kongjinlong star, one of the principal celestial bodies. Upon this star appeared a celestial lord, wielding the grand banner of the great constellations. Seeing four formidable beings before him, his countenance shifted, realizing he could not withstand their might. He hastily cried out, "Brothers, come to my aid." As the Taiji golden bridge pressed down, it appeared poised to ensnare both the Kongjinlong star and its celestial lord, reducing them to mere ashes. However, at that moment, innumerable beams of starlight surged forth from all directions, converging upon the Kong Jinlong star. Instead of exploding, the star swelled enormously. To the astonishment of the ancestors of Yin and Yang, the Taiji Golden Bridge was forcefully elevated. With a thunderous roar, a gigantic azure dragon materialized within the array. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, the ancestors would have believed that this ancestral dragon had defected to the celestial forces. The azure dragon's grandeur rivaled that of the ancestral dragon itself, comprised of numerous principal stars and celestial lords. As it opened its maw, an endless torrent of divine with lightning surged toward the four ancestors. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they hurriedly deployed their defenses. Yet, they were still propelled thousands of miles away, each letting out a muffled groan, for the might of the azure dragon was truly formidable. In terms of magical prowess, it surpassed that of any among them. At that moment, the ancestors of Yin and Yang, Qiankuan, and the five elements finally believed the words of Hongjun. The great array of the constellations was indeed a supreme formation. Even in its incomplete state, it was terrifying. Should it be whole, it could potentially rival the might of a primordial golden immortal. However, the more intense the situation became, the more it ignited the competitive spirit of the four venerable ancestors. At that moment, including the esteemed Hongjun, their gazes flickered with determination, eager to engage in a contest against the Zhou Tian star array. They felt that only by vanquishing the current azure dragon could they alleviate their frustrations. With a mighty roar, the colossal azure dragon coiled and swooped down. Its massive tail resembling a range of mountains, crashing and sweeping toward them with thunderous force. Let us strike together. The four ancestors bellowed in unison, each unleashing their formidable powers, which coalesced into a singular, gigantic hand. This hand reached out and seized the tail of the azure dragon, initiating a contest of magical prowess between the four ancestors and the dragon. The azure dragon was composed of dozens of principal stars, each governed by numerous star lords, alongside thousands of secondary stars, embodying the immense power of countless celestial bodies. Nonetheless, the combined might of the four venerable ancestors should not be underestimated. Although they were still inferior in strength to the azure dragon, their formidable magical abilities gradually began to turn the tide in their favor. However, at that very moment, as the four ancestors exerted their full strength in a bid to subdue the azure dragon, a sudden thunderous crash reverberated through the air. They lifted their heads to behold a resplendent crimson divine tree plummeting downwards. Chapter 56, Individual Techniques. Lin Yang's astonishment, this fiery red divine tree was none other than the Fusang tree. Within the grand array, Lin Yang and Wang Shu had witnessed the assembly of the Star Lords forming the azure dragon to confront the four venerable ancestors. And upon seeing the latter seize the dragon's tail, they understood that the Star Lord's strength was undoubtedly insufficient to prevail. Yet, it was important to note that the azure dragon was merely one manifestation of the grand array. Lin Yang promptly swept away the Fusang tree, which descended with an overwhelming force, enveloped in boundless solar flames. The Qiankuan ancestor among the four venerable elders bellowed mightily, conjuring forth a grand cauldron, the Qiankuan Ding, a treasure of innate origin, to support the Fusang tree, thereby shielding the celestial conflagration from the heavens. However, at that very moment, Wang Shu similarly uttered a soft incantation, summoning forth a divine tree, the laurel tree. This laurel tree stood in stark contrast to the Fusang tree, radiating myriad auspicious colors and descending with a thunderous crash. Its countless branches and leaves exuded an overwhelming chill, suffused with the essence of the moon, freezing all in its wake. The whooshing ancestor among the four elders cried out in response, invoking his five-leaf pine to confront the laurel tree midair. The two innate spiritual roots entangled fiercely, causing a cacophony of sounds, yet ultimately succeeded in halting the laurel tree's advance. Lin Yang and Wang Shu each possessed three spiritual roots, the Fusang tree, the laurel tree, and the starfruit tree, all employed to enhance the grand array of the heavenly stars. At this juncture, while both the Fusang and laurel trees were in play, the starfruit tree remained steadfast, as it was essential to stabilize the entire celestial array and could not be summoned lightly. Thus, Lin Yang refrained from manifesting the third spiritual root. The four venerable elders exhaled in relief, believing Lin Yang had exhausted his capabilities. Yet, at that instant, a series of resounding chimes echoed, clang, 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 causing an inexplicable stagnation in their magical energies, nearly disrupting their flow, and leaving their very souls in a state of disorientation. The Qiankuan Ding and the five-leaf pine began to falter under the sudden pressure. The Taiji golden bridge, upon which the four figures stood, quivered violently, nearly fracturing under the strain. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry, the colossal azure dragon broke free from their constraints, turning its head to unleash a fearsome bellow, poised to pounce. The expressions of the four ancestors shifted dramatically, and the venerable Hongjun ancestor shouted, "Flee!" To their astonishment, a long banner appeared in his hand, distinct from the great Zhou star banner wielded by the celestial beings. This banner was enveloped in a chaotic haze, as if countless strands of primordial chaos intertwined, swirling and emanating a chilling aura. This was none other than the Panga banner, one of the three supreme treasures of creation. Forged from the very edge of the opening heaven axe, renowned for its unparalleled offensive might, hailed as the most formidable innate treasure. It was indeed in the possession of the Hongjun ancestor. Observing him brandish the Panga banner, he shook it vigorously, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that coalesced into a massive blade of air. This air blade appeared oddly shaped, reminiscent of a fractured axe head, embodying the very form of the axe's edge. As the chaotic air blade surged forth, it cleaved through the space of the formation with a resounding crash. The old ancestor of Yin and Yang, fully aware of the dire circumstances, promptly stabilized the Taiji golden bridge, urging it to carry the four individuals forth from the shattered spatial array, cleaved by the Panga banner. The ancestors of Qian Kuan and the five elements naturally retracted their respective treasures. Thus, the four ancestors escaped from the grand formation. Simultaneously, in other areas within the array, fierce eruptions of energy manifested. At the domain of the demon ancestor, Luo Hu, dozens of Star Lords executed a combined attack, forming a colossal white tiger divine beast. The white tiger roared, unleashing countless divine thunderbolts of pure metal to bombard Luo Hu. However, it is evident that, as a demon ancestor, Luo Hu's strength is exceptionally formidable. Among the four, Hongjun, Yin Yang, Qian Kuan, and the five elements, only Hongjun, whose depth is unfathomable, had silently severed three corpses, while the other three held little hope against Luo Hu's overwhelming confidence in his ability to crush them. The system that prevailed in the primordial world is the immortal path, which was initially established by Hongjun, Qian Kuan, Yin Yang, and the five elements. Of course, as the immortal path flourished in later times, the connection to these four diminished. Nevertheless, their enduring contributions granted them immense merit, which is one of the reasons behind their formidable cultivation. Moreover, the four individuals were close friends, united in their mutual support and guardianship, which deterred the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans from excessively intervening in their affairs. However, Luo Hu, discontent with the unity of the four, resolved to carve out a path beyond the celestial way, thus giving rise to the demonic path, of which he became the progenitor. The demon ancestor, Luo Hu. At this moment, although the demonic path had yet to flourish, it was nonetheless formidable, particularly under Luo Hu's command. The cunning and formless nature of this path was executed with unparalleled finesse. Dozens of stellar sovereigns soon found themselves on the brink of annihilation, when suddenly, the Fusang and laurel trees came crashing down. The demon ancestor, standing atop the 12th grade world destruction Black Lotus, unleashed a series of strikes with the god-slaying spear, revealing an astonishing prowess that successfully countered the assaults of the two primordial roots. However, in that instant, much like Hongjun and others before him, a series of resonant chimes echoed, causing Luo Hu to feel a stagnation in his internal power and a fleeting disorientation of his spirit, rendering him momentarily powerless as he was nearly swept from the 12th grade world destruction Black Lotus by the descending trees. Regaining his composure, the demon ancestor's expression shifted as he cast his gaze towards the center of the grand formation, where three colossal stars shone resplendently. These stars were none other than the Sun Star, Moon Star, and the Z-Way Star. The Sun and Moon Stars, revered as supreme celestial bodies, were said to be the transformed eyes of Pangu. The purple Tenuity star reigns as the sovereign of the celestial bodies, surrounded by a multitude of stars. And in terms of power, it rivals the two paramount celestial entities. The demon ancestor, Lavu, discerned that upon the solar star stood the true form of Lin Yang, while the lunar star was graced by the presence of the divine maiden, Wang Shu. On the purple Tenuity star, however, resided an incarnation of Lin Yang himself. A sinister smile crept across the demon ancestor's face as he spoke. I see now, the chaos bell, forged from the handle of the heaven-opening axe, has indeed fallen into your grasp, culminating in this grand formation, the celestial constellation array. I have witnessed the might of this array, and it is truly remarkable. With it in play, I cannot contend with you, Taoist of creation. Let us not entangle ourselves further. Our fates shall meet again in the future." As he spoke, the demon ancestor Luahu unleashed his formidable power, forcefully stabilizing the Fusang tree and the laurel tree, two revered spiritual roots, and with a swift kick, he toppled the advancing white tiger divine beast. Transforming his form, he coalesced into a swirling mass of black demonic energy, dispersing outward and vanishing without a trace. As if he had melded into the void itself, completely eluding the confines of the celestial constellation array. Lin Yang intended to further activate the chaos bell but found himself out of time, resorting instead to suppressing the bell towards another section of the array. There, the ancestor dragon and the Yinglong emperor, two venerable dragons, were embroiled in combat against a multitude of over 100 Star Lords. Despite the overwhelming number of Star Lords and their ability to leverage the array's might to conceal themselves among the stars, should they strike and shatter their forms. As long as their primordial spirits remained intact, they could once again coalesce starlight to restore their corporeal bodies. Yet, the battle against the ancestor dragon and the Yinglong emperor remained exceedingly arduous, fraught with peril. The ancestor dragon, a paragon of scaled supremacy, was widely recognized as the most formidable of the primordial golden immortals, especially in the absence of the hidden powerhouses, the Grand Master Hongjun and the demon ancestor Lu. The Dragon Emperor, a formidable force, transformed into his true dragon form. With a powerful flap of his wings, an endless tempest and thunderous roars erupted, causing the myriad stars to tremble violently. The celestial lords activated the grand formation, launching an array of mystical attacks towards the two ancestral beings. Yet their strikes appeared to have no effect, as if they were immune to harm. Nevertheless, the immense power concentrated within the formation, forged from countless stars, posed a challenge even for the mighty ancestral dragon and the Dragon Emperor. Despite having the upper hand, they found it arduous to breach the grand formation. At that moment, witnessing the celestial lord struggle against the ancestral dragon and the Dragon Emperor, Lin Yang summoned the chaos bell, hurling it forcefully towards the two. This was a direct assault from a primordial treasure. Although Lin Yang had yet to fully refine the chaos bell, its destructive potential was fearsome, amplified by the entirety of the stellar grand formation. Astonishingly, he had acquired this treasured artifact. As the chaos bell descended, the ancestral dragon let out a thunderous roar, transmitting his thoughts. "Exert all your strength to break this formation." He expelled his life essence dragon pearl from his mouth, and similarly, the Dragon Emperor released his own life essence dragon pearl. The two great dragon ancestors invoked their respective pearls, which intertwined like yin and yang, unleashing an even more terrifying power. They surged upward, perfectly meeting the chaos bell. A resounding crash echoed as the three forces collided. Both the ancestral dragon and the Dragon Emperor shuddered, simultaneously spitting out blood. Yet, they seized the opportunity. In that very moment, as their life essence dragon pearls clashed with the chaos bell, they managed to force the bell back. Although they suffered injuries themselves, the collision allowed them to exploit the moment and tear open a rift in the grand formation. Taking advantage of this opening, the ancestral dragon and the Dragon Emperor escaped from the formation. At this juncture, Lin Yang could not help but feel admiration for these powerful ancestors. Despite being trapped in the dire confines of the stellar grand formation, they were able to escape in succession with remarkable cunning. Their strength and strategies were undeniably formidable, particularly the demon ancestor Rahu, whose mastery of demonic powers was unparalleled. While others had allies, he stood alone, yet remained equally terrifying. Lin Yang briefly composed himself, prepared to confront the next opponent, when he noticed another celestial formation glowing in the distance. This was the domain of the primordial Qilin, where dozens of star deities had assembled, entangling with a formidable Xuanwu. The primordial Qilin, the king of beasts, exhibited formidable powers, engaging the divine Xuanwu barehanded, and astonishingly, managed to withstand the confrontation for an extended period without succumbing. At that moment, as Lin Yang wielded the chaos bell to strike the ancestral dragon and the emperor of the Yinglong, both summoned their life essence dragon orbs to counter him. In that fleeting instant of collision, the king of beasts seemed to sense something profound. Suddenly, he relinquished the battle, allowing the Xuanwu to crush him with a single strike. The body of the primordial Qilin shattered, dissipating into pure spiritual energy. Lin Yang was taken aback, realizing that the formidable Qilin he had battled for so long was merely a manifestation. Had the primordial Qilin in the starry expanse been nothing but an avatar all along? Lin Yang felt an increasing admiration for these ancient beings, for he had been utterly oblivious to the fact that this avatar of the primordial Qilin was but a mere illusion. Chapter 57. Conversation with the Phoenix. Life and death calamity at this moment. Within the Grand Formation, only the last battlefield remained, and Lin Yang turned his gaze towards it. There, two divine birds were fiercely clashing, engulfed in flames that blazed across the heavens. One was ablaze with the southern Ming fire, while the other was engulfed in the celestial fire, also known as the divine fire of the vermilion bird. The one consumed by the southern Ming fire was none other than Yuan Feng, the leader of the Phoenix clan, whose true form was the first phoenix birthed from the creation of the universe. The resplendent creature ablaze with the celestial fire of countless stars is the divine bird known as the vermilion bird. This mythical avian is not a tangible being, but one of the four symbols, the legendary beasts of the heavens. According to the celestial movements, the 28 lunar mansions can be categorized into these four divine creatures. The first is the azure dragon, governing the east, embodying the essence of wood. The second is the white tiger, ruling the west, representing metal. The third is the black tortoise, presiding over the north, symbolizing water. And lastly, there is the vermilion bird, sovereign of the south, associated with fire. Hence, this vermilion bird possesses the ability to command flames and engage in fierce combat with the primordial phoenix. However, the primordial phoenix, renowned as the king of birds and the supreme avian, despite the vermilion bird being empowered by the collective might of countless stars and numerous star lords, ultimately overpowers it, leaving the vermilion bird in a state of despair and sorrowful cries. At that moment, as the prominent figures within the formation began to flee, the other star lords, noticing the vermilion bird's struggle, swiftly came to assist. From the east, north, and west, the azure dragon, black tortoise, and white tiger appeared, encircling the primordial phoenix in the center. As tensions mounted for an imminent clash, the primordial phoenix felt the weight of the impending confrontation, facing four adversaries alone, which instilled a sense of gravity within it. Just then, a commanding voice echoed, "Enough? All of you, stand down." It was Lin Yang's voice. Upon hearing Lin Yang's command, the four divine beasts responded with low growls or cries, and in an instant, their forms disassembled, transforming into individual stars that scattered in all directions. Soon, the sky was adorned with starlight, as numerous stars, varying in size, appeared to float in a vast sea of brilliance, their movements accompanied by a thunderous resonance, yet imbued with an extraordinary tranquility. The sight was breathtakingly beautiful, enchanting all who beheld it. The primordial phoenix, perplexed by Lin Yang's sudden intervention, paused upon realizing he had no intention of further aggression. With a graceful motion, she transformed back into a stunning woman clad in a crimson royal robe, exuding an aura of sovereign authority, fierce yet composed. Observing the celestial array operating like flowing water, she could not help but marvel at its magnificence. Within this formation, it was as if an entirely new universe had been conjured. Faced with such a formation was akin to confronting the immense power of the vast cosmos, teeming with billions of stars. To assert that it was not terrifying would be a disservice to the truth. Even though the primordial phoenix possessed the means to escape this formation, much like Hong Jun and others, she was acutely aware that her earlier encounter was merely a fraction of the formation's true power, as the other three divine beasts had only just arrived and had yet to engage in battle. Moreover, and of greater significance, Yuan Feng's keen perception discerned the flaws within this formation. It was not a complete grand array. The truly comprehensive Zhou Tian star formation would indeed possess an immeasurable potency far surpassing this one. This realization was what rendered the situation most alarming. In its current state, even if the four divine beasts were to collaborate, she held confidence in her ability to escape. However, should the formation be whole, she feared that she would be utterly defenseless. Where, she pondered with a furrowed brow, did this Taoist of creation acquire such a formidable array? With a resolute voice, Yuan Feng inquired, "Tao of creation, what is your intent?" Within the array, akin to an alternate expanse of the cosmos, the sun and moon stars suddenly radiated with extraordinary brilliance, revealing the figures of Lin Yang and Wang Shu against the backdrop of twinkling stars. The two celestial bodies gradually drew closer, and Yuan Feng could not help but marvel at their harmonious beauty, a striking match of talent and grace. Prior to this confrontation, not only the ancestor of the five elements, but all present, including the ancestor dragon, deemed Lin Yang unworthy of his position, believing he lacked the requisite strength and capability to wield dominion over the vast cosmos and its myriad treasures. This disdain had precipitated a collective assault, each hoping to claim a share of his power. At that time, he was regarded with scorn by all. Yet now, Lin Yang's prowess and cunning had unequivocally validated his worth. He had finally compelled the respect of the crowd, including Yuan Feng and the esteemed sovereign of birds, who began to acknowledge him in a new light. Gradually, within their hearts, recognition blossomed, placing Lin Yang on par with themselves. He was no longer a figure they could easily manipulate. Instead, he has become a presence that can stand alongside them, equally seated in their company. Especially beneath this starry sky, with the existence of the celestial formation, it is exceedingly formidable. One might even deem it invincible. Only through the collective effort of all, genuinely exerting their utmost strength, could they possibly contend with Lin Yang. Otherwise, bolstered by this formation, Lin Yang has already secured an undefeated position. Conversely, even the mightiest of ancestral dragons, when faced with Lin Yang and this formation in the vastness of the universe, would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. At that moment, Lin Yang also responded, his voice resonating powerfully as he declared, "Fellow Taoist Yuan Feng, I have merely acted out of self-preservation from the very beginning. It is laughable that you all covet my treasured possessions, yet remain oblivious to the imminent approach of your demise." With a firm gesture, Lin Yang caused the sun and the moon to dim, gradually disappearing from sight, leaving only himself and Wang Shu. The fusang and laurel trees were likewise retracted by them. Moreover, at that very moment, the entire Great Zhou Star formation was dismantled. One by one, the stars disintegrated and faded away, leaving only the celestial lords clutching the Great Zhou Star banners. Lin Yang commanded them to depart. With the formation dismantled, Yuan Feng felt an immense weight lift, returning her to the vastness of the starry sky. She could easily depart at any moment. Yet she found herself gazing at Lin Yang with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. "Is the hour of reckoning upon us? What words are these you speak, Creator?" Yuan Feng inquired. As a Hunyuan golden immortal, with such elevated cultivation, Lin Yang's words could not be without purpose. There must be a reason behind them. Moreover, for reasons unknown, upon hearing Lin Yang's words, Yuan Feng felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, as if a cataclysmic trial of life and death were imminent. This was an impulsive surge of intuition, a premonition stemming from formidable spiritual prowess. Although Yuan Feng harbored skepticism towards Lin Yang, she could not dismiss her own instincts. Thus, Yuan Feng promptly countered with a question to Lin Yang. Yet, Lin Yang merely shook his head, refraining from an immediate response, and instead inquired, "Dear friend Yuan Feng, would you dare to converse within the realm of the Tyne Star?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng hesitated momentarily before nodding in assent, saying, "As the host wishes." Lin Yang offered no further elaboration, leading the way alongside Wang Shu, while Yuan Feng trailed behind. Entering the Tyne Star, it must be said that Yuan Feng exhibited remarkable courage and skill. Lin Yang could unequivocally affirm that, at this moment, Yuan Feng had indeed manifested her true essence. Rather than being an incarnation like the primordial Qilin, Yuan Feng's entrance into the Tyne Star is fraught with peril. After all, this realm is dominated by Lin Yang and Wang Shu, both of whom are Hunyuan golden immortals equipped with innate treasures. How could Yuan Feng, alone and unaccompanied, not find herself in danger? Nevertheless, she chose to enter. Within the confines of the Guanghan Palace, the three took their seats, each assuming a distinct role. Yuan Feng, observing the two seated apart, could still sense the profound affection they shared, akin to a bond of inseparable intimacy, particularly with Wang Shu, whose gaze seemed almost glued to Lin Yang. She felt a twinge of discomfort and remarked, "Well then, Taoist friend, it is time for you to speak your mind." Lin Yang, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, "Do you doubt that I merely lured you here with words, only to bring you harm?" Yuan Feng scoffed, retorting, "Even if that were the case, I doubt you two could keep me here." Lin Yang, upon hearing her words, regarded Yuan Feng with a deep, contemplative look and nodded, saying, "Indeed, retaining you would require a considerable price. Very well, since that is the case, let us speak frankly. I am not one for roundabout discussions. Tell me, who do you believe possesses the highest cultivation and strength in the vast wilderness? Who is the strongest?" Yuan Feng pondered for a moment before responding. "Surely it is the primordial dragon. Do you think it is yourself?" With a chuckle, Lin Yang shook his head and said, "Of course, it is not me. But are you truly certain that the primordial dragon is the mightiest? I have encountered him, and while his strength is indeed formidable, it is, to be honest, somewhat limited. Even if he did not exert his full power, he is not the strongest. Take another guess, Lin Yang urged. Yuan Feng's brows furrowed in thought, and after a while, she ventured, you mean to say that if the primordial dragon is not the strongest, could it possibly be the primordial Qilin? Lin Yang regarded her with a knowing smile. Her annoyance flared under his gaze, and she challenged. So it is not the primordial Qilin either? Lin Yang replied. The primordial Qilin is indeed powerful, yet he falls short compared to the primordial dragon. He is not the strongest either. Then who is? Yuan Feng inquired. Lin Yang sighed. You already have an inkling of the answer in your heart. Why not voice it? Hongjun? Yuan Feng proposed. Lin Yang nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Hongjun. He is on the verge of attaining enlightenment. Lin Yang sighed again. Once he reaches that state, we will all be on the brink of demise. At that moment, whether it be you or I, we shall all perish, and everything we possess will inevitably vanish into thin air. What do you think, Taoist friend? Is this news sufficiently shocking for you? Yuan Feng let out a frustrated huff. You claim that Hongjun is the strongest and is about to attain enlightenment. What evidence do you have for that? None, Lin Yang replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Yuan Feng, unable to contain her anger, retorted. If you are merely attempting to toy with me, then perhaps you should refrain from speaking such words. I believe it would be best for us to engage in another duel, allowing my companions to understand that, although I may be powerless against you, inflicting some losses upon you is certainly within the realm of possibility. Yet, Lin Yang remained composed and replied, I advise you to patiently listen to my words until I have finished. Although I possess no concrete evidence, my words themselves are evidence. They are the truth. Should you be willing to heed my counsel, a great calamity might yet be averted. However, should you choose to disregard my warning, you may indeed find yourself in grave peril. You must understand that if anyone among us attains enlightenment, it spells certain doom for the others. This world is still far too small to accommodate us all. If Hongjun were to achieve enlightenment, would he tolerate the existence of the three clans? Would he permit my presence? Therefore, my friend, we rise together or fall together. Why would I deceive you or speak to you in jest? Chapter 58, Discussing Strategies. Relieving tensions, Yuan Feng pondered Lin Yang's words carefully, fully aware that Lin Yang had no reason to deceive him. Yet, the notion that Hongjun was on the brink of enlightenment raised questions. After all, who among us does not yearn for enlightenment? At this moment, aside from Wang Shu, whose cultivation was somewhat lacking, every individual, including Lin Yang, had achieved the late stage of Hunyuan Jingxian. They could aspire only to reach the pinnacle of Hunyuan Jingxian. Beyond that lay the daunting step to becoming a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. However, taking that step is exceedingly arduous, incredibly difficult. Everyone finds themselves stuck at this juncture, exhausting every conceivable means. Yet the passage of time has revealed that not only others, but even Yuan Feng feels that she is still a considerable distance from achieving enlightenment. Unless the three clans engage in a fierce battle for supremacy, it is only through the unification of the Phoenix clan that they can harness the boundless fortune of the universe, ultimately achieving success and attaining the state of Hunyuan. However, now Lin Yang suddenly claims that Hongjun is on the verge of enlightenment. By what right does Hongjun stand to attain this? Lin Yang did not meander further and promptly revealed to Yuan Feng the basis of Hongjun's claim. It lies in 4 words, the Book of Creation. In an instant, Yuan Feng's countenance changed. The Book of Creation is one of the 3 supreme treasures possessed by the great god Pangu. Moreover, this treasured possession is not akin to Lin Yang's innate chaos Gourd, which is a primordial artifact. Rather, it is the ultimate treasure of chaos, a truly invincible artifact. Despite enduring the cataclysm of creation, the other 2 supreme treasures of chaos, the Axe of Creation and the Chaos Green Lotus, have shattered. The Divine Creation Jade Tablet could not escape this fate either. However, Lin Yang has made it abundantly clear that Hongjun has gathered the majority of the shattered fragments of the Divine Creation Jade Tablet and has successfully reassembled a portion of it. Although this fragment of the Divine Creation Jade Tablet is incomplete and does not return to the level of a supreme chaos treasure, it nevertheless surpasses the innate treasures. It stands as the sole existing chaos spiritual treasure. Moreover, what is most formidable is the functionality of the Divine Creation Jade Tablet. This is a treasure of the Great Tao, inscribed with the 3,000 paths upon it. Should Hongjun acquire this Divine Creation Jade Tablet, it would undoubtedly herald his ascension to the Tao. At this moment, Yuan Feng finally comprehended the words spoken by Lin Yang. Hongjun was indeed concealed to such a profound extent. With the Cosmic Jade Tablet in one's possession, what need is there to worry about achieving the Great Tao? It is no wonder that Hong Jun refrained from establishing a faction, choosing instead to lead the life of a wandering sage. Yuan Feng closed his eyes, and a myriad of past information regarding Hong Jun surged into his mind, each detail meticulously analyzed. Upon integrating the knowledge of Hong Jun's possession of the cosmic jade tablet, everything fell into place. The reason behind Hong Jun's reluctance to form a power or gather fortune became clear. He did not even seek merit. After all, it was Hong Jun who spearheaded the establishment of the celestial cultivation system, collaborating with the forces of heaven and earth, yin and yang, and the five elements, resulting in immense merit for all four, each experiencing significant advancements in their cultivation. Yet, Hong Jun could have easily monopolized that merit, but chose to share it with heaven and earth and the others. Why was this so? When one juxtaposes this with Hong Jun's acquisition of the cosmic jade tablet, the answer becomes evident. Hong Jun was never concerned with that merit or the merits of establishing the celestial system. He had already gleaned his path to enlightenment from the cosmic jade tablet. Therefore, he neither required merit nor fortune. He simply needed to immerse himself in cultivation, and sooner or later, he would attain enlightenment. As for heaven and earth, yin and yang, and the five elements, they were merely a fade, a means to mask his true existence and draw the attention of others. It is conceivable that in the near future, once Hong Jun attains enlightenment, the veil will be lifted, revealing the true nature of all things. What awaits them will be formidable indeed. As Lin Yang remarked, this world is too small, so diminutive that it cannot accommodate them all. Once Hong Jun achieves enlightenment, it is inevitable that he will seek to eradicate dissent, bringing this realm entirely under his dominion. Reflecting upon herself, Yuan Feng realized that should she attain enlightenment, she too would act in such a manner, eliminating all adversaries, whether they be the Dragon Clan, the Qilin Clan, Lin Yang, or Hong Jun, as well as others like Qian Kuan, all must be vanquished. She does not possess such a magnanimous heart that could embrace them all. After all, setting aside other grievances, the deep-seated blood feuds and myriad conflicts between the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans would never allow her the luxury of mercy or leniency. As Lin Yang commands the vast cosmos, should he choose not to relinquish his ambition of becoming the sovereign among the stars, how could he refrain from taking lives? Why not eliminate the likes of Hong Jun, Qian Kuan, Yin Yang, and the five elements entirely, thereby eradicating all troubles? Thus, Yuan Feng believes that should Hong Jun achieve enlightenment, he too would inevitably pursue such a course. After all, no one desires to entrust their existence, their very lives, to the whims of others. Hong Jun must perish. Lin Yang's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he spoke. Yuan Feng nodded and inquired, "How shall we execute this?" Indeed, how shall they proceed? According to Lin Yang, Hong Jun is currently the most formidable being. Moreover, he has comprehended his own path to enlightenment, drawing ever closer to the attainment of Tao. Although they are all at the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm, there exists a significant disparity in strength among those at this advanced stage. For instance, among the trio of herself, the first Qilin, and the ancestral dragon undeniably stands as the foremost, surpassing both her and the first Qilin by a considerable margin. At present, Hong Jun stands as the most formidable, signifying that he surpasses the ancestral dragon by a considerable margin. What does it imply when one speaks of a margin upon margin? Upon reaching the realm of the Hunyuan Jingxian, any advancement in strength brings about cataclysmic changes. Thus, to vanquish Hong Jun is a daunting task. Firstly, his prowess is unparalleled, and secondly, he is aided by the formidable forces of the cosmos, yin and yang, and the five elements. Perhaps Hong Jun foresaw this predicament and, in preparation, cultivated amicable relations with the trio of the cosmos, yin and yang, and the five elements. Each of these three, also Hunyuan Jingxians of great strength, matches him without any semblance of inferiority. In fact, among them, the ancestor of the cosmos and the ancestor of yin and yang each possess their own treasures, rendering them exceedingly difficult adversaries. Therefore, to eliminate Hong Jun equates to simultaneously confronting four powerful Hunyuan Jingxians, Hong Jun, yin and yang, the cosmos, and the five elements. The complexity of such an endeavor escalates exponentially, surpassing the challenges faced against Lin Yang by 1,000-fold, if not more. After all, the confrontation with Lin Yang involved all parties uniting against a single individual, 9 Hunyuan Jingxians besieging one alone. And now? The task is to vanquish 4 formidable primordial golden immortals akin to Lin Yang. Even with Yuan Feng and Lin Yang's combined forces, it remains woefully insufficient. Here, Lin Yang stands as a late-stage primordial golden immortal, while Wang Shu, despite also being a primordial golden immortal, is merely at mid-stage, significantly lacking in power compared to figures like Hong Jun. Should they engage, it would likely amount to a futile sacrifice. Nevertheless, Lin Yang's unveiling of the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation has certainly captivated attention. The potency of the formation cannot be understated. Yet, it is incomplete. Yuan Feng then inquired, "Is it possible to complete your Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation?" Lin Yang nodded, saying, "Yes, but it will require some time." As he spoke, Lin Yang revealed the Chaos Bell, presenting it conspicuously before Yuan Feng, stating, "The Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation originates from this Chaos Bell. A complete formation comprises 365 primary stars, including the Supreme Sun and Moon stars, along with 14,800 auxiliary stars, which also serve as focal points." Lin Yang harbored no fear of Yuan Feng discerning the intricacies of the formation. Such knowledge could easily be deduced. However, understanding is one thing. The ability to dismantle it is another. Much like the Zhanxian sword array during the Fengshan era, where everyone knew 4 gates must be breached simultaneously. Yet without gathering for saints, who could accomplish it? Even if Yuan Shi and Lao Zi entered the array, they could only rely on their innate treasures for self-preservation, not to break the formation. Thus, the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation follows the same principle. Everyone knows it utilizes stars as focal points. But if it cannot be broken, what can be done? Yuan Feng gazed longingly at the Chaos Bell before her, remarking, "Are you attempting to entice me in such a manner?" Lin Yang remained unperturbed. Yuan Feng continued, "Can the complete Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation slay Hong Jun?" Lin Yang shook his head with a chuckle, countering, "Could your Pan Feng Grand Formation defeat Hong Jun?" Yuan Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Yang explained, "To think a single formation could vanquish Hong Jun is a fanciful notion. However, with an increase in formations, it may not be impossible. After all, if the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation is insufficient, what of adding your Pan Feng Grand Formation? Or the Dragon Clan S Pan Long Grand Formation? And what about the Qilin Clan S Qilin Grand Formation? Furthermore, what of the ambitious demon ancestor, Luo Ho, who aspires to forge a new path in cultivation?" As Yuan Feng absorbed Lin Yang's words, her heart raced, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. "If we could all unite, akin to how everyone is rallied around me this time, with a little more cooperation, it may indeed be possible to eliminate Hong Jun." Lin Yang sighed, "I believe. At this critical juncture of life and death, my esteemed friends would not dissent, would they? The essence of shared fate and mutual support is precisely this." Yuan Feng nodded emphatically, smiling. "It appears you have long had a plan, my friend. In that case, I shall proceed in accordance with your strategy. However, I can facilitate communication between you and the Dragon and Qilin clans. As for the demon ancestor Rahu, perhaps it would be best for you to confront him alone?" At this moment, Yuan Feng was still grappling with her thoughts. Lin Yang had intentionally left her behind and invited her into the Palace of the Moon, which was, in essence, a ploy to enlist her as a laborer to rally others for the campaign against Hong Jun. She recognized the gravity of the situation, which directly impacted her life and death. And while it was not entirely unacceptable, she was reluctant to be completely maneuvered by Lin Yang. Thus, she entrusted the task of contacting Raha back to Lin Yang. Lin Yang nodded in agreement, refusing to evade the issue. "I shall persuade Raha myself. However, my friend, do bear in mind that I must make some preparations. Although the matter is urgent, it will take at least 10 millennia to be fully ready. Furthermore, our discussions regarding this matter are taking place within the Palace of the Moon, where I have used a treasured artifact to suppress and obscure the heavenly secrets. Should you speak of this outside, exercise utmost caution and ensure that the heavenly secrets are not leaked. Otherwise, Hong Jun might become aware. After all, he possesses the primordial jade tablet, a treasure that transcends the innate and is truly unfathomable," Lin Yang meticulously advised. Yuan Feng nodded, saying little more, and then took her leave. Lin Yang and Wang Shu accompanied her to the door. They watched as Yuan Feng departed from the Tian star and traversed the starry expanse, returning to the primordial earth. Lin Yang and Wang Shu exchanged a glance and let out a long sigh. "It all hinges on this encounter, life or death," Lin Yang declared. "If he survives, then we shall perish." "Indeed," Wang Shu replied, gently massaging Lin Yang's temples. "You carry too much weight on your shoulders." I lament my inability to assist you and instead become a source of distraction. Lin Yang smiled. On the contrary, your support has been immensely beneficial. After all, without you, my breakthrough would not have come so swiftly. By the way, I have refined the two deities of the sun star into avatars, deepening my understanding of the path of the sun. Perhaps we should further discuss our philosophy? Lin Yang's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Wang Shu. Upon hearing his words, she suddenly realized the implication, her face flushing with color. As Lin Yang swiftly lifted her into his arms, Wang Shu let out a startled gasp. Being carried into the Guanghan Palace, where another absurdity unfolded. Chapter 59. The Devil of Luohu, a thunderclap and clear skies. Do you truly believe this can succeed? She inquired, curling up partially in Lin Yang's embrace. Indeed, Lin Yang affirmed, offering reassurance. This is the only solution. As long as they wish to live, they will acquiesce. However, should Hong Jun truly perish, chaos will ensue. The fate of the creation jade tablet will be uncertain. Who will possess it then? Who will be the next to attain the Tao? And what of our destinies? These remain unknowns. As Lin Yang spoke, he couldn't help but express his deep-seated concerns. A sense of uncertainty about the future enveloping him. Wang Shu, upon hearing this, was momentarily lost in thought before she replied, regardless of what the future holds. As long as I am with you, I shall be content. Indeed, Lin Yang nodded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. After a while, a manifestation of Lin Yang emerged from the Guanghan Palace, soaring across the vast expanse of the primordial land towards the west in search of the demonic ancestor, Luohu. This incarnation of Lin Yang descended from the stars, heading directly for the western lands. Upon setting foot on this territory, Lin Yang sensed an unmistakable shift from his previous visit. From the moment he arrived, he felt an inexplicable sensation of being observed. As he continued on his path, he noticed various beings casting strange glances in his direction. Yet, whenever he turned to scrutinize them, they would revert to their normal demeanor. The deeper he ventured into the western lands, the more pronounced this feeling of being watched became. As Lin Yang gradually unraveled the true nature of the situation, he discerned that this might be what is referred to as the celestial demon, or perhaps the inner demon. Luohu, the progenitor of demons, practiced the path of demonic cultivation, a form of sorcery that could infect the very fabric of the universe, all living beings, and the essence of nature itself. As his cultivation deepened, this ability grew increasingly terrifying, to the point where it was likely that countless beings in the West had already succumbed to his malevolent influence. Subtly and imperceptibly, he had sown the seeds of demonic corruption within them. This corruption, aptly described as an inner demon, remained invisible and unnoticeable under normal circumstances. Yet, whenever Luohu willed it, it would manifest in an instant. Unperturbed, Lin Yang continued his ascent towards Mount Shumi. Gradually, he perceived that even the spiritual energies of the heavens and earth were tainted, transformed into a profound demonic aura. At this juncture, the true horror emerged, as some beings began to be twisted and transformed into demonic entities. Others were birthed directly from the demonic energy, each more grotesque and menacing than the last. Lin Yang remained indifferent, pressing onward, and soon Mount Shumi lay before him. At this moment, the influence of the demonic path grew even more formidable, attempting to distort and alter Lin Yang's perception of his incarnation, planting seeds of demonic ideology within his heart. Lin Yang smiled lightly. It appeared that after all these years, Luohu no longer concealed his intentions, allowing his minions to surface. However, witnessing the transformation of the entire western land under Luohu's hand, Lin Yang began to grasp the reason behind the cataclysmic conflict between the paths of righteousness and demons. The utter destruction of the West was inevitable to eradicate Luohu. Luohu's demonic path lurked within the hearts of every living being, suggesting that any single soul in the West could potentially be an incarnation of Luohu himself. Without obliterating the West and exterminating all beings tainted by the demonic path, Luohu could never be vanquished. Thus, it raised the question of whether it was indeed Luohu's madness that led to the devastation of the West, or if it was the intervention of Hong Jun. This moment seemed to warrant considerable contemplation. It was a grand contest among titans. History has always been pinned by the victors. Yet, one wonders what this chapter of history would ultimately reveal. Would it be the coalition of heroes overthrowing the ambitious four ancestors of the immortal path? Or would it be the Tao ancestor Hong Jun emerging victorious, vanquishing the myriad demons and restoring order to the primordial chaos? Finally arriving at the foot of Mount Shumi, Lin Yang found the capacity for demonic corruption had reached an apex of terror. Nevertheless, this malevolence held no sway over him. For his path encompassed all, be it celestial or demonic, and seamlessly integrated into his chaotic Tao. He would not be tainted by the demonic path, nor would he become a puppet of Luo Ho. Dear Luo Ho, a friend has arrived. Why not invite me in for a visit? Lin Yang conveyed through his divine consciousness, penetrating the essence of Mount Shumi. A cold snort echoed in response, as demonic energy roiled and a figure coalesced. It was Luo Ho, materializing as an avatar of demonic energy before Lin Yang, who coldly remarked, "Do you truly consider yourself my friend?" Lin Yang chuckled. How could it not count? On that day, my friend departed in haste, and it is indeed a great regret that we could not engage in a thorough discussion. Thus, I have come to pay you a visit personally. Luo Ho gazed at him, mocking, "So you've come in this incarnation?" Coughing lightly, Lin Yang maintained his demeanor and replied, "Alas, there are too many thieves coveting my modest fortune. I must personally oversee the starry expanse to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. I hope you can understand, my friend." Luo Ho scoffed repeatedly, clearly not believing Lin Yang's words. However, having witnessed Lin Yang's prowess amidst the cosmos, he acknowledged there was some merit to his abilities, though they paled in comparison to his own. After scrutinizing Lin Yang for a moment, Luo Ho declared, "Regardless of your silver tongues, it was your actions that led to my oversight. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans are now closely monitoring me. Even though you present yourself merely as an incarnation, it is sufficient for me to vent my frustrations." With that, Luo Ho waved his hand, and an endless torrent of demonic energy surged forth, concealing Lin Yang within a myriad of malevolent beings. It could be said that there was no escape, neither from heaven nor earth. Despite Lin Yang's formidable path, he would undoubtedly find it impossible to withstand such a formidable onslaught, particularly as this was merely an incarnation of his. Lin Yang's expression remained unchanged, yet inwardly he cursed Luo Ho for his perverse and shameless nature. It was evident that Luo Ho coveted his treasured possessions, and having exposed himself in the starry realm, he now sought to shift the blame onto Lin Yang while attempting to harm this incarnation. Truly, patience had its limits. Fortunately, he had come as merely an incarnation. Lin Yang silently reassured himself and chose to endure. "My friend Luo Ho, do you not wish to know why I have sought you out?" Lin Yang finally spoke. "Moreover, do you believe that if I dared to meet you, I would not have prepared contingencies?" Luo Ho remained unmoved, the encroaching demonic energy drawing ever closer. It was evident that this demon sovereign was ruthless and not easily deceived like Yuan Feng. Left with no choice, Lin Yang shouted, "Luo Ho, if you dare to harm this incarnation of mine, do you believe I want to obliterate your Mount Shumi?" The boundless demonic energy was now mere inches away. Lin Yang could even sense the breath of countless malevolent creatures lurking behind him. Yet, abruptly, everything came to an abrupt halt. "Ha ha." Luo Ho's laughter echoed, "Friend of creation. I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously?" With another wave of his hand, the tumultuous demonic energy, along with the myriad of creatures, receded. Lin Yang regarded Luo Ho with a huff, knowing that the cessation of hostilities was not due to any merciful impulse or pangs of conscience on Luo Ho's part. Rather, Lin Yang indeed possessed this contingency plan. Just moments ago, in a precarious moment, Lin Yang's true form commanded the stars in the firmament, rearranging them into a grand celestial formation. Should Rahu truly dare to strike, this celestial array would unleash its fury upon Mount Sumera. It is precisely for this reason that Rahu halted his actions, revealing this facade of benevolence. Meanwhile, within the depths of his heart, Luo Ho experienced a tumult of emotions. Contemplating, could this fellow's great array of the heavenly stars truly extend its influence from the celestial realm to the primordial chaos? Would this not imply that, should the creator Taoist desire, he could strike at any corner of the primordial realm at will? A myriad of thoughts surged through Luo Ho's mind. On one hand, his wariness towards Lin Yang intensified, while on the other, his greed flared even more fervently. If the great array of the heavenly stars possessed such formidable power, then the allure of the celestial domain grew immensely in Luo Ho's eyes. Should he manage to seize control of the celestial expanse, there would be no need for a cautious, gradual approach. He could directly confront Hong Jun and the three clans. However, these thoughts were temporarily suppressed by Luo Ho. The current Lin Yang remained enigmatic, still beyond his grasp. Great undertakings should not be rushed. Moreover, the reason Luo Ho had just restrained himself was indeed rooted in a measure of caution. The destruction of Mount Shumi was of little consequence to him. But the issue arose from the fact that he had drawn all the spiritual veins of the West to Mount Shumi. Furthermore, beneath the mountain. He had been refining the four swords of extermination and the extermination array diagram. Should Lin Yang obliterate Mount Shumi, it would inevitably expose his four swords of extermination and the extermination array diagram. Such an occurrence would lay bare all his meticulously crafted plans. Contemplating this, Luoho could not help but harbor doubts, stealing glances at Lin Yang. Could this fellow possibly be aware of his activities beneath the ground? After a moment's reflection, Luoho dismissed the thought, attributing it largely to coincidence. Haha, my friend, please, Luoho beamed, inviting Lin Yang into Mount Shumi. Within Mount Shumi, constructed by Luoho, were numerous demonic palaces and halls, and within them, aside from Luoho himself, there were also many practitioners of the demonic path, not merely those soulless monsters and fiends, but rather something far more profound. Luoho guided Lin Yang directly into the grandest of the demon palaces. Upon entering, Lin Yang found Luoho's true form already seated upon the throne. Noticing Lin Yang's arrival, Luoho rose from his seat, first consolidating his avatar before inviting Lin Yang to sit, exclaiming, "Friend, your journey from afar to visit me has truly taken me by surprise." After uttering this, he scrutinized Lin Yang with keen interest, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Having previously witnessed Luoho's dark sorcery, Lin Yang was disinclined to engage in further discourse, wary of falling prey to his schemes. Instead, he reiterated the previous discourse he had shared with Yuan Feng, presenting it once more to Luoho. Indeed, upon hearing the news, Luoho's expression changed dramatically. The creation jade tablet, an uncontrollable aura emanated from Luoho. Suffused with a formidable demonic presence, this treasured artifact had fallen into the hands of Hong Jun. Luoho found it exceedingly difficult to maintain his composure and could not help but rise, pacing back and forth. The impact of Lin Yang's revelation was profoundly overwhelming. Within the vast expanse of the primordial realm, there was no one Luoho regarded with greater esteem than Hong Jun. All others paled in comparison. Not to mention, the four swords of extermination and the extermination array he had meticulously forged were specifically crafted in anticipation of confronting Hong Jun. Once the four swords of extermination and the extermination array were perfected, he could promptly execute his plan to eliminate his long-standing adversary. At that juncture, he could also annihilate the three clans and, perhaps, include Lin Yang in his designs. In doing so, he would pave the way to transcendence, becoming a Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal. No, at that point, his demonic path would overshadow the celestial, transforming him into a Hunyuan Daluo demon sovereign. Luoho's ambitions soared. He was determined to eradicate Hong Jun, topple the celestial order, and dominate the cosmos with his demonic path, ultimately achieving Hunyuan and ruling this primordial world. However, the information Lin Yang had brought forth, that Hong Jun had acquired the creation jade tablet, struck him like a bolt from the blue. Chapter 60. The schemes unfold. Preparations for war. No matter how formidable the four swords of extermination and the extermination array were, they merely constituted the extermination sword array, allowing one to combat four, effectively multiplying Luoho's strength by 4 or 5 times. Yet, how could that possibly compare to the creation jade tablet? Lin Yang reveled in Luoho's disquiet, thinking to himself, Luoho, it seems you can no longer sit idly. However, despite the delight he felt at Luoho's predicament, Lin Yang was acutely aware that both he and Luoho were bound by the same fate. Thus, he would show none of his inner feelings outwardly. After lingering for a moment, Luoho regained his composure and returned to his seat. Could it be that Hong Jun possessed such profound fortune? Luoho spoke with a tone laced with bitterness, stating, "The book of creation shattered during the great cataclysm, dispersing into countless fragments that fell into the primordial chaos. I too had once sought these fragments, yet I found nothing. I had assumed that this treasured artifact had dissipated into the Tao after its destruction." However, Luoho continued to ramble on, but Lin Yang, perhaps due to the unintentional sincerity of the speaker, suddenly pondered the implications. If Hong Jun could locate the fragments of the Book of Creation, what of others, particularly Luoho? It is crucial to note that the fragments Hong Jun discovered were merely 7 or 8 out of 10. They were not complete. Thus, where had the remaining 2 or 3 fragments vanished to? In an instant, Lin Yang began to harbor suspicions regarding Luoho. Moreover, Hong Jun and Luoho, one establishing the path of immortality and the other the path of demons, also aligned perfectly with this conjecture. Furthermore, the Dragon Han calamity and the conflict between the Tao and the demons are intricately linked. One might even assert that the struggle between the Tao and the demons is merely the final crescendo of the Dragon Han calamity, representing its grand conclusion. However, why is it specifically the conflict between the Tao and the demons that includes only Lu and Hongjun? In an instant, Lin Yang's thoughts traversed countless possibilities. Growing increasingly certain, Luohu undoubtedly had also attained the Tao of creation. Yet, it remains uncertain whether the others, including Yuan Feng, had likewise acquired the Tao of creation. Upon reflection, the strife of this calamity, rather than being merely a contest of fortunes or a conflict between the Tao and the demonic, is more aptly described as a struggle for the celestial records of creation. Ultimately, it is evident that Hongjun triumphed over numerous formidable beings, uniting all the fragments held by the multitude, and thus attained the path of primordial unity, becoming the first sage since the dawn of creation. Subsequently, he merged with the Tao, truly embodying the title of Tao Ancestor. Hongjun is the Tao Ancestor, not the immortal ancestor. The conflict between Taoists and demons is distinct from that of immortals and demons. These nuances have always been subtly hinted at. Yet Lin Yang lacked relevant clues in the past, which rendered him unable to conceive such notions. However, at this moment, clarity dawned upon him. Reflecting on the multitude present, it seemed he alone had yet to attain the Taoist scripture of transformation. Lin Yang pondered, suppressing these thoughts, and then interrupted Luohu, stating, "Fellow Taoist Luohu, I have already shared this information with several other Taoists, and I intend for us to unite and eliminate Hongjun. What are your thoughts on this?" Upon hearing this, Luohu realized he had lost composure in Lin Yang's presence, and a surge of murderous intent arose within him. Yet, recalling the grand celestial formation suspended above Mount Shumi, the demon ancestor restrained himself and replied, "Such a monumental affair cannot proceed without my involvement. However, the ancestral dragon is prideful, as are the first Qilin and the primordial phoenix, formidable beings in their own right. They may not necessarily heed your call." Lin Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, each of our companions possesses profound cultivation and their own factions, and they will not simply acquiesce to my commands. Nonetheless, our target is Hongjun. Along with the Taoists of Qiankuan, Yin Yang, and the Five Elements, their strengths are on par with ours. If we were to face them individually, none of us would succeed. Therefore, dear friend, there is no need to worry about alarming them and jeopardizing our plans. A few more discussions will enable us to devise a strategy. Luohu chuckled. Merely discussing things a few times will not suffice. If Hongjun truly obtains the Tao of transformation, his ability to exploit advantages and avoid dangers is unparalleled. With each discussion we hold, the likelihood of him discovering our intentions increases significantly. If he becomes aware, any hope of confronting him will be utterly dashed. Lin Yang nodded. In any case, that is the situation. Since you are inclined, let us reconvene on Ziwei Star in a millennium, employing our avatars to finalize our strategy. Having said this, Lin Yang took his leave from Luohu, who did not attempt to retain him but rose to see him off. However, as Lin Yang exited the demon palace, Luohu suddenly called out, "Taoist of transformation, wait a moment. Had it not been for your message, I would remain oblivious to this peril. You have bestowed upon me a great favor, and I must humbly pay my respects." With that, Luohu bowed deeply to Lin Yang. Yet as he lowered his head, a flash of demonic light surged forth, aimed directly at Lin Yang. Before the strike could reach Lin Yang, he too bowed in return, echoing, "You honor me, dear friend. If you wish to express gratitude, I too must thank you for your willingness to sacrifice yourself, even at the cost of your own demise, to seek the welfare of the myriad beings of this primordial world." As Lin Yang bowed his head in courtesy, an ethereal radiance emanated from him, surging forth to collide with the demonic light unleashed by Luohu, resulting in a mutual dissolution of their forces. Witnessing Lin Yang's effortless deflection of his strike and hearing his words, Luohu could not suppress his ire. How audacious for this fellow to curse his demise, both in body and spirit. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he beheld Lin Yang transform into a resplendent rainbow, soaring away from Mount Shumi. Luohu watched as the rainbow light vanished into the distance, standing in quiet contemplation for a moment before muttering to himself, "Lin Yang's magical prowess has indeed grown formidable, and his path is remarkably enigmatic. Merely a fleeting incarnation has gleaned the essence of my demonic way." It was evident that Lin Yang's previous maneuver, which countered his demonic light, was executed with such subtlety that it dissipated without a trace, leaving no surplus power wasted, instilling in Luohu a profound sense of Lin Yang's dreadfulness. Should Lin Yang be permitted to continue his ascendance, he might very well become another Hongjun. However, in the comparison of two Hongjuns. Resolving the issue at hand takes precedence. Ah, Hongjun. Did you ever imagine that I planned to await the completion of my Excalibur array before seeking a confrontation with you? Yet now, someone has proactively proposed to deal with you first. How convenient this is for me. Luo Ho pondered in secret, recognizing that this development ultimately tilted in his favor, presenting more advantages than disadvantages. After all, once he eliminates Hongjun, he shall immediately ascend to replace him as the preeminent master, drawing ever closer to the path of enlightenment. Once he attains enlightenment, everything will be set in stone. The Tao of creation, though Hongjun possesses the most. I too have my share. As long as I ensure that others receive less than I do, I shall remain untroubled. With a flick of his hand, Luo Ho produced a piece of jade tablet. However, his tablet was significantly smaller compared to Hongjun's. If Hongjun's Tao of creation tablet comprises approximately 70%, then Luo Ho's amounts to just a little over 10%. The disparity is indeed considerable, yet even with this modest portion of the Tao of creation, Luo Ho's accomplishments are already formidable. Contemplating Hongjun, who possesses the largest and most substantial Tao of creation tablet, one cannot help but marvel at his incredible power. It is these thoughts that lead Luo Ho to agree with Lin Yang's plan to unite everyone against Hongjun. It is indeed a wise strategy. Naturally, he must also prepare for contingencies, ensuring that if Hongjun were to be defeated, he would seize the greatest advantage. This would secure his path to enlightenment, allowing him to be the first to attain it without the fear of being outpaced by others. On the other hand, preparations must be made. If they fail to vanquish Hongjun, they will have no choice but to rely on the sword array of extermination. Thus, the formation of the sword array must be expedited. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Luo Ho's gaze. There is no necessity for the 4 swords of extermination and the formation diagram to reach full maturity. A preliminary development suffices. Therefore, sacrificing the beings of the West should suffice to attain this level. As for what follows, if they cannot slay Hongjun through their siege, then it will be a matter of the death of friends rather than the demise of the humble practitioner. This scheme was proposed by Lin Yang, who shall serve as the sacrificial offering for the array. Naturally, the ancestor dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the first Qilin shall not be exempt. Their sacrifices will allow the sword array of extermination to reach its full potential in a short span of time. Once I lay out this sword array, I have no doubt that Hongjun will meet his end. With this thought, Luo Ho could not help but let out a cold, triumphant laugh. In an instant, he transformed into a torrent of demonic energy and plunged into the depths of the earth to continue his ritual of refining the 4 swords of extermination and the formation diagram. Meanwhile, within the realm of Mount Sumeru, countless demonic entities, spurred on by Rahu, began to sweep across the western lands, relentlessly delivering myriad beings into the depths below. These sacrifices were intended to nourish the 4 swords of extermination and the formation diagram, hastening their maturation. On one hand, Rahu was meticulously orchestrating plans to eliminate Hongjun, while concurrently, Yuan Feng, upon returning to the primordial chaos, proceeded with her own schemes. She organized her kin and made various arrangements, whilst also conveying messages to the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin. Upon learning of Hongjun's possession of the creation jade slip and his recent attainment of enlightenment, both the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin found themselves unable to remain idle. Thus, akin to Rahu, they readily acquiesced, simultaneously devising their own plans and arrangements, all in pursuit of maximizing their gains from this unfolding event. Lin Yang, indifferent to the machinations and schemes of these figures, stated that his avatar, upon departing from Mount Sumeru, soared away, gradually distancing itself from the western lands, yet did not immediately return to the starry expanse. Instead, they repeatedly roamed near the boundary where the western and eastern lands converge, as if in search of something. With the impending great battle, Luo Ho, Yuan Feng, Zulong, and Shi Lin have all made various preparations. Lin Yang was no exception. On one hand, he was commanding the countless star gods to refine the lesser Zhou star banners, aside from the primary one. In total, there were 14,800 banners, each corresponding to a respective substar. If successfully crafted, along with 14,800 star gods overseeing these substars, the complete Zhou star array could indeed be established. However, the previous 365 main star deities had all been elevated to the pinnacle of De Luo Golden Immortal by Lin Yang, using the Hongmeng Golden Pill. Such an elevation was not replicable, hence the strength of the 14,800 star gods would inevitably fall short. Consequently, while the Zhou Tian star array might be complete, it could not yet be deemed perfect. Nonetheless, there was no alternative but to press on with determination. The full array had already amplified its might significantly. Moreover, this venture included not just his faction, but also the formidable forces of the ancestor dragon, the original phoenix, the primordial Qilin, and the Luo Ho. Although Lin Yang was eager to confront the challenge head-on, he was not foolish enough to expend his own resources recklessly, merely to serve as a pawn for the likes of Luo Ho. In summary, if they were to engage, they would do so collectively. The notion of using him as mere cannon fodder was out of the question. Chapter 61. The interplay of cause and effect at Mount Wanshou according to the calculations derived from the Ziwei Do Shu. It was determined that the location should be nearby. However, Mount Wanshou was shrouded by a primordial formation, complicating the precise measurement of its position and requiring additional time. Lin Yang's avatar was diligently searching. The Ziwei Do Shu was a divine art he had mastered after refining the Ziwei star and becoming the sovereign of all celestial bodies. This art excelled in divination. While its offensive capabilities were somewhat lesser, yet it was far from insignificant. Even without relying on the Chaos Bell or the Zhou Tian star array and the starfruit tree, Lin Yang could utilize this divine ability to shift stars and alter celestial formations, demonstrating immense power that spanned the heavens and the earth. Now, Lin Yang commanded an entire cosmos, with billions of star gods at his beck and call, aided by the celestial beauty of Wanshou. And his cultivation was increasing day by day, marking a transformative change from his past. He could now truly be regarded as a master of profound arts. If another celestial siege were to occur, with myriad heroes attempting to encroach, it would not be as simple for them to depart as they might wish. Of course, at this moment, Lin Yang was not showcasing the grand art of shifting stars, but rather employing the Ziwei Do Shu to ascertain the location of Mount Wanshou. Indeed, Lin Yang sought the stronghold of the Earth Immortal ancestor, Jin Yuanzi. Specifically, he desired Jin Yuanzi's earthly tome. With the impending battle, he was determined to exert every effort to enhance his faction's chances of victory, in addition to refining the minor heavenly cycle star banner and selecting the star lords. Further enhancing the great array of the heavenly stars is essential to augment its power for the impending battle against Hongjun. However, on the other hand, Lin Yang must also bolster his own defenses. After all, being capable of offense is as crucial as the ability to withstand attacks. Ideally, within the Sun Star. Had Lin Yang acquired the He-Tu and Luo Shu, he would not have encountered such complications. These two formidable treasures encompass a grand formation known as the Mixed Yuan-He Luo Array. This array is intrinsically linked to the great array of the heavenly stars, allowing for a comprehensive enhancement of its might, particularly in terms of defense, making it exceedingly difficult to locate the array's various nodes. Regrettably, Lin Yang was a moment too slow and had to devote his full effort to suppressing the paramount Chaos Bell, resulting in the loss of the He-Tu and Luo Shu. Consequently, discussions of the Mixed Yuan-He Luo array became moot. Fortunately, there exists another artifact to compensate for this loss, the Earth Book of Zhen Yuanzi. Moreover, this Earth Book is one of the 3 celestial texts, formed from the primordial membrane of the vast wilderness. Its forte lies in defense, and in terms of defensive capabilities, it is likely unmatched throughout the entirety of the vast wilderness. Save for the innate supreme treasures, only the celestial, earthly, and yellow Ling Long Pagoda can rival it. Other prominent lotus platforms and the innate 5 directions flags pale in comparison. Note, the lotus platforms mentioned here do not include the 24th grade primal creation green lotus, which is assumed to have already undergone differentiation. Thus, Lin Yang's intention was to integrate the Earth Book into the great array of the heavenly stars, thereby fortifying this grand formation. With this, his great array of the heavenly stars would gather the solar star, the lunar star, 365 principal stars, and 14,800 auxiliary stars, complemented by the corresponding celestial deities, the mighty banners of the heavenly stars, along with the Fusang tree, the laurel tree, the starfruit tree, and treasures such as the Chaos Bell, the map of mountains and rivers, the Sun Essence Wheel, and the Moon Essence Wheel. This would elevate his capabilities to the utmost limit, preparing him for a confrontation with Hongjun, thereby enhancing his chances of victory. Lin Yang was acutely aware that in this battle, Hongjun's demise was paramount. However, while he currently aligned with others in the mutual interest of eliminating Hongjun, each individual harbored their own ulterior motives. When the time came, It was uncertain who would exert genuine effort and who would discreetly conserve strength. Therefore, he resolved to elevate his own prowess to its zenith. Although he commanded the vastness of the stars and wielded considerable influence, seemingly on par with the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, Lin Yang recognized that the celestial conflicts had persisted for ages, and the powers of Songtian, Xiantian, and Huatian were not adept in governance. In terms of foundation, the celestial realm fell significantly short compared to the three clans, even falling behind Luoho. After all, Luoho had revealed his fangs, nearly corrupting all beings across the vast western lands, a capability that Lin Yang could never hope to rival. Thus, Lin Yang had to commit fully to ensuring Hong Jun's death while simultaneously preparing for the aftermath, whether it involved contending for the Creation Jade Tablet or facing assaults from others. After all, there are no eternal allies, merely shared interests. When those interests diverge, former allies could very well turn against one another. Lin Yang harbored deep mistrust towards others, with the only individual he could trust being Wang Shu. Nonetheless, Wang Shu's abilities were rather feeble, particularly when compared to the equally divine Yuan Feng. Therefore, Lin Yang sought the Earth Book not only to strengthen the great array of the heavenly stars, but also to bolster Wang Shu's defenses. With the Chaos Bell already refined to a significant extent, his own defenses were assured. However, Wang Shu's defenses were somewhat lacking. Although the map of mountains and rivers in the plain cloud banner could provide some protection, Lin Yang felt it prudent to acquire another Earth Book, which would grant him greater peace of mind. Thus, after over a century of searching, Lin Yang finally discovered Mount Wanshou. Following his customary void seal, he stepped into the mountain. Before him loomed a magnificent mountain, towering into the clouds, an unbroken chain of peaks extending endlessly. Rather than a singular mountain, it resembled a vast mountain range. Each peak was adorned with its own unique elegance, some standing straight and others winding, accompanied by cascading springs and serene streams, exuding an aura of profound mystery that could only be understood intuitively, not articulated. It was indeed a sacred place for cultivation, the blessed land of Mount Wanshou, the cave heaven of Wuzhuangguan. This was the very birthplace of the earth-immortal patriarch Shen Yuanzi, a realm rich in spiritual essence, teeming with a dense and vibrant energy. Lin Yang also sensed a familiar aura, one that was indeed the primordial chaos energy. Within the confines of Wanshou Mountain, there exists this primordial chaos energy. If my conjecture holds true, the source of this primordial chaos energy should coincide with the locations of Zenyuanzai, the ginseng fruit tree, and the earthly scriptures. Indeed, shortly thereafter, following the guidance of the chaotic primordial energy, Lin Yang arrived at its source and beheld a majestic tree, towering and resplendent, adorned in lush emerald foliage that radiated brilliance. A rich and pure essence of earth permeated the air, invoking a profound sense of tranquility. This grand tree was none other than the ginseng fruit tree. Beneath its boughs, a yellowish form was steadily coalescing, undoubtedly the manifestation of Shen Yuanzi, shaped from the quintessence of earth. Beside it, a tome floated gracefully, the revered Earth Book. However, to Lin Yang's astonishment, there was yet another entity present. He observed a cloud, drifting above the ginseng fruit tree, seemingly shielding it from the sun's rays. This cloud, of vivid crimson, exuded an extraordinary aura. Moreover, it is rather fascinating that the attributes contained within this crimson cloud are the elemental forces of water, fire, and wind, thus culminating in the formation of a magnificent red cloud. Beneath the tree, the essence of Town Yuanzi embodies the realm of the four symbols. Thus, the origins of the two can be seen as perfectly complementary, together forming a complete representation of the four symbols. This is particularly true for the crimson cloud. Thus, rather than asserting that the red cloud is shielding the ginseng fruit tree from the sun, it would be more accurate to say that it has been drawn to the presence of the venerable Shen Yuan beside the great tree. After all, as a tree, the ginseng fruit tree inherently does not require protection from sunlight. Lin Yang had not anticipated that this situation would ensnare both Shen Yuan and the crimson cloud, who were such close companions. Regarding the crimson cloud, in his previous life while perusing novels about the primordial chaos, his evaluations often skimmed the surface, leaving him with a sense of frustration. He took a seat on the meditation cushion, only to unwittingly yield his goodwill to Zunti, which consequently attracted immense karmic repercussions. Ultimately, he met his demise at the hands of Zunti through the intervention of Kuanping, gaining nothing of value, and thus fell into oblivion. As Shen Yuanzi, his close friend, kindly urged him to remain in Wanshou Mountain, he obstinately refused, insisting on venturing out to deliver a head. This behavior elicited disdain from Lin Yang towards Hong Yun. However, upon Lin Yang's arrival in this realm, he came to realize that the affairs of this world are not so easily altered by mere desire. After all, when Hong Yun sat upon that mat, he was unaware that it represented a sacred position and that relinquishing it would lead to dire consequences. Had he possessed this knowledge, he would not have acted thus. Ultimately, good intentions are commendable, yet lacking the strength to bear the consequences of one's benevolence is indeed a folly. In essence, it boils down to one truth. Hong Yun lacks sufficient strength. Had he been formidable enough, would Kunping dare to trouble him? Would Kun to be so audacious as to withhold his gratitude? In this world, the law remains that the strong prey upon the weak, and the powerful command respect. To elaborate on this instance, merely moments after Hong Jun and others united to besiege Lin Yang swiftly rallied his allies, intending to eliminate Hong Jun. This strategy was aimed at seizing the opportunity while Hong Jun had yet to attain enlightenment or become a saint, thereby fundamentally altering the prevailing order and genuinely creating an entirely new era of Hong Wang. This new Hong Wang would no longer adhere to the previous paradigm, where Hong Jun attained sanctity and the six saints achieved enlightenment, thus securing their lofty positions and rendering any prospect of advancement for others utterly impossible. At the very least, Lin Yang must carve out a path to survival for himself. If Hong Jun dies, he lives. If Hong Jun does not perish, then it is he who meets his end. It is as simple as that. At that moment, as Lin Yang drew nearer to Zhen Yuanzai, the earth script floating beside him suddenly radiated countless rays of resplendent light. This was Zhen Yuanzai's accompanying treasure, endowed with innate spirituality. It sensed an unfamiliar aura and thus instinctively awakened, intending to protect its master. Observing this, Lin Yang smiled gently, for he had never intended to forcibly seize the earth script. At this moment, both Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun had clearly developed a form of intelligence, enabling them to communicate. Therefore, Lin Yang refrained from approaching them directly and instead engaged in a conversation with Zhen Yuanzi through his spiritual awareness. Dear friend, I am the Taoist of creation. I have come here today in pursuit of the Earth Book, hoping to borrow it for a crucial trial I must face. Should you be generous in your assistance, I assure you that I will repay your kindness in the future. Lin Yang harbored no intentions of hostility towards Zhen Yuanzi, for his cultivation was neither rooted in the path of killing nor in the way of devouring. Moreover, as the grand battle approaches, fate holds significant weight. Should he take lethal action against Zhen Yuanzi or Hong Yun, it would inevitably result in a backlash from the cosmos. This profound truth became evident to Lin Yang after he comprehended the mystical art of the Ziwei Doshu. Even the recent siege by numerous heroes could be interpreted as a consequence of karmic retribution, his previous reckless actions, wherein he mercilessly eliminated esteemed beings such as Dong Wang Gong, have led to this very backlash. The principle of cause and effect is an undeniable law that governs the universe. Despite Lin Yang's formidable prowess, he cannot escape this truth. Having sown the seeds of cause, he must endure the ensuing effects. Of course, if one possesses sufficient strength to perceive the intricacies of cause and effect, it is indeed possible to forcibly alter their outcomes. However, Lin Yang has yet to reach such heights and must, for the time being, acquiesce to the prevailing currents, at least until the impending conflict. He harbors no desire to jeopardize his fortune. Moreover, in addition to this, the esteemed reputation of Zhen Yuanzi, the progenitor of terrestrial immortals, has left a favorable impression on Lin Yang, thus he harbors no intention of causing him harm. If it were merely the red cloud, Lin Yang might have reverted to his former self, disregarding any notions of cause and effect, seizing all benefits for himself. In truth, this time Red Cloud was somewhat fortunate to have the support of Zhen Yuanzi. Since Lin Yang did not target Zhen Yuanzi, he naturally refrained from harming him as well. Chapter 62. Descending into the netherworld to seek the treasure in the sea of blood, poor Zhen Yuanzi, encountering the rogue Lin Yang, found himself in a predicament. As Lin Yang insisted on borrowing the Earth Book, Zhen Yuanzi was, of course, reluctant, but should he refuse? He feared that both he and Red Cloud would soon be reduced to dust. Yet, if he were to lend it, he worried that the Earth Book would never be returned. The Taoist of creation had mentioned that it was to be used to cross a calamity, and it would be returned if they succeeded. But what if they failed? After much contemplation, Zhen Yuanzi ultimately succumbed to Lin Yang's overwhelming pressure. Erasing his hard-earned consciousness from the Earth Book and handing it over to Lin Yang, Lin Yang, having obtained the Earth Book, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He noticed the resentment brewing in Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud, yet they dared not voice their anger. With a smile, he addressed them, saying, "There is no need for you two to harbor hatred. Let it be known that I am now a renowned and formidable figure in this realm, possessing capabilities that transcend ordinary comprehension. Today, I could have forcibly taken the Earth Book, but considering your companionship with the ginseng fruit tree, I deemed it necessary to spare your lives. Furthermore, my acquisition of the Earth Book will be a matter of reciprocity. I shall not default on my promise. Additionally, I intend to offer you both some benefits, provided you agree to take me as your master." Lin Yang winked, enticing the two with both a stick and a sweet date, employing a blend of intimidation and allure, a method he had now mastered. Although he did not intend to harm Zhen Yuanzi or Red Cloud, their talents and potential were too valuable to be left unguarded. Despite the uncertainty of the battle's outcome, it was prudent to secure a contingency plan. Thus, Lin Yang sought to deceive them into becoming his disciples, and in truth, they had little choice in the matter. He claimed that the decision to accept him as a master was theirs to make, yet could they genuinely refuse? Indeed. After a while, Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud seemed to resign themselves to their fate and accepted Lin Yang as their teacher. With this bond established, Lin Yang felt a sense of ease, free from any concerns of retribution and eliminating any future troubles. Consequently, after their apprenticeship, Lin Yang generously bestowed upon them the 3 light divine water and the 9 heavens earth, offering no reluctance. Moreover, he provided them with a copy of the cultivation techniques he had compiled. Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud, having received these advantages, felt a sense of relief, knowing that there was some recompense for their predicament. Moreover, from the teachings imparted to them by Lin Yang, they sensed that he was indeed a formidable master of profound abilities. This mentorship was not in vain. However, Lin Yang mentioned that he was about to face a significant tribulation, for which he sought their assistance in acquiring a geographical tome. This impending crisis subtly instilled a sense of unease in the two. Zhen Yuanzi could not help but inquire telepathically, "Master, you speak of a great calamity. What precisely does this entail? What are your odds of overcoming it?" Lin Yang, observing their naivety, patiently explained, "This calamity, which I refer to as the Dragon Han calamity, primarily revolves around the conflict among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. Yet, behind the scenes, there are other formidable entities whose power is nearly equivalent to entire clans, if not surpassing them. For instance, the 4 venerable ancestors who established the immortal path, Hong Jun, Qian Kuan, Yin Yang, and Wu Xing, among whom Hong Jun is the most enigmatic, possessing a supreme treasure known as the Book of Creation, which I trust you have encountered in your studies. Additionally, in the Western lands lurks a formidable figure named Luohu, who styles himself as the demon ancestor and has founded the Path of Demons, transforming that realm into a world of chaos where beings are turned into demons. As for my own humble self, I recently acquired a legacy amidst the stars. Oh, and do not forget your esteemed master-mother, named Wang Shu. Furthermore, among your fellow disciples, there exists a senior brother, a being of rare origin known as the 6-eared macaque, who bears the title of Xianfeng. As for the tribulation I mentioned, it entails my intention to collaborate with other powerful beings to besiege Hong Jun and hinder his path to enlightenment. This so-called struggle for the great Tao is precisely that. Should he attain enlightenment, none of us shall escape unscathed, and we shall all perish. Thus, it must be that Hong Jun falls before my humble self does." Lin Yang held nothing back, revealing all of this to his 2 disciples. Upon hearing his words, they were profoundly shaken, as Lin Yang's revelation struck them with immense impact. In comparison to the grand events he described, Lin Yang's insistence on borrowing the geographical tome and formally accepting them as disciples seemed trivial. These events are devoid of any notions of good and evil, right and wrong. After all, while you may criticize Lin Yang for obstructing others' paths to enlightenment, did not Hong Jun previously conspire with others to ambush Lin Yang in the starry skies? The tides of fortune have merely turned, and now it is his turn to face the consequences. Allow me to share these matters with you, simply to broaden your horizons, focus on your cultivation. And once you emerge from your seclusion, you may ponder these issues further." Lin Yang remarked, "If I can survive this tribulation, I shall return to guide you back to the sect. However, if I fail, you will need to rely on your own efforts to retrieve this earthly tome in the future." As he concluded his statement, a sigh escaped him, and he extended his hand to impart further legacies to Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Given his current predicament, he could not afford to part with any treasures, as they must be utilized to bolster his own strength. Thus, he could only bestow these inheritances. If the worst were to occur and he were to fall in this great conflict, at least his legacy could be perpetuated through Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Though this might hold little significance for Lin Yang, it is better than nothing. After imparting the legacies, Lin Yang turned and gracefully departed from Mount Wanshou. Left behind, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, after absorbing the legacies given by Lin Yang, discovered he had already left, leaving them with a complex array of emotions. Initially, they were filled with indignation over Lin Yang's coercive actions, feeling rage yet unable to voice it, compelled to comply. However, after becoming his disciples and receiving his guidance, they began to grasp a profound understanding. This world may not be one governed by righteousness, but rather a realm dictated by the survival of the fittest, where the strong reign supreme. To achieve one's aims, the path of the strong is one of relentless ambition and survival. May our master traverse this tribulation with ease. Jin Yuanzi mused. In response, Hong Yun added, once a teacher, always a teacher. I shall never forget the guidance bestowed upon me today. Lin Yang was unaware of the events within Mount Wanshou. Upon exiting, he waved his hand, reinforcing the innate formation of the mountain to prevent any oversight that might jeopardize his two disciples. Rather than returning to the starry skies, Lin Yang briefly refined the earthly tome before utilizing its power to delve deeper into the earth. He had another destination in mind. The earthly tome was primarily intended for Wang Shu, yet he himself sought to procure another treasure to aid him in overcoming this tribulation. The treasure that Lin Yang sought was concealed deep within the earth, in the shadowy realm of the netherworld. Though Lin Yang had yet to traverse this mysterious domain, he had gleaned considerable knowledge through the teachings of the venerable Xianyin. Thus, he hastened directly towards the netherworld, navigating with utmost speed and efficiency. At long last, he arrived before an endless expanse of blood-red sea, a destination fulfilled. Indeed, the treasure Lin Yang sought was the 12th grade fiery red lotus of the underworld river. He already possessed a lotus of his own, the 12th grade pure world white lotus. The defensive capabilities of this lotus were only slightly inferior to the earthly script, comparable to the innate 5 directions flag. Initially, one lotus sufficed, for managing multiple treasures simultaneously proved a formidable challenge, as evidenced in previous battles. However, the 12th grade pure world white lotus and the 12th grade fiery red lotus were unlike ordinary artifacts. They both originated from the same source, birthed from the seeds of the chaos azure lotus. Therefore, theoretically, these lotuses could fuse, ultimately evolving into a more formidable treasure. While such a feat was generally unattainable, Lin Yang possessed the creation cauldron, and as a sovereign of this realm, he commanded the entire cosmos with myriad star deities at his service. With this in mind, he contemplated merging the 12th grade pure world white lotus with the 12th grade fiery red lotus, thereby significantly amplifying their power. This would undoubtedly enhance his prospects in the forthcoming confrontation with Hong Jun. Furthermore, Lin Yang harbored ambitions for the other two spiritual treasures birthed alongside the old ancestor of the underworld river, two swords named Yuan Tu and Abai. Both exquisite innate spiritual treasures forged in the crucible of primordial slaughter. Moreover, it possesses an extraordinary sharpness, as the legends suggest, capable of inflicting wounds even upon the primordial ancestors. Amongst the myriad of sword-type treasures in the vast wilderness, only the Qingping sword, a testament of the Tongtian sect master, and the 4 swords of the extermination of immortals, which can be combined with the extermination of immortals formation to establish the extermination sword array, can rival its might. These 2 blades stand unparalleled in their ferocity. At the very least, the so-called butcher sword, which is said to also wound the primordial ancestors, pales in comparison to the Yuan butcher sword and the Abijna sword. After all, the Yuan butcher sword and the Abijna sword are of innate creation, and it stands to reason that they should surpass the mere postnatal forged butcher sword. At this moment, Lin Yang gazed outwards, only to behold an expanse of dark, endless ocean, reeking with a foul stench. This blood sea is a remnant of the primordial bloodshed following Pangu's creation of the heavens and the earth. Having accumulated on the ocean floor, absorbing the blood of countless beings over eons, thus transforming into this boundless sea of blood. This entire expanse is suffused with a deathly aura, devoid of fish or shrimp, and no living creature dares approach, not even those born in the realm of the underworld. Just as the Xianyin ancestor, despite possessing profound cultivation, refrains from establishing a dwelling in the blood sea, opting instead for another sanctuary. It is evident that this blood sea is hardly a suitable abode for any living being. Yet paradoxically, from the depths of this lifeless sea, the ancestor of the underworld river emerged, born amidst the very blood that the sea harbors, claiming the fortune of the entire expanse. From birth, he was accompanied by numerous treasures, and in the vast wilderness, few could compare to him. It is laughable that the Xian Yin ancestor, oblivious to his own fortune, sought to seize what belongs to himself and Wangshu on the Tyne star, indicating that great calamity looms, clouding his senses, a fate he cannot escape. Lin Yang, having taken a moment to deride the Xian Yin ancestor, did not dare to be negligent. He summoned 5 treasures, comprising 4 swords and a formation map, namely the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination formation map. However, these were mere imitations, not the authentic 4 swords of extermination and extermination formation map, forged by Luo Ho beneath Mount Samaru. Of course, the postnatal forged 4 swords of extermination and the extermination formation map are indeed still the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination formation map, their power being comparable to the original. At this juncture, Lin Yang unleashed the 4 swords of extermination in the extermination formation map, intending to establish the extermination sword array, encompassing the entire Blood Sea within its grand formation. This would enable Lin Yang to locate the underworld river submerged within the sea. As the saying goes, the methods of seeking individuals or treasures must be tailored to the circumstances and individuals. Lin Yang sought out Wanshou Mountain and the Zhen Yuanzi, relying on the Ziwei Do Shu, along with the spiritual roots of the Fusong tree and the laurel tree, intertwining their fortunes with that of the ginseng fruit tree, ultimately leading him to Zhen Yuanzi. Now, he has arrived at the abyssal Blood Sea in search of the Nether River, employing an entirely different method. Through the extermination sword array, he directly compels the Nether River within the Blood Sea to reveal a vulnerability. Simultaneously, the 4 extermination swords and the Yuan slaughter sword, all esteemed as instruments of destruction, are interconnected by their energies. One might say that with careful calculation, Lin Yang's approach to uncover the Nether River is virtually flawless. However, as the extermination sword array has never manifested in the primordial world, Lin Yang must remain vigilant to prevent the revelation of his possession of the extermination sword array. Otherwise, it is likely that before he even contends with Hong Jun, the demon ancestor Luo who would seek to trouble him. After all, Luo who has toiled for countless epochs beneath the Shumi mountain, and his authentic 4 extermination swords and extermination array diagram have yet to make an appearance. How could he explain the emergence of Lin Yang's counterfeit extermination sword array first? Nevertheless, it is fortunate that this abyssal Blood Sea is indeed a realm devoid of life. When Lin Yang summoned his treasure, he first scanned the Blood Sea with his divine sense to ensure no other beings were present before presenting the 4 extermination swords in the extermination array diagram. Suddenly, the extermination array diagram soared forth, plunging into the Blood Sea and vanishing from sight. Moments later, within the boundless expanse of the Blood Sea, countless array patterns flickered, and with a thunderous sound, a portal arose prominently in the east. The extermination sword transformed into a beam of light, piercing into the portal and hanging in suspension above it. This was indeed one of the 4 gates of the extermination sword array, known as the extermination gate. In the southern direction, the enchantment gate arose majestically, with the enchantment sword suspended above it. To the west, the slaughter gate stood tall, the slaughter sword hanging prominently. Finally, in the north, the extermination gate emerged, with the extermination sword also suspended. Together, these 4 swords in the diagram they formed culminated in a formidable array of overwhelming lethality. Ordinarily, such an array, once established, would undoubtedly exude an aura of terror, its power resonating and shaking the heavens. However, Lin Yang, seeking to remain inconspicuous, concealed all traces of this force. While no extraordinary phenomena were apparent outside the array, within its confines, sheer horror reigned. The 4 treasured swords, suspended above each gate, trembled in unison, instantly generating an infinite surge of sword energy, weaving intricately and densely, saturating the void and permeating every corner of the Blood Sea. The terrifying aura of slaughter stirred the vast expanse of the Blood Sea, causing tumultuous waves of crimson to roar, a sight of remarkable grandeur. However, to Lin Yang's astonishment, what emerged first from the Zhuxian sword array was neither the 12th grade Inferno Red Lotus, nor the Requiem River and the Yuan Slayer sword, nor the Abysmal sword. Instead, it was a fist-sized egg of a creature, accompanied by a small flag of obsidian hue. This dark flag appeared to be a companion treasure of the egg. Upon encountering the surging murderous intent and the onslaught of sword energy, it instinctively unfurled to protect its master with a resounding flourish. Instantly, it began to absorb the boundless waters of the Blood Sea, swirling like a tornado. tightly enveloping the egg, intent on escaping through the void. Yet, this was the inner formation space of the Zhuxian sword array, not so easily breached. Moreover, with no one to wield the flag, its power could not be fully manifested. After several attempts to break through, the void remained unyielding. The flag, left with no alternative, could only exert its utmost to shield the egg, seeking to preserve its existence within the Zhuxian sword array. Upon catching sight of the flag, Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with realization, and he inwardly mused, in pursuit of the elusive, I have stumbled upon this treasure without effort. The flag in question was none other than the northern flag of the primordial 5 directions, the Xian Yuan water-controlling flag. Although there are legends suggesting that this flag resides within the Blood Sea, and some even claim it to be a companion treasure of the underworld river, the truth is a mixture of both. Indeed, this flag does dwell in the Blood Sea. Yet it is not a companion artifact of the underworld river, but rather belongs to the mosquito Taoist. Lin Yang recognized that the insect egg protected by the Xian Yuan water-controlling flag was, in fact, a mosquito egg, within which the mosquito Taoist was nurtured. The mosquito Taoist himself possesses an extraordinary lineage, rivaling that of the underworld river, known as the blood-winged black mosquito, a ferocious beast of primordial chaos. While Lin Yang was uncertain why it bore the title of a ferocious beast, the mosquito Taoist prowess certainly warranted such a designation. The first appearance of the mosquito Taoist was during the conclave of deification, a time when he was inexplicably captured by the Western saints and confined within a bundle by the guiding Taoist. As the calamity unfolded, the 2 Western saints were invited by the primordial heavenly sovereign to dismantle the myriad celestial formation established by the master of the heavenly teachings. In a moment of carelessness, the mosquito Taoist overlooked the existence of the mosquito man and still captured the cherished disciple of the Tongtian cult leader, the tortoise spirit mother, within his bundle. Seizing the opportunity, the mosquito man voraciously consumed the flesh and blood of the tortoise spirit mother, sparing not even her true essence. Subsequently, he escaped from the bundle and soared directly into the blissful realm, where he audaciously devoured 3 grades of the 12-petal golden lotus, a sacred treasure of the Western Church. Thus, the mosquito man committed a grievous offense, undeniably marking him as exceedingly formidable. After all, the 12-petal golden lotus is an exceptionally rare artifact, treasured by the 2 saints of the West, and is utilized to stabilize the fortunes of the grand teachings. His audacity to consume it speaks volumes of his ferocity, a quality unmatched by many formidable beings. Indeed, the primary credit lies with his formidable mouth, capable of penetrating even the finest innate treasures like the 12-petal golden lotus, which is no surprise that even the saints fell victim to his cunning. This mirrors the calamity of the Fengshan period, where Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light was, through the saints' negligence, also drawn into the fray. While Lin Yang succeeded in refining the 5-colored divine light, it is the mosquito Taoist's mouth that holds such power. And at present, he remains but a mere insect egg, yet to emerge into the world. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yang promptly took action and retrieved the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner. The 12-petal fiery red lotus had yet to reveal itself, but the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner was secured first, with the addition of Lin Yang's own earthly flame banner and the plain cloud banner from Wangshu. There are already 3 of the primordial 5 banners in his possession. In the future, it is quite possible that he may indeed gather all 5 banners, thereby forming the magnificent primordial 5 elements great formation. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Yang's mind, and he turned his gaze towards the insect egg, now infused with a sense of caution. Given the precedent of the Saint of Guidance, he was acutely aware of the need for meticulousness. He currently found himself at a loss regarding the handling of this insect egg. It needed to be secured, but it certainly would not be a simple task. Otherwise, should the egg hatch and devour one of his treasured possessions, Lin Yang would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of loss. Thus, Lin Yang invoked his incantations, casting a series of sealing runes that descended into the insect egg. As they permeated its surface, a substantial volume of blood also surged forth, ensnared within the same seals. After some time, it transformed into a large, blood-colored cocoon, dark and foreboding. Within, a faint trace of life could be sensed. Indeed, the mosquito Taoist had been sealed away by Lin Yang, with layers of restrictions meticulously laid upon him. Should this insect egg hatch and the mosquito Taoist emerge, Lin Yang would be instantly aware, thus alleviating any concerns of mischief. Having secured the insect egg, Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief and continued to activate the extermination sword array, plowing through the blood sea of the netherworld. Finally, with a deep sigh, a voice of divine consciousness conveyed, "Tao brother, I implore you to cease. The Grand Master of the Nether River has submitted." This voice belonged to the Grand Master of the Nether River, who had concealed his presence and hidden away in a certain part of the Blood Sea. At this moment, the Nether River did not possess the standing to refer to himself as the Grand Master before Lin Yang. It was indeed more fitting for him to address Lin Yang as the Grand Master instead. The River of Hades, with its resonant call, instantly revealed its location, drawing Lin Yang's gaze. A tremendous force surged forth from the exquisite sword array, accompanied by an unsettling cacophony that grated on the teeth, as an imposing formation materialized under the strain. This formation, known as the Abyssal Blood Sea Array, was remarkable in its capability to conceal so much amidst the onslaught of the exquisite sword array. As the name suggests, it was intrinsically linked to the vast expanse of Blood Sea, serving multifaceted purposes. It was a bastion of defense, a mechanism of attack, and a shroud of invisibility. The River of Hades had utilized this array to cloak itself, nurturing its essence within, and felt utterly secure. Even the other formidable entity within the netherworld, the Xianying ancestor, had traversed this blood sea countless times, searching for treasures, yet remained oblivious to the existence of the River of Hades. It was believed that the river would continue to develop in safety. However, it was unforeseen that calamity would strike, as Lin Yang enveloped the entire Blood Sea with a fearsome array in pursuit of him. The audacity of such a maneuver was beyond words, certainly. The Xianying ancestor had never resorted to such extremes. Nevertheless, the effectiveness of Lin Yang's strategy was undeniable, compelling the River of Hades to concede. With no powers to speak of, as it had yet to emerge into the world, it lacked the magical energy to summon its innate treasures. Moreover, the four swords wielded by Lin Yang exerted an overwhelming pull on the Yuan Slaughter Sword and the Abysmal Sword, rendering the river's attempts to calm them through mental focus futile. Consequently, it had no choice but to reveal its position to Lin Yang willingly, navigating each step as it came. What a formidable array it was! Lin Yang refrained from forcefully dismantling the Abyssal Blood Sea Array. After a careful assessment, he allowed the exquisite sword array to come to a halt. With a swift motion, he entered the heart of the formation. From an external perspective, the Abyssal Blood Sea Array resembled a vast blood cocoon, pulsating rhythmically like a beating heart. Within it lay a vast expanse, drenched in blood, forming an entirely separate realm. Yet, this realm was shrouded in darkness, the light dim and murky, save for one area that radiated brightness, where clusters of flames illuminated the surroundings. This fiery place was the domain of the Nether River. Lin Yang gazed upon a colossal lotus blossoming there, its petals unfurling in 12 exquisite layers, perpetually engulfed in a crimson flame. This was the esteemed 12-grade fiery red lotus, the very objective of Lin Yang's journey. The flames that danced upon the 12-grade fiery red lotus were, in fact, the flames of karma. Chapter 64, The Wheel of Karmic Forces. The golden body of karmic forces. The karmic fire is a flame fueled by the essence of karma itself. Upon witnessing the 12-grade fiery red lotus and the flames enveloping it, Lin Yang felt an awakening of his own karmic energy. In an instant, a surge of fire erupted around him, igniting his karmic force. A slight sensation of heat and pain coursed through him, yet Lin Yang smiled. For everything unfolded as he had anticipated. He sought the 12-grade fiery red lotus, aiming to merge it with the 12-grade pure white lotus to forge an even mightier artifact. Additionally, he hoped to harness the power of the 12-grade fiery red lotus to alleviate his own karmic burdens. Lin Yang bore an abundance of karmic energy, not solely from his previous actions in slaying Dong Wang Gong in the Purple Mansion continent or from obliterating Emperor Jun and Tai Yi on the Solar Star. The majority of this karmic weight stemmed from a lifetime of accumulated deeds. While these karmic forces did not hinder him in ordinary circumstances, the potential for their growing intensity to become burdensome loomed ominously. Thus, Lin Yang had long desired to rid himself of these karmic ties or, alternatively, to find a means to utilize them. However, devising a method to channel his karmic energy proved elusive. Previously, during a visit to the West, he encountered the demon ancestor Rahu on Mount Sumeru, who seemed to possess a similar technique to convert karma into a personal asset. Yet, even if Rahu were willing to impart this knowledge, Lin Yang harbored reservations about trusting him. Consequently, while he had yet to conceive a way to harness his karmic energy, he believed that seeking the 12-grade fiery red lotus to alleviate his karmic burdens was a more reliable course of action. Indeed, before he had even grasped this precious treasure in his hands, the karma within him began to ignite. The karma blazed fiercely, affecting his entire being. Observing this, Lin Yang did not suppress it. Instead, He allowed all his karma to transform into a great fire, engulfing him in flames. In an instant, Lin Yang was transformed into a being of fire, surrounded by the blazing red lotus of karmic flames. Originally, karma resided solely within the soul, and the karmic fire consumed the soul. However, Lin Yang was somewhat unique. His physical body and primordial spirit were one, thus the fire burned through his entire being. Upon the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus rested a placenta, seemingly the size of an infant. This was the river of Hades. At this moment, the river of Hades gazed at Lin Yang, now enveloped in karmic flames, rendered momentarily speechless. Who was this practitioner? The depth of his karma was astonishing. Moreover, is it not true that the flames of karma are typically ignited within the soul? How then does his karma manifest externally? Nevertheless, Lin Yang paid little heed to Ming He's thoughts. At that moment, he was fervently channeling the karmic energy within him, allowing it to blaze forth, while simultaneously observing the state of his karmic fire. The flames, fueled by karmic energy, would dissipate naturally if one could endure the heat. However, if one faltered, the soul would be reduced to ashes. Karma and virtue stand in stark opposition, a product of the celestial laws. If I could master these principles, might I not wield karma and virtue to my advantage? Lin Yang's gaze flickered as he meticulously contemplated the transformation of karmic energy into flame, noting the continuous changes in its combustion. His current cultivation was profound and unfathomable. Even as merely an incarnation, he was buoyed by the support of his true self, which relentlessly supplied him with karmic energy for burning and comprehension. Gradually, Lin Yang began to glean an ephemeral understanding of these intangible celestial laws. However, this understanding was still rather superficial. After a considerable time, unexpectedly, the karmic flames upon him extinguished. His karmic energy had been thoroughly consumed. Without it, the flames naturally ceased to exist. This round of burning karma yielded significant rewards for Lin Yang. The fire tempered his soul, and since his soul, physical body, primordial spirit, and the Tao were all interconnected, the refining of his soul equated to the purification of his primordial spirit, physical form, magical power, and the Tao itself. Consequently, the impurities within Lin Yang as primordial spirit, physical body, magical power, and even within the myriad aspects of the Tao were incinerated. While complete purification was unattainable, what remained was indeed more refined. This was the advantage of enduring the flames of karma. Nonetheless, the greatest boon for Lin Yang was his newfound insight into the laws of karma. Although his understanding was not profound, it allowed him, in a mere thought, to conjure multiple methods to harness karmic energy. For instance, he could accumulate karma as one would virtue, transforming it into a karmic golden wheel, akin to a magical treasure that could be activated. Of course, this was a karmic golden wheel, not a wheel of virtue. When activated, its power would enable enemies to become tainted by his own karma. Such an assault could be deemed exceedingly repugnant. Even formidable beings would be loath to become ensnared. And the deeper the karmic weight, the more formidable the karmic golden wheel would grow. Lin Yang found himself somewhat regretting having allowed his karmic energy to be consumed by the flames. However, without this sacrifice, how could he have attained such profound insights into the laws of karma? Moreover, while the power of the karmic wheel is indeed formidable, it is said that those who play with fire will inevitably be burned, and those who engage with water will surely drown. If one continuously accumulates karma and cultivates the karmic wheel to an unparalleled strength, there may come a day when one loses control, and the very karma that was once harnessed may turn against its master. This is no trifling matter. Moreover, since Lin Yang has succeeded in comprehending the principles of karma and harnessing its power, what of others? It is entirely plausible that others may also acquire similar techniques. Therefore, while the karmic golden wheel can indeed be refined, it must remain within the confines of one's control. One must never be seduced by its might to the extent of overlooking its inherent dangers. Furthermore, one should be vigilant against the possibility of adversaries exploiting it, thereby transforming it into a personal vulnerability. Consequently, rather than focusing on the refinement of the karmic golden wheel, Lin Yang is more inclined towards an alternative method of utilizing karma, namely, cultivating the karmic golden body. What is the karmic golden body, you may ask? It is quite akin to the karmic golden wheel. The distinction lies in the fact that one entails the accumulation of karma to be employed as a magical artifact for practice. One approach involves storing karma within the body, utilizing it to refine the physical form, ultimately cultivating an exceptionally powerful physique that also becomes imbued with various characteristics of karma. This is known as the karmic golden body. While the practice of cultivating the karmic golden wheel may expose individuals to certain vulnerabilities or weaknesses, achieving the karmic golden body significantly mitigates such risks. However, it is important to note that a reduced risk does not equate to the absence of risk. Furthermore, Lin Yang harbors suspicions that should one successfully forge the karmic golden body, they may incur the disdain of the heavenly Tao. After all, karma is inherently a negative force, employed by the heavenly Tao as a means of punishing certain beings. Upon your being, you have absorbed an immense amount of karma. How then can the celestial way still hold affection for you? Nevertheless, Lin Yang conceived an alternative approach, merit. Karma and merit are inherently oppositional. Therefore, while cultivating the wheel of karma, it is prudent to simultaneously nurture the wheel of merit. Likewise, when refining the golden body of karma, one ought to also cultivate the golden body of merit. In this manner, the two forces may mutually counterbalance, alleviating the disdain of the celestial way. However, this counterbalance does not signify a genuine negation. Rather, it seeks to achieve a certain equilibrium. Thus, while comprehending the principles of karma, one should concurrently delve into the principles of merit. Only by intertwining these two doctrines can one truly harness their potential. Otherwise, leaning excessively towards either side could precipitate great peril. Although Lin Yang had grasped the golden body and wheel of karma, he presently harbored no intention of cultivating them, for he had entirely depleted his own karma. Should he choose to cultivate, it would be prudent to first amass some karma in the future. Lin Yang opened his eyes and gazed at the river of the underworld upon the 12th grade of fiery lotus, and with a slight smile, he addressed, "River of the underworld, is it not? I extend my greetings to you. I apologize for my abrupt visit and hope for your understanding." Upon hearing this, the river of the underworld also came to realize the situation. Yet what further could he say in response to Lin Yang's words? Without further ado, Lin Yang directly transported the entire set from Mount Wanshou. The river of Hades swiftly succumbed, surrendering all to Lin Yang. The 12th-grade karmic fire red lotus, the Yuan slaughter sword, and the abyss sword were all borrowed by him. From a once affluent magnate, he was reduced to utter destitution, left with nothing at all. Had it not been for the fact that the river of Hades had yet to take on a physical form, he would surely have been in tears. Lin Yang's actions resembled that of a bandit invading a village, seizing everything within reach. Is this truly the conduct befitting a teacher? Indeed. Lin Yang took the river of Hades as his disciple, making him the fourth among his pupils. Curiously, aside from the monkey known as Xie Feng, the other two disciples he accepted on Mount Wanshou, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, are renowned for their amiable natures, particularly Hong Yun. As for the river of Hades, it stands in stark contrast, being the most notorious villain of the primordial era, a figure of dread. After all, as a practitioner of the path of slaughter, even if the river of Hades wished to refrain from its malevolent nature, it would be an impossible endeavor. However, this peculiar situation has resulted in an intriguing scenario. Lin Yang now finds himself with disciples whose temperaments are entirely antithetical. Should he survive this impending battle, it is certain that the future interactions among these disciples will be exceptionally fascinating. Of course, Lin Yang does not intend to take everything without offering something in return. He has provided the river of Hades with a portion of his own meticulously compiled teachings. Moreover, he reflects upon the insights he garnered during his journey to the Western lands, distilling the essence of the demonic path into a form of inheritance for the river of Hades. Upon receiving this demonic legacy, the river of Hades is filled with joy, for this path harmonizes splendidly with his own path of slaughter. The demonic path of Luoho, recognized as the great heavenly demonic path, is particularly adept at manipulating the intricacies of the human heart, rendering it extraordinarily enigmatic and unpredictable. By merging this celestial demonic path with his own path of slaughter and blood, he is destined to achieve extraordinary feats in the future. Observing the river of Hades elation, Lin Yang cannot help but express admiration. The river of Hades promptly offers his gratitude. Lin Yang, having imparted what was necessary, chooses not to linger further. After reinforcing the formation for the river of Hades, he dismantles the extermination sword array and departs from the blood sea of the underworld. On this occasion, Lin Yang truly returns to the vast cosmos. The magnitude of his gains from this journey is nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, had time permitted, he would have yearned to explore further, seeking out other formidable beings yet to emerge in this realm. However, he is acutely aware that his successful encounters with Jin Yuanzi and the river of Hades were the fruits of meticulous planning. In contrast, seeking out other yet-to-emerge powers would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, It is indeed quite perilous for him to traverse the world with so many treasures in the form of but a mere avatar. Previously, during his journey to the west, he nearly encountered a mishap. It turns out that Lin Yang's avatar was already in possession of the 4 swords of immortal slaying and the immortal slaying array diagram at that time. It is easy to imagine that if this were discovered by Luo Ho, the consequences would be dire. Lin Yang, emboldened by his exceptional skills, found himself at a loss when he realized that Luo Ho truly intended to take action against him, a mere avatar. Fortunately, he had made prior arrangements. The Zhoutian star array was prepared well in advance, suspended in the western skies, which dissuaded Luo Ho from proceeding with his plans. Otherwise, Lin Yang would have indeed had to confront Luo Ho in battle. Hence, having learned from this experience, Lin Yang resolved to exercise greater prudence in the future. He reflected that he should have dispatched 2 avatars, one to visit Luo Ho and persuade him to join forces against Hong Jun, while the other should have been equipped with the 4 swords of extermination and the formation map for the exterminating immortals, ensuring a foolproof strategy. Chapter 65. Discussion and Strategy. Yuan Feng's proposal within the palace of Guanghan. Wang Shu took the earth scroll Lin Yang presented to her, feeling utterly speechless. She was tempted to inquire where Lin Yang had been and which powerful being he had slain this time. He had performed similar deeds before, with examples like Dong Wang Gong, Di Jun, and Tai Yi. Wang Shu, with her inherently soft-hearted and compassionate nature, felt that Lin Yang's actions were not commendable. However, she understood that he undertook such measures to safeguard her in the impending Great War, so she refrained from voicing her concerns. Having spent considerable time together, Lin Yang was attuned to her thoughts and, thus, offered a brief explanation that he had not taken any lives this time. Instead, he had acquired 3 disciples. Only then did Wang Shu breathe a sigh of relief, smiling as she remarked, "I thought you had gone off to do something wicked again." Lin Yang replied with a grin, "That would not do. My mischief is reserved solely for you." "Oh, you!" Wang Shu exclaimed, her face flushing with embarrassment. Lin Yang handed her the earth scroll while he wielded the Yuan 2 sword, the Abi sword, the 12th grade fiery red lotus of karma, and the Xin Yuan water controlling banner for exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Given Lin Yang's current level of cultivation, he could indeed refine these treasures, but it would require time. However, as he gathered the heroes to confront Hong Jun, discussions were imminent, and even if delayed, they would not exceed 10,000 years. In such a brief span, attempting to refine 4 exquisite innate spiritual treasures was akin to a pipe dream, achievable only by a sage. Yet, while his personal magical prowess might fall short, Lin Yang could utilize the Zhoutian star array, enlisting the aid of countless celestial beings to assist in the refinement. Furthermore, he intended to merge the 12th grade fiery red lotus of karma with the 12th grade pure world white lotus using the same method. Over a century later, Yuan Feng was the first to arrive, albeit only in the form of an avatar. The meeting was to be held at Ziwei Star. Although they shared a common objective and recognized that Lin Yang would not easily resort to deception, these prominent figures were now wary of underestimating him, and thus chose not to enter Ziwei Star in their true forms. After the arrival of Yuan Feng, Zulong and Shikolin followed closely, with Luahu being the last to arrive. Thus, within the primordial realm, aside from Hongjun, Yin and Yang, and the 4 elements, the most formidable Hunyuan golden immortals gathered together. The assembly took their seats within the Ziwei Palace. Zulong surveyed the surroundings and his gaze settled upon Lin Yang, prompting him to exclaim, "Taoist of creation, I never anticipated that you would truly ascend to the same height as us, enabling you to stand shoulder to shoulder with me." Zulong's words were heartfelt. The speed of Lin Yang's rise was astonishing, almost beyond belief. Who could have imagined that the once humble Deluo golden immortal would, after only a few Yuan meetings, reappear as a Hunyuan golden immortal, and subsequently become his equal? Anyone in such a position would undoubtedly be filled with awe. Lin Yang replied with a smile, "The path to enlightenment has its order, yet attaining it is a shared experience. Moreover, we have yet to achieve true enlightenment. So discussing such matters is of little significance. Esteemed Taoist Zulong, Yuan Feng, Shikolin, and Levu, we are all aware of the purpose of our gathering here. Therefore, I shall refrain from reiterating it. Let us deliberate on how we might unite our strengths to confront Hongjun. This battle is not for any other reason than to vanquish Hongjun. As for the fate of the creation jade tablet after his demise, that shall be determined by our respective abilities, shall it not?" The assembly exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Lin Yang was acutely aware that the individuals involved were proud and ambitious, and although they were compelled to unite for this battle, None would accept a single leader or follow orders from another. Thus, Lin Yang devised a straightforward strategy, a war of attrition, regardless of the methods employed by each participant. The objective was to exert their utmost efforts to wear down Hong Jun to the point of exhaustion. To this end, Lin Yang positioned himself as the foremost combatant, intending to strike first at Hong Jun, ensnaring him within the great array of the celestial constellations to launch a relentless assault. When one can no longer endure, the ancestral dragon shall take over. Following the ancestral dragon comes the primordial phoenix, then the primordial unicorn, and ultimately, the Luo Ho. This strategy, though seemingly simplistic, is precisely what enables each faction to unleash their utmost potential. However, a pressing concern remains: how to successfully execute a covert scheme against Hong Jun. This dilemma was entrusted to Luo Ho. Lin Yang refrained from inquiring about his methods. As long as he could accomplish the task, that sufficed. Furthermore, there were the other three ancestral figures of the celestial path, Qian Kuan, Lin Yang, and Wu Xing. To eliminate Hong Jun, it was imperative to first vanquish them. Given that our cosmic forces are rather feeble, we must focus all our efforts on Hong Jun without distraction. Thus, this matter requires resolution from all parties involved. Lin Yang stated. The others exchanged glances and collectively asserted, "You need not worry, we shall handle it." Although the three venerable ancestors of Qian Kuan, Lin Yang, and Wu Xing were formidable in their own right, it was evident that the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, primordial unicorn, and Luo Ho regarded them with disdain. Their elimination could be achieved without the direct involvement of the four. Nevertheless, due to the scarcity of resources, the four engaged in a brief debate before reaching a consensus. Removing the three venerable ancestors of Qian Kuan, Lin Yang, and Wu Xing also bore its advantages. For instance, the Qian Kuan ding of the Qian Kuan ancestor, the Taiji diagram of the Lin Yang ancestor, and the five-leaf needle pine of the Wu Xing ancestor were all treasures that elicited desire. Particularly, the Qian Kuan ding and the Taiji diagram were regarded as innate treasures of unparalleled value. Ultimately, it was determined that the mighty Qilin would confront the venerable Qian Kuan. The ancestral dragon would face the enigmatic Lin Yang, and Luo Ho would engage the five elements. For reasons unbeknownst to anyone, Yuan Feng, at the critical juncture, chose to withdraw, leaving her intention shrouded in mystery. However, in her absence, the three elders each had their opponent, which proved to be a fortuitous balance, and thus, the matter garnered little attention. Yet, Luo Ho, having only secured the five elements, felt somewhat dissatisfied, though he had no choice but to acquiesce. In comparison to the Dragon and Qilin clans, his current strength still fell significantly short. Moreover, unlike the other two clans that are endowed with formidable experts, he lacks any additional primordial golden immortals among his subordinates to summon. Consequently, when confronting the ancestor of the five elements, it is solely through his avatar that he must engage in battle, a task that is already a considerable strain. Should his adversary be the ancestor of heaven and earth or the ancestor of Yin and Yang, the possibility of a reversal would indeed be quite plausible. As the strategies were devised, the assembly agreed upon a time to act, a millennium hence, and they began to take their leave. However, one, Yuan Feng, lingered behind. Lin Yang, eager to refine his treasures, urged, "Are you not returning, my friend?" Yuan Feng glanced at him and replied, "What? Is it not permissible to depart a little later?" Lin Yang inquired, "Do you have further matters to discuss?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng fell silent for a moment, and then suddenly asked, "Fellow of creation, what do you envision for the future of the primordial realm after Hong Jun?" Lin Yang regarded her thoughtfully and shook his head. "Who can truly predict the future? I am merely striving to navigate this tribulation." Yuan Feng nodded, then shook her head, asking, "Do you harbor ambitions for supremacy?" After a moment of reflection, Lin Yang responded, "You may find this hard to believe, but I indeed have no desire to dominate the primordial realm. Yet, regardless of my inclinations, I have reached this juncture, and should it come to conflict with you, Ancestor Dragon, Shiji Lin, or Luo Ho, I would engage with utmost resolve." Yuan Feng nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "If given the opportunity to choose anew, would you still seek to unify the cosmos and become the sovereign of the stars?" Lin Yang looked at her and replied, "You ask me so many questions. What is your true intent?" Yuan Feng laughed, "Do not concern yourself with my motives. Is there truly anything to conceal?" Lin Yang chuckled, "While there is nothing to hide, whether or not I share is my own prerogative." This irked Yuan Feng. Yet she was at a loss, pondering for a moment before stating, "I have brought Ancestor Dragon and Shiji Lin to you. Can you not even answer one question?" "Very well, Lin Yang conceded, if granted another chance, I would indeed make the same choices. Yet we cannot return to the past. How I would truly respond when faced with identical circumstances remains contingent upon my words alone. Yuan Feng smiled and remarked, you are quite sincere. Now, will you tell me why you are so curious? Do you wish to know? Yuan Feng teased, observing him closely. Lin Yang shook his head and began to walk towards the exterior of Ziwei Palace, stating, I do not wish to know. Yuan Feng, vexed once more, followed him, saying, if you do not wish to know, then I shall insist on revealing it. Fellow of creation, if I were to propose an alliance with you, what would you think? At her words, Lin Yang was taken aback, halting in his tracks and turning to regard Yuan Feng with an expression of disbelief. An alliance with me? He asked incredulously. Simultaneously, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Yuan Feng has invited the host to form an alliance. Please make your choice. Option 1. Agree to Yuan Feng and join forces with her, which would yield the reward of the 9-turn Xin Yuan skill. Option 2. Refuse Yuan Feng and refrain from collaboration, which would grant the reward of a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Lin Yang felt a stir in his heart. The 9-turn Xin Yuan skill, was it not the legendary cultivation method of the Panga god? Moreover, this is not merely the singular 9 transformations of mysterious arts or the 9 transformations of primordial arts. The mysterious arts refine the body, while the primordial arts refine the spirit. The confluence of these two is the true, unparalleled method of cultivation, wherein both the physical form and the spiritual essence exhibit no flaws. One could assert that with the 9 transformations of mysterious primordial arts, provided one diligently practices in an orderly fashion until achieving great success, the path to enlightenment will naturally unfold, rendering other methods of attaining enlightenment unnecessary. The allure of the 9 transformations of mysterious primordial arts is undoubtedly profound. However, Lin Yang did not make an immediate choice. Instead, he blinked and smiled at Yuan Feng, inquiring, isn't it customary for you to collaborate with the initiate Qilin? Why is it my turn this time? Yuan Feng shook her head and explained. Collaborating with the Qilin clan was unavoidable. After all, the ancestor dragon is formidable, and the dragon clan wields significant power. Alone, my tribe cannot withstand such might. Thus, we must ally with the initiate Qilin to resist the ancestor dragon. Nevertheless, the initiate Qilin harbors considerable ambition, historically desiring to annex my Feng clan and unify the vast wilderness. This ambition has only intensified in recent years. However, with the current shift in circumstances, your unification of the starry expanse and the emergence of Luo Ho from the west, the situation has become increasingly complex, granting me more options. So, what do you think? If I forsake the initiate Qilin to ally with you, are you dissatisfied? Lin Yang shook his head and replied, it is not dissatisfaction. I merely wish to understand what you see in me. To be frank, my current strength is likely the weakest among all of you. There is no reason for you to choose the feeble over the strong, is there? Chapter 66, Gathering Forces to Vanquish the 6 Swords of Immortality. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng could not help but laugh. As the most powerful female cultivator in the vast wilderness, Yuan Feng possessed an unparalleled elegance, her beauty exuding a commanding presence. To describe her with a term from later generations, she could be considered a cool goddess. When she smiled, there was an enchanting allure that captivated Lin Yang, momentarily causing him to lose his composure. However, this distraction was fleeting, as he quickly regained his focus. After all, he had encountered those even more beautiful than Yuan Feng, notably Wang Shu. Yuan Feng was indeed striking, yet she could not surpass Wang Shu. Although the difference was slight, it was still a difference. Yuan Feng chuckled. Choose the weak over the strong? Do you underestimate yourself so much? Or perhaps you are simply hiding your true capabilities. Among us, while your strength may not claim the top rank, it certainly cannot be deemed the weakest, can it? Lin Yang furrowed his brow and then smiled. If I am not the weakest, then who could possibly be? It cannot be you, can it? Yuan Feng was immediately vexed, her teeth gritting in irritation. In a brief span, Lin Yang had managed to provoke her thrice. Yet, she could not deny that his retort left her without a counterargument. If Lin Yang was not the weakest, then by process of elimination, it must be her. Yuan Feng's chest heaved in frustration as she coldly huffed. Even if it were me, so what? Lin Yang shrugged and replied, I never claimed there was a so what. That was your own assertion. So, will you agree to join forces with me or not? Yuan Feng inquired once more. Lin Yang shook his head and replied, one must not be hasty, after all. This matter is of great significance. I must first consult Wang Shu before I can respond to you. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng immediately let out a cold, mocking laugh and said, I thought you were a hero, yet it appears you too have succumbed to the charms of gentleness. Lin Yang frowned at her words but soon relaxed, saying, Esteemed friend, this is a matter of my own. Moreover, it is you who proposed the alliance, not I. Whether I agree or not, I shall provide my answer in a century. I believe it is time for you to take your leave now, for I have many pressing matters to attend to. Realizing she had offended Lin Yang, Yuan Feng understood but, true to her nature, would not lower herself to apologize. She took her leave without further ado. Lin Yang watched her depart, shaking his head in contemplation. Should he ally with the Feng clan or refuse Yuan Feng's overture? He weighed his options in silence. At that moment, Wang Shu approached from outside and, upon seeing Lin Yang, inquired, Lin Yang, I just saw Yuan Feng. She seemed rather unhappy. Lin Yang nodded, responding with a smile, there is no need to concern yourself with her. She is merely throwing a tantrum, and I have chosen not to indulge her. He then recounted Yuan Feng's proposal to Wang Shu. Listening intently, Wang Shu's expression turned serious, and after a moment of contemplation, she remarked, These matters have always been under your purview. It is best that you decide how to proceed. Indeed, Lin Yang replied with a grin. The Feng clan is one of the three great clans. While they may not rival the Dragon clan or the Qilin clan, the difference is not insubstantial. Aligning ourselves with them would be advantageous. Furthermore, it is certainly preferable to our current isolation and the enmity we face from all sides. Wang Shu queried. Then why did you not agree to her proposal outright? Why delay for a century? To accept her offer immediately would have been too hasty, Lin Yang explained. We cannot appear overly eager. That would undermine our standing. After all, I am now the Lord of the Stars, and certain protocols must be observed. Wang Shu shook her head, stating, I do not grasp these nuances. It is best that you deliberate on your own. Very well, Lin Yang acknowledged. Now that they have departed, we shall commence. I will first summon the Lords of the Stars to activate the Grand Formation and assist you in refining the Earth Book. Wang Shu had no objections. Thus, Lin Yang gathered the Lords of the Stars, each holding a celestial banner, and they positioned themselves according to their designated places. At Lin Yang's command, they simultaneously waved their banners, invoking the celestial energies. Suddenly, a multitude of stars began to shimmer, each emitting brilliant rays of light, the essence of the stars, yet each possessing distinct qualities. As many stars as there were myriad types of starry luminescence, each cascading down upon the respective lords of the stars. In an instant, the heavens were alive with the vibrant dance of stars, shining brilliantly even in daylight, captivating countless powerful cultivators. They sought to decipher the celestial mechanics, but Lin Yang had long since suppressed these secrets with a treasured artifact, rendering their calculations futile. Not long after Yuan Feng and her companions had departed from the stellar expanse, they were suddenly struck by the extraordinary phenomena occurring within the cosmos. They realized it was Lin Yang at work, though the specifics of his actions remained elusive. Yet, witnessing the grandeur of the moment, they understood that the grand celestial formation was being further refined under Lin Yang's guidance, its power astonishingly amplified. And they could not help but regard Lin Yang with newfound gravity. Yet, regardless of the opinions of others, Lin Yang and Wang Shu took their respective seats at the positions of the sun and the moon within the formation. Subsequently, he instructed Wang Shu to invoke the earthly book, suspending it at the center of the grand array. This earthly book, entrusted to Wang Shu by Lin Yang, had undergone preliminary refinement, yet it remained a pinnacle-grade innate spiritual treasure, bound by a total of 48 prohibitions. To fully refine it would require no less than a cosmic cycle, an endeavor not easily accomplished. However, by harnessing the powers of the celestial array and gathering the might of countless stars and celestial beings, the refinement of such a supreme innate treasure could indeed be realized. Albeit not instantaneously. With several centuries at their disposal, success would be attainable. This illustrates the advantage of collective strength. Nevertheless, this is applicable solely to supreme innate treasures. Should one attempt to refine an innate supreme treasure, the endeavor would be futile. At most, one could only manage the 48 prohibitions, for the final, 49th prohibition remains insurmountable, impervious to the powers of any multitude. Otherwise, the original Tai would not have remained unable to completely refine the chaos bell until the end of the calamity. Thus, even now, Lin Yang has yet to fully refine the chaos bell. However, the successful refining of the 48 prohibitions suffices for Lin Yang's needs. For it must not be forgotten that the original Tai ascended to become the foremost master beneath the sages precisely through the prowess of this very chaos bell. Currently, Lin Yang finds himself in a somewhat analogous situation. Yuan Feng asserts that he is not the least among the prominent Hunyuan golden immortals, which is indeed a veritable truth. Among the likes of Zhu Long, Yuan Feng, Shi Qilin, and Luo Ho, Lin Yang cannot confidently claim superiority over any of them. Even though Yuan Feng has been jestingly referred to as the weakest, the true extent of his capabilities in a desperate confrontation remains shrouded in uncertainty. If one were to delineate each individual's strength with such precision and clarity, the struggle among the three clans would have long reached a resolution. Rather than lingering in its current stalemate, what of Zhu Long being the mightiest among the trio? He too cannot guarantee that he would prevail in a one-on-one encounter against Shi Qilin or Yuan Feng. Even if one could attain the ability to kill, it would come at a tremendous cost. Thus, every Hunyuan golden immortal possesses their own unique attributes. It is erroneous to assess their strength based solely on a singular aspect. Nevertheless, Lin Yang is undeniably formidable. Regardless of external opinions, the sheer number of treasures he wields is astonishing, including several priceless artifacts. Consequently, it would be inconceivable for his power not to be immense. Furthermore, Lin Yang's path is extraordinary, capable of embracing myriad laws and doctrines, assimilating countless teachings. Moreover, having ascended to the position of the sovereign of stars, he now presides over the celestial expanse, basking in the fortune of the entire cosmos. With the formidable power of billions of stars aiding his cultivation, his strength grows increasingly formidable by the day, narrowing the gap with formidable beings such as the ancestral dragon. The primordial phoenix, the demon lord Luo Ho, and Hongjun Luo Ho, wielding his demonic path, can taint the very heavens and earth, transforming the western lands into a veritable den of demons. Lin Yang, too, would not be outdone by others. Moreover, he possessed the formidable Zhoutian star array, which further instilled trepidation among the multitude. Thus, the strength of Lin Yang was undeniably formidable. Each formidable figure understood this truth, even if they were reluctant to acknowledge it. They had no choice but to concede. Otherwise, the contempt harbored in their minds could lead to misjudgments regarding Lin Yang, ultimately resulting in their own detriment. It is precisely for this reason that Yuan Feng took the initiative to propose a collaboration with Lin Yang. Ultimately, this change can be attributed to Lin Yang's formidable strength. He has become a pivotal figure in this world. To return to the main topic, it is said that Lin Yang summoned the celestial beings to unite their strengths and activate the grand array of the heavenly stars, assisting Wang Shu in breaking through and refining the prohibitions contained within the Earth Book. A myriad of starlight converged towards the center of the Earth Book, surging into its depths. Such a tremendous force of magic violently assailed the numerous restrictions within the Earth Book, naturally shattering them with ease. Layer upon layer of prohibitions were swiftly dismantled. This method of refining restrictions and mastering the magical artifact was indeed remarkably effortless. However, it was not without its drawbacks. As previously mentioned, the restrictions within the magical artifact embody corresponding principles and truths. Thus, by relying on the collective power to dismantle them, one inevitably forfeits a portion of the profound understanding that accompanies such experiences. Thus, despite having refined the magical artifacts, the mastery and application of these treasures will not compare favorably to those that one has painstakingly refined over time. However, in urgent matters, one must prioritize practicality. This shortcoming can only be rectified in the future. At present, possessing an additional formidable artifact may provide an extra layer of security. After a span of over 570 years, the 48 prohibitions of the Earth Script were completely breached, allowing Wang Shu to successfully refine it. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Subsequently, Lin Yang summoned the Yuan Tu sword and the Abi sword, taking an additional 700 years to entirely refine these two blades. With a mere thought, Lin Yang observed the Yuan Tu sword and the Abi sword transform into two streaks of dark red sword light, darting back and forth with extraordinary sharpness, exuding a menacing aura. In terms of sharpness, among the four swords of the immortal slaying, only the slaying immortal sword could rival them. However, regarding sheer power, the slaying immortal sword surpasses both the Yuan Tu sword and the Abi sword. As for the trapping immortal sword and the absolute immortal sword, they possess their own unique mysteries. The combined might of the Yuan Tu sword and the abysmal sword is roughly equivalent to the fusion of 3 blades from the 4 swords of the immortal slaying. When all 4 swords are unleashed, these 2 swords would stand no chance, especially considering the presence of the immortal slaying formation. Should the immortal slaying sword formation be established, the Yuan-Tu sword and the abysmal sword would be utterly outmatched. Thus, although the Yuan-Tu sword and the abysmal sword are formidable entities birthed from the primordial path of slaughter, the four swords of the immortal slaying undoubtedly hold the upper hand. However, Lin Yang began to contemplate the possibilities. If the four swords of the immortal slaying can be paired with the immortal slaying formation to create the immortal slaying sword formation, then what if he were to forge a formation diagram for the Yuan-Tu sword and the abysmal sword as well, by aligning the formation with these two treasured swords? Could it not result in the amplification of their power? Furthermore, he could take it a step further by combining the Yuan-Tu sword, the abysmal sword, and the four swords of the immortal slaying into a singular entity known as the 6 swords of the immortal slaying. However, such an endeavor would necessitate an expansion of the immortal slaying formation, requiring a formation diagram capable of accommodating 6 treasured swords, which would undoubtedly need to be of the innate supreme treasure caliber. Lin Yang did not indulge in excessive fantasies in the primordial realm. Innate supreme treasures represent the pinnacle of power. As for treasures surpassing this level, to date, there exists but one, the Book of Creation. Moreover, the innate treasures are inherently scarce. It can be stated that one cannot rely solely on the system to forge an innate treasure. Such aspirations are merely fanciful unless one possesses a profound connection with the Tao, akin to the primordial Hongjun. Without the formidable power of the Tao, the creation of innate treasures remains unattainable, even for saints. Thus, the formation of the extermination of immortal 6 swords and its corresponding formation is not entirely implausible. Yet the realization of such a feat is extraordinarily arduous. At the very least, one must first topple the monumental figure of Hongjun. After refining the Yuan-Tu sword and the Abi sword, the next endeavor is to refine the Xian Yuan water-controlling flag, a process that similarly spans several centuries. At last, it arrives at the most critical step, the fusion of the 12-grade Pure World White Lotus and the 12-grade Fiery Red Lotus. To be candid, Lin Yang harbors no absolute certainty regarding the success of this phase. Nevertheless, given the possibility, he believes it is worth attempting. With a focused thought, Lin Yang summoned the 12-grade Pure World White Lotus and the 12-grade Fiery Red Lotus. The 2 lotus platforms floated to the center of the grand formation, creating a configuration reminiscent of the yin-yang taiji. These 2 lotus platforms represent the duality of the yin-yang fish within this taiji. The 12-grade Pure World White Lotus signifies yang, while the 12-grade Fiery Red Lotus embodies yin. The 2 fish of yin and yang began to chase and attract one another, gradually revolving in a harmonious dance, as an indescribable Tao began to envelop the surroundings. At this moment, Lin Yang issued a command, prompting the celestial beings to initiate the grand formation. A resounding roar echoed through the air as the formation began to rotate slowly, unleashing an astonishing force directed towards the 12th-rank Purifying World White Lotus and the 12th-rank Fiery Red Lotus. The entire celestial star formation resembled a funnel, with an infinite cascade of starlight pouring in like grains of sand, resplendent and breathtaking in its magnificence, rotating ever so gradually. Yet, the power contained within was terrifyingly immense. Even the void itself warped and twisted, undulating like waves in tumult. Not only did the void distort, but time itself appeared to alter. The deeper one ventured into the formation, particularly towards the heart of the funnel, the slower the flow of time became. At the very center, time seemed to come to an almost complete standstill. This location is the dwelling of the 12-grade Pure World White Lotus and the 12-grade Karmic Fire Red Lotus. Under the influence of the grand formation, the 2 are compelled to draw ever closer. One can see that these 2 lotus platforms emanate a dazzling white radiance, exuding an unparalleled sanctity, as if capable of purifying all impurities and filth from the world. On the other hand, there exists a towering inferno, an endless eruption of crimson lotus flames, fierce and ferocious, seemingly intent on incinerating all in its path, consuming everything. At this moment, the power of the celestial star array has been propelled to its zenith, even though it has not yet reached the pinnacle of the demon race. Its might is comparable to that of a sage. Yet, it is now terrifying beyond imagination. The 2 lotus platforms, both exquisite innate spiritual treasures, are unable to withstand it. Under the relentless pressure of this grand formation, they shall either shatter or face utter annihilation.